steady clomp of the soldiers' boots had become a numbing refrain by the time they arrived at Darrenfor's gates. Matteo had spent the last few hours riding quietly behind Prince Isaac Kell, 5th Prince of the Empire of Kell, and second in line for the imperial throne. Occasionally, the prince, exhausted from the trip, would make an offhand comment, but Matteo's attention was too firmly fixed on the city ahead to pay it much mind. He didn't quite know how to deal with the feelings swirling inside of him. After all, Darrenfor was where his earliest memories originated. Memories of hard days and cold nights, memories of never having quite enough to eat. Then there were the memories of his master, after Avarak Solomon had plucked him from the grimy pile of boxes where Matteo had made his home and brought him to live in the small bookshop on the city's eastern side. There, Matteo's life took on a different sort of hardship, one of long days spent studying, to catch up on everything his master said he should have learned but didn't. In truth, Matteo wouldn't have cared how hard it was, as long as his belly was filled. The closer he got to the city, however, the stronger one memory stood out. The strange, tangled, dreamlike image of his master standing over him, performing an esoteric ritual that had bound Matteo and Corvus, the crow spirit, while also sealing a seemingly endless amount of knowledge into Matteo's mind. The knowledge had been passed down by the Solomon Order, an ancient order of sorcerers who wielded power far beyond the mortal ken. All of that knowledge, which Matteo should have learned slowly, had been forcefully implanted into him, and then he had been sent away, branded as a slave and cast into the death camp of the Iron Wing Battalion. Feeling a motion at his shoulder, Matteo glanced over and saw Corvus' ethereal form landing lightly. The chain that connected them, extending from Corvus' chest to Matteo's, had grown clearer since they were first bound together, though only 5 of the links were truly defined. The rest appeared shrouded to Matteo's eyes, as if he had yet to uncover their secrets. With a sigh that contained countless tangled emotions, Matteo turned his attention inward, examining his deck of cards. As a duelist, Matteo's powers were all based on his deck, stemming primarily from his root card, Heart of Iron, while slotting an iron-ranked card would normally have consigned Matteo to a life stuck at the bottom rank. Being bound to Corvus had changed all of that. Tracing the chain with his eyes, Matteo looked at Corvus' cards once more, only 2 of which were unlocked. His power was progressing toward the silver rank, and once he achieved it, a 3rd card would be activated, granting him a new ability. His eagerness to grow in strength was tempered by the knowledge that with every rank he advanced, the future ranks would grow that much harder to achieve. So Matteo wasn't in any great rush. Yet he would need strength for what came ahead. That was certain. "You grew up here, right?" The prince's words interrupted his thoughts, and Matteo bobbed his head. "Yes, Your Highness. Eric did as well." "Then maybe you can show me around. I'd love to see some of the city. You know, I've never been to Darrenfor. I mean, I've never even been out of the capital city. All of my siblings have. They've deployed across the Empire, or at least gotten to visit different places. But because I'm not sponsored by one of the dukes, there hasn't really been a whole lot of reason for me to travel." The prince's voice carried a wistful note, reminding Matteo of the dream the prince had shared. A highly accomplished painter, despite his young age, the prince had told Matteo and the others of his desire to travel the world and see new things he could paint. It was a worthy ambition, though not one particularly suited to an emperor. Then again, the prince had no desire to be the emperor. Unfortunately, his father wasn't interested in letting him abdicate his responsibilities, so Prince Isaac was caught in the tangled web that was the fight for the throne. Seeing the curtain of the carriage they rode next to twitch, Matteo tugged lightly on his horse's reins, slowing his horse half a step, so that when Titania opened her curtain and looked out at her brother, Matteo wasn't in her line of sight. "We should be arriving in the city shortly," Titania said with a sweet smile, "and I'll ask Duke Arjun to meet with you first thing." "That's okay," Prince Isaac replied, waving his hand. "It would be better to spend some time freshening up. We wouldn't want to present ourselves to the Duke covered in dust from travel." "That's a good idea. We can go to the palace first." The large gates of the city loomed ahead, and Matteo couldn't help but look around with interest as they passed through them. The princess's escort had sent someone ahead, and the gate had been completely cleared, allowing them to skip ahead in the queue. Matteo could see hints of frustration in the eyes of the merchants who'd been forced to move their carts off the road. But for the most part, the crowds looked excited to see the royal convoy pass by. Few, if any, recognized Prince Isaac, who was wearing a beautiful but unmarked coat. They did recognize, however, Princess Titania's insignia emblazoned on the door of the carriage, and as they rolled into the city, there was an occasional cheer. The guards led them to a large palace situated on the northern side of Darrenfor, among the nobles' quarters, and as they passed through the streets, Matteo's heart couldn't help but clench. Before he had been unceremoniously thrown out of the city, Darrenfor had been free, one of the dozen independent cities that cooperated heavily with the Empire. The city had boasted its own military, and the streets had been bustling. Now everything had changed. The city was strangely quiet, and those citizens who were out and about kept their heads down, walking quickly and giving the many patrols a wide berth. Matteo saw neither hide nor hair of the Darrenfor City Guard, but everywhere he looked he saw soldiers bearing Duke Argent's insignia. Under the guise of protecting the Empire's border, Duke Argent had set up outside of Darrenfor to guard the pass against the neighboring nations. According to the intelligence reports he had ready, the Duke had been fortifying the pass heavily, digging trenches and building new walls on Darrenfor's eastern side. On paper, the Duke was there to support Darrenfor in its defense, but it looked to Matteo as if he had already taken over the city entirely. Darrenfor's northern district housed the city's nobility, and it was even quieter. As they swept up to the palace, the gates opened and the convoy proceeded in, pulling up next to a grand mansion. Jumping down from his horse, Matteo took the prince's reins, holding the prince's horse steady while Isaac got down. Titania had already emerged from her carriage, and as Isaac walked over, she gestured up at the large mansion. "This is the house Duke Argent has appointed for me. You're welcome to stay with me while you're in the city." "Thank you, sister. I'll take you up on that. We should only be here for a couple of days, long enough to talk to the Duke and resupply before we head for Norcia." "That seems awfully fast, doesn't it?" Titania said, her brow knitting together as she looked at her brother with concern. "Barbarians aren't particularly patient," Isaac said, returning a smile. "I don't think they're going to sit around and wait for me, so I want to get up there as fast as possible." After handing off the horse to the stablemaster, Matteo gestured for Rose and Eric to come close. Both looked weary from their long day of travel, and Matteo had no doubt he looked the same. Still, as bronze-ranked duelists, they could go for a considerable amount of time without sleep. So rather than sending them to rest, Matteo gave them orders. "Rose, can you do a sweep of the grounds? Make sure we have a good lay of the land. Eric, we need to know as much about what's going on in the city as possible." Matteo pulled a slip of paper from his pocket and handed it to Eric. The chubby-faced young man glanced at it and nodded. "I know the location." "Dark Wing is set up on the second floor," Matteo said quietly. "The normal codes should get you access." "Got it. I have a few sources from my old days I might get reacquainted with as well," Eric said, his eyes turning to the city that lay beyond the mansion's walls, "though I have to admit, it feels a little bit strange to be back." Like Matteo, Eric was from Darrenfor, but unlike Matteo, he had spent his entire life on the street before being thrown into the Iron Wing training camp. 2.5 years had passed since he had last been in the city, and Eric seemed eager to roam the streets once again. "Sounds good. Report back as you find information. We're only going to be in the city a couple of days." Giving Eric and Rose a nod, Matteo hurried after Prince Isaac, who was about to enter the mansion. The inside of the building was just as ornate as the outside, with creamy marble floors and a massive wooden staircase that rose in a graceful arc to the second floor. The windows were large, allowing plenty of light into the building, and everywhere Matteo turned he saw sculptures and paintings, each the work of a master. A faint music filled the air, and the subtle scent of lavender drifted into Matteo's nose. Princess Titania looked around, let out a happy sigh, and patted her brother on the shoulder. "The butler will show you to your room, and will assign room for your attendants as well. I'm going to go take a bath." With that, she swept up the stairs, her maid and attendants rushing after her, leaving the prince and Matteo in the hands of the capable-looking butler, who had materialized at Prince Isaac's elbow. They were assigned chambers on the second floor, with the prince getting a large room facing east and Matteo assigned to a smaller room off of the prince's. There was only one bed, which meant that Matteo, Rose, and Eric would have to take turns sleeping or find somewhere else to rest. But that didn't bother Matteo at all, as he suspected they wouldn't be spending much time in the mansion over the next few days. That evening, after a light meal, the princess's maid dropped by to inform Prince Isaac the Duke had agreed to meet with him the following evening. The meeting was to take place at the city's council chambers, another indication that Darrenfor's right to self-rule had been eradicated. Though troubled, Matteo fell asleep quickly, and the following morning, after an early breakfast, took a turn around the grounds before meeting Captain Palmer at the gate. Palmer was the leader of the Stone Mountain Mercenary Corps, the mercenaries the prince had hired to act as his personal army in this expedition to the north. In reality, Palmer was a member of the Tiger Wing, the combat arm of the Iron Wing Army. He and his subordinates had been recruited by Matteo, and were only masquerading as mercenaries.
"Hello, sir,"
Palmer said when he saw Matteo, greeting him with an awkward salute. "How are your accommodations?" Matteo asked, seeing that Palmer was alone.
"We're encamped outside the city. We requested to bring a contingent in to guard the prince, but the Duke's soldiers wouldn't allow it."
There was a hint of frustration in Palmer's voice, but Matteo shook his head. "It's fine. We'll keep the prince safe. And besides, if anything were to happen to him, blame would fall squarely on Princess Titania, which is why her best guards have been deployed all night. For the moment, resupply and sit tight. I expect everything to be wrapped up in the next day or so, and then we've got a hard march to Norshire."
"Of course, sir,"
Palmer said, saluting again. Heading back to the prince's room, Matteo saw that he was up, though still in bed, where he was enjoying a cup of hot chocolate and some breakfast rolls. "Ah, Matteo, there you are." The prince's eyes lit up when he saw Matteo enter the room, and he waved him over. "We're not meeting with the Duke until this evening, so I was wondering if you would be able to show me around the city while we wait." "It would be my pleasure, Your Highness. Is there anything in particular you'd like to see?" "Well, if it's not too much of an imposition, I'd love to see where you grew up. You mentioned before that you were from Darrenfor, so I think it'd be interesting to see where you lived." There was a part of Matteo that wanted to make an excuse to avoid going back to the bookshop where he had studied under Master Solomon. He knew he could probably fob the prince off by taking him to the slums where Matteo had spent the first part of his life. But he also knew that his hesitancy to revisit the bookstore was cowardice more than anything else. And so, firming his courage, he bowed. "Of course, sir. We can leave as soon as you're ready." Stepping out of the room while the prince got dressed, Matteo joined Rose, who was leaning against the wall next to the door. A bit further down the hall were two guards, undoubtedly placed there by the princess to ensure her brother was kept safe. Of course, Rose was worth any dozen guards, and if she couldn't keep the prince safe, it was unlikely they'd be able to do anything either. "Are you doing okay?" Rose asked, her voice low as her eyes searched Matteo's. "Yes," Matteo said, with more conviction than he felt. "I'm doing fine. I won't say that I've made peace with it yet, at least not entirely, but I think going back to the bookstore will help. Have you heard anything from Eric?" "No, but I expect him to be in touch sometime this morning." Sure enough, when the carriage they had borrowed from the princess rolled out of the gate, Eric was nearby and quickly hopped on board. Chapter 2. "Good morning, Your Highness, Rose, Matteo. I trust you all slept well." Eric's bright cheerfulness lifted some of Matteo's tension and brought a smile to his face. "You certainly look like you did." "Something refreshing about visiting old stomping grounds," Eric said with a gleam in his eye, "especially since I've grown quite a bit. The streets are a bit easier to navigate now that I'm taller, but I figured we'd be going on an outing this morning, so I thought I'd come by and act as a guide. Your Highness, if you look out the window there, you can see one of the former High Councillor's estates." Eric turned out to be an adept guide and kept up a steady stream of interesting, if largely irrelevant, facts about Darrenfor as the carriage rolled through the streets. Matteo, on the other hand, grew quieter, until they finally arrived in front of the small bookshop he knew so well. Getting down after the carriage came to a stop, Matteo scanned the street, looking for any sign of danger, and then stepped to the side so the prince could alight as well. The bookstore was dark, and Matteo could see a fine layer of dust on the shelf inside. It almost looked as if it hadn't been touched in years, and from the paint that peeled on the outside lintels, Matteo suspected he was right. He could imagine his tall master carefully locking the door before leaving for the last time. Shaking off the wave of sorrow the thought brought to him, Matteo walked up to the door and tried the handle, only to find it locked as he had anticipated. "Shall I give you a hand?" Eric asked, stepping forward. "No need," Matteo said, closing his eyes for a moment. He reached for one of the wooden slats next to the door and twisted, moving it to the side to reveal a small gap with a key stuffed inside. Pulling the key out, he slid it into the lock and turned it smoothly. With a click, the door sprang open, and Matteo gestured for the others to enter. The front room, where Matteo had spent, so many hours carefully copying text, was exactly as he remembered it, though covered in a considerable amount of dust. Looking around, Rose covered her mouth. "We should clean up," she said. "Why don't I open the windows?" Giving her a grateful nod, Matteo headed for the closet to retrieve a dustpan and broom. He also found a few rags, and when he emerged, the door had been propped open, the curtains thrown back, and the windows opened wide, allowing fresh air to stream into the room for the first time in years. "I hope you don't mind, Your Highness," Matteo said, but Prince Isaac just waved him off. "Of course I don't mind. Actually, this is interesting. I've never cleaned anything before, so you might have to show me how to do it." Isaac blushed slightly, clearly embarrassed that at 15 years old he didn't know how to use a broom. Then again, he had grown up in the palace and never had an occasion to use one before. After instructing the prince how to sweep, Matteo left the dusting to Eric and Rose. Clutching the silver key in his hand, he headed for the back room. Traveling down the carpeted hallway brought many memories, but by the time Matteo arrived in front of the solid wooden door that led into his master's office, his heart was firm. The letter his master had left for him had done a lot to assuage Matteo's tangled thoughts and feelings. He was confident he wouldn't find anything further in his master's office. Reaching out, he tested the knob and found the door was locked, just as he had anticipated. He reached out, intending to slide the silver key into the door to unlock the office, when he paused. His eyes narrowed as his gaze fell on a few thin scratches on the front frame and lock, signs that someone had picked it. The signs of the picking were incredibly subtle, but Matteo was certain someone else had opened this door. Hesitating for a moment, he called for Eric, just to confirm. "Yeah, what you need?" Eric said, jogging down the hall. "Can you take a look at this?" Matteo asked, gesturing to the door. Almost immediately, Eric's smile stiffened. "Somebody opened this door, probably recently," he said, "quite skilled by the looks of it, too. This sort of lock isn't easy, and leaving marks is unavoidable. The fact that their marks are so light means that they're an expert." As he spoke, Eric stepped back, and a long silver dagger appeared in his hands. Drawing his own dagger, Matteo slid the key into the lock and turned it. As soon as it clicked, he pulled open the door and stepped inside, his eyes scanning the darkness for any sign of an attacker. Eric moved in behind him, his body drifting through the door with ethereal grace. After a moment, Matteo relaxed. The office was empty, save for him and Eric. Slipping his dagger back into its sheath, he headed for the lamp, lighting it, and looked around the room. Everything was neat, and though there was no dust in the room, Matteo wasn't surprised at all. In fact, to his knowledge, Master Solomon's office had never been dusty. Subconsciously, he had assumed that was because Master Solomon was a neat freak. But given what he now understood about the Order of Solomon and the powers the Solomons wielded, he thought it might actually be because of some sort of enchantment that kept the room from accumulating dust. Scanning over the books on the desk, Matteo didn't see anything unusual, so he turned his attention to the bookshelves. Eric was looking around as well, and soon both the prince and Rose had joined them, clearly curious about what was going on. "Was this your master's office?" Prince Isaac asked, running his fingers over the spines of the books on one of the shelves. "Yes," Matteo said distractedly. "He passed away a few years ago and was buried in the crypt." "I'm sorry to hear that," the prince said, turning to look at Matteo. "That must be hard." "Thank you, Your Highness," Matteo replied. "It is." As he spoke, Matteo's eyes continued to scan the shelves, and then stopped on a book that was pushed flush with the other books around it. "Somebody's been in here," he said, his eyes lighting up. Stepping up to the shelf, he pulled the book out, but didn't bother opening it, instead touching the cover lightly. Matteo closed his eyes and stood in silence for a minute, until Eric, unable to stand it, spoke up. "How do you know somebody's been in here?" "My master had an odd habit," Matteo said. "Every time he returned a book to the shelves after reading it, he left it at a different depth. It was a pattern of sorts. He described it as a musical cadence." Opening his eyes, Matteo gestured to the shelf in front of him. "If you run your hands across the spines of the books, they coordinate to the notes of a particular song. It's a repeating pattern, and he would have never left a book out of place. Somebody who wasn't my master pushed this book flush, breaking the pattern. There are more of them, too. If you don't mind, look for books that are set flush and pull them out for me. Maybe we can figure out what our thief was looking for." "Ooh, this is like a mystery," Prince Isaac said, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Within a few minutes they had located 6 other books, and after retrieving them, set them out on the desk. Most of the books had blank covers, leaving Eric, Rose, and Isaac scratching their heads, until Matteo pointed out the number marking on the spine. My master's business was twofold. First, he acted as a scribe, recording people's messages and letters and checking accounts. But my master's real business was gathering information. Everything you see here, all of these books, are reference books he wrote himself, transcribed from a variety of different sources and gathered throughout his lifetime. His focus wasn't on current events, but rather the interpretation of current events through the lens of the past. He used to say all the time that the man who controls the flow of history controls the tide of the future. So all of these are books on the history of the continent and the surrounding islands. These books in particular are mostly geography, which tells us someone is looking for a specific place, some location, hidden in the folds of history. Even as he spoke, Matteo realized he knew exactly what the mysterious thief had been looking for. Master Solomon was the last active member of an ancient order of sorcerers, and that ancient order had buried their secrets all over the continent. The only reason someone would dig through these books was to try to find the location of those secrets. "What if it's treasure?" Isaac said, staring at the books in anticipation. "Maybe someone buried treasure, and these books carry the clue." "If that's the case, why wouldn't the thief have taken the books with him?" Eric asked, his brow furrowing as he opened up one of the books and flipped through. The pages were packed with dense writing, but it was a writing unlike anything he had ever seen. "It is strange that the books were looked at and then returned," Rose said, "though I don't know what language this is. It just looks like squiggles." "It's a kind of shorthand, a code that enables you to write faster than normal," Matteo said, his fingers tracing over a line. "My master used it so that he could fit more information into a single page. But while these describe various locations around the continent, none of them have anything to do with hidden treasure." "Well, that's lame," Isaac said with a faint pout. "I thought we had an adventure on our hands." "Your Highness, we do have an adventure on our hands. It just happens to be in the midst of barbarian territory," Eric said with a laugh. Glancing at the spines of the book again, Matteo closed them up and left them stacked on the desk. "Aren't you going to take them with you?" Rose asked. "I mean, to go through them and try and figure out what the thief was looking for?" "No, I don't think so. Whoever it was left everything here and didn't take anything as far as I can tell. If they found the information they're looking for, then there's nothing I can do. And even if I found a lead, we're going to be too busy to chase it down, so I don't think it's worth it." As he spoke, Matteo squared up the books. When he looked up, he found that both Eric and Rose were staring straight at him, a disbelieving look in their eyes. Realizing they had picked up that he wasn't being entirely forthright, Matteo shook his head slightly and turned to the prince. "I'm sorry we don't have a treasure-hunting adventure for you. And honestly, the bookshop's not that interesting. I feel like this has turned out to be a bit of a letdown. But Darrenford does have some really interesting places. We could go and check out the training grounds, see if anybody's sparring, or if you're more interested, take a walk through the market." "I've seen plenty of people fighting," the prince said with a wave. "But the market does sound interesting. Maybe we could find another restaurant, though on second thought, maybe we'd better not." "I suspect we'll be safe from assassins in this city, Your Highness," Rose said with a laugh. "After all, Duke Arjun has a vested interest in you being alive when you leave." Leading the way out of the office, the prince chuckled. "One can only hope," he said. Matteo lingered a moment longer, his eyes running over the desk and the high-backed chair behind it. "What do you think, kid?" Corvus asked, alighting on the desk, glancing over his shoulder to make sure the others were out of earshot. Matteo reached out to tap the stack of books. "Someone's looking for the Solomon's Towers, or at least the ruins of them."
"Are you going to let them find them?"
"Do I have another choice?" Matteo asked, his voice resigned. "Like Eric said, I've got an adventure already, one that'll put me in Norshire. I don't have time to chase after whoever looked through the books, and even if I did, where would I even start?" As he spoke, Matteo walked around the desk, stopping next to the chair. His fingers brushed against the top of the desk, tapping out a particular rhythm. The same rhythm represented by the books that lined the room. There was a subtle click, and a hidden tray popped out of the desk. Lying in the tray was a simple piece of paper with a message written in his master's neat hand. At first glance it made no sense, seeming to be a random jumble of words, none of which belonged next to each other. It had only been exposed to the air for a moment before it began to crinkle, and a minute later it disintegrated completely, transforming into nothing but a light layer of white dust. A minute had been more than sufficient for Matteo to memorize it, though he still had no idea what it might mean. Closing the hidden tray with a gentle push, Matteo waited until it clicked back into place and then walked out of the office to join the others, pulling the door shut behind him. He didn't bother locking it, as that hadn't stopped whoever had come before. When he entered the front room, he found the others were discussing what to eat for lunch. After closing up the shop, Matteo tucked the key into his pocket, and they got back in the carriage. This time Eric directed them, and they spent the rest of the day meandering around Darrenfor, visiting the various markets and wandering through some of the shops. Not wanting to be late for his meeting with Duke Arjun, they returned to the princess's mansion at mid-afternoon. After the prince changed into something more fitting, they headed for the High Council building. Matteo found it rather surreal to be walking into the building again, this time following someone a year younger than him. Chapter 3. They were met at the door by a well-built guard, who looked as if he had seen a considerable amount of action, and who introduced himself as one of Duke Arjun's aides. The guard led them up the stairs to the council room. Rose and Eric elected to wait outside, while Matteo followed Prince Isaac in for his meeting. As soon as the door opened, Matteo felt a heavy gaze land on him. Duke Arjun, the Bear of the East, was a massive man, fierce in appearance, with dark, glowering eyes set under heavy brows. A thick shock of curly hair fell from his head, merging with a massive curly beard that covered half his broad chest. He wore a chain-mail shirt and a pair of heavy leather gloves that only accentuated his thick fingers. The Duke's presence was intimidating, and it was clear from the pressure he exuded that he was a gold-ranked duelist. Matteo had now encountered enough gold-ranked duelists that the pressure didn't bother him too much, but he saw Prince Isaac flinch. Quickly stepping forward, he pulled out a chair at the table across from the Duke, and with a grateful smile, Prince Isaac took his seat after greeting Duke Arjun with a bow. Matteo fully expected the Duke to remain seated, but to his surprise, Duke Arjun slid his chair back, stood up, and returned the bow, dipping almost 90 degrees, as was appropriate when greeting royalty.
"Welcome to Darrenfor, Your Highness. I trust the accommodations have been suitable."
"Yes, my sister has seen to it. Thank you for your hospitality."
"It is my duty and my pleasure, Your Highness. Princess Titania mentioned you wanted to speak to me about the situation in Norcia. Is that correct?"
"It is," Prince Isaac said, taking a deep breath to stabilize his emotions. "The situation in Norcia is unstable, as I'm sure you are fully aware, and my father has tasked me with finding a solution. I'm not yet sure what that solution might be, as, unfortunately, I'm not very familiar with Norcia or the barbarians. Since both you and the Line of the North contribute to securing the border, I was hoping I could discuss cooperating with your troops while I'm there." A subtle frown appeared on the Duke's face, and for a long moment he stared at Prince Isaac, his expression rather fierce. The longer he stared, the more nervous Isaac became, and the prince nearly sagged with relief when Duke Arjun finally spoke.
"Unfortunately, Your Highness, I'm not sure whether that would be feasible. I've heard that you bear Duke Tama's token. Is that correct?"
"It is," Prince Isaac said. "Princess Umbria gave it to me."
"An unfortunate decision," Duke Arjun replied, shaking his head. "Your Highness, do you know why the Empire's command tokens are in the hands of the Duke, and not in the hands of the imperial children?"
At a loss, Prince Isaac glanced up at Matteo, but Matteo pretended not to notice, so the prince could only shake his head. "No, I don't."
"Balance. The Empire, any empire, is one giant balancing act. Your father is a great ruler, perhaps even the greatest, yet even he has to fight to keep the Empire from splintering apart. There are too many people with too many different agendas, forcing him to ensure a balance of power is maintained. Each of the 4 dukes balances the others, ensuring that no one faction will grow too strong. This is why the Emperor has put each of his children under a different duke. If I may speak candidly, your father did his best to create a fair playing field, assigning the strongest armies to the weakest of his children. Of the 4 dukes, my armies are the largest, the most battle-hardened, and the hardest for the other dukes to contend with. Thus your father assigned Princess Titania to my care, as she needs the most material support. The second strongest is the Lion in the north, while the Duke with the weakest military presence, the Southern Snake, was appointed to oversee your eldest brother. If both the Northern Duke and I were to grant you control of our armies, that would destroy the carefully laid-out balance your father has so painstakingly established. While your sister was kind in handing over the token, my recommendation is that you do not use it. In fact, you should return it at the earliest possible opportunity, lest you create an imbalance. After all, a single tip of the scale could send the Empire spiraling into pure chaos."
While Duke Arjun was speaking, Prince Isaac had managed to calm himself down and, after a moment of silence, dipped his head. "I appreciate your wisdom. It does raise a question in my mind, however." Lifting his head, Prince Isaac fixed the Duke with a bright gaze. "If your ideas about balance are correct, and my father truly did his best to balance out the scales so none of his children were particularly favored, then what about me?" Isaac didn't need to spell out the rest of the question. After all, he was the weakest of the imperial children, both in terms of his own strength due to his age, and in terms of the influence he wielded over the Empire. He had stayed out of the political machinations his siblings engaged in, and the only influence he could be said to have was wielded on his behalf by his grandfather, the Chancellor. He had no military force or reputation, and was considered something of an oddity in the imperial palace because of where his interests lay. Duke Arjun didn't reply, though he did shoot a glance at Matteo.
"The Emperor is a wise man," Duke Arjun said, "one whom I have a tremendous amount of admiration for. Yet it seems that in this case he may have misstepped. It's no secret he tried to recruit the Iron Wing army on your behalf, but they don't move, except in service to the Empire. The fact that they were willing to give you even a single soldier is evidence of their commitment to serving the imperial family. You should know, other emperors in the past have made similar requests, and every single one has been turned down."
Duke Arjun sighed and rubbed the back of his neck, and for a moment it looked to Matteo as if Duke Arjun was sad. But then the moment passed, and the Duke's expression was hard once more.
"Your father has asked you to deal with the barbarians, and while it is true that they believe in the supremacy of strength and only respect those whom they believe to be strong, approaching them with a large military presence will actually be counterproductive. The current leader of the barbarian tribes is a man named Tulfa, their supreme shaman. The one you have to watch out for, however, is a warlord named Aspar. Aspar was responsible for the raids that crossed our borders. He was hungry for achievement, eager to build his saga, and would relish nothing more than the opportunity to throw himself against a larger imperial force and defeat them. I could grant you my token, but it would not help. In fact, it would likely only lead to greater bloodshed. What I can do for you is instruct my men to provide you with a place to stay. They're currently controlling Highvale Keep, which is where most of the negotiations take place. They'll provide you with what support they can, but they won't move on your behalf. If you wish to engage in military action, you'll have to use your own troops to do it. I won't expend mine. But be warned, nausea has swallowed many a man."
Pushing himself back from the table, Duke Arjun stood up and stared down at the prince with a hard gaze.
"Your time in the north won't be easy. But if you can succeed, you'll have done something never before achieved in the history of the Empire. Good day, Your Highness."
Without waiting for a response from Prince Isaac, Duke Arjun left the room, and his men followed after him, leaving Isaac and Matteo alone. Groaning, the prince dropped his head to the table with a thud. "Well, that went terribly," he muttered. "Honestly, I think it went about as well as we could have expected," Matteo replied, keeping his voice quiet. "None of the dukes want to see the other imperial children succeed. After all, that would mean a decrease in their power. The only reason we got a token from Duke Tama was because your sister Umbria likes you a lot. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if we got a thinly veiled letter telling us we had to return it." Sitting up, Isaac glared at Matteo. "Can't you say something encouraging, like, 'This is going to go great. You're going to do great, Prince'?" "Would you like me to?" Matteo asked, raising his eyebrows. "No," Isaac said with a resigned sigh, slumping back over the table. This is all so troublesome. Come on, let's go back. I need to paint something." After returning to the prince's mansion, the prince shut himself in his room to paint. Matteo, Eric, and Rose met together outside, out of earshot of any of the servants, so Matteo could explain what had happened in the meeting. "We're not going to get any support from Duke Arjun's forces. In fact, I guess that though they won't be hindering us openly, we should expect some pushback." "I mean, this is a competition after all," Eric said, shaking his head. "It would have been more suspicious if the Duke had agreed." "Do you think the barbarians will be willing to negotiate?" Rose asked with a troubled look. Shrugging, Matteo crouched and plucked a strand of grass from the lawn, rolling it absently in his fingers. "Honestly, I'm not sure. We'll just have to wait until we get there to see what the situation is like. Remember, our primary mission is to keep the prince safe, which means we need to be ready to retreat at any time. Eric, do what you can to find information on the terrain around Highvale Keep. That's where we're going to be stationed. We need at least 3 different routes that'll allow us to get back to the Empire. Rose, stay here and keep watch over the prince. I'm going to go and talk to Palmer to let him know what we're up against." As Matteo left the mansion, his heart was heavy. The situation wasn't looking good, and Matteo had a strong sense that nothing they would find at Highvale Keep would improve it. If anything, he expected the situation to get worse. The walk through the city helped him regain his calm, and after presenting his identity token, marking him as one of the prince's men to the guards at the gate, he quickly found the Stone Mountain mercenaries' camp. They had set up a few thousand feet from the city, building a small encampment that looked no different from the large military encampments around Darrenfor that held Duke Arjun's forces. If anything, the Stone Mountain battalions was even more professional. Matteo was met by an older man who wore a wide-brimmed hat that covered his eyes.
"Greetings, sir. Ghostblade, at your service," the old man said, bowing as Matteo got close. Ghostblade was the leader of the Bloodwing units Matteo had recruited, and according to the report he had received, was a master of close-quarters assassination. "Hello, Ghostblade. Is Palmer around?"
"Yes, sir. Please, follow me."
Ghostblade brought Matteo to a tent that sat among the others, indistinguishable from any of the tents around it. Pausing at the flap, Ghostblade tapped on it with a knuckle, and a moment later Palmer emerged, quickly bowing when he saw Matteo.
"Welcome, sir. You didn't need to make the trip all the way out. If you need us, just send someone and I'll come in."
"I wanted to talk away from listening ears," Matteo said, shaking his head as Palmer lifted the flap to the tent, inviting Matteo in. Lucy, Palmer's wife, was already inside the tent, and she stood to bow as well, inviting Matteo to sit down in the tent's only other seat. All 3 commanders were silver-ranked duelists, but they still stood respectfully, waiting for Matteo to speak. "We just met with Duke Arjun," Matteo said, "and unfortunately, he's not interested in helping. We'll be on our own. The prince has the token his sister gave him, but the Duke was pretty clear, though he didn't come right out and say it, that the token probably won't help us either. If anything, using it will cause more trouble than it'll save. With that in mind, we need to be prepared for a solo operation. Eric is starting to work on contingency routes in case we have to retreat after arriving at Highvale Keep. I'd like you to coordinate with him on that. Additionally, I want to deploy some scouts to check the road between here and there. "Do you expect an ambush, sir?" Lucy asked. Matteo shrugged. "Honestly, I have no idea what to expect, but something tells me this isn't going to be easy. We're almost guaranteed to have to take military action once we're in Norshire, but we won't have any support from the local battalions, or at least we should assume we won't. With that in mind, we need to gather as much intelligence about the current state of the barbarian tribes as we can. Look into Aspar, particularly. Apparently he's the local warlord we'll be dealing with near Highvale Keep. Ultimately, if we want to actually make peace with the barbarians, we'll need to figure out how to get to a man named Tufa." Tilting his head up, Ghostblade ran a thumb across his throat.
"Should we?"
"It's certainly a possibility," Matteo said calmly, "but it should be a last resort. We can't make any decisions until we have more information. Deploy a few teams to start the trip now. I'd like them to be in place, with reports ready by the time we arrive. How quickly do you think they can make it to Highvale Keep?" Walking over to the side of the tent, Lucy retrieved a scroll, which she unrolled, revealing a map of the mountains. She gave it to Palmer, who held it open while she traced a finger up the mountain, murmuring to herself as she did so. 4 days at full speed, sir, if I send our bronze-level team. 6 days if there are iron-ranked agents being sent. Chapter 4. 6 days is fine. It'll take us at least a week and a half traveling by the road, and we won't leave for a day or two, so they'll have a head start. In fact, given the way our meeting ended, we might not leave for 3 or 4 days. How are we doing for supplies?
"We've restocked completely, sir,"
Palmer said, rolling the map back up and handing it to Lucy.
"We're ready to move out at any time."
"Any other gear we need? Weapons, armor?"
"No, sir. We came fully prepared for anything."
Closing his eyes, Matteo sat in silence for a moment, his brow slowly furrowing as he tried to think through everything that could happen. With a sigh, he shook his head and stood up. "Find 2 more carts and pack them full of food. We don't know how long we're going to be staying, and we wouldn't want to be an imposition on the locals."
"I don't mean to contradict you, sir, but adding carts will slow us down."
"Doesn't matter," Matteo said firmly. "We can lose a day or 2, but we can't afford empty stomachs."
"Yes, sir. I'll see it done."
"Thank you." With everything arranged for their trip, Matteo returned to the city. The same guards were on duty who had let him out, and they waved him back in, allowing him to skip the queue. When he arrived at the main road, Matteo hesitated, and rather than going back to the mansion, he turned south. Making his way down to the lower part of the city, he arrived at the southern gate by the time the sun had completely set, shrouding the streets in a gloomy darkness. Glancing up the thick clouds that covered the moon and stars, Matteo flipped up his collar to guard against the biting wind that was beginning to blow. Near the southern gate was a much smaller gate, only big enough for a single individual at a time, that led into a large cemetery surrounded by a high wall. This was where the city's wealthy were buried, entombed in mausoleums that dotted the landscape. Beyond the graveyard, the mountains rose steep and wild. After stepping through the gate, Matteo paused, his eyes lingering on the peaks in the distance. The last time Matteo had been here, his master had been beside him. They had come to see the grave plot Master Solomon had purchased, and the mausoleum that had been placed on top of it. Matteo, at the time, had thought it strange that his master had built his own tomb. But now he wondered if Master Solomon had known about his impending death. Making his way slowly through the graveyard, Matteo's gaze drifted across the tombstones, but he didn't register what was written on them. Eventually, his feet, which had moved by memory, came to a halt in front of a large, pure white marble building. 2 pillars flanked an open door, and through it Matteo could see the massive 9-foot sarcophagus where his master had been laid to rest. He remembered Master Solomon joking that a regular coffin wouldn't fit him, and that he had to build something oversized. Remembering how Master Solomon had to stoop to walk through most doors, Matteo stepped into the mausoleum and approached the casket. It was featureless, made of the same smooth marble the rest of the building was. With a complicated tangle of feelings rolling in his chest, Matteo reached out and touched the top of the casket lightly, running his fingers along the smooth surface, only to feel his fingers catch slightly. Stepping closer, Matteo continued to run his fingers lightly over the top of the casket. There was something carved into it, invisible to the naked eye, and only revealed with a touch. The pattern was so slight that he couldn't tell what it was. But after 20 minutes he was certain that it covered not only the entire top of the casket, but also all 4 sides. "Corvus, can you tell what this is?" Matteo asked, stepping back.
"I can, but it's not something you're qualified for,"
Corvus said with a cackle. "What do you mean?"
"I mean, you're looking at sorcery, kid. A powerful seal that will require high-level magic to deal with."
Immediately Matteo's mind went to the complex seals his master had implanted into him, logging away portions of his mind and the tremendous amount of information they contained. According to what he knew about the Order of Solomon, sorcerers performed magic through special enhancements drawn on surfaces or branded into the air through incantation. The more complex the symbols, the more powerful the spells, though that was just a general rule. Judging from how extensive the carving on the casket was, Matteo knew it wouldn't just be enough to know how to cast basic spells if he wanted to deal with it. Curious, Matteo drew one of his daggers and stabbed the casket, aiming for its corner. Despite using all of his strength, the point of the dagger skipped off of the stone, causing sparks to fly. But when Matteo examined the place the dagger struck, he found it hadn't done any damage at all. The same was not true for his dagger, whose tip was now mangled. Putting the dagger away, Matteo took a step back. Whatever was sealed inside the casket, whether his master's body or something else, was inaccessible, at least for the moment. But it wouldn't stay that way forever. Matteo was confident that this mausoleum and the casket it contained had been left for him, left for the moment when he was skilled enough to undo the seal. Running his fingers over the casket one last time, Matteo bowed, holding his bow for 10 long seconds. Regardless of how he felt about being thrown into the training camp, Master Solomon had saved Matteo's life, and more beyond, giving him the best possible education and teaching him the ways of the world. In Matteo's mind, his survival up until this point was thanks to the kindness Master Solomon had shown him, and for that, his master deserved respect. Corvus remained silent until Matteo had left the mausoleum. As Matteo walked back through the graveyard toward the city, he took flight, circling overhead. Feeling a faint shift in the air behind him, Matteo glanced over his shoulder, his hand casually dropping to his damaged dagger. For a moment it looked like he caught sight of a rabbit sitting on the casket in the mausoleum, its red eyes staring at him unblinkingly. Then it was gone, leaving Matteo perplexed.
"Don't worry about it,"
Corvus said, his voice harsh. "Simply a shadow of the past." Whatever that rabbit had been, it was clear there was no love lost between it and Corvus. So Matteo shrugged and headed back to the mansion. When he arrived, everything was locked up tight, and he had to knock on the gate to get one of the guards' attention. After his identity had been confirmed, they let him in, and Matteo headed up to the prince's room. Rose still stood in the hallway with Eric beside her, and both nodded at Matteo. "How is he?" Matteo asked, gesturing with his head toward the door. "He was painting like a madman," Eric said with a shrug, muttering to himself all the while. "We thought it best to just let him be." "Have you two eaten?" Matteo asked. "I grabbed a bit while I was out," Eric said, but Rose shook her head. "No. Let me get you something from the kitchen." Matteo had just turned to go when the soft sound caused him to stop and turn toward the door. The others had heard it as well, and after exchanging a glance, Rose grabbed the door handle and tried to open it, only to find it locked. "Break through. Eric, get to the window." Matteo's tone was sharp, his commands quick, and Rose and Eric both sprang into action immediately. Taking a big step back, Rose lifted her foot and kicked the door with all her strength, causing it to crack down the middle. At the same time, Eric darted for the window at the end of the hallway and crashed straight through as he rolled out onto the balcony. As he raced around to the corner, Rose drew her foot back and kicked again, splintering the door even further. The door hadn't been latched, but instead there was something else blocking it, a sort of force holding the splintered remains of the door in place. That lasted until Rose hacked out with her sword, ripping through the splintered wood with ease. Stepping into the room after her, Matteo's eyes scanned for the prince, catching sight of his panicked face by the window. He was still holding a paintbrush, which dripped with blue paint, and the painting he had been working on, which was only 3/4 done, had fallen to the ground at his feet. Behind him stood a large figure in a black cloak, one gloved hand clutching the prince's neck, while the other was fixed firmly around his arm. The sound Matteo had heard was the click of the window opening, and the night breeze blew in, rustling the curtains. Without hesitating, Matteo's hand crossbow rose, and he pulled the trigger, sending a bolt streaking across the room toward the cloaked figure. It struck, but failed to penetrate the cloak, simply causing the figure to jerk backward with a grunt. As Rose let out a shout and dashed across the room, her sword raised high, the figure in the cloak backpedaled, jumping up onto the sill, and then leaping out of the second-story window. Eric arrived a moment later, and, lunging forward, he got a hand on the cloak, only for it to rip, leaving him holding nothing but a scrap as the figure flew an impossibly far distance, gliding out across the lawn and over the wall. The prince still held in his clutches. "Corvus, see if you can get eyes on them," Matteo said, and then let out a sharp whistle. Rising into the air, Corvus flew to the wall. "There's a waiting carriage," he said. His words were reinforced by a clatter of hooves. Matteo caught a glimpse of a horse-drawn carriage clattering away into the darkness. Swearing under his breath, Eric threw the scrap in his hand onto the ground. "Who was that?" he said, his face fierce. "No idea, but we'll find out soon enough," Matteo replied. There was a soft cry, and a large crow dropped out of the sky, landing on the railing of the balcony that ran around the top floor of the mansion. Crouching, Matteo picked up the scrap of cloth and tossed it to Queen, his iron-winged crow. "We need to find him," Matteo said, "as soon as possible." Catching the piece of cloth as it fluttered through the air, Queen sniffed and tilted her head to the side, her eyes gleaming. She launched herself into the air, soon blending in with the darkness. "What are we going to tell the princess?" Eric asked, listening as the sounds of shouts began rising around them. The commotion had drawn the guard's attention, but Matteo just shook his head. "Nothing. We're going after the prince. Get your gear and let's go." Re-entering the room, he quickly grabbed his bow and a quiver of arrows and slipped into his armor. By the time he was dressed, the others were as well, and they gave chase, hardly glancing at the guards gathering at the window. "After leaving the estate, we need blanket coverage of the city, and particularly of the gates, just in case they try to transport the prince out of the city. It's late enough that they won't be able to do it until tomorrow morning, unless they have an in with the guards. But this doesn't seem like the work of Duke Argent, which means we don't have long to find him." Thinking for a moment, Eric turned and began jogging down the street, the others following close behind. "There are 3 main gangs in the city, but the one we want is the Devil Horn gang. They deal with smuggling, moving goods around, without the guards being any the wiser. They're going to have the best grasp of routes in and out of the city." "Devil Horns, huh? What do we know about them?" Matteo asked. "Their leader is Devil Horn Krill. He's bronze-ranked and vicious. He'll gut a man as soon as look at him, and has been known to do it on many an occasion. The only thing he recognizes is the color of money." "He'll soon recognize the color of his insides if he doesn't cooperate," Rose muttered under her breath. Flashing a smile that wasn't a smile at all, Eric nodded. "Leave him to me." "Remember, we need cooperation, not destruction," Matteo said. "Whatever will get the job done the fastest." Leading the way through the dark streets, Eric soon brought them to the southern end of the city, to a small inn tucked away in a narrow alleyway. There were a few large men loitering around the inn's entrance, but Eric brushed past them like they didn't exist.
"Hey, what do you kids think you're doing?"
one of the men said, standing up before his brain registered the dark armor Matteo and the others wore and the weapons they carried. Catching Rose's glare, the man sat right back down and turned his head away, clearly intent on not being part of whatever was about to happen. Eric walked straight up to the bar inside and rapped on it sharply. "I need to speak to Devil Horn Krill," he said, looking around the room with a smile. There were a dozen people in the room, and every single one of them looked hard as nails. There was a moment of silence, and then Eric sighed and pulled a bag of gold coins off his belt and dropped it on the bar, causing it to spill open, sending coins rolling everywhere. "I said, I need to speak to Devil Horn Krill." This time he got a response. Chairs scraped back, and half a dozen people stood up, their hands on their weapons.
I don't like your tone, kid.
A slow smile spread across Eric's face. My apologies, sir. Let me try another way. Before anyone could react, Eric was across the room, standing in front of the man who had just spoken, his dagger at the man's neck, its razor-sharp point pricking under the man's chin, just hard enough to cause a single drop of blood to roll down his blade. If any of you want to leave on your feet tonight, you tell me where I can find Devil Horn Krill. Chapter 5. Too scared to even blink, the man in front of Eric slowly stood on his tiptoes, but Eric's blade moved with him, leaving him sweating. The boss is in the back. Turning his head to glance at the bartender who had spoken, Eric shrugged, causing his blade to bite a little deeper. See, that was easy. We could have just started there. Lowering his dagger, he wiped it on the man's shirt, sheathed it, and strolled back across the room toward the bartender. Next time I ask a question, you just give me the answer, and I won't need to threaten to kill anybody in here. No one else in the room had moved, and for good reason. None of them were duelists, and Matteo suspected that not a single one had been able to follow Eric's movement. His threat hadn't just been empty words, and they knew it. Looking rather nervous, the bartender came out from behind the bar and led them back through a passage to a set of stairs that went down into the basement. Eric walked close behind the bartender, causing beads of sweat to appear on the man's neck. You don't have to worry, Eric said, reaching out to pat the man on the back. As long as you're not leading us into a trap, you'll be fine. No, sir. I'm taking you to the boss, I promise. Good. For your sake, I hope so. If they hadn't been on such an important mission, Matteo would have found the situation amusing. He carefully noted how Eric moved behind the bartender, always keeping perfectly in the bartender's blind spot, which only increased the psychological pressure the man was under. At the bottom of the stairs was a heavy metal door, and the bartender rapped on it quickly. There was a scrape of metal, and a shot, and the door slid back, allowing the man behind it to peer out. Some important visitors for the boss. Very important, he said, barely controlling his stammer. The man behind the door regarded them with suspicion for a moment, and then the bolt slid back, and the door swung open. The bartender didn't follow them in, and instead fled back upstairs, leaving Matteo and the others with the guard. The room they were in was large, much larger than the inn above, and filled with supplies and boxes of all sorts. The guard led them on a winding path through all of the goods to the center of the room, where there was a table and a few chairs. There they found Krill, the leader of the Devil Horn gang, sitting on a box as a few of his men played cards nearby. Krill wasn't a large man, but his wiry frame spoke of hidden strength. He had a strange growth protruding from his forehead on one side, which was undoubtedly where he got the name Devil Horn from. As Matteo and the others approached, he reached down to grab a short-handed axe that was next to him.
And who might you be?
He asked, his voice surprisingly deep considering his slight build.
Who we are is not particularly important, Eric said, stopping 6 feet from Krill. What is important is that we're going to be working together for the next day or so. After that, once we've achieved our objective, we'll be out of your hair.
Oh, will we?
We will.
Eric looked around the room, his eyes sweeping over the men at the table who had put down their cards and were beginning to stand up. What we need you to do is lock down the gates, make sure nobody's going to go through them, and that if anybody does, we hear about it immediately. Nothing particularly difficult, but it'll help us tremendously, which means it'll help you tremendously.
You speak with awful certainty for someone who's coming to ask for something.
I am not asking, Eric replied, and for the first time since he had entered the building, he lost his smile.
I am informing you of how you will be helping us.
As he spoke, his left hand, which he held casually in front of his stomach, turned palm up, and his fingers shifted subtly. Matteo, who was standing next to him, caught the movement from the corner of his eye and thought nothing of it, until Devil Horn Krill paled and very carefully put the axe he had picked up back down on the crate. Standing up, he bowed ever so slightly.
We'd love to help, he said, his expression rather sickly. Nothing would delight us more.
Wait, so we don't have to kill a bunch of them? Rose asked, genuine confusion in her voice.
No, I don't think so, Eric said, his smile returning. I think that we'll get along with them well. Jerking a thumb at Matteo, he introduced him to Krill. This is the boss. Whatever he says, you do it.
Of course. A pleasure to meet you, boss,
Krill said, turning and bowing deeply to Matteo. Matteo was still unsure exactly what was going on, but it was important to make sure that the prince wasn't taken out of the city. Taking a slight step forward, he addressed the Devil-Horn gang. We're looking for someone. Last time we saw him, he was dressed in a cloak, just over 6 feet tall, male, and quite strong, probably a silver-level duelist traveling in a carriage, though he may have abandoned it. With him is a young man of 15 years of age, blonde hair and blue eyes, about my height, with a slightly thinner build and quite good-looking. If they leave the city, we need to know. Deploy forces to every entrance and exit to make sure they haven't already left, and then keep careful watch, letting us know if they do. That's all we need from you. If you see them, don't engage. Just let us know.
You got it, boss. When we find them, how should we contact you?
Use a flare, and then pass it through the vine, Eric said. We'll be hunting for them in the city while you watch the gates.
You can count on it,
Krill said, patting his chest. The gang leader turned to his men and began snapping out orders, and it wasn't long before the room was empty, and Matteo, Rose, and Eric were back out on the street.
So what was that?
Rose asked, watching as Krill disappeared around the corner, headed for one of the gates.
What do you mean?
Eric asked, feigning innocence.
I mean the hand signal you made, the one that got him jumping.
There was a faint flicker of emotion on Eric's face, but it came and went too fast for Matteo to pin it down.
The Bloodwing maintains pretty close contact with the underworld, Eric said quietly.
As the three of them began to walk down the street, he continued, We often use gangs and other less upstanding citizens during our missions. We have a cover organization called Death's Hand.
You mean,
like Death's Hand, the assassination group? Matteo asked. Glancing over at Matteo, Eric's lips curled into a smile, though it appeared rather fragile.
Yes.
Anyway, Death's Hand operatives have a particular thieves' can't sign. That's what I just used there, with Krill.
I've heard about Death's Hand, Rose said. There's some pretty crazy stories about them, assassinating kings and the like.
Eric shrugged.
Who can say if they're true? But this reputation certainly can be useful.
As we've just seen, Matteo agreed.
Anyway, where are we headed now?
Eric asked, clearly eager to change the subject. After thinking for a moment, Matteo pointed. We're going that way, toward the east. Even as he spoke, he closed his eyes and concentrated, focusing on his bond with Queen. Though he couldn't get any concrete information on where she was, as the distance between them was too great, Matteo could roughly sense her direction. Turning down a broad street, they moved quickly, weapons in hand and their cloaks drawn tight. As they left the more run-down parts of the western district, the streets grew brighter, and lamps hanging outside of the buildings grew more common. Up ahead, Matteo caught sight of a group of soldiers out on patrol. Slowing down, he thought for a moment, then led Eric and Rose into a nearby alleyway. Let's get up onto the roof. We'll pass through the uppers. Spotting a box against the wall, Matteo hopped up on it and leapt directly up to a second-story window. He grasped the sill, pulled himself up, and climbed the last few feet to the roof of the building. Eric and Rose followed behind him, and soon they were traveling across the roof, winding their way through the crumbling chimneys. Eric maintained a steady pace, his gaze casually sweeping from right to left, an indication that he had traversed this sort of terrain before. Rose, on the other hand, looked around with a sort of clear-eyed wonder, never having seen anything like it. As for Matteo, he was almost entirely focused on trying to pinpoint Queen. They had traveled 4 blocks when Eric sped up and touched Matteo lightly on the shoulder. 3 to our left, 4 off to our right, Eric said quietly. Resisting the urge to glance, Matteo slowed down, allowing Rose to catch up. Be careful, they use ropes, he said over his shoulder. No sooner had the words left his mouth than there was a faint hiss in the air, and 6 nooses were tossed toward them. Without a word, the 3 of them split up, Matteo and Eric dashing to the right, while Rose turned to face those on the left. There were 3 nooses coming for her, and after dodging the first, she grabbed the other 2 with a sweep of her hand. Gripping them tightly, she gave a sharp tug, causing the men on the other side to tumble forward, pulled off balance by her abrupt yank. The two wiry thugs who had been holding onto the ropes fell face first onto the roof, but Rose ignored them, launching herself toward the thug still on his feet. She crossed the distance in a flash, and her foot lashed out, slamming into the slaver's chest. There was a sharp crack and a scream, and he tumbled backward, vanishing from the sight as he slipped through a gap in the roofs and plunged down to the alleyway below. The other two, struggling to get their bearings, scrambled back to their feet, only to be met by a flurry of punches that ended their lives. On the other side of the roof, Matteo and Eric had faced off against the 4 other slavers, 2 of which had tried to capture them with nooses. The remaining 2 slavers held large clubs, clearly intending to rush forward and beat Matteo and Eric down if they tried to resist. With a smooth motion, Matteo retrieved his bow, sank to one knee, and put an arrow in the chest of one of the club-wielding men. About to charge forward, the man stared in shock at the arrow that had materialized, as if by magic, in his heart, then collapsed with a clatter. Even as his club bounced across the tiles of the roof, Matteo's second arrow had torn through the side of another of the slavers, causing him to collapse in a shower of blood. Scanning the roof, Matteo saw Eric standing over 2 bodies, casually wiping his dagger with a scrap of one of the slavers' shirts. Tossing the rag aside, Eric sheathed his dagger and grinned. "Bit slow in the draw, huh? That's why I prefer to get up close and personal. It's faster, neater, leaves behind less evidence."
"Who are these people?"
Rose asked, flipping one of the slavers she had pummeled to death over with her foot.
"Petty thugs,"
Matteo replied, easing his drawn string and putting away the arrow he had knocked. "Gangs of slavers that roam the uppers."
"Do that many people come up here?"
Rose asked.
"I mean, that they'd have enough targets?"
"They grab people from down below, too, from the alleyways," Eric said. "You always had to be wary about a noose from the sky as you ran around, but you would be surprised at how often people come up here. The uppers are a great way to get around the city."
"Right. Sometimes I forget that both of you are from Darren 4. I visited a couple of times, but I never knew this part of the city existed."
"Let's talk as we move," Matteo said. "Give me a sec," Eric replied, crouching and quickly rummaging through one of the dead slavers' clothing. When he didn't find anything, he clicked his tongue, gave the rest of the bodies a disdainful glance, and the 3 of them continued on their way. Matteo could sense they were getting closer to Queen, and as they wound their way around a tall building that served as a guild hall, Matteo felt his connection solidify. Raising a hand, Matteo stopped next to a thick chimney and crouched down. He closed his eyes, focusing on the Beastmaster totem, and the darkness in front of him bled away, revealing a bright scene as he observed the world through Queen's eyes. She was perched on the top of a building, looking at the back entrance to another, which appeared to be a small shop. Sensing Matteo's connection, she gave a soft call and rapidly rose into the air, flying in a circle over the shop. Matteo rose to his feet and pointed. 3 blocks that way. Let's go." Jogging across the rooftops, they found a good place to descend and clambered down to the alleyway below. The shop in question looked to be an alchemist selling both potions and alchemical materials. There was no light in the windows, and the door was locked, though that didn't prove to be an issue for Eric. While Rose and Matteo provided cover with their bodies, Eric crouched by the door, and within a dozen seconds there was a soft click, and he slipped inside. The other 2 followed after him, spreading out as they shut the door behind them. The shop looked completely ordinary, with boxes of alchemy materials stacked up against one wall and large shelves running along the other, filled with potions. There were even a few cases scattered around the room that held books on alchemy and various recipes. The shop's counter was at the back of the room, along with a door leading into the back. Gesturing for the other 2 to wait for a moment, Matteo activated dulled presence and felt his body fade. This wasn't the first time the other 2 had seen him use his card, but they still looked on with interest as Matteo walked silently around the counter and through the door in the back. Chapter 6. Thanks to his linked cards, Matteo's dulled presence was gold-ranked, though he could only express its power at the top end of the bronze level. But unless he ran into someone of a higher rank, it meant he was practically invisible. In the back room, Matteo found a large workbench, more supplies, and stairs leading up to the rooms above the shop, likely where the alchemist resided. Matteo looked around, and seeing no immediate danger, he gestured for the other two to enter. As they did, he pointed up the stairs. Using the hand code they had all been taught, he asked Rose to search the ground floor while he and Eric checked the rooms upstairs. Eric went first, moving even quieter than Matteo. Occasionally, after placing his foot down, he wouldn't shift his weight forward. Instead, he would move his foot elsewhere and point to the spot he had nearly stepped on, indicating that stepping there would make noise. Matteo followed closely in Eric's steps, paying careful attention. A few minutes later, they stood in the hallway at the top of the stairs. There were 3 rooms. One was a storage room with no door. The other 2 were bedrooms, neither of which were locked. Eric carefully eased one door open and reported a young woman sleeping in a single bed. Across the hall, Matteo nodded and carefully opened the last door. Inside the richly decorated room, he saw a large 4-poster bed. A woman was sleeping soundly on one side. The covers on the other side had been thrown back, and the pillow had fallen onto the floor. It looked like someone had gotten up in a hurry. Stepping back out of the room, Matteo carefully shut the door and gestured for Eric to head downstairs. They rejoined Rose, who was examining the large workbench. Matteo reported his findings. The shopkeeper got up in a hurry and didn't come back to bed. Unless he left the building, there's probably a secret passage. Flashing a smile, Rose jerked her thumb at the workbench. It's behind there. I haven't found the switch for it, but I can feel the air coming through underneath. Good work. Let's get it open and see what we find. The latch that sealed the passage shut was cleverly hidden at the bottom of the workbench. When Eric found it, the workbench slid to the side on hidden wheels, revealing an opening just big enough for an adult to crouch and crawl through. Rose was the first into the passage. After she signaled the all clear, the others entered. There was a small lever on the wall at the end of the narrow passageway. Rose triggered it, causing the workbench to roll silently back into place, sealing the entrance. The small passageway opened up into a windowless hallway with a faintly glowing light stone set in the ceiling to provide illumination. At the end of the hallway was a stairwell leading deeper into the earth. Paying careful attention in case there were traps, Rose led the way forward. As they descended the stairs, Matteo felt a hint of familiarity. It eluded him as to why, until they had traveled down 3 flights of stairs, well below where the building's basement would have been. Emerging from the stairwell into a hallway that looked more like a crypt than a tunnel, Matteo realized why everything felt so familiar. Burned into his memories were images of a space just like this one. The passage they were now in looked exactly like the room Matteo's master had taken him to before the ceremony that bound Matteo and Corvus together. Considering that they were on the other side of the city from the building Matteo's master had taken him to, he realized that these tunnels, or rather catacombs, must extend all the way across Darrenfor, running underneath the city streets and buildings. A silent world, hidden away from the eyes of the citizens living their lives above. Unfortunately, though Queen had managed to trace the kidnapper to this location, there wasn't anything else to go on, and now, faced with a wide passageway that extended in 2 different directions, there was no sign of which way they should proceed. "Do we split up?" Rose asked, looking right and then left and then back right again. The passages extended into the distance, dark and foreboding, with only the faintest trickle of light extending down through the stairwell from the hallway up above. "I don't know how wise it is to split up," Eric said. "In catacombs like these, most are designed as a maze to confuse would-be grave robbers, which means it'll be hard to link back up once we discover something. Worse, we have no idea where there are other entrances or exits, which makes it doubly wise that we asked the Devil Horn gang to watch the gates," Matteo said, frowning as he looked around. "Corvus, do you have any thoughts?" Matteo's spirit, which had been perched on his shoulder, ruffled his feathers and looked around.
"There are bound to be animals down here. If you can find one, you should be able to tame it," Corvus said. "Otherwise, you're on your own, kid."
Grimacing, Matteo turned to the others. "Let's see if we can find a rat or mouse, really any kind of creature, though a pack animal would probably be best." Rose nodded and immediately started looking around, but Eric stared at Matteo. "Why do you need an animal?" It was only then that Matteo realized he had never actually mentioned the totem in his soul to the other 2. They knew he had a trained rat, Hamlin, which they had left in the capital city, and Queen, a trained iron-wing crow, but he had never actually spoken of the Beastmaster totem. Now, hearing him ask them to find a rat, Eric clearly suspected something. Though she didn't look over, Matteo could tell that Rose was listening too. He gestured for them to follow and headed to the right, walking quietly through the darkness as he spoke in a hushed whisper. "One of the things that I developed over the last 2 years, starting when we met Orsic for the first time, was a totem. The same one Orsic uses."
"You're a Beastmaster?"
Eric asked, his voice incredulous.
"I thought only the barbarians could do that."
"It's accessible to anybody," Matteo said with a shrug, "as long as you have strong enough mental fortitude and spiritual energy. I only managed it, though, because I found a spirit spring. I'm still not very practiced with it, but it allows me to connect to animals. I can form a temporary bond with a rat or something like it and hopefully get some more information."
"What?"
"Shh, hold on." Eric's question was interrupted by Rose, who held up her hand, calling for quiet. All 3 of them froze in place, standing in the darkness like statues. It was then Matteo heard it, the faintest whisper in the air, a whooshing sound so subtle he hadn't picked up on it. For a full minute they remained still until Rose burst into action. Darting forward, she leapt, her hand shooting into the air to grab a bat that had been flying by. With startled squeaks, the creature tried to wiggle free, but her grip was firm. Trotting back over to Matteo, she held the bat out in front of him. Though he couldn't make out her face in the darkness, he could sense that she was grinning. "Thank you," he said, carefully taking the bat from her. Concentrating on his totem, it only took him a few minutes to bind the bat. Once he had established the connection, it settled right down, sitting calmly in his palm. After a few minutes of whispering, Matteo shook his head. They must have gone the other direction. Nobody has passed by here in weeks. "Well, that's handy," Eric muttered under his breath. "I want to be a Beastmaster. I could get all sorts of snakes and scorpions, spiders." "If I was a Beastmaster, I'd get an elephant," Rose said, slamming her fist into her palm. "That way I could just ride straight over my enemies." With a wry smile, Matteo released the bat, commanding it to fly in front of them to give them a sense of what was ahead. The ceilings in the crypt were tall, at least 25 feet at the top of the arch, allowing the bat to fly along without being detected. Matteo and the others hurried along after it, until they came to the stairs where they had first descended. From there they continued forward, winding their way through the long passage, occasionally stopping to check the rooms off to the right and the left, all of which were simple burial chambers. They'd just finished checking one when Matteo reported that the bat had found another passage up ahead, splitting off to the right. Gesturing for the others to hold on, Matteo focused on the bat, commanding it to check the 2 passages, flying down each of them a short way. Continuing down the passage they were in first, the bat saw nothing, so Matteo controlled it to double back and fly down the passage that angled off to the right. After flying for 2 minutes, the bat picked up a faint glimmer of light, indicating something ahead. Sending the bat to investigate, Matteo informed Eric and Rose, and the 3 of them hurried down the passage. It had been almost 3 hours since the prince had been kidnapped, and Matteo was starting to grow worried. They still had no idea why the prince had been stolen away, and Matteo suspected that whomever had nabbed him didn't intend to bring the prince to harm, at least in the short term. Otherwise, they would have simply killed him right then and there. It was a lesson to Matteo, one he wouldn't forget quickly. They should have had someone stationed outside of the prince's window, guarding him from the grounds instead of just from the passage inside. There was nothing he could do about the oversight, though, apart from ensuring the prince returned safely, so Matteo focused on the matter at hand. As he led the team forward, he soon caught sight of the faint glimmer that the bat had identified and gestured for Rose and Eric to slow down. Pausing for a moment, he checked in on the bat to see what it could see, which turned out to be a considerable amount. As it turned out, the old adage, blind as a bat, wasn't accurate at all. Though the perspective was strange, since the bat was currently clutching one of the carvings on the ceiling, its head tilted backward to look down into the room the light was coming from. Matteo clearly saw 3 figures dressed in robes, and Prince Isaac, who appeared to be unconscious, lying on the ground by a pile of crates. The 3 figures' long robes obscured their faces, and they spoke quietly, though, thanks to the bat's excellent hearing, Matteo could just barely decipher what they were saying.
"And I'm telling you, you got the wrong one,"
one of the figures, a woman, said testily. "Well, how was I supposed to know?" another figure replied, his voice deep and gravelly. "You gave me an age, and that was it. He looked to be the most educated and accomplished painter. Wouldn't the student of a Solomon be highly educated? Besides, before I could double-check his identity, his guards came in and I had to retreat."
"The question is, who is he?"
the other man spoke, turning his head to glance at Isaac's still form.
"It doesn't matter who he is. We'll have to disappear," the woman said. "The problem is that we've alerted the Solomon."
"That's not necessarily the case," the man with the deep voice replied. "He might think we just have it out for this noble. After all, nobles are getting kidnapped all the time. We can observe and then try again. I'll go back tomorrow and make sure I get the right one."
"You're not doing anything," the woman snapped. "We cannot afford you to mess this up any more than you already have. Dispose of the boy and we'll retreat, coming up with a new plan."
"I'm telling you, it's not that big a deal. Both of you, shut up,"
the third figure, who had asked about Isaac's identity, said, lifting his hand.
"What?"
the woman snapped. "Don't tell me."
"I said be quiet.
This is not the time to argue.
We're in a lot of trouble, and we need to do something about it quickly."
His two companions were silent for a few seconds, and then the woman, in a much more subdued voice, spoke up.
"Why do you say that? This kid? Perrick abducted him from a mansion, right? In the Northern District? The Duke's mansion?" "Yes? Why?"
"I just remembered who's staying there."
The man began to pace back and forth, lifting his hand to bite at his finger.
"It's one of the princesses. Titania, if I'm not mistaken."
Letting out a hiss, the woman turned and stared at Isaac. Oh, no. Perrick, the large man with the deep voice, wasn't as fast on the uptake, and after looking between the other two, he turned to stare at Isaac.
"What's the matter? Can't you see? The resemblance is uncanny. I think we just kidnapped an imperial prince."
"I thought princes were older," Perrick said. "He's way too young."
"The 5th prince, idiot. We kidnapped the 5th prince."
There was a long silence, and then Perrick spoke with more than a hint of panic in his voice.
"What do we do, Meltov?"
With a sigh, Meltov bit his finger again, and then gestured toward the woman.
"Sarah, you'd better go and observe the situation. Figure out whether the Imperials have picked up any clues. I'll go and arrange for passage out of the city. Perrick, you deal with the kid." "Deal with him? What do you mean?"
"I don't know. Twist his head off, cut his throat, drown him. Just make sure nobody's going to find the body."
"Fine,"
Perrick said, taking a step forward. Having heard enough, Matteo gestured to his companions, informing them that there were 3 enemies in the room ahead, and that the prince was in danger. Rose led the charge, not bothering to try and mask her footsteps as she drew her sword and a long dagger from her belt. Eric sprinted behind her, his body shadowing her so closely that he was practically invisible. Matteo was a few steps behind, readying an arrow on his bow as they came around the corner. Chapter 7. When they burst into the room, they saw Perrick looming over Isaac's body, but there was no sign of the other 2. Unsure how they managed to vanish in the few seconds between disconnecting from the bat and rushing into the crypt, Matteo had no time to think about it as Perrick whirled around, power bursting from his body. As his aura surged, his cloak rippled wildly, and Rose was forced to divert her attack. Had she stabbed Perrick head-on, as she had originally planned, the intensity of his aura would have crushed her blade, but she managed to shift to the side, landing a glancing blow on his arm that delayed his counterstrike just long enough that it missed her ribs. Eric, who had been behind Rose, intending to land a follow-up strike, instead darted to the other side, keeping just enough distance between him and Perrick to ensure he didn't get caught by a slap. Matteo's eyes narrowed, and he drew in a long breath. Perrick was clearly in the silver rank, and the aura he gave off was strong, indicating he was probably close to gold. Of course, the gap between ranks was just about absolute, with each rank being at least 10 times stronger than the rank underneath it. That meant that, in theory, a silver-ranked duelist should have easily been able to deal with 10 bronze-ranked duelists, making this a hopeless fight. But far from being disheartened, Rose bared her teeth in a savage smile and launched another attack. At the same time, his regular smile absent from his face and a deadly serious look in his eyes, Eric began edging forward, getting ready to take advantage of any gap in Peric's defenses. Matteo, after assessing the situation, rapidly crouched and loosed his first arrow, following it up with a second that sprang from his bow so quickly it nearly touched the tail of the first arrow. While facing a silver-ranked duelist was a tall order, Matteo and his feather were no ordinary bronze-ranked fighters. The arrows flew true, arriving at exactly the same time as Rose's attack. One arrow shot toward Peric's face, while the other targeted his knee, forcing the silver-ranked duelist to jerk his head back and shift his leg out of the way. That made it impossible for him to counterattack Rose, forcing him into a defensive position to protect his heart as Rose's blade arrived. There was a clang as he lifted his arm to cover his chest, and the tip of Rose's blade scraped across Peric's arm guard. With a low roar, he tried to push forward, but as he did, Eric arrived behind him, 2 daggers stabbing toward Peric's kidneys. Spinning with supernatural speed, Peric tried to backhand Eric's head off, only to find that Eric's attack had been a feint, and he had stopped just out of range. Now behind him, Rose drove her sword forward again, using both hands to pierce into Peric's back. With a pained groan, Peric rushed forward, intending to charge straight over Eric. Yet as his foot landed, Matteo's third arrow arrived, slamming into his ankle with just enough force to shift his foot sideways, causing Peric to stumble. The arrow cut through Peric's boot and left a bloody gash on his skin, even as the silver-ranked duelist recovered his balance. Shooting an angry glance at Matteo, Peric threw his cloak off and thrust his hands toward Rose and Matteo, muttering something under his breath. There was a surge in spiritual energy, and a premonition of great danger assailed Matteo. He wasted no time in diving to the side as a roar of flame burst from Peric's palms. It spread in a wide fan, cooking the air where Matteo had been crouched just a moment before and transforming the stone floor into a puddle of molten slag. Rose had dodged as well, but had retreated straight back, causing the flames to quickly catch up. As they rolled over her, her boots flashed, appearing to transform into ethereal tiger paws. Her body blurred as she darted straight to the side, barely managing to avoid the flames, though her face was red and a few wisps of her hair were singed off. Peric let out a grunt, his body sagging slightly as the ability drained his strength, but he still retreated, taking advantage of the distance he had created between him and Rose. Yet even as he tried to take a breath, Eric was on top of him, daggers stabbing repeatedly into Peric's side. Screaming in pain, Peric slammed an elbow into Eric's body, sending him tumbling across the floor. By this time, Matteo had managed to regain his balance, and 3 more arrows were released in rapid succession, sinking deep into Peric's unprotected ribs as he hit Eric. The force of the arrows slamming into his body spun him around, and Matteo caught sight of a faint green tinge to the wounds Eric's blades had caused. The poison Eric used was nasty, and though it wouldn't kill a silver-ranked duelist directly, it would certainly make him wish he was dead. As the poison began to work, Peric tried to straighten, but even as he looked up, Rose was in front of him. Peric thrust out his hands again, but before his lips could form the words of the spell, Rose's sword flashed across his body in a wide slash that took his head. By the time Peric's body had fallen to the ground, Matteo was already by Eric's side, checking him over for wounds. "I'm fine. I really am," Eric said, glancing as he held his side. "I think I busted a couple of ribs, but that's it." Reaching into his pouch, Matteo pulled out a healing potion, but Eric shook his head and retrieved his own, gulping half of it down. He grimaced as he recapped the potion and put it away. "You know, I'll never get used to that taste," he said. "But it's better than being dead, huh?" Rose said with a laugh, her face still bright red from the flame. "Check the prince," Matteo said, and as Rose jogged over to where Isaac lay, Matteo headed for Peric's corpse. Flipping him over, he watched carefully for a moment, and then sat back on his heels, his forehead furrowed. "Where's his card?" Eric asked. "He should be silver rank, right?" "No card, which means he's an aberrant power user. Doesn't look like a barbarian. Or an elf. What other power systems are there?" Eric asked, crouching down next to Matteo by the body. Closing his eyes to help himself think, Matteo mentally reviewed the fight, cross-checking it against everything he knew about the various power systems present in the world. Duelists were by far the most common. There were a number of other power systems people could use to gain strength. After failing to come up with anything concrete, Matteo paused, a thought striking him. Corvus? Was that sorcery?
Ha! I wondered if you'd get it, kid. It was. The most pathetic sorcery I've ever seen in my life, but it was technically sorcery. What you just saw was the 0-ranked spell, Fire Blast.
Remembering the intensity of the heat, Matteo opened his eyes and looked at the spot the fire blast had landed. The stone had completely melted, and even now was cracking slightly as it cooled. That was 0 level? How many levels are there?
5,
Corvus said, with a cackling laugh. Eric, seeing his glance, raised an eyebrow. Did you figure it out? Yes. High chance he was using sorcery. It's an ancient kind of magic power, Matteo said quietly.
Sorcery? Like magic spells? I thought spells had been lost to the world, Eric replied. But regardless, that was really dangerous.
Thankfully, even though he was silver-ranked, his strength wasn't even a fourth of what a real silver-ranked duelist would be. True, but his offensive capabilities were nasty. Though Peric possessed the aura of a silver-ranked fighter, his power had been concentrated in the spell he had cast and the amount of spiritual energy he could wield rather than in his physical body. A silver-ranked duelist should have been able to dodge Eric's attack, to say nothing of Rose's decapitating strike. But it was clear that, as a sorcerer, Peric had lacked the overwhelming physical might inherent in powerful duelists. Searching Peric's body, Matteo retrieved a small booklet tucked into one of Peric's pockets, and a pouch that contained some coins, a rolled-up scroll, and a thin rubber mask. There was nothing else on Peric's body, so Eric and Matteo joined Rose, who had just finished checking over the prince. "He's fine. They administered him some sort of potion to put him to sleep," Rose said, standing up as the other two approached. "We can bring him back with no issue." "Let's do that," Matteo said, crossing his arms. "There are still 2 others out there. Sarah, who was heading back to the mansion to observe and see how things were proceeding, and Meltov, who was going to arrange transport out of the city for them. Eric, go find your friends in the Devil Horns. Inform them that they're now looking for Meltov and Sarah. See if anybody knows them. If we can, we'd like to stop them before they get out of the city. Rose, I want you to return Prince Isaac to the mansion, and then stay by his side. I'm going to follow behind you and see if I can locate this Sarah. We're dealing with sorcerers, though, folks. They have strange and unpredictable powers. There's no telling what they might be capable of." As he spoke, Matteo gestured to the still bubbling floor. "You don't want to get hit by something like that. And if I had to guess, I'd say Peric was the weakest of them." "Well, that's a bit of a terrifying thought," Eric said, his eyes bright as he stared at the corpse. "It is. If you get tangled up with them, remember that their physical strength is not going to be up to snuff, so getting close and overwhelming them in combat is probably the best way to take them down. Get moving. I'm going to check these crates, and then I'll be following right after." Picking up Prince Isaac, Rose had Eric help her tie the prince securely to her back, leaving her free to wield her weapons. Though she looked rather odd after donning her cloak, the prince was mostly hidden, and she and Eric took off as Matteo began to pry open the crates, doing a quick check to see what was there. He found food, a few potions, and bedding, along with a surprising number of books. Since he couldn't take them with him, Matteo spent a few minutes flipping through them rapidly, scanning over them to see what they were about. A clear pattern soon emerged as he realized that almost all of them were about the history of the continent, or geography. "These 3 were probably related to the people who broke into my master's office," Matteo said to Corvus. "They seem to be looking for something." Leaving the books where they were, Matteo pulled out the journal and began to look through it. It wasn't particularly long, and each entry was no more than a few lines. In fact, the majority of the booklet was given over to complex diagrams Matteo didn't know how to decipher. A slightly more careful reading allowed him to realize he was looking at a spell book, annotated by Peric. The spell was called Hellfire, or at least that's what Peric's notes indicated, and the book contained the first 3 levels of the spell: the 0-rank Fire Blast, the 1st-rank Fire Ball, and the 2nd-rank Fire Bolt. The 3 levels of the spell produced increasingly powerful explosions of hellfire that could be summoned and directed outward from the hand. Fire Blast produced a simple cone stretching 15 feet, while Fireball created a ball of hellfire that could be thrown up to 50 feet, where it would explode on impact. Firebolt was simply a more optimized version of Fireball, traveling faster with greater piercing power, distance, and explosive radius. Considering how weakened Peric had appeared after unleashing 2 fire blasts, Matteo wasn't quite sure how effective the spells really were. After all, if a silver-ranked sorcerer could barely use 2 fire blasts, even if he had been able to cast a fireball, it probably would have drained him completely, making him entirely useless.
"Don't take that weakling as the standard," Corvus said. "Powerful sorcerers are truly a terror to behold. Besides, even if he could only throw 1 fireball, imagine 100 sorcerers all throwing their fireballs at once. It'd be enough to bring down the walls of the imperial city, or wipe out 10,000 of your enemy's best troops."
Even as Corvus spoke, Matteo could practically see the image in his mind, and a shiver ran down his spine. Tucking the spellbook away for safety, Matteo took one last look around the room and hurried after the others, jogging to catch up. He met up with them as they were climbing the stairs, and after they had slipped out through the alchemist's shop, they split up. Eric slunk off to go find some members of the Devil Horns gang, while Rose made her way north toward the mansion. Matteo followed a few blocks behind, using Queen to keep an eye on her without getting too close. The bat he had bonded with had been instructed to stay hidden in the room where the sorcerers had gathered, just in case one of them returned. Matteo had a sneaking suspicion that it would prove difficult to find either Sarah or Meltov. Though Peric had seemed rather brash, Matteo guessed that the other sorcerers, especially Meltov, were more meticulous in their thinking and would be much harder to capture. As he followed behind Rose, Matteo's thoughts couldn't help but drift back to the spellbook he had found. He had assumed that with the death of his master, sorcery had become a lost art, and that it would remain so until the seals on his memory were undone. So he had been quite surprised to realize Peric was practicing sorcery.
"Not the same, kid."
Corvus's words snapped Matteo from his musings. "What do you mean?"
"I mean that Peric was no sorcerer. Just a wannabe. If the 3 of you had attacked a real sorcerer, you wouldn't be more than a stain on the floor of the crypt right now. Or maybe you'd have been transformed into undead servants, forced to spend the rest of eternity following the sorcerer's commands. This Peric wasn't much more than a charlatan, someone playing at magic."
Chapter 8. Matteo expected Corvus to continue, but the crow spirit fell silent, leaving Matteo frustrated. With a heavy sigh, Corvus shook his head.
"It seems that seal of yours affects me as well. There's quite a bit that's locked that I'm unable to share. But while the seal will be active for another 2 years, there's no restriction on you learning. If you want to know more about sorcerers, you'll have to find the information yourself."
"Can you at least tell me where to look?" Matteo asked, pausing at the corner of an alleyway to peek up and down the street.
"Sure. Just find whatever tower these wannabe sorcerers are looking for. I'm sure you'll find plenty of information hidden there. But right now, you might want to look lively. You've got company."
The company Corvus was mentioning was actually a group of soldiers, grim-faced and hurrying, who rushed down the street just as Matteo stepped out of the alleyway. When they caught sight of him, dressed in full armor with a bow in hand and a cloak covering his body, they lifted their weapons and rushed to surround him. Matteo held up his hands, though he didn't let go of his bow, and called out to the lieutenant leading them. "You can stand down, Lieutenant. I'm a guard of the imperial family." Faltering slightly, the lieutenant still held his sword toward Matteo's chest. "Do you have proof of that?" he asked, rather breathless after his run. "I do. I'm reaching for my pouch to get the token." Swapping his bow to his right hand, Matteo carefully reached into his pouch and pulled out the token that marked him as one of Prince Isaac's aides. The lieutenant examined it closely, glancing at Matteo occasionally as he did. Though the lieutenant was only 25, seeing how young Matteo was both assuaged some of his concerns that Matteo might be an assassin and left the lieutenant rather confused. After turning the token over a few times, he handed it back. "Sorry for bothering you, sir." "It's no problem. I appreciate you taking your job so seriously. Can you tell me what's going on at the mansion?"
Everything's in an uproar, sir. The prince and a few of his guards have been kidnapped, and there's no sign of them. Princess Titania is nearly beside herself. I heard she nearly killed the servant who came to report it."
As soon as the words slipped out, the lieutenant realized he probably had said something he shouldn't have, and quickly clamped his lips shut, his face growing white. The thought of Princess Titania, who normally presented herself as sweet and gentle, nearly killing a servant for informing her that her brother had been kidnapped, produced a sense of dissonance. But Matteo, who had learned to be naturally distrustful, especially of how people presented themselves, simply filed it away for future use. "I appreciate the information. You can retreat to the mansion. Inform your superiors that the prince has been returned and the kidnappers have been dealt with." Taken aback, the lieutenant looked at Matteo, and then back toward the mansion in the distance.
"Are you sure, sir? The prince has been returned?"
Closing his eyes briefly, Matteo watched through Queen's vision as Rose skillfully scaled the wall of the mansion and hopped over the railing onto the balcony outside the prince's room. "Yes," Matteo said, silently sending a command to Queen to begin looking for Sarah. "The prince should be back in his room as we speak."
"Oh, that's wonderful news," the lieutenant said, clearly relieved. "I'll return right away."
Along with his men, he turned and rushed back toward the mansion, leaving Matteo to consider his next move. Because the houses were further apart in the northern district, the uppers didn't extend this far, which meant it was less likely that Sarah was watching from a rooftop, though that certainly would be the best place to get a vantage point of the princess's mansion. There were a few trees tall enough to see over the mansion wall, but none of them were large enough to hold a person. That meant that if Sarah wanted to get a good sense of what was going on in the mansion, her only real option was to infiltrate. Of course, there was always the possibility that she had some sort of way to observe at a great distance. To rule that out, Matteo remained where he was, reconnecting to Queen as he began to search, flying in ever-widening circles around the mansion. There was no one on the roofs of the nearby homes, so Matteo turned his search further out, looking for buildings that were tall enough that Sarah could see from them to the mansion. He concentrated on buildings that would have a view of the prince's room, and soon narrowed it down to 3. 2 of them were guild towers, tall spires built to make their particular guild halls more visible, while the last was a bell tower connected to a local monastery. The 2 guild towers were ruled out quickly, as there was nowhere for someone to stand, which left the bell tower. Not wanting to spook Sarah if she was there, Matteo had Queen fly all the way around, approaching the bell tower from the back. As Queen flew in through one of the large openings and landed on the beam above the bell, he saw a figure crouched down below, wrapped in a thick black cloak. She held a brass tube up to her face, and Matteo could hear her muttering a steady string of curses under her breath. Queen cocked her head to the side, staring down at Sarah, who suddenly turned and looked up, meeting Queen's gaze. Matteo had already begun to run, making his way toward the monastery. But as he did, there was a sudden crack, and a crimson streak flew up into the air, near the eastern gate, exploding into a brightly colored firework. As the sound of the boom echoed across the city, Matteo hesitated. The firework would undoubtedly draw Eric's attention, and there was a chance that Eric would run into Meltoff if he rushed to where the firework had been set off. Though Matteo wanted to catch Sarah, he didn't fancy sending Eric up against Meltoff alone, especially since he suspected that Meltoff was even stronger than Peric had been. Making a quick decision, Matteo changed his trajectory and began running toward the location of the flare. At the same time, he told Queen to back off, and with a caw, she spread her wings and flew out of the bell tower. At a full run, it only took Matteo a few minutes to make it to where the flare had been fired, and even before he arrived, he heard the shouts and screams of combat. Sprinting around the corner, he slid to a stop, his eyes widening with astonishment as he took in the sight before him. 6 twitching corpses lay scattered around the street in front of the eastern gate. A few of them looked like members of the Devilhorn gang, though the majority were Duke Argyn's soldiers. The bodies lay dead, traces of lightning jumping from their bodies to the ground, causing them to twitch despite their lifelessness. Meltoff stood in front of the eastern gate, facing off against 12 guards who blocked his way. One hand was shrouded in lightning, and the other held a staff that glowed with an icy blue. Glancing to the side, Matteo saw Devilhorn Krill with 6 burly thugs, all of whom held crossbows leveled at Meltoff. On the other side, Matteo caught a shift in the shadows. Looking closer, he caught a glimpse of Eric flashing a smile in his direction. Meltoff, clearly furious, looked first at the guards and then at Devilhorn Krill and his men. He took a step forward and lifted his staff, but before he could get a word out, Krill, with surprising composure considering how many people Meltoff had just killed, commanded his men to fire. There was a sharp twang as the crossbows unloaded their bolts, but Meltoff simply lifted his staff and barked at a word Matteo didn't understand. There was a surge of spiritual energy, and a glassy barrier appeared around Meltoff, causing the bolts to deflect in all different directions. "Run!" Devilhorn Krill yelled, and his men bolted in different directions as Meltoff thrust his hand forward and unleashed a blast of lightning. It spread just as the cone of fire had. When it failed to catch anyone, the lightning danced along the cobblestones, forming a barrier between Meltoff and Devilhorn Krill. A few of the guards let out shouts to bolster their courage and rushed toward Meltoff, but with a sneer he turned and unleashed another blast of lightning. This time he managed to catch 2 of the guards. With screams of agony they fell to the ground, their flesh charring as the lightning bolts crawled across their bodies. The others quickly retreated. He might actually qualify as the sorcerer's apprentice," Corvus said from Matteo's shoulder. Matteo crouched by the wall, his bow drawn and his eyes fixed on Meltoff. "What's that staff in his hands?"
"Looks to be an artifact of some sort, to allow him to cast a shield," Corvus said, his feathers rustling as he spread his wings. "Look lively, kid. The other one's coming too."
Startled, Matteo looked up as Sarah dropped out of the air, her robe billowing around her. As she landed, Matteo caught sight of a faint glow shrouding the soles of her boots. She arrived right behind Meltoff, and he glanced at her with a frown. "Peric must be dead," she said, not bothering to hide her words. "The prince has been returned. Should we go retrieve the mask?" Swearing in a language Matteo didn't recognize, Meltoff glanced at Devilhorn Krill with a venomous gaze, and then shook his hand, causing the lightning that shrouded it to fade away. "No telling where it is at the moment. We'll have to let it be for the moment. Let's go," he snapped, clutching his staff in both hands. Sarah reached out to touch Meltoff's shoulder, and once again spiritual energy surged around the staff. One moment the 2 of them were standing there in the midst of a dozen corpses, and in the next they were gone, as if erased from the world.
That staff might be more powerful than I thought,"
Corvus cackled from overhead as Matteo stood up abruptly, his eyes scanning the nearby streets.
"Don't bother looking, kid. He just used a teleportation spell. Instantaneous movement."
It took a moment for Matteo to understand what Corvus was talking about. There were cards that allowed their wielders to move with incredible speed, and even rare cards that allowed them to cross distances without traversing the space between 2 points. "You mean like the card teleportation?" Matteo asked.
"Yes, but much stronger. They could be miles away by now. It's one of the reasons that hunting down sorcerers has always been so hard."
Taking a deep breath, Matteo filed that information away for the future, as Eric appeared next to him.
"Well, that was exciting,"
Eric said, a rather brittle grin stretched across his face.
"I'm glad I didn't rush in."
"I'm glad you didn't either," Matteo said, looking at the bodies scattered around. "Tell Krill to retreat, and then meet me back at the mansion."
"Should I take care of him? Clean up any loose ends?"
Hesitating for a moment, Matteo would have been lying if he had said he wasn't tempted. The few people who knew about his father, the better, and eliminating Krill and the thugs who were with him would ensure that information stayed under wraps. It would also, however, introduce new complications, potentially destabilizing Darrenfor's underworld, which would lead to all sorts of turmoil as another group filled the void. "No," Matteo said, shaking his head. "In fact, you can tell him that we owe him a favor. Is there a way for him to get in contact with us?" Eric's smile relaxed slightly, and he seemed much more at ease after Matteo's decision.
"I mean, he could go and talk to Death's Hand. Every city has a representative, and I'm sure he knows where Darrenfor's representative is."
"All right, then tell him he can contact us through Death's Hand if he needs something."
"You got it, boss."
Watching for a moment as Eric jogged off, Matteo took one last look at the ruined street and then turned away, making his way back toward the mansion. When he arrived, things were quiet, if tense. He found the prince in his bed, sleeping off the effect of whatever poison he had been given. Rose was standing, still as stone, next to the head of his bed. Her eyes flicked to Matteo when he entered the room, and putting her fingers to her lips, she walked over to him.
"He's just sleeping," she said. "He should wake up like normal, though I suspect he'll have a nasty headache."
"How are things here?" Matteo asked.
"Fine. The princess's guards are crawling all over the place,"
Rose said, jerking her head toward the broken window. Outside were 3 heavily armored guards standing on the balcony, and Matteo had seen even more patrolling down below.
"She's clearly concerned for his safety,"
Rose said with a wry smile.
"Or at least the appearance of it."
"I see. I'll go speak to her, to let her know what's happened, and talk about next steps," Matteo said. "Eric should be back soon."
"What happened with the flare? I saw it near the eastern gate,"
Rose asked, her eyes searching Matteo's. "They found Meltop, and the woman named Sarah. Both of them were wielding sorcery, like Peric, the man we took down in the crypts. They escaped, though. They used an artifact, a staff that allowed them to simply vanish. I believe it was an instantaneous movement ability. It's highly unlikely they're in the city anymore."
"Could they have returned to the crypt?"
Rose asked. Shaking his head, Matteo tapped his chest. "No, at least not to the room they'd been using as a base before. I left the bat to watch, and nothing has disturbed it. We'll need to watch for them, though. I have a suspicion they'll be back." In fact, it wasn't a suspicion. Matteo was certain of it. He had grown more and more convinced that Meltop, Sarah, and Peric were the individuals who had broken into his master's office to look for more information about ruins, to search for traces of the sorcerer's hidden towers. If his suspicion was right, then they hadn't intended to grab the prince at all. Instead, their target was Matteo. Peric had simply panicked when Matteo and Rose rushed into the room, leading to the situation where Prince Isaac had been kidnapped. Chapter 9. Chewing on those thoughts, Matteo made his way to Princess Titania's rooms, where he was met by the butler, who bowed slightly and informed him that the princess was waiting for him. The door swung open, and Matteo stepped into a pleasantly decorated sitting room with 3 overstuffed couches. Princess Titania sat on one of them, her maid brewing tea at the small table at the princess's elbow. The princess's personal guards stood behind her, their eyes fixed on Matteo. Taking a few steps forward, he stopped and bowed. "Greetings, Your Highness."
"Matteo, I'm glad to see you're back. My brother, how is he?"
"None the worse for wear, Your Highness. In fact, it's unlikely he'll even have a memory of what happened. He was unconscious from the moment he was captured, and his captors fed him a potion that kept him unconscious. He's currently sleeping off the effects now. He had no wounds, though I think it would be wise to have a doctor check him tomorrow, just to make sure."
"And his captors? What happened to them?" Princess Titania asked.
Since he had not yet been released from his bow, Matteo maintained his forward tilt, not moving a muscle as he responded calmly, "The man who kidnapped him is dead, Your Highness, though from the secret spilled before his death, it would seem that kidnapping Prince Isaac was a mistake. He didn't actually intend to get the prince. My guess is that he targeted the wrong building."
"You may rise."
It was clear from her tone of voice that Princess Titania was distracted with her thoughts, so Matteo straightened and stood quietly as the princess accepted the cup of tea the maid handed her. She took a sip, her brow furrowing, and then took another, staring over her cup at Matteo. He met her gaze calmly, not allowing a trace of emotion on his face.
"I'm glad to know that my brother is safe. Thank you for your hard work."
"It's my duty, Your Highness." Whether she believed him or not was impossible to tell, and Princess Titania took a third long sip from her cup, then handed it back to her maid.
"I'm sure you understand just how difficult it would have been for me if my brother had been seized under my very nose. The Duke would have been in an even more difficult position, and so, on behalf of both of us, I would like to offer you a reward."
Though Matteo was taken aback, he didn't let it show on his face. Instead, he hesitated, allowing a hint of greed to shine through as his eyes searched Princess Titania's face. She showed a rather bashful smile and gestured for one of her guards to step forward. "Fetch the lion's shield," she said to her maid, then turned back to Matteo as her maid walked over to a chest of drawers against the wall. This is an item that my grandfather, the Emperor, gave to one of his captains. The captain has since retired and gave it to me. Now I would like to pass it to you." The maid, having retrieved a small box from the dresser, offered it to the princess, who took it and handed it in turn to her guard. Exuding the intense pressure of a silver-ranked duelist, the guard brought the box to Matteo, opening it up so he could see what was inside. It was a simple badge, silver in color, with a lion rampant traced on it. "The lion's shield," Princess Titania said, "an artifact that can block the full-powered strike of a silver-ranked duelist, protecting its wearer. What's even more impressive is that, so long as it is exposed to sunlight, the ability will recharge, allowing it to be used once a week. This, along with a reward of gold, are yours." Matteo hesitated, at least on the surface. "Your Highness, I don't know if this is proper." "What's not proper about it?" she asked, her forehead furrowing slightly. "You are my brother's protectors, and I wish for you to be able to protect him fully. If you had an item like this, I have no doubt that the next time something happens to the prince, you'll be all the better equipped to stop it." "Thank you, Your Highness," Matteo said, bowing again before reaching out to take the box. After Matteo had accepted the box from the guard, Princess Titania smiled sweetly. "The steward will ensure you get the gold I've promised. I do have one small request, though." "Of course, Princess," Matteo said, looking quite eager to please. "What can I do for you?" "I am concerned for my brother, and with him going up to the far north to face off against the barbarians, I'm worried I won't be able to sleep at night. If it wouldn't be too much trouble, would you be able to send me a letter every now and again, just so I can be sure that Prince Isaac is safe?" This time Matteo's forehead furrowed, but before he could reject her, the princess's eyes casually dropped to the box in his hands, forcing him to swallow his words. "Of course I can, Your Highness," he said. "I'll make sure you're kept up to date." "Thank you. That'll help me sleep so much better," Princess Titania said. After the door had shut behind Matteo, he found the steward standing by his elbow. "Her Highness is most grateful for your assistance, sir," the steward said dryly, holding out a slip of paper covered in ornate gold patterns. It was a bond worth 1,000 gold that could be redeemed at any of the major merchant guilds. Matteo examined it for a moment and then took it from the steward. He could detect a hint of disapproval in the steward's gaze, but he just smiled, tucked the 1,000 gold bond into his pocket, and strolled back to the prince's chambers. When he arrived, he found that Eric had returned and Prince Isaac had woken up. "Ah, there you are, Matteo. Were you talking to my sister? What did she say?" "Nothing particularly important, Your Highness," Matteo said, though she did express her concern for you. Matteo put the box he had been given down on the bed next to the prince and pulled the 1,000 gold bond from his pocket. "She had her steward give us 1,000 gold as a reward for ensuring your safety, and then gave me this artifact to give to you." His brows rising in surprise, Isaac picked up the box and opened it up, seeing the glimmering silver shield with a carving of a lion etched into it. "She gave you the lion's shield?" "Yes, Your Highness, but only to give to you." With a short laugh, Prince Isaac shook his head, closed the lid of the box, and pushed it back toward Matteo. "I know my sister well enough to know that's impossible. She meant it for you." There was a note of bitterness in the prince's voice, but Matteo ignored it and left the box right where it was. "Even if that's the case, Your Highness, it would do me a lot of good to see you wearing it. After all, your survival is what's important." The prince was silent for a long moment, absorbed in his thoughts, and then, with a small smile, he picked up the box and pulled the badge out of it, running his fingers over the carving. "In that case, I'll wear it with pride." "But not where people can see it," Eric said. "After all, they might know what it does." Nodding, Prince Isaac picked up the bond. "The three of you can split this," he said, waving it in the air. "If there's one thing I don't need, it's gold." "Thank you, Your Majesty. We appreciate your favor," Matteo said, his serious expression causing the prince to laugh. "I'm happy to be generous. After all, it's not even my money." "It's the best way to be generous," Eric said, chuckling, and then proceeded to pull out 4 coin purses from his pockets and toss them onto the bed. "Speaking of being generous with other people's money, I picked up a few things along the way. You guys want to crack them open and see what we got?" "Is that a woman's coin purse?" the prince asked, pointing at a delicate purple bag with exquisite silver stitching. "Ha! Looks like it is." It was only then that the prince realized these weren't actually Eric's. Shaking his head, Matteo left Eric and Prince Isaac to open the bags while he retreated to his room. Rose followed him, her expression neutral until the door had shut behind them. Then she scowled. "What are you doing, Matteo?" "What do you mean?" "The princess wouldn't have given you rewards of that level if you hadn't promised her something in return." "No promises," Matteo said, "but she was trying to recruit me to spy." Rose's gaze was piercing, but she didn't say a word, simply crossing her arms over her chest and waiting for him to continue. "She gave me the items first and then made the request, though I admit I anticipated it was coming." "And you said yes." Rose's voice was certain and had a cold edge to it. "Of course I did," Matteo said, cracking a smile. "What better way to feed her false information? I fully intend on befriending her spy master and figuring out how to turn this into a 2-way channel. In fact, I've already got some ideas." Some of the tension in Rose's body eased, but her frown didn't budge. "What are you playing at?" "I'm playing the game that we're going to have to play if we want the prince to survive," Matteo said. "A game he clearly doesn't want to play, which is fine. I'll do it on his behalf." "You're going to make him emperor?" Taking a deep breath, Matteo didn't answer the question immediately. Instead, he sat down on his bed and rested his forearm on his knees, his hands clasped in front of him. Rose didn't rush him, maintaining her stance in front of the door. Though she seemed to have lowered her guard, Matteo wasn't fooled. He was beginning to realize there was more to his friends than appeared at first glance. He had noticed it earlier, when Eric had asked him if they should eliminate the Devil Horn gang. Had Matteo ordered him to do it, he had no doubt Eric would have carried the command out flawlessly. But the relief in Eric's body language when Matteo said no had been evident. And now, at the mere thought of betraying the prince, Rose had bristled to the point where, for a moment, Matteo wondered where she was going to attack him. Gathering his thoughts, he looked up. "Rose, we are first loyal to the Iron Wing, which in turn means absolute loyalty to the Empire. The extension of that is loyalty to the prince, but above all, it means we have to be loyal to one another. You can be sure that whatever happens in the future, we will stand together. Whether the prince will become the emperor, I don't know. I'm not so conceited as to think I can outmaneuver everyone in the Empire to put him on the throne. What I do know, however, is that if we want to ensure his safety, we have to improve his position. Currently, he is the weakest of the 5 imperial children. He doesn't need to be the strongest, but if he isn't, he has to be second. Otherwise, only death awaits." With a sigh, Rose relaxed further, rubbing her nose as she spoke ruefully. "I know. And I'm sorry. I didn't mean to get all tense on you. It's just, betrayal is something I can't stomach." "That's why you weren't recruited into Darkwing," Matteo said with a smile. "You're much better suited for charging ahead than I am. And we need that. We need somebody who can charge ahead, just like we need somebody who can slip through the shadows. As for me, I'll play the power game. I'll ensure that the princess thinks she's getting all the best information, while we put ourselves in an unassailable position and gather information on her." "What about the prince? Are you going to tell him?" "Eventually, yes. After all, we're his servants. And ultimately, everything we do needs to be with his blessing. For the moment, however, we're not going to bother him with it. Once I have something of substance to report, then we'll bring it up." "All right. Just let me know what you need me to do." "Thank you, Rose." After Rose left, shutting the door behind her, Matteo flopped back onto his bed, his heart beating quickly. In his mind, the most dangerous thing that could happen was a breach of trust between him, Rose, and Eric. Though their bond was strong, Matteo wasn't foolish enough to think it was unbreakable. After all, in the grand scheme of things, they hadn't even spent a year together. Closing his eyes, Matteo rested quietly, his thoughts churning as he tried to come up with a plan for the best way forward. At some point, he found his thoughts turning to the spell book he had taken off of Peric. There was no doubt in his mind that Meltoff and Sarah would be back for him, and he wanted to be as prepared as possible to face the sorcery they wielded. Having already looked through the spellbook once, Matteo didn't even need to get it out to review it, as he could simply recall the content in his mind. As he did, he quickly discovered a few things of note. The first time he had looked through, he had been focused on the magic contained in the complex diagrams and the notes Peric had made on them. Now, however, as he reviewed the material, he was able to focus on the journal entries, gaining a limited but enlightening overview of Peric's life. Peric had been an alchemist, trained at a local school in Darrenfor. After his apprenticeship, he had established his own shop, the shop where Matteo and his feather found the entrance to the catacombs. It was during his days as an alchemist running the store that Peric had encountered Sarah for the first time, and been drawn into a hidden organization that called themselves the Seekers. It had taken Peric years to join the Seekers and earn his first tome, which was what he called the spellbook Matteo had recovered from his corpse. Membership in the Seekers was a rather simple affair. Each member was granted a mask and a spell scroll. The mask to hide their identity, and the spell scroll to get them started on the path of sorcery. Chapter 10. Realizing that he hadn't looked at either of the two other items he had retrieved from Peric's body, Matteo sat up and pulled out both the scroll and the mask. Unrolling the scroll, he saw a complex set of diagrams divided into 3 distinct sections. He immediately recognized the center pattern as Fire Blast, the spell Peric had copied into the journal and made the most notes on. Both the Fireball and Firebolt diagrams extended Fire Blast, adding more complexity and total surface area to the symbol. But it was clear from the lack of notes on them that Peric had not yet reached the point of being able to cast them. In a lot of ways, the spell symbols reminded Matteo of the totem he had branded into his soul, and for a moment he wondered if they were the same thing. Ultimately, he rejected the idea, as sorcery and totems had one fundamental difference. A totem was permanent. Once inscribed, it could not be removed, forever reducing the number of totems a shaman could inscribe on themselves, no matter how powerful they grew. A spell, on the other hand, was created and then vanished, which meant that a sorcerer could cast any number of spells, limited, of course, by their mental capacity and how many spells they could keep in their head. The thought caused Matteo to shiver as he suddenly realized just how much of an advantage his master must have had. Matteo's memory was absolute, but his master's had been just as strong, if not stronger. Already Matteo could sense that the 0, 1st, and 2nd-ranked Hellfire spells had been perfectly inscribed in his memory. Of course, it would take considerable practice for him to be able to trace them out, and further practice for him to be able to trace them out quickly. But the fact was that, given enough time, he was confident he could do it without ever having to look at the spell scroll again. Carefully re-rolling the scroll, Matteo tied the ribbon that kept it shut, and then put it down on his bed next to him. Corvus.
Yeah, kid?
If my master was such a powerful sorcerer, why? Matteo's voice trailed off.
Why did he die?
Hopping from Matteo's shoulder to the post of his bed, Corvus clicked his beak.
Because the world is ultimately fair. Sorcerers are powerful, incredibly powerful, but sorcery isn't so simple. Using it burns your body, putting unbelievable strain on your life force in exchange for power. I only caught sight of him for a moment during the ceremony, but it looked to me like your master was already at the end of his rope, burned down to just a nub. The greater question is what kind of magic did he cast that required so much of his life?
So every time someone casts one of these spells, they're shortening their own lifespan?
Oh, I'm not talking about these pathetic spells, Corvus said with a disdainful shake of his head. No, I'm talking about real magic. Magic from the 3rd tier and up.
What would a spell like this look like at that level? Matteo asked, picking up the scroll.
So you know how Firebolt is a single attack, yet powerful enough to wipe out a squad of knights?
The third level might be a beast made of flame equivalent to 10 firebolts, enough to wipe out an entire battalion. The fourth level might be a dragon, the same as 100 firebolts, enough to destroy an entire army.
And the fifth level? Matteo asked, his voice quiet.
Why don't you see for yourself, kid?
Corvus ruffled his feathers, his eyes glowing red, and Matteo found himself transported into the midst of a hellish battlefield. All around him lay dead and dying soldiers, their blood flowing like a river down the hill where Matteo stood, toward a great plain covered with hundreds of thousands of screaming warriors. In the far distance, a massive city with a wall hundreds of feet high stood like a mountain, immovable, even in the face of the siege weapons that continually bombarded it.
Look up, kid.
Matteo's gaze was drawn upward into the sky, where he caught sight of a crimson glow appearing high up in the sky. The glow grew stronger and brighter, casting a reddish tint across the battlefield and causing the warriors to begin to look up as well. There, they beheld a ball of flame and molten stone as large as the city itself, hurtling down toward them. In growing horror, Matteo watched as the meteor fell toward the city. Though it only took a few seconds for it to arrive, it was so large that it seemed to travel slowly, dripping down through the sky like a massive molten drop. The heat was so intense that even before it landed, soldiers began catching on fire and the towers began to crumble. And then it struck, and everything around Matteo vanished in a superheated storm of crimson. Snapping out of his vision with a gasp, Matteo felt like his pounding heart was about to jump out of his chest. What was that? He whispered.
That was real sorcery. The kind of magic that sucks out your very soul.
Glancing again at the scroll he held, Matteo shook his head and tossed it to the side. It was hard to be impressed with even the second-level firebolt after experiencing fifth-level magic. The only other item on Peric had been a thin mask, which Matteo pulled out. It was made of a metallic cloth, and after examining it closely, Matteo noticed a complex pattern carved on the inside. Laying it out flat, he did his best to memorize it, then traced it out onto a piece of paper. After he had copied it out as accurately as possible, he picked up the mask and slipped it onto his face. There was a faint prickling on his skin, and the mask bound itself to his features. Glancing at a mirror, Matteo saw that it had completely hidden his face, making him unrecognizable even to his own eyes. In fact, when he looked away, he found that he could barely remember anything about himself. This was an artifact of considerable power, and he could already think of a number of different things he'd be able to use it for. He reached up to take it off, but Corvus stopped him.
Hold on, kid. Don't you know how to properly bind an artifact?
His brow furrowing, Matteo was about to shake his head when his memory churned, and that information rose to the surface of his mind.
Blood? Correct, blood. Most artifacts are blood-bound, meaning they only work properly when you feed them your blood.
Reaching for his dagger, Matteo hesitated and then shook his head, feeling that something wasn't right. A quick search through his memory revealed the truth, and his eyes snapped back open. It's spiritual energy signature. Blood works in a pinch because it's got trace amounts of a person's unique spiritual energy signature, but that can only create the weakest connection.
What are you talking about?
Corvus asked, but Matteo just shrugged. Honestly, I'm not so sure myself, but that's what my head says. Sitting down, cross-legged on the bed, Matteo concentrated, forcing himself into a meditative state. As he calmed down, he controlled a thread of his spiritual energy and pushed it toward the mask. The faint tingle turned into an itch as his energy seeped out through his pores and sank into the silver mask, which began to hum. The formerly bright silver began to darken, transforming into an iron gray that glowed intensely. Matteo could feel the mask absorbing more and more of his spiritual energy, until finally, with one final hum, the mask flashed and fell silent, fully satiated. Blinking, Matteo held out his hand in front of his face, and the mask naturally detached and fell into his palm. He could sense an intimate connection between him and the mask, similar to the feeling he had with his bonded animals.
After turning the mask over, he saw that it had returned to its original appearance. He wasn't quite sure what sort of change had occurred, so he put the mask back on his face and tried to will it to activate. A soft chime rang in his head, and to his surprise he found himself staring at a glowing script that traced itself through the air in front of him. Fascinated, he reached out to try to touch the words, but his hands passed straight through them. It was as if they were only visible in his view, but didn't actually exist in reality. Jumping to his feet, he walked back over to the mirror, only to find that the words weren't reflected, further reinforcing his suspicion that he could only see them because of the mask. Focusing on the words, he saw one word that said messages, another word that said trades, and a third that said groups. As he focused on each word, they would expand, more writing appearing underneath. Under messages were 5 locations, along with a day of the month and a time. There was no other information than that, so Matteo dismissed them and looked at the other 2 options. Under trade, he found many more messages, as well as an option asking him if he wanted to submit something for trade. He ignored that for the moment and checked out some of the other messages. Each one listed an item, usually an artifact or a spell, along with a price being asked and a location where the trade could take place. Recognizing the locations as the 5 locations in the message section, Matteo quickly put together what was going on. Items were being offered for trade at specific locations with a particular meeting time. If someone was interested in trading for an item, they could simply go to the meeting place when it was time, and so long as they brought what was requested, they could make the trade. The last of the 3 sections was groups, and under it, Matteo saw 3 different groups listed. The first was the Seekers of Truth, which was the group Peric had belonged to. The second was Grey Veil, and the third was the Order of Ebony. Each of the 3 groups listed a bit of information about them, and Matteo quickly got a sense of what each group was about. The Seekers of Truth were a loose organization of individuals hunting for knowledge about sorcery. Their focus was on uncovering ancient ruins and retrieving artifacts and spellbooks from them. The Grey Veil was a group dedicated to exploring life and death, with the expressed goal of rending the veil that separated the 2. And finally, the Order of Ebony was an order of monster hunters. Matteo had a sneaking suspicion that joining one of the groups would unlock more features, but there was no discernible way to do so. So he put the thought aside, taking the mask off. He held it in his hand, marveling at how thin it was. It felt no different than a little piece of cloth, and he could roll it up with no problem. When on his face, it appeared full and firm, like a smooth piece of metal. Hearing a light knock at the door, he shoved it into his pouch and picked up both the scroll and the journal, putting them away before opening the door. There he found Eric, who let him know that it was just about time for breakfast. The prince wanted to make an effort to attend, to show his sister he was fine, so Matteo and the others went with him. Apart from some initial hesitation, the prince quickly settled back into his familiar routine, though Matteo occasionally caught a downcast look in the prince's eyes. Despite the excitement of the night, the incident was soon papered over, and 2 days later the prince announced he would be leaving and heading for Norshire, to High Vale Keep, where he was to take over negotiations with the barbarian delegation. Because the Stone Mountain mercenaries weren't allowed to enter the city, the princess's guards escorted the prince to the gates. There they were met by the 60 soldiers of the Stone Mountain Battalion, along with the 10 carts that would make up their caravan. Matteo traveled in the carriage with the prince and Rose, while Eric rode on top with the coachman. As they got further from the city, Prince Isaac grew more downcast, and finally he sighed and looked across the carriage at Matteo. "You know, I just wish I could have a normal family relationship for once." Matteo, who had never experienced anything of the sort, didn't quite know what to say, so he shot a glance at Rose, hoping she would speak up. Unfortunately, she shook her head.
"Only child," she mouthed.
Watching the exchange, Prince Isaac laughed.
"What about Eric?"
Rose lifted her sheathed sword and tapped on the ceiling of the carriage. A moment later, Eric's head poked through the window. "You cold?"
"Did you have a normal sibling relationship with any of your siblings?" Rose asked.
"Ha! No. My only sibling was a sister, 6 years older than me. She tried to sell me for food. Succeeded too, technically, and then broke me out of the slaver's cell after she had sold me off and eaten a fill.
She did it a couple more times before the slavers got wise. The last I saw her, she had hitched a ride on a merchant caravan, headed for the Western Isles. Something about it being warmer over there. She's not wrong, the prince said. There's a reason the Western Isles is called the Land of Eternal Spring. Their world tree ensures temperate conditions year-round. Ha! Well, hopefully she made it. She's more likely to have her tongue cut out, because she never stopped talking. Flashing a smile, Eric vanished, leaving the others looking at each other in dismay. With a sigh, Matteo shrugged. I'm sorry, Your Highness. It doesn't seem like we are going to be able to help you. Well, that's fine, Prince Isaac said, waving his hand dismissively. Nobody gets to choose the circumstances in which they're born, myself included, and I should be thankful that I at least had a stable upbringing and was never sold into slavery by my sister. Only technically, came Eric's voice from above them. Technically or not, it seems that my abnormal childhood was probably considerably easier than all of yours. Oh, my childhood wasn't bad, Rose said. In fact, it was pretty good. Well, until I turned 13. Then things weren't so great. But, like you said, we don't get to choose the circumstances of our birth or what happens to us. All we can do is make the best of what we're given. Chapter 11. Looking out of the window, the prince thought about it for a moment, and then nodded resolutely. And I've been given some fantastic things. 3 good friends who will rush into danger and save me at a moment's notice. And don't talk to me about being gods, because that's depressing, and I will hear none of it. His words were accompanied by a wide smile, and much of his good humor seemed to be restored. Tell me, Matteo, you know a lot of things about a lot of things. What are we going to find when we get to the barbarians? Is there anything I need to know as I try to negotiate with them? Yes, sir, quite a few things, actually. Most importantly, however, is that the barbarians only respect strength. That could be troublesome. I'm barely iron-ranked, Prince Isaac said, scratching his head. They're probably not going to respect a powerless 15-year-old kid, no matter how close to the throne I am. After all, my father's got many more years to live, so it's unlikely they'll so much as look at me. While that is troublesome, you do have a couple of advantages. First, you have a considerable fighting force with you, and so long as we're able to match them rank for rank, they should afford you at least basic respect. Obviously, it would be better if we had someone in the gold rank who could beat their heads in, but since we don't, we'll have to try to find other ways to demonstrate our strength. At the same time, it's incredibly important, Your Highness, that you not think of these people as backwards or lacking in intelligence. Culturally, they're very different from the Empire, but they live the way they do for a reason, and they have a fair share of geniuses. The individual you will be negotiating with, the warlord Aspar, is one such. In some ways, he's a lot like your oldest brother. Aspar's only 23, and yet he leads a 3-clan alliance, which means he has close to 1,000 warriors under him, maybe even more. Aspar's incredibly smart and considered extremely dangerous. Should we be able to come to an agreement with him, he could be a tremendous boon to Your Highness. And if we don't? Prince Isaac asked with a searching gaze. Then we'll probably have to kill him, because he would be a terrible enemy to keep around. According to our assessments, Aspar learned from watching our generals maneuver and has been developing strategies and tactics expressly designed to counter the imperial military. So far, at least in the last 2 years, those strategies and tactics are working. He's proven incredibly elusive and hard to pin down, which has made destroying his force with the superior strength of the imperial army impossible. He does sound like a formidable foe. How is he in direct combat? Rose asked, looking rather interested. Estimated to be in the silver rank, Matteo replied, giving her a warning gaze. Though momentarily deflated, she quickly perked back up. Just means it'll be a bit of a challenge, then. Facing him in combat is not our goal, Matteo replied firmly. You know, I was meaning to ask about that, the prince chimed in, leaning forward and fixing Matteo with a bright gaze. What is our goal? I mean, we were sent to resolve the problems of the barbarians, but that's just so open-ended. I don't actually know what that means. It means whatever you would like it to mean, Your Highness, so long as you succeed before returning to the capital. Ugh,
Why can't somebody just tell me what to do?" Looking at the pouting prince, Matteo tried not to smile. "What would you like to do, Your Highness?" "I'd like to go and tell them, hey, this is foolish. If you need food, we can just sell it to you cheap, and you can trade with us for it. And then everybody's happy. The barbarians have enough food, we get goods from the northern mountains, and everything's simple. Unfortunately, I don't think that they're just going to listen." "They might," Rose said, trying to be encouraging. Rolling his eyes, the prince shook his head emphatically. "They won't. It's been tried before. Practically every emperor has attempted it, and it's never once succeeded." "Do you know why it's never succeeded, Your Highness?" Looking over at Matteo, who had asked the question, the prince shook his head. "There are 3 major concerns standing in the way. The first is the problem of nature. There simply isn't the infrastructure in the form of roads to allow for consistent trade. When you add to that the fact that the barbarians are all nomadic, not staying in one place for more than a couple of months and moving at minimum 4 times a year, it becomes impossible to maintain long-term relationships. The second is the human problem." Matteo held up 2 fingers. "Merchants, when selling to a captive audience, have a tendency to get excited for profit." "You mean greedy," the prince said, his eyes narrowing. "Yes, greedy. And that greed drives them to raise prices, squeezing every penny they can from the barbarians in order to offset the costs and potential risks of each trip. That makes trade a poor option from the barbarians' point of view." Thinking about it for a moment, the prince nodded. "So what's the third issue?" "The third is the problem of culture. In order for a young barbarian to join the warrior caste of their people, which, below the shamans, is considered the highest honor, they have to take a head." "You mean they have to cut somebody's head off?" Prince Isaac asked, shocked. "No, they don't have to physically cut someone's head off, but they do have to make a kill, a human kill, defending their tribe or raiding another. This was one of the reasons that the barbarians simply stayed contained in Norshire for such a long time, rather than expanding outward. For thousands of years they have been engaged in this practice, perpetually weakening themselves through infighting. But have you ever wondered why, despite the fact that many campaigns have been waged on Norshire, the barbarians remain free to this day? It's because as soon as they unite, they become an unstoppable force, killing every army that has marched against them. Of course, part of this is due to their shaman as well." "Is it true that they can control the weather and animals?" Prince Isaac asked eagerly. Considering for a moment, Matteo nodded. "I know that they can control beasts. After all, we had the fortune of seeing a gold-ranked beastmaster during one of our early missions." "It was genuinely terrifying," Rose added. "It was, and I suspect that control of the weather is something they might be able to do as well. There have certainly been enough reports of the imperial army suffering terrible weather when the barbarians attack to lend credence to that rumor. But the reason this is so important is that the barbarians have a cultural imperative that drives them to fight. Everything about their culture, from the time they are young until the time they grow old, is organized around this principle of fighting for survival. In recent years, the shaman Tufa, who is the current reigning shaman of the barbarian people, has urged the tribes to focus their attention outward. In decades past, a genius like Aspar would have been an internal problem of the barbarians, leading to the conquering of tribes inside their borders. Under Tufa's influence, they're now pushing their attention out, toward the Empire and the other nations around them. This is the situation we're walking into." "It's almost like my father wants me to fail," Prince Isaac said, frowning. "This is too frustrating. I need to paint something. Ask the coachman to stop." "Of course, Your Highness." After relaying the message to the coachman, the caravan quickly came to a halt, and Palmer jogged over, bowing as the prince descended from the carriage.
"Is everything okay? Do we need to move faster?"
"Not faster. Slower," the prince said. "I'm feeling frustrated, and I want to paint something. That." The prince was pointing behind them, and turning, Matteo saw the mountain range laid out in all its sky-soaring grandeur. Darrenfor was barely visible, a gleaming jewel set in the mountain pass, in between the northern and southern ranges. Rose was already getting out the prince's easel and a canvas, and Eric fetched the prince's paints. For the next 3 hours, they rested as the prince stood in front of the canvas, his brush dabbing and darting over it. What initially looked like a shapeless blob quickly transformed into a majestic mountain. Matteo was surprised to find that the prince had captured every detail. His painting wasn't perfect, of course, but it was clear that this was intentional. Instead, Matteo had to admit that the prince had perfectly captured the feeling the mountains evoked, a sort of breathless awe at the sheer size of the peaks. "Dragon's teeth," the prince said, stepping back from his painting to look at it with a critical eye. "That's what my sister Umbria called them. She said they're the most important mountains in the world. Of course, half the time I have no idea what she's talking about, but they are quite majestic, aren't they?" I feel much better. We can continue on." "Of course, Your Highness," Matteo replied. After carefully wrapping the painting to ensure it didn't smudge, they put it in one of the carts and resumed their journey. It was clear the prince wasn't interested in discussing the situation with the barbarians further. To Matteo, it felt like Prince Isaac had already given up. Instead, the prince was much more interested in learning about the three of them. He asked all sorts of probing questions, grilling Matteo and Rose about every element of their lives. After Rose grew quite flustered, the prince ordered Eric to come down from the roof, squeeze into the carriage, and answer similar questions. Though it was fairly exhausting, Matteo found that he benefited from listening quite a bit. After all, there was plenty he didn't know about his companions, so he learned just as much as the prince. For 3 days they traveled back along the road until they could turn north. From here the trip would take a week, so they stopped at an inn which boasted nice enough rooms for the prince to stay in. The innkeeper barely batted an eye at the 60 soldiers who set up their camp right outside his inn, and Matteo could only assume that he had seen plenty of this sort of thing before. After all, seeing armies move through the empire was hardly new. The following morning, with camp packed up again, the Stone Mountain Battalion led the way. This time Matteo left Rose to accompany the prince, and he rode out ahead of the convoy. A few hours into the ride, Palmer, the leader of the Stone Mountain Battalion, rode up to join him. He greeted Matteo with a sharp salute, which Matteo returned.
"How are your feelings about our trip, sir?"
Palmer asked. Glancing at the large soldier, Matteo reflected for a moment, and then shook his head. "Not particularly good. There's something in the air, a feeling that's got my teeth on edge."
"Us too,"
Palmer replied, his voice low.
"Ghostblade says there's going to be blood tonight."
Thinking about the assassin who led the Bloodwing teams that had come with them, Matteo groaned. If anyone would know, it would be him.
"Yes, sir. He's got a nose on him like a hunting hound. Shall I order everybody to slow down to save our strength?"
"No," Matteo said after a moment. "We don't know when the ambush is going to come, and we can't afford to be much slower than a week. The longer we're on the road, the more chances there are for an accident. We want to avoid that."
"Understood. I'll let everybody know. Thank you, sir."
As it turned out, the accident Matteo had spoken of happened sooner rather than later. It was on the second day of their northern trek, while they were passing by a large forest filled with trees with black bark. There was a loud roar as the caravan reached the midpoint, and bursting from the wood came 3 massive creatures, each at least 15 feet tall. They had blue pebbly skin and arms as thick as a horse. Almost as wide as they were tall, the monsters had massive jaws, with 2 large tusks extending from their bottom jaw on either side of pig-like noses. Small, beady eyes gleamed red with fury as they came charging out of the woods and smashed into one of the carts.
"Trolls! Get into position!"
Palmer's voice boomed over the forest, and he arrived in front of one of the trolls in an instant, despite the fact that he had been closer to the front of the caravan. Startled, the monster reared back as Palmer landed a heavy punch on one of its legs, completely shattering its knee with the force of his strike. With a wail, the troll toppled sideways. By then, with surprising agility, it used its hands to swing its legs around and then bounce to its feet. This was the first time Matteo had ever seen a troll in person, but he had heard tales of their ability to regenerate damage. He had seen Palmer's strike, seen bones ruptured through flesh, leaving the troll's leg useless. Yet in only a few seconds the bones had reset, the flesh knitted back together, and the muscles and skin had repaired themselves to the point where it looked as if the troll had suffered no damage. Still, Palmer's strike had drawn the three monsters' attention, and they quickly pounced toward him, forcing him to retreat. Their focus bought the rest of the soldiers enough time to form a defensive perimeter around the carriages. The Tiger Wing units, which made up the majority of the forces, were out front, with the Dark Wing units climbing on top of the carriages, wielding crossbows. The Blood Wing remained mostly out of sight behind the carriages, guarding in case there was an attack from another direction. Neither Matteo nor the leaders of the Stone Mountain Battalion believed the attack was random, and Lucy and Ghostblade were already beginning to scan the forest, looking for other enemies. Once the Tiger Wing had formed up, they charged forward, using spears and long axes to chop at the trolls. It was rather disheartening, however, to see wounds barely bleed before closing up as the trolls smashed into the soldiers' lines. Chapter 12. In addition to an insane level of regeneration, the trolls were naturally gifted with both strength and agility, transforming their thick hands into deadly mauls. As much as they tried not to get hit, the soldiers were too tightly packed to completely avoid the attacks, and Matteo saw more than one batted to the side. Drawing his bow, he nocked an arrow and let it fly, accurately sinking it into one of the troll's eyes. With a scream of pain, the troll reached up and pawed at its eye, its own nail causing heavy wounds on its skin. Yet even as he watched, the arrow was slowly forced out until it fell to the ground, leaving the troll unharmed. His accurate shot had drawn the creature's attention, however. As it turned and began to stomp toward him, Corvus practically snarled, "Get your head out of the clouds, kid! Use your abilities! What are you doing?" The barked order snapped Matteo out of his daze, and he quickly activated his Iru's resonance ability. There was a hum, and a faint wave of energy rushed out of Matteo, filling the area around him. Iru's Resonance was an iron-ranked card with a 10-foot range. However, because of Corvus's set bonus, it had been elevated to gold rank. Each improvement in rank tripled the distance of the effect, giving it an almost 270-foot range. But the range of the ability wasn't the only thing that was improved. Typically, Iru's Resonance would only grant allies a marginal increase in strength and speed. Because Matteo was bronze rank, the increased strength and speed were higher as well. The change was immediate and noticeable, as all of the iron-ranked soldiers suddenly found themselves moving faster and striking harder. There was a brief moment of confusion as everyone adjusted to their new abilities. Since one of the trolls was coming for him, Matteo didn't bother running. Instead, still holding his bow, he took a running leap, throwing himself through the air straight toward the troll. As he flew, he unleashed 3 arrows in rapid succession, sinking 2 of them into the monster's left eye and the final one into its pig-like nose. With a roar of rage, it tried to swat him out of the air, but before it could, a group of soldiers charged it from the side, their spears piercing deep into its flesh. As its hand passed just short, Matteo kept his bow gripped tightly in one hand as he drew his sword with the other. By this time he was falling directly over the troll, and he hacked down with his blade with as much strength as he could muster, cutting deep into the monster's back. Furious, the troll spun, elbowing him hard in the side. Matteo simply gritted his teeth, keeping a tight grip on both of his weapons as he slammed into the ground and rolled over. It hurt a lot, but as Matteo bounced to his feet, he could feel Heart of Iron, his root card, beginning to work. With a savage grin, he charged back into battle. His recovery ability wasn't yet as strong as a troll's, but it was awfully close. He could only imagine what it would be like when his rank rose to match the power of his cards. Still, it was better to avoid being hit, if at all possible. So Matteo began to use Dulled Presence, activating it after dodging his opponent's attack to make it harder for the troll to keep sight of him. Glancing over at the other carriages, where the other 2 trolls were locked in combat, Matteo saw one of them was on fire. The source of the flame was the crossbows, which were peppering the monster with flaming arrows. It was spending more time trying to put the flames out, despite the most negligible amount of damage the crossbows were dealing, which brought to mind the troll's major weakness: fire. Though the 3 trolls were only silver-ranked monsters, their recovery ability allowed them to fight on par with a gold-ranked duelist. The only saving grace was that they weren't nearly as lethal, which allowed the soldiers to survive without being completely obliterated. Catching sight of Lucy next to the prince's carriage, watching as Ghostblade and her husband Palmer each fought one of the trolls, Matteo retreated. When Matteo appeared next to her, she quickly nodded and grabbed her sword. "I'll go take care of that one," she said. "Is there any movement from other attackers?" Matteo asked, but she shook her head. "No, my guess is this is a probing strike. Awfully expensive attack to just be a probe." Her lips twitched as she nodded in agreement, and then rushed off, letting out a loud roar as she leapt over the soldiers to land a fierce slash that nearly split the troll's skull in two. Unfortunately, nothing but the complete exhaustion of a troll's life force would keep it from regenerating, and the wound rapidly closed. Iru's resonance was helping to prevent major casualties, as the soldiers were fast enough to retreat from the troll's maddening strikes, but Matteo had a sneaking suspicion that his force's endurance would run out long before the troll's did. Racking his brain for a solution, Matteo had a thought. "Corvus, what are the odds that I could cast Fire Blast? Just the 0-level version."
"Not good, kid, and even if you did manage it, it'll stunt your growth. That's why you're supposed to wait until you're 18 before wielding a sorcerer's spells."
"Stunt my growth by how much?"
"I'm telling you, it's a bad idea, Matteo."
Matteo had never heard Corvus speak so firmly, but a fascinating idea had taken root in his mind, and he found it impossible to shake. "What precisely do you mean by, 'it'll stunt my growth'?" The crow spirit was silent for a moment, and then, recognizing that Matteo wasn't about to give up, he spoke gruffly.
"Using spiritual energy directly is easy enough if you're in a place where it's overflowing, like the sacred hollow. If instead you're just trying to pull it out of the air, you have to pull it with such force that it can potentially harm your body. After all, in order to cast the spell, you have to gather enough energy inside yourself. Though the amount isn't particularly high, at least for a fire blast, the act of pulling in and holding all of that energy will damage your body. By the time you turn 18, the channels which your body uses to conduct energy will have been solidified. Heavy use will still cause damage over time. The accumulation of those injuries is why sorcerers tend to die early deaths, because they don't give them enough time to heal. But for you, since your body's not hardened, it'll take you years before you recover."
"Will it?" Matteo asked, a slow smile spreading across his face.
"Yes! Aren't you listening? It'll—"
Corvus's words cut off abruptly as Matteo summoned his root card. Heart of Iron. "Will it?" Matteo asked again, voice barely a whisper. Inspired by the sight of the trolls healing their wounds as fast as they took them, Matteo laid the question out before Corvus. After a long moment, the crow cackled.
"There's a madness to you that I like, kid. Maybe that's why I was drawn to you in the first place. If you're not afraid of pain, that makes the Iron Blood mantra feel like a nice, warm soak in the tub, then go right ahead."
Matteo didn't hesitate. As Corvus cackled madly above him, he activated dulled presence and slipped among the soldiers, flipping his hood over his head as he retrieved the silver mask from his pouch. He felt a familiar tingle as he placed it on his face, and it activated. Between the confusing aspects produced by the mask and his dulled presence, the soldiers paid him no mind, simply moving around him as if he didn't exist. He could feel the soldiers around him starting to flag, as even the increase in strength and speed that Iru's resonance provided began to not be enough. The problem was simply endurance. No matter how strong or fast, the soldiers could only fight for so long before requiring rest, while the trolls could fight for as long as their vitality remained. Matteo fixed his eyes on the troll he had been fighting before, that Lucy was now trying to cut apart with fierce slashes. Concentrating, Matteo began his first attempt to try and cast Fire Blast. Despite being the lowest ranked of the Hellfire spell set, it was still quite complicated. He found, however, that his practice in drawing the symbols that made up the Beastmaster totem helped considerably, though his first attempt failed, as did his second. On his third attempt, Matteo succeeded in holding the spell construct together. Yet even as he tried to gather spiritual energy to power it, a soldier bumped into his back, and he felt a lance of pain through him as the energy he had gathered went haywire. Gritting his teeth, he forcefully held the spell construct together, taking in a deep breath through his nose as he felt the damage the energy had caused to him beginning to heal. After a few seconds, he tried again, this time doing his best to keep out of the way of the soldiers. Twice more he failed, causing his chest to feel like it was on fire.
"It's not too late to give up, kid,"
Corvus said, flying down to land on his shoulder. Matteo responded with a low growl, thrusting his palm out toward the troll. "Move!" His yell was loud, and Lucy, by instinct more than anything else, dodged to the side. The troll caught sight of Matteo, who had just dropped his dulled presence, and with a roar it charged toward him. The soldiers around him retreated quickly, leaving him alone to face down the charging monster. Teeth gritted, Matteo remained stock still, his eyes fixed on the massive tusks thundering toward him. He pulled all of the spiritual energy around him into his body, forcing it into the spell construct as fast as he could. Unfortunately, it wasn't fast enough, and the troll reached him a few seconds before his spell construct was full. At this point, Matteo knew he was in trouble. If he tried to retreat, the mana in his body would go haywire, burning him up from the inside. If he remained in place, he'd have to contend with the troll's full-power strike. Forced between a rock and a hard place, he was about to cut his losses and retreat when there was a hiss beside his ear, and a thick crossbow bolt slammed straight into the troll's nose, driving its head up. At the same time, a figure flashed past Matteo, her sword cutting through the inside of the troll's leg, causing the monster to squeal in pain and stagger to the side. It slammed into the ground next to Matteo, and then struggled to its feet, only to find that Rose, who had slipped between its legs, was now behind it and was stabbing it repeatedly in the spine. With one arm partially pinned beneath its body, the monster tried to reach behind its back to grab her, but she danced out of the way, her blade hacking at its fingers as she tried to cut them off. Letting out a roar that sent droplets of spittle splattering into Matteo's cloak, the troll surged to its feet, intent on rending Rose limb from limb. She jumped back, her eyes blazing as she faced the monster down. Just before it lunged for her, Matteo spoke in a pained voice. "Ignite!" A roar of flame spat from his palm, scorching everything in front of him. The hellfire slammed into the troll's back, causing it to shriek in a terrified voice. Throwing itself to the ground, it rolled over, trying to extinguish the flames, but in its confusion rolled straight through a patch of hellfire that had sprayed from Matteo's hand. As the flames cut off, he staggered back, his chest on fire. Barely able to stand, he quickly retreated, deactivating dulled presence and blending into the crowd. He heard shouts of confusion as the soldiers around him tried to figure out who he was. Before anyone could grab him, Matteo slipped underneath one of the carriages and darted out the other side, abandoning his cloak under the carriage and sliding the silver mask into his pocket. Trying to look as normal as possible, he rushed around the side of the carriage and looked around as if confused by what was going on. He needn't have bothered, as everyone's attention was on the troll, whose body was now burning fiercely. The flames were continually fed by the troll's incredible vitality. It was only then that Matteo realized the true reason trolls were afraid of fire. Fire burned until it had no more fuel, but the trolls' bodies were an endless source of fuel. Regrowing burnt skin only encouraged the fire to burn longer, perpetuating the intense pain of being burned alive. With great bloody screams, the troll gouged its fingers into its skin, trying to scrape off the flames, but doing so just caused the flames to spread to its hands, causing it to continue burning. The other trolls, catching sight of their flaming companion, let out terrified howls and turned and ran, crashing through the woods with such force they bowled over trees.
"Well, color me surprised, kid. You actually did it."
Matteo was in too much pain to gloat. He had known the cost would be steep. Corvus had warned him that it would hurt more than the Iron Blood mantra had, and the spirit bird hadn't been lying. Matteo felt as if every inch of his chest was on fire, and every breath sent new flames streaking down into his lungs. His face white and his body shaking, he leaned against the side of the carriage, his vision beginning to go in and out.
"Matteo, are you okay?"
Looking over blearily, he saw Rose standing there, streaks of blood from her attacks on the troll splashed across her armor and face. "You don't look good."
"You look worse,"
she said, stepping forward and reaching for his shoulder.
"I'm fine,"
Matteo said. He followed up that reassuring statement by immediately fainting, blessed darkness washing over him and carrying away the burning pain. When he awoke, he was in the moving carriage, lying on one of the benches. Prince Isaac and Rose were across from him. The prince looked rather anxious. Rose looked calm, but Matteo could tell there was a storm brewing behind her even gaze, and knew he was in trouble.
"Welcome back to the land of the living,"
Rose said. Wincing, Matteo sat up. His chest was still tender, but didn't feel like it was being used as fuel for a bonfire, which was good. Looking around, he caught sight of the black trees flashing past the window, indicating that they were still traveling through the forest. Chapter 13.
What happened?
You fainted, the prince said. We had the healers examine you, and they said that you had suffered considerable internal damage. We're not sure how.
Yeah, we have no idea at all,
Rose added, her voice completely deadpan. Shooting her an amused glance, Prince Isaac continued, But we gave you a healing potion, and the healer said you're healing nicely. At this, Rose softened slightly, but Matteo could tell he was still going to get it later. I appreciate your concern, Your Highness, and I'm very sorry for worrying you. Thank you. I appreciate the apology. After all, you're my friends, and I don't want to see anything happen to any of you, all right? So, avoid the heroics, keep yourselves safe. That's my most important command. Not quite sure how to respond, Matteo just bobbed his head, and the conversation soon turned to other things. It wasn't until late that night, after camp had been set up, that Matteo, who was sitting on a log near the fire, felt a touch on his shoulder. Looking up, he saw Rose and quickly got up, placing his plate to the side. He followed Rose away from the fire to a few trees that were near the prince's carriage. They had reached the end of the dark forest and found an open area to set up camp. Currently, the prince's tent was arranged in the center of the Stone Mountain Battalion's encampment to ensure the prince's safety. When Rose turned to face him, Matteo quickly bowed. I'm sorry, I misjudged the backlash of the ability. It won't happen again. For a long moment, Rose just stared at Matteo, and then shook her head.
While I appreciate the apology, that's not what I'm looking for.
Yeah? Eric said, popping out from behind a tree abruptly. We want to know what that was. How'd you just start shooting flames out of your hands, like the guy in the crypt? You weren't worried I was going to die? Matteo asked, looking between the two of them, his lips twitching. I mean, maybe for a couple of seconds, but then I remembered who you are. You're practically a human troll, Matteo. We saw you take beatings at least this bad in the training camp, and boom, a day later, fit as a fiddle. And not like an old fiddle that's been through a lot, but like a brand new from the store.
Eric, shut up.
Flashing a smile at Rose, who had interrupted him, Eric made a zipping motion over his mouth.
As Mr. Blabbermouth here said, we want to know why, all of a sudden, you can do the same thing that man we fought in the crypts can do. Peric, I think was his name. And why didn't you tell us?
Because I didn't honestly know if I could do it, Matteo said, scratching his cheek. The requirements are intense, and I've been trying to figure them out. There was as much a chance that the whole thing would just blow up in my face as actually work and let me get the spell off.
Did you say spell? As in, like, magic spell?
Rose asked, incredulous. Yes, as in magic spell. Reaching for his pouch, Matteo pulled out a scroll and waved it. We pulled this off of his body. It's got the beginning part of a spell recorded on it. What you saw was the most basic version, Fire Blast. That was basic? Okay, sign me up. I am 100% absolutely in, Eric said, and Rose, her eyes bright with excitement, gave an emphatic nod. Can you imagine how cool that would be? She quickly executed a martial kata and then thrust out her hand. Fire Blast! That's going to be so cool. Feeling a headache coming on, Matteo wanted to dissuade them, but knew it was entirely hopeless. Ignoring Corvus, who was cackling with glee, Matteo considered his options for a moment. All right, he said finally, I can teach you, but I need to warn you. It's going to take a long time. What's going to take a long time? Flinching as he heard the prince's voice, Matteo slowly turned around and saw Prince Isaac watching him with an amused smile on his face. Rose?
Yes, Matteo.
How long has His Highness been standing there?
Since approximately when you started to talk about the magic spells,
she said. Taking a deep breath, Matteo nodded. Noted. A little warning might be helpful next time, so I don't make a fool of myself."
"You can't blame her," the prince said with a sheepish smile. "I told them not to tell you." Realizing he had been the victim of a multi-part plot, Matteo couldn't find it in himself to be upset. The truth was, it was his fault for trying to hide it in the first place, and the fact that his friends weren't furious with him for keeping something so important secret was a relief. Feeling like a fool was a small price to pay, as far as Matteo was concerned. After checking to make sure no one was around, and setting Corvus to keep a watch outside, the four of them piled into the prince's carriage, and Matteo gave them the rundown. "There's an organization," he said. "They call themselves the Seekers of Truth, and they're on the hunt for ancient ruins, relics left by sorcerers, and the knowledge the sorcerers gathered. Peric and the other two were members of this organization. Peric was only a new member, which is why he had only a single spell. It's Fire Blast." As he spoke, Matteo unrolled the scroll to show the spell construct. Eric let out a hiss. "What is that nonsense?" "That nonsense is half of what produces that fire blast I just unleashed." "I changed my mind," Eric said. "I'm not interested in magic anymore." Though Eric spoke lightly, causing everyone to laugh, Matteo could see his friend's eyes tracing the patterns as if he was entranced. Taking a deep breath, Rose shook her head. "This is going to take us forever to learn, isn't it?" "Not forever, but it'll certainly require some study," Matteo said. "In order to cast the spell, you have to hold a mental version of this spell construct in your mind, but in truth, it's not necessarily a bad thing that it's going to take so long for you to learn it. Until you're 18, activating a spell construct will cause irreparable damage to your body." "Hold on, then why were you able to do it?" Eric asked, tearing his eyes from the spell construct and glaring at Matteo. With a grin, Matteo tapped himself on the chest. "Human-shaped troll, remember?" Grunting in annoyance, Eric returned his attention to the spell construct, as Matteo continued. "The second half of activating a spell is channeling spiritual energy through your body, but doing so can cause damage. After you turn 18, the damage it causes will be minimal. Before you turn 18, it's—" Matteo hesitated for a moment, recalling the intensity of the pain that had assailed him. "Not," he finished lamely, causing the others to look at him again like he was an idiot. "So, the other two, Meltorf and the woman, Sarah, they were using magic as well, right? Spells like this one?" "I think for the most part they were actually using artifacts," Matteo said, furrowing his brow. "Though that lightning blast is probably similar to this fire blast." Matteo tapped on the spell scroll. "But my guess is that there's a lot of other sorts of spells out there. Unfortunately, unless we were to happen to stumble into some sort of treasure trove, or a ruin, I don't really know much more. The three of you are more than welcome to study this spell construct, but you have to promise me you'll wait till you're 18 to cast it." Anticipating Eric's protest, Matteo held up his hands. "Look, I know how hypocritical that sounds, but believe me, unless it's absolutely unavoidable, I'm not going to cast a spell again until I'm 18, maybe even longer." That's how painful it was. "You have my word." Prince Isaac was the first to make the pledge, and Rose and Eric followed soon after, causing Matteo to breathe a deep sigh of relief. The events of the last week had reinforced for Matteo that he needed to be more forthright with his friends. One of the tenets of Darkwing was that information was to be compartmentalized, and only those who genuinely needed to know would be privy to it. Matteo had been operating that way, but it was clear that the habit wasn't serving him well. As he listened to Rose, Eric, and Isaac excitedly discuss the spell construct, Matteo sat back in his seat, his mind drifting ahead to what they would face. As eventful as their adventure had been so far, he knew that the real danger had yet to come. Someone had sent the trolls their way. Of that he was certain. First, trolls were naturally territorial, and upon encountering each other would often fight to the death. The victor would devour the corpse of its opponent, emerging that much stronger as a result. So to see 3 trolls attacking simultaneously was worrisome. What was even more worrisome was that there were only 2 possible types of power that could have caused the trolls to focus their attention on the prince's caravan rather than on each other. The first, and most obvious, was the power of a beastmaster. In truth, Matteo didn't know if branding a monster like a troll was possible.
It was hard enough to brand the soul of a regular animal, and monsters probably had a higher level of resistance. It couldn't be ruled out entirely. After all, a gold-ranked beastmaster was exponentially stronger than Matteo, and it was possible they would have the strength to overpower the troll's natural defenses. If that was the case, then this probing attack was intended to assess the prince. Somehow Matteo doubted the barbarians would use such tactics. If they wanted to test the strength of the prince and his retinue, it was more their style to simply ride up and challenge them directly. That left another possibility, one which Matteo liked even less. Glancing at the unrolled scroll the others were studying, Matteo rubbed his forehead. If it wasn't the barbarians, it was possible that the trolls were being controlled by some sort of spell or artifact, and if that was the case, it meant the sorcerers were on their tail, and they had even more trouble. In fact, Matteo would much rather the culprit be the barbarian than two sorcerers, even if they were only apprentice level. Of course, there was a third option, that the trolls had been controlled by some process Matteo knew nothing about. But given his lack of information, that could be rejected for now.
"You should ask about the corpse," Corvus said suddenly. "If you can get its bone marrow, I can teach you a trick that'll help you quite a bit."
There was an edge to Corvus's voice that set off warning bells in the back of Matteo's mind, but he still nodded slightly and tapped Prince Isaac on the shoulder. Yes? Did we happen to bring the corpse of that troll with us? Oh, yes. Prince Isaac pointed out of the carriage. It's in one of the carts. The monster actually tore its own head off, one of the most bizarre things I've ever seen in my life, and then just keeled over and died. It took us a while to put out the flames, which the mercenaries did by shoveling dirt onto it, but the majority of the corpse was still intact thanks to the regeneration. Apparently trolls are worth a fortune, so they stuck it on the cart, and we're going to try to sell it when we get to the border. Except for the head, Rose chimed in. That we're going to mount as the prince's prize. A good idea. Though a better one, Matteo mused, would be to make a chair out of its skull for the prince to sit on every time he meets with the barbarian leaders. A reputation as a troll slayer wouldn't be a bad thing. Wouldn't that just backfire, though? Prince Isaac asked, his brow furrowing. I mean, they'll know that I didn't kill the troll. Having subordinates who are strong enough to do it on your behalf is a power in and of itself, Matteo said, patting the prince on the shoulder. I'm going to go take a look at it. The others all wanted to stay and study the spell scroll, so Matteo left them to it, after warning them again not to try to cast it. Climbing out of the carriage, he looked around at the dark forest and took a deep breath. There was a faint, lingering pain in his lungs, but he could already feel it beginning to heal.
"You know, I've been thinking, kid," Corvus said, spreading his wings. "You really are a bit of a freak, but we can use that to our advantage."
Is that what the bone marrow's about? Matteo asked as he made his way toward the carts that held all the goods the caravan was transporting.
"Yes. I don't think I've mentioned it before, but that iron blood mantra you've been chanting, there are a couple of different ways to augment it, and drinking a troll's blood potion is one of them. It'll increase your recovery speed with every potion you take, permanently."
You know that Eric was only joking when he said I was a human-shaped troll, right?
"But he's not that far off the mark," Corvus scoffed. "And after you drink a couple of these potions, it'll actually be true."
What's the downside?
Pain, of course. But for a kid as mentally tough as you, it should be a walk in the park.
Corvus's grating voice caused a shiver to worm its way down Matteo's spine. If Corvus said it was going to be a walk in the park, it meant it would be anything but. In fact, Matteo could practically guarantee that if he followed Corvus's suggestion, he would regret it intensely. And yet he couldn't help but feel the allure of the Spirit Crow's words. He was already tougher than anyone of his age had right to be, and his recovery ability was strong. But the chance to improve it further was something he simply couldn't pass up. Making his way to the cart where the corpse of the troll was tied down, he greeted the guard on duty. "Who's in charge of the body?" Matteo asked, poking at the troll's rubbery skin.
"Commander Palmer, sir. He's the one who ordered us to bring it along."
"Do me a favor and go find him. Tell him I'd like to talk to him about using the corpse."
"Yes, sir."
Chapter 14 The soldier, a member of the Tiger Wing Army from the looks of him, snapped a salute and rushed off. A few minutes later, Commander Palmer came jogging over.
"Hello, sir. I'm glad to see you're looking better."
I am, thank you. The prince mentioned that you had recovered the corpse of the troll. Can you tell me what happened?
"Yes, sir. After the prince's guards set it on fire, the other trolls took off, and this one thrashed about until it couldn't stand the pain anymore. Then the blasted thing twisted its own head straight off. Never seen anything like it in my life. Once it was dead, we put the fires out, but its regeneration kept working."
I was wondering why there was no burn damage, Matteo said, looking over the corpse. Apart from the fact that its head had been forcefully ripped off of its body, the troll seemed to be in perfect shape.
"One of nature's mysteries, I guess,"
Palmer said, scratching his head.
"But you are interested in using the body?"
Yes, for materials. I need— Matteo paused for a brief second, glancing up at Corvus.
"At least the limb and the thing's heart."
I need one of its arms, and the troll's heart.
"Yes, sir. I'll have them removed for you right away."
While you're at it, have them strip down the arm to just the bones. Really, I'm looking for bone marrow.
"Of course. You can leave the work to us,"
Captain Palmer said, pounding his fist against his chest.
"We'll get it for you by tomorrow morning at the latest."
That's fine, Matteo said, waving his hand. I'm not in any great rush. Leaving Palmer to organize the butchering of the corpse, Matteo retreated to his tent and went to sleep. The next morning, he was awakened by the sound of the soldiers packing up, and by the time he emerged, he saw the entire camp had been disassembled, apart from the prince's tent and his. Even Rose and Eric were already packed up, leaving Matteo rather sheepish. "Hello, sleepyhead," Rose said with a smile. "I have to say, your choice of decorations are quite something." Seeing her gesture to the side of the tent, Matteo looked over and saw a box had been set next to his tent with a massive pile of bones from the troll's arm. Counting the bones, his forehead furrowed. That looks like a lot more than an arm's worth. Commander Palmer strode over, and when Matteo repeated the observation to him, the commander grinned and nodded.
"While we were at it, we decided to just butcher the whole thing. The meat will keep fresh, and it'll be easier to sell this way, as most merchants won't pay as much for a complete corpse, since it costs a pretty penny to get it cut up. That's both arms, both legs, and its spine."
The commander gestured for a couple of soldiers to come and take down Matteo's tent. He bobbed his head.
"We're ready to go, sir. We should make better progress now that we're out of the forest, and I'd wager that we'll be able to steer clear of any monster attacks."
"Oh, why's that?" Matteo asked.
"Simple. Our entire caravan stinks of troll," Commander Palmer said with a laugh. "It's playing havoc with the horses, but we're managing. The upside is that no monster in its right mind is going to tangle with a troll."
"Good. Then as soon as the prince is up, let's get underway." Half an hour later, after Prince Isaac emerged from his tent, it was quickly bundled up and they got on the road. Matteo elected to ride his horse again, mostly so that he could talk with Corvus about how to handle the bone marrow. Typically, Troll's blood potion used a tiny bit of bone marrow and a number of other ingredients that would dilute the potency of the bone marrow's regenerative effect. Corvus suggested that it would be more effective for Matteo to simply consume the marrow directly. The trade-off, as always, was that the more potent marrow would increase the amount of pain Matteo was under while he chanted the Iron Blood mantra. Of course, Matteo grumbled, but ultimately he agreed. And after they had settled down for the night, he retreated to his tent to try it for the first time. Instead of having him chant while lying down, Corvus instructed Matteo to strike a particular pose, twisting his body into an unnatural position and then commanding him to eat less than a teaspoon of troll marrow. At first, nothing seemed to happen. And then the troll marrow Matteo had swallowed down began to burn. It was as if a small fire had been lit in Matteo's stomach, and that burning feeling quickly began to spread. Matteo's chanting of the Iron Blood mantra didn't falter, but rather than the tingly feeling that had accompanied it ever since his baptism of blood, Matteo's body began to burn once more, his muscles twitching as he repeated the mantra over and over again. He could feel his muscles contracting and expanding with such force that it cracked his bones, causing slight fissures to open up in them.
The feeling was excruciating, but Matteo ignored it, continuing his chant even as tiny beads of blackish-red sweat began to seep from his pores. Matteo made it through 10 cycles of the mantra before his mind was overwhelmed by the pain, and he collapsed. When he woke the next morning, the pain that had racked his body the night before was gone, and he felt the familiar lightness he had experienced when practicing the Iron Blood mantra initially. He also stank terribly. Peeking out of the flap of his tent, he saw that it was still dark, the sun just starting to gray the horizon. Slipping out of his tent, Matteo fetched a bucket of water and carried it away from camp to wash himself off. Once he was clean, he examined his body in great detail. He knew that the damage he had caused to his bones wasn't in his imagination, but there was no sign of any of it, as if it had happened in his dream.
"Of course there isn't," Corvus said when Matteo asked him about it. "You're in the process of replacing your bone marrow with troll marrow, or at least imbuing your own marrow with the same characteristics as a troll has."
"Hold on," Matteo said. "I'm doing what?"
"Modifying your bone marrow," came the calm reply, "transforming it into a troll's."
"Wait, is this some sort of sorcery?"
"You might call it that, but not really. Don't you remember I told you a long time ago? The first Iron Crow learned the magic of the elves. Well, this is part of it. Elves revere nature, and so they take on the best parts of it, which means absorbing the characteristics of animals, or more often monsters, around them. If elves can all regain the regenerative ability of trolls, why haven't I heard about that?" "Because most of them can't," Corvus said, preening his feathers. "It takes a madman to be able to withstand the pain. If you hadn't managed to make it 10 cycles of the Iron Blood mantra last night, you would still be half dead this morning. Most elves aren't madmen like you. Of course, they also don't have your root card, or mine. And it's only the combination of those things that even makes this possible. Don't let it get to your head, kid, but you're one of a kind."
Letting out a long breath, Matteo shook his head. "Then what you're saying is, I won't be able to introduce this method to the Iron Crow army?"
"Oh, I didn't say that," Corvus replied, lifting his head and staring at Matteo with a beady eye. "Of course, you'll probably have to water it down, but it shouldn't be impossible. Others have done similar things in the past. Of course, when you're on the battlefield with them, there isn't much point. Once you learn how to activate the Iron Wing formation, you'll be able to give them a portion of your regeneration."
"You're talking about the tattoo on my back?" Matteo asked, trying in vain to look over his shoulder. "Now that I'm thinking about it, nobody's ever mentioned how it works."
"Well, that's because they don't know. There hasn't been an Iron Crow in—" "What did Orsic say?"
1,000 years.
"Right. So, of course, they don't know how to use it. In fact, the feeling of greeting an Iron Crow is one they've never experienced before, which is probably why they're so hesitant about this whole thing."
"That's a good point," Matteo said, getting to his feet. "Their only experience with it is hearsay."
"But I'm sure you'll figure it out,"
Corvus said, flying from his perch to land on Matteo's shoulder. The sun was now up above the horizon, shedding warm rays across the plains. As Matteo headed back to the camp, his mind was full of thoughts. While there were many things in his life that were incredibly complicated, what wasn't complicated was how much he enjoyed growing stronger. And though acquiring strength often came with excruciating costs, he realized that he would happily pay them all, if it meant having the power to control his own destiny. So much of his young life had been dictated by circumstances or by the people around him, something Matteo had long since become disenchanted with. The next few days passed smoothly. During the daytime, the caravan would move swiftly down the road, rarely encountering any other travelers, though once or twice they did pass merchant caravans heading the opposite direction, bringing goods back from the frontier. After dinner, Matteo would answer questions from Rose, Eric, and the prince, who were still obsessively studying the spell construct. Then, after everyone had gone to bed, Matteo would eat a bite of marrow and put his body through torture, repeating the Iron Blood mantra over and over again until he fell unconscious. On the 4th day, The situation changed when one of the scouts who had been sent ahead came back to report the ruins of a village just off the road. Hearing the scout's report, Prince Isaac frowned. "I'd like to go see it," he said, turning to Matteo. Glancing at the scout, who looked rather stricken at the thought, Matteo counseled against it. "I'm not sure that it's a great idea, Your Highness. Though it's a ruined village, there can still be dangers, and it sounds like it's a pretty tragic scene." "All the more reason I need to go," Prince Isaac said firmly. His fist clenched tightly in his lap. "I need to see what the people are suffering if I ever want to be a good leader. And even if I don't end up as the Emperor, it's my responsibility, as a member of the imperial family, to understand what is taking place in the Empire." Hesitating for a moment, Matteo nodded and got out of the carriage to instruct Captain Palmer on the change of plans. After making camp, Matteo, Eric, Rose, and a group of soldiers accompanied the prince toward the village. The road that led to it wound along a small stream, and there was a pleasant cheerfulness about the day, though it was largely overshadowed by the anticipation of what they would see when they arrived at the village. Even before they saw it, Matteo could smell it. A hint of char on the wind mixed with the acrid undertone of burnt flesh. The soldiers, all battle-hardened veterans, had clearly smelled the scent before, and their expressions grew grimmer as they got closer. The village was nestled between two small hills, a short stone wall surrounding it. The gate, which had once boasted two large wooden doors, was now in shambles, and they had to push it aside to get the horses through. The village itself was barely a shell of what it had been. Most of the buildings were burnt to the ground, leaving piles of ash scattered everywhere. The few buildings that were still standing were barely upright, their charred timbers poking skyward like grasping fingers. The dead were scattered among the still burning embers. Matteo heard Prince Isaac swallow hard when they saw the first of them. Reining in his horse, Matteo held up his hand for everyone to stop. "We should hold here. Your Highness, as I mentioned, burnt-out villages can still have considerable danger. The flames are still active, and the coals are hot." The prince, his voice trembling and his face a pale white, asked, "Was this done recently?" Glancing at Eric, who was checking one of the bodies, Matteo waited until Eric straightened up. "Within the last 3 days," Eric said. "Who would do something like this?" Prince Isaac asked, looking around. "Barbarian raiders, Your Highness. Or maybe just bandits. In fact, this," Matteo gestured around them, "is what we've come to the border to stop. We're only a day's ride from Highvale Keep. Why didn't the soldiers come and protect the village?" "Chances are they didn't even know it was attacked until it was too late," Matteo replied, "though it's also possible that there's something else at play. We'll know once we get to the keep itself." There wasn't much to see apart from burned timbers and bodies, and a quick survey of the area showed no identification of the attackers, so they turned around and made their way slowly back to the caravan. Prince Isaac was silent, his face unusually pale, but Matteo was impressed with how calmly the prince handled himself. In truth, he had expected that the sight of the corpses would cause Prince Isaac to vomit, so seeing the prince manage to keep his composure left Matteo impressed. Once they had rejoined the caravan, they got underway again. That evening, as the sun was starting to set, they began to climb into the mountains. After spending one more night out in the wilderness, they finally made it to Highvale Keep, an imposing-looking stone fortress set on a rocky cliff with commanding views of the mountainous wilderness all around. Winding their way up the narrow road that led along a steep gorge to the fortress, they were stopped at the gate by a pair of soldiers wearing Duke Argin's heraldry. After talking with the guards, Captain Palmer made his way back to the carriage, where the prince and Matteo were riding. Noticing his troubled expression, Matteo got out, carefully closing the door behind him. "Something the matter, Commander?"
"Yes, sir. The guards aren't letting us in. They're insisting that we have to wait while they go and talk to the commander in charge of the fortress."
Glancing at the sun, which was beginning to dip down behind the mountains, Matteo nodded. "Let's go see what they have to say." Chapter 15. Before he left, he opened the door to the carriage to let the prince know there would be a slight delay. "Is there a problem?" Prince Isaac asked, his eyebrows rising. "No, sir, shouldn't be. The fortress is just an important military location, so their security is pretty tight. We're going to go talk to the commander in charge of the fortress and see what needs to be done." Matteo delivered his words with a smile, doing his best to reassure Prince Isaac, but the prince wasn't stupid, and a hint of anger flashed through his eyes. "All right. Thanks for letting me know," he said with a wave. Shutting the door to the carriage, Matteo took a deep breath. The guard's immediate refusal was a bad sign, but Matteo had known that things wouldn't be easy once they got here, so he wasn't that surprised. The real question was, how bad would it be? Following Commander Palmer, he walked to the gate, where Lucy and half a dozen others of their company were glowering at the soldiers who were blocking their way. Matteo didn't say anything and just waited until finally the door in the gate opened and a man stepped out, dressed in gleaming golden armor. He had long blonde hair that fell almost to his waist and a sharp blonde goatee. A perfectly curled mustache adorned his upper lip, making him look like quite the dandy. But Matteo wasn't one to allow appearances to cloud his judgment. A glance at the man's sword showed the handle was well worn, and the commander carried it with the casual ease of countless years of practice. He looked over the assembled group, his eyes coming to rest on Commander Palmer before dropping to Matteo, who stood half a step in front of the commander. A faint wrinkle appeared on the forehead of the High Vale Keep commander as he failed to place Matteo, who wore no visible insignia. "Greetings, Commander. My name is Matteo, personal aide to His Highness, Prince Isaac Kell. We would like permission to enter the fortress."
"I was not informed that a prince would be gracing us with his presence," the commander said, his tone neutral. "And I'm afraid barbarians have been sighted nearby. The keep is in a state of combat readiness, which, as you know, means the gates are not to be opened."
Raising his eyebrows, Matteo looked pointedly at the guards, who had been standing outside of the gate when the caravan pulled up. Instead of remarking on it, however, he turned his attention back to the commander. "Sir, I was under the impression that one Caspian Balthazar was the commanding officer of High Vale Keep. Is that not the case?"
"Unfortunately, no. Commander Balthazar was wounded a couple of weeks ago and was recalled. I've been sent in his place and have just taken over the keep this past week."
The commander still hadn't introduced himself, but Matteo maintained his calm. "How may I address you, sir?"
"You can call me Commander."
The commander's words were accompanied with a smirk, but a moment later they were wiped off his face when Isaac's voice rang out from behind Matteo.
"His name is Vesed Dominic, one of my second brother's cronies."
Turning, Matteo bowed as Prince Isaac walked up next to him. "Are you going to open the gate, or am I going to have you relieved of command?" Prince Isaac asked, his voice entirely placid and a small smile on his lips. Commander Dominic's expression grew ugly, and he hesitated, but the prince wasn't playing around. After a few seconds had passed, he turned to Commander Palmer.
"Commander Palmer, if the gates aren't open by the time I get back to my carriage, you have my full authority to forcefully remove Commander Dominic from his post for insubordination."
This was the first time Matteo had ever heard Prince Isaac use such a firm voice. Normally the prince was quiet and radiated a sense of cheerful friendliness. The friendliness was nowhere in sight. Instead, the prince held himself with a calm certainty, and though it paled in comparison to the poise Matteo had seen in the Emperor, it shared an uncanny resemblance. Without even glancing at Commander Dominic, Prince Isaac turned and began to walk toward his carriage, neither too fast nor too slow. Gritting his teeth, Commander Dominic waved to the guards.
"Open the gate. Let us welcome the imperial son to High Vale Keep."
The gates began to rumble open, and the soldiers who had been blocking their way hurriedly stepped aside. Commander Dominic was the last to move, but Matteo noticed that before Prince Isaac stepped into the carriage, the commander was well out of the way, leaving an open path for the caravan to enter the keep. Once everyone was inside, and the gate had shut behind them, the prince got down from the carriage again and looked around.
"Where is Commander Dominic?"
A rather harassed-looking captain with a fawning smile quickly approached and bowed.
"The commander has gone to change out of his armor, sir. He would like to invite you to freshen up and then join him for dinner."
Raising an eyebrow, Prince Isaac nodded. "Fine. You may show me to my quarters." Hesitating for a moment, the captain carefully swallowed, a panicked expression on his face. "Your Highness, I'm very sorry, but we are still getting your quarters ready. As Commander Dominic mentioned, we were not made aware of your imminent arrival, and the rooms are not prepared." A hint of frost appeared in Prince Isaac's eyes. "Is that so? I'm sure my father will be quite pleased to hear of the competence of his imperial forces. I do hope that you won't have us wait out here in the courtyard while you prepare the rooms." "Of course not, Your Highness. Please come in. You can wait in the Grand Hall." Accompanying the prince into the Grand Hall, while Captain Palmer got the soldiers settled, Matteo looked around with interest. The Grand Hall served as a banquet room as well, with 2 long tables extending down the sides of the room and a smaller table with a single high-backed chair at the head. Walking up to the chair, Prince Isaac threw himself down in it, a stormy expression on his face. "I hate these games," he muttered under his breath, looking around the room with disgust. Standing at Prince Isaac's side, Matteo bowed slightly. "I'm sorry, Your Highness. I should have known Commander Dominic had been put in charge of Highvale Keep." "There's no way you could have," the prince said, his voice still dark. "I have no doubt that my brother hid the information. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if the military is only now being appraised of it. Balthazar's a general with a long history, considered impartial in the fight for the throne. The Dominic family, not so. They're staunch supporters of my second brother." "Still, I should have anticipated something like this happening," Matteo replied. "Enough. There's no use in worrying about it now. The question is, how are we going to make progress when the commander of the fortress will be trying to get in our way at every turn?" It was indeed a thorny problem, and instead of rushing to answer, Matteo shook his head slightly. "I'm afraid I'm not sure yet, Your Highness, but if you give me a little bit of time, I should be able to come up with a plan. This is why I didn't want to come in the first place," the prince said, rubbing his forehead. "I have a feeling this is going to be nothing but trouble." Lapsing into silence, the prince closed his eyes and leaned back in the chair, leaving Matteo to his own thoughts. Half an hour later, the captain, whose last name was Charles, hurried in and invited the prince to follow him to his room. Matteo had half expected Commander Dominic to assign the prince something in the far reaches of the building, but to his surprise, and the prince's as well, the room Prince Isaac had been given was at the top of the fortress, with a commanding view of the outer wall. It was comprised of 3 different rooms, a sitting room, a bedroom, and a bathroom, and there was an attached closet and small bedroom for the prince's attendants. With the help of a couple of their soldiers, Rose and Eric brought up all of the prince's luggage, and they quickly settled in. Unfortunately, the delay in assigning the prince's room meant they had hardly finished unpacking before dinner was announced, leaving the prince no time to take a shower. Catching sight of the annoyed look on his face, Matteo stepped in front of the door, forcing the steward, who had come to announce dinner, to take a step back. "Please inform the commander that the prince is going to wash up and will be down in half an hour. Have dinner held until then." Without giving the man a chance to respond, Matteo shut the door in his face, and then turned to Prince Isaac and gestured to the bathroom. "You probably don't have time for a full bath, Your Highness, but you could certainly freshen up. Would you like me to lay out one of your outfits?" The prince laughed and nodded. "I think I have a gold-threaded coat that would look good," he said, as he headed for the bathroom. In the palace, the prince would have been served by a dozen maids and manservants, but he had rejected bringing any of them on their trip, claiming they would be heading into dangerous territory and that bringing extra servants would only be a burden. But contrary to Matteo's assumptions about the nobility, the prince had no trouble washing and dressing himself. After laying out the prince's coat, Matteo, Eric, and Rose all changed as well. Matteo and Rose donned clothing that clearly illustrated their status as servants, but that would be acceptable for accompanying the prince to dinner, while Eric slipped out of his armor into a nondescript set of clothing and headed out to prowl the grounds. It was his responsibility to become intimately familiar with the layout of the fortress, and then convey that layout to the other 2, ensuring that in case of crisis they would know exactly how to move around. After the prince had dressed, they opened the door and found the steward standing in the hallway, with a rather disgruntled expression on his face. Seeing the prince emerge, the steward plastered a fake smile on and gestured toward the stairs. "If you'll come this way, Your Highness." The fortress was a large building, a full 5 stories tall, with 2 large towers on either side, and 4 wings that extended in the 4 cardinal directions from each side of the main keep. It was surrounded by a high wall and set into the mountain, blocking the only road that passed through the area. It was an incredibly defensible position, but in truth Matteo wondered what the use was, as there were clearly many other ways to get through the mountains, as evidenced by the fact the villagers well inside the Emperor's borders were being raided by barbarian tribes. After winding down 3 flights of stairs, they re-entered the grand hall and found Commander Dominic waiting for them. He was sitting in the chair at the head of the room, and another, slightly smaller chair had been added next to him. When he saw the prince enter, his eyes narrowed, and then rather slowly he stood up and gave a half-hearted bow. "Welcome, Your Highness. My apologies about the trouble with your room. I'll have the men involved flogged." "No need," the prince said with a wave. "It wasn't any trouble." "How magnanimous," Commander Dominic drawled. "I was more talking about the delay of my dinner. I like to operate on a punctual schedule." Meeting the commander's gaze squarely, Prince Isaac smiled. "In that case, beat away." As he spoke, he walked forward, circling around the table and continuing directly toward the commander. Caught off guard, Commander Dominic took a step backward, and Prince Isaac stepped into his place. The commander had clearly drunk from the wine glass that was now in front of him, so Isaac casually picked it up, moved it to the spot originally intended for him, and sat down in the high-backed chair at the center of the small table, leaving the smaller chair for Commander Dominic, whose expression was ugly. Biting the inside of his lip to keep from laughing, Matteo stood behind Prince Isaac's chair, staring straight ahead. Rose had taken up a position by the door and was looking down, her teeth clenched tightly together and her shoulders shaking ever so slightly. Acting like nothing had happened, Prince Isaac looked around. "Well, I'm certainly famished. Let's get dinner going." In fascination, Matteo watched as Prince Isaac adroitly handled the prickly commander over the course of dinner, rebuffing every snide comment or veiled insult with an unflappable smile. The prince simply acted as if everything revolved around him, and had no issue interrupting Commander Dominic mid-sentence in order to ask him questions or declare that he was bored and change the topic. For his part, the commander managed to keep his temper well, though Matteo could sense his annoyance building. The verbal sparring lasted all the way through dinner, until dessert had been served, at which point, after taking a single bite of the pie in front of him, Prince Isaac put down his fork, turned to the commander, and tapped on the table. "Listen, Vesid, this is tiresome. You know full well why I'm here, and you knew full well that I was coming. I'm not concerned with my second brother's plots, but I can guarantee you this. If you don't stay out of my way, then I guarantee I will drag you and your family down with me." Losing a good bit of his foppish air, Commander Dominic leaned forward, his gaze sharpening. "I'm afraid I don't understand what you're saying, Your Highness." "You're not an idiot, so don't give me that line," Prince Isaac snapped, clearly out of patience. "You think that by blocking me here, you can gain advantage for my second brother, and that when he ascends to the throne he'll remember your contribution. And I'm telling you, you simply won't make it that long." "Your Highness, it's not a good look for a member of the imperial family to threaten its retainers." "But that's the problem, Vesid," the prince said. "The last time I checked, my father was still on the throne, not my second brother, which means that if you continue down this path, the Dominic family will not be serving the Empire." The prince paused, baring his teeth in a savage smile. "And we both know how my father feels about traitors." Chapter 16. Matteo expected Commander Dominic to brush off the threat, but to his surprise, Vesid paled and sat back in his chair, all of the aggression draining right out of him. "I understand," he said. "If you'll excuse me, Your Highness, I have some things to do." Pushing himself back from the table, he stood up and strode toward the door, shooting Rose a dark look as he walked by. When he reached the doorway, he paused and seemed to come to a decision. Turning, he bowed toward the prince. "I may be rather busy for the next few weeks, Your Highness. There's a lot of paperwork to do. If you need anything, speak to Captain Charles, and he should be able to help you." "Thank you," Prince Isaac said, leaning back in his chair, his expression impassive. "It's my pleasure to serve," Commander Dominic said, in a voice that conveyed it was anything but. After he had left, Isaac let out a sigh and slumped, all of the aggression he had just displayed draining out of him. "Well done, Your Highness," Matteo said, stepping forward and picking up the prince's glass to hand to him. "It seems your threat was quite effective." "Only because they're actually traitors," Prince Isaac said, shaking his head as he took the glass. "And everybody knows it, too. They think they've hidden it, but they've already been investigated. I don't know why my father has let the Dominic family persist for so long, but this is probably their last attempt to re-ingratiate themselves with the royal family." "Is there a reason they picked your second brother instead of your first brother?" Matteo asked, glancing at the door the commander had just walked through. "Because my brothers are as different as can be. My first brother is upright, straight as an arrow. He's perfectly willing to use any military tactic or strategy at his disposal. But when it comes to matters of ruling, he follows the laws with exacting detail. My second brother is less concerned with the rule of law, and much more concerned with power." "I see. And what sort of ruler will you be, Your Highness?" "Hopefully not a ruler at all," Prince Isaac said with a grimace, draining his glass and placing it on the table. He pushed his chair back and stood up. "But if I had to be a ruler, I would want to be a kind ruler, a ruler who takes care of his people." "I have no doubt you would be, Your Highness," Matteo said, bowing as the prince left the room. That night, after the prince had retired to his room to paint, Matteo, Rose, and Eric gathered in the small servants' room to discuss the situation. "This place is closed tight as a safe," Eric said, shaking his head. "Apart from secret passages, of which I'm sure there are a couple, the only ways in and out are the 2 gates, and those are heavily fortified." "What about the cliff? Could someone scale it and go over the wall that way?" Matteo asked. "No, not unless they were strong enough to create handholds for themselves, which would mean gold-ranked," Eric said. "I took a look at it. It's smooth as glass." "And what about on the other side, the mountain?" "The only way to scale it is to use the path or lower yourself down from the top. It's too steep to simply walk down, and anybody lowering themselves from the top is going to be in full view of the defenders for close to 400 feet. I'm telling you, this place is impenetrable." "Food and water sources?" "Food is brought in monthly, though they do have a fair amount of stock. The well in the centre yard is the only source of water, but it's spring-fed, so it shouldn't run out." "What about the guards?" Thinking for a moment, Eric held up 5 fingers. "There are 500 of Duke Argent's soldiers deployed here. However, 300 of them are on patrol, leaving only 200 behind, which is just enough to mend the defences. In the case of a full assault, they can cover 2 of the walls." "Meaning they can guard the gates, or the gate and the back wall?" Matteo asked. "Yes, at least that's what I'd estimate. With the 60 soldiers we brought, they'd probably be able to guard both gates and the back wall." "Are you expecting an attack?" Rose asked, looking at Matteo with some concern. "Not necessarily, but I think it's important to be ready for it if it comes," Matteo replied, rubbing his forehead. "What about barbarian presence? Any word there?" "No. All of that information is kept in the command center, and they refuse to let me in. My guess is that the prince is going to have to go ask for it himself." "Got it. Thanks, Eric." "Oh, sure. It was fun poking around." "Well, keep doing it," Matteo said. "If there are secret passages, I'd like to know." The next morning, after a quiet breakfast, Matteo met with Prince Isaac and presented his plan. "The first thing we need to do is gather information about the local barbarians. We need to set up a meeting with Aspar, which means finding some barbarians who aren't going to kill us on sight. There are a few barbarian villages spread out throughout the region, and we should be able to find more up-to-date information on where the barbarians' forces are congregating from the fort's command center. Once we've done that, we can determine where we'll go and our timetable. My suggestion is that we move with some haste, as the situation seems stable right now, but we don't know what effect that raid on the village we passed will entail. If the Imperial army starts retaliatory action, then it's going to make peace talks very hard." "I understand," Prince Isaac said, rubbing his forehead. "As much as I'd like to ignore it, we might as well get started." In the end, It didn't turn out to be nearly as hard as Matteo thought it would to gather information about the local barbarians. True to the commander's word, Captain Charles was forthcoming with the information, even making some helpful observations of his own. In the end, the prince decided the best course of action was to send a delegate directly to Warlord Aspar's camp, which was only 10 miles to the northeast in a long valley between two barbarian settlements. Because of the nomadic nature of the barbarian people, their village locations changed regularly. And though the warlord had been camped in the same valley for the last 6 months, there was no telling when he would pick up and move. After talking it through, it was decided that Matteo would be the prince's messenger, taking a small team of soldiers along with him. Matteo decided to bring Ghostblade and his feather, along with 2 Ironwing feathers. That gave them a team of 10, which would be large enough if they ran into trouble, but not so large that they'd appear as a threat to the barbarians. Once he had studied the map and made sure he knew how to get to the valley, Matteo mounted up and led the others out of the fortress, taking the long, winding path that led down to the bottom of the gorge. They rode along it for another 2 miles before turning off, dismounting and leading their horses up a steep hill. The mountainous terrain was heavily forested, but thanks to Corvus and Queen, Matteo had no trouble maintaining the right direction. After circling around the mountain they were on, the long valley spread out below them, and Matteo caught sight of the barbarians' camp in the distance. It was large and sprawling, filled with heavy hide tents that served as the barbarians' semi-permanent homes. Riding down the mountain, they made no effort to hide themselves, and it wasn't long before Matteo heard a shrill whistle that was soon echoed by others. Within less than 10 minutes, a large group of barbarians charged out of the camp on foot with long, distance-eating strides, heading straight for them. When they got within a mile, there was another shrill whistle, and the barbarians split into 2 groups, circling to either side. Matteo ignored them and continued trotting forward. It wasn't long before they were surrounded, and a large barbarian stepped out of the trees in front of them, lifting his hand. He wore a heavy hide coat trimmed with fur and carried 4 short metal javelins strapped to his back. A machete rested at his waist, and as he moved, Matteo picked up on 2 daggers, one hidden at his back and the other hidden in his sleeve. Standing at least 6'5", with broad shoulders and a narrow waist, the barbarian was a handsome man, with thick black hair, braided with feathers, beads, and bits of bone. On his chest he wore a gleaming gold pendant that marked him as a chieftain. Though Matteo had never seen a sketch of Aspar, he had no trouble identifying him, largely due to the long-handled axe Aspar carried casually over his shoulder.
"Quite brave of you to venture into our territory,"
Aspar said as Matteo and the others pulled up in front of him.
"Not that brave, considering my mission," Matteo replied, keeping his hands completely visible as he bowed his head in greeting. "Am I correct in thinking that you are Aspar, the raging torrent, ruler of the 5 mountains?" The title Matteo used was one rarely spoken of by Imperials, but it had been recorded in the report Matteo had read on Aspar before leaving the Imperial city.
"I am,"
Aspar said, giving Matteo a second, more piercing look.
"Who might you be?"
"Matteo, servant of the 5th Prince, His Highness Isaac Kell, who had been dispatched to speak to you on behalf of His Imperial Majesty Tiberius Kell." Invoking the name of the Emperor was a bit of a gamble, as the barbarians both hated and admired the man on the imperial throne. They hated him because 20 years ago he had personally led armies into their lands and crushed their greatest warriors in battle, eradicating a dozen villages and driving them back into the hinterlands. They admired him because, to the barbarians, strength was everything, and they had never met anyone stronger than the Emperor. Matteo knew his gamble had paid off when a hint of interest appeared in Aspar's eyes.
"What would the imperial son have to say to me?"
the warlord asked, but Matteo shook his head. "I'm but a servant. It's not for me to say. I'm simply here to arrange a meeting on neutral ground so that His Highness can speak to you directly." Aspar didn't respond for a moment, and Matteo had a sinking feeling that he was going to reject the idea outright. But to his surprise, the warlord nodded.
"Fine. Since the imperial son has come this far to meet me, I will host him."
Lifting his axe, which was pure metal and must have weighed hundreds of pounds, in one hand, he pointed at the mountain peak behind Matteo.
In 2 days, at the summit, I will hold a feast. Let the imperial son join me there. If he does, I will grant him the right to speak."
Before Matteo could respond, Aspar let out a sharp whistle, and the barbarians turned and vanished into the forest. Aspar gave Matteo a long look, and then followed after his men.
"Well, that was a lot easier than I thought it was going to be," Corvus said, perched on a nearby branch.
"Yeah, me too," Matteo muttered. Turning his horse, he caught sight of Ghostblade, who wasn't moving, his eyes fixed on the woods where Aspar had disappeared. It was only after Matteo called his name that Ghostblade shuddered and turned his horse to join Matteo. The old man remained silent until they were halfway around the mountain. Then, looking at Matteo, he made a cutting motion across his neck.
"He's in the gold rank. I'd stake my throat on it. If we had gotten into a fight, we would have been dead before we knew what hit us."
"The reports have him as silver. Are you sure he's not just a strong silver?" Smirking, Ghostblade shook his head.
"One of my skills is a danger sense. The way it works is, if I harbor thoughts of killing someone, it tells me the likelihood of my survival."
"And what were your chances of survival?" Matteo asked, raising his eyebrows.
0. Absolutely none.
That gave Matteo considerable food for thought, and a sense of nervousness began to grow in him as they made the trip back to the keep. It was one thing to allow the prince to meet with a silver-ranked opponent, even a powerful one. Though Matteo and his feather weren't in the silver rank themselves, between Ghostblade, Palmer, and Lucy, Matteo was confident they'd be able to keep the prince alive long enough to retreat. A gold-ranked enemy was a completely different story, and Matteo was starting to regret not ordering one of the gold-ranked Iron Wing commanders to come with him, or at least follow behind as a hidden guard. Of course, in the back of his mind he knew it was possible the prince had a hidden guard, someone who stayed out of sight but would ensure the prince's safety. Then again, there had been no sign of anyone like that, and Matteo didn't want to count on the possibility that such a person existed. When he got back to the keep and sat down with the prince to explain the situation and express his concern, the prince waved them off. "I don't have a choice. I have to meet with him. If I don't, there's no way we'll be able to work out a deal." "But you've put me in a rough place." "What do you mean, Your Highness?" Matteo asked, unsure what the prince was talking about. "Well, you've said that I'm speaking on behalf of the Emperor, but I'm not. The Emperor didn't tell me to make peace. He didn't tell me to make war either, though clearly that's not an option, as we don't have a gold-ranked fighter who can contend with Aspar. So even if I meet with the warlord in 2 days, what am I supposed to do? It's not like I have a message from the Emperor for him." Matteo thought through his words carefully before he responded. "Your Highness, I think you should look at it from a different angle. Your father instructed you to deal with the situation, putting complete authority in your hands. You are acting on his behalf, which means that whatever you say is the same, functionally at least, as if he were here saying it himself. Now, obviously, his words are backed up by his strength and the weight of the Empire, and yours are not. But I think you can consider yourself your father's spokesperson in this situation." Chapter 17. Leaning back in his chair, the prince frowned as Rose chimed in. "Your Highness, your father is testing to see what sort of ruler you'll be. I think you should follow your heart and just express yourself clearly. Whether or not your father believes you'll succeed isn't particularly relevant. What he's checking for is to see what lengths you'll go to accomplish your goals, to understand your character better." "It's true," Matteo said, giving Rose a grateful nod. "In fact, the Emperor didn't say that the child who completes their task will become the next Emperor. He's going to choose the Emperor based on the individual he thinks will continue his legacy to the greatest degree. And who knows? Maybe he's not looking for a warmongering heir. Maybe he wants somebody who will rule steadily and with wisdom." "Then he should pick my eldest brother, or Umbria," the prince said with a snort. "Still, I appreciate you cheering me on. But you're right. I can only approach this as I think best. And so, we'll go to the meeting. If nothing else, it'll be interesting to meet the barbarians and get to experience some of their culture. As for our negotiations, I'll propose peace and increased trade.
Which means, Matteo, you have a day and a half to come up with an ironclad plan for how to make both of those things a reality." Caught off guard, Matteo's expression of surprise caused the prince no end of delight, and he practically fell off of his chair laughing. Wiping his eyes, he stood up, patted Matteo on the shoulder, and then walked over to where his easel was set up. "In the meantime, I find myself inspired by these mountains. The sunset last night was particularly exquisite, though I only caught a brief glimpse of it as the last rays were fading. You can brief me once the plan is complete." "Yes, Your Highness." "I'll do my best," Matteo said. When he looked over at Rose, she was already gone, and before he could turn his head, he heard a faint click as the door closed behind her. "Betrayed by all around me," he muttered under his breath, setting off the prince again. Over the next 24 hours, Matteo did as he was commanded and buried himself in every bit of information he could gather from Captain Charles. At first it seemed like a rather hopeless task, as the 3 problems he had outlined for the prince rose up in front of him like insurmountable mountains. However, he wasn't about to give up, and the training he had undergone with Master Solomon began to prove its use as he spent hour after hour carefully poring through every scrap of information he had ever encountered that might be relevant to the situation. 3 hours before they were to leave for the feast, Matteo met with the prince and carefully laid out what he had come up with. "First, I should say that this is not comprehensive. There are still many details that need to be worked out, but I do think I have the skeleton of a plan that will work." Raising his eyebrows, the prince regarded Matteo with some amazement. "You actually came up with a plan? One you think will work? Like a real plan?" "Yes, Your Highness. Isn't that what you asked me to do?" "Well, yeah, but I didn't think you'd actually do it. I mean, it's only been, 24 hours? Less than a day?" 26, Matteo said, "and 54 minutes, so almost 27. You never cease to amaze me. But let's hear this plan of yours." "Of course, Your Highness. The first problem is the problem of geography. As I mentioned, Norshire simply does not have the infrastructure necessary for trading, at least the way it's handled in the Empire. The imperial system uses merchant groups that travel from place to place, transporting goods at their own cost and making their money via buying low and selling high. Because there is a vast infrastructure of roads, trade has become easy, and guilds have relatively low costs for transportation. The real problem with Norshire is that the nomadic nature of the tribes that inhabit it make it impossible for a merchant guild to accurately predict their cost and the relative level of risk when they set out with a caravan. The solution I'm proposing is simple. Established trade hubs that are planted on the border of the Empire and Norshire. These hubs will be placed at intersecting points with the 3 main migration patterns of the tribes, allowing each tribe once a year to be close enough to the trading hub that they can bring their goods and exchange them for whatever they need." Holding up his hand, the prince shook his head. "It's been tried. They lasted maybe a year before tribes banded together and just raided them." "I'm aware of this, Your Highness. In fact, it's been tried on 4 separate occasions with 4 variations. The difference is that we'll propose each of the trading hubs be controlled not by the Empire, but rather by the barbarians themselves. We'll start with a single one. We'll go to Aspar and we'll ask him to establish a trading hub on the imperial side of the border, granting him full rights to all of the land around it for hunting, mining, and any other kind of resource gathering. He will be responsible for maintaining the security of both the merchant caravans that come to trade and the city itself." "You would cede imperial territory, and you think my father is going to accept that?" "We're not ceding anything, Your Highness." Matteo hurried to assure the prince. "Instead, we're leasing it. In exchange for the security provided, we grant rights, with the understanding that if the security degrades, the imperial army will step in to handle it. For a warlord of Aspar's stature and renown, it's unlikely he'll have any trouble at all, and, more importantly, it will begin to cascade. Doing this may inadvertently solve the second problem that we have. Historically, imperial merchants have felt confident in charging outrageous prices when dealing with the barbarians, because they're not only confident that they hold the only source of certain goods, but because they're confident in the strength of the imperial army and the security they provide.
By allowing the barbarians to provide security, we create a situation where the merchants, if they act unscrupulously, are under the authority of Aspar. But won't that just flip the problem around? The prince asked, scratching his head. I mean, won't our merchants be hesitant to go because they'll be afraid of being mistreated? There is, of course, the potential for that, at least initially, but I think it's unlikely, Matteo said. If Aspar is in charge of the city and he wants to make money, he's going to have to ensure that the merchants are treated well enough that they want to return, which means enforcing a fair exchange of goods. Likewise, he'll want to make sure that his people are treated fairly, which means that any merchants who step out of line will quickly find themselves in his bad books. And this brings us to the third and final problem, the issue of culture. Matteo could see the prince's mind working through everything he had said, so he plunged ahead. This is perhaps the riskiest portion of the plan, and the one that will require the greatest amount of fortitude from you. My recommendation is that you turn the barbarians' attention outward. Recruiting Aspar is the greatest outcome you could ask for. According to Ghostblade, it's very likely that Aspar is gold-ranked. Considering how young he is, it means he's even more of a genius than we thought. A genius who will make a fantastic ally and a terrifying enemy. Given his rank, eliminating him is almost entirely off the table, which leaves only one genuine option, which is to recruit him to your side. However, in doing so, you would be committing yourself to a path you currently don't want to walk, the path of becoming the Emperor. Meeting Prince Isaac's gaze squarely, Matteo leaned forward ever so slightly, as if he was about to speak a great secret, and across from him the prince mirrored his action, drawn in by the quiet intensity in Matteo's voice. If you decide to go through with this plan, you will swear an oath to Aspar. First, that you will become emperor, and second, that you will grant him kingship over every inch of territory he conquers outside of the empire, pledging to never interfere with his rule so long as you live. In return, you will request of him 10 years of peace, 10 years during which you will secure the throne. As Matteo fell silent, Prince Isaac sat back with a sigh. Do you think he'll take it? I mean, I'm a powerless kid. Why on earth would he believe me? I'm afraid, Your Highness, that's a problem you'll have to solve yourself. If you can impress him, if you can convince him of your fortitude and strength of character, then there is a chance, though likely slight, that he'll decide to take the bet. Nodding, Prince Isaac turned his eyes toward the ceiling, sinking deep into thought. And Matteo took a step back and remained silent, allowing the prince to mull over everything he had suggested. What if I promised to marry one of my sisters to him? The prince said suddenly, a smile gracing his lips. I've heard he's rather handsome, right? He is quite handsome, and would probably be a good match for Umbria, Matteo said seriously. But you'd have to be emperor to grant that marriage. Not necessarily. I could suggest it to my father, though Umbria would probably murder me. From what I hear, she fancies one of the elven kings. I could suggest Titania, but I don't imagine that match would go well. Keeping his face carefully neutral, Matteo didn't shake his head or nod, opting to let the comment pass instead of expressing his thoughts. Well, this is the plan we have, Isaac said thoughtfully. And I think the first part is great, allowing the barbarians to establish a trade hub on the imperial side of the border, and leasing them the land so that they can enforce security is actually rather genius. It's just this second part. I honestly have no confidence that I'll be able to carry it out. We can only see once we've met with him, sir, Matteo said. But I think even if all we did was establish the initial plans for the trade city, that would be enough for you to declare success and for us to retreat back to the capital. In that case, let's do it, Isaac said, taking a deep breath. I can't promise that I'll pitch the second idea, but who knows? Maybe I'll find courage somewhere on the way there. 2 hours later, the prince set off, Matteo, Rose, and Eric riding in attendance. They were accompanied by 20 soldiers, including Commander Palmer and Ghostblade. Over the next few hours, they made their way toward the peak, where the feast was to be held. When they arrived a mile from the summit, they were stopped by a group of barbarians that came out to meet them, gesturing for them to dismount. Exchanging glances, they did, as the leader of the barbarians, a wiry warrior with a scarred cheek, gestured to the summit behind them.
"The sacred mountain must be climbed by foot. We will take you to the ascending spirit's path, where you will climb to meet Lord Aspar."
"This seems to be some sort of test," Matteo whispered to Prince Isaac. "You may have to do it alone, Your Highness." Gulping, the prince nodded. "Okay. I'm ready." Following the barbarians who led the way through the thick woods, they soon came to a set of steep steps that had been carved into the side of the mountain. From where they stood, they could only see the first 200 steps before they vanished around a bulge in the mountain's side. Just as Matteo had suspected, he and the rest of the prince's guards were stopped at the foot of the stairs. The barbarian who had led them there gestured for the prince to proceed alone. Glancing nervously at Matteo, Prince Isaac began to ascend the stairs. Before too long, he disappeared around the corner. Less than a minute later, however, he came hurrying back down, his eyes wide and his expression flushed. "The stairs! They fall off!" he stammered, leaving his guards unsure of what he was talking about. Matteo closed his eyes for a moment, connecting with Queen, who was flying above them. As she flew around the mountain, Matteo saw the stairs that Prince Isaac spoke of. They wound their way along a sheer cliff that dropped well over 1,000 feet into the valley below. The stairs were carved directly into the rock face and looked to be in disrepair, with entire sections broken off, creating pathways no wider than a foot. There were other places where multiple steps were missing, forming a gap that would have to be leapt over. Though climbing such stairs shouldn't have been a problem for anyone with the power of a duelist, doing so while teetering on the edge of a 1,000-foot drop was an entirely different story. The barbarian who had led them to the stairs simply smirked and stepped forward.
"Lord Aspar will only meet with you once you have ascended to the summit," he said with considerable disdain.
Then, turning, he walked away and sat down on a boulder.
"Matteo, I can't do it," Prince Isaac said. "There's no way. The edge of the cliff, it just goes down forever." Reaching out and touching the prince's shoulder lightly, Matteo could feel him trembling underneath his clothing. With a sigh, he nodded. "All right. Then let's retreat for now. But what about the plan? Your Highness, the plan can only be executed if you arrive at the top of the stairs. If you don't, then there's no use in talking about it." Turning to glance back at the staircase that rose up behind him, the prince shook his head emphatically. "I can't." As much as Matteo felt like smacking the prince on the back of the head and telling him to stop being a coward, he knew it wasn't his place. And so he made a motion, gesturing for the prince to descend. With a nod, Prince Isaac rushed off the steps and began hurrying to where their horses were kept. The barbarian watched them go with a smirk. Glancing after the prince, Matteo walked over to where the barbarian sat. "May I ask how long Lord Aspar is willing to wait?" Chapter 18. A curious look appeared in the barbarian's eyes, and he let out a short laugh.
"The Lord knew you would ask that question. In fact, he told me himself. A cub can be forgiven cowardice once, but not twice. In 1 week, he will stand at the summit again. But if, by sunset, the imperial sun has not arrived, there will be nothing to speak of."
"Thank you," Matteo said, bowing.
Turning away, he could feel the barbarian's eyes on him as he jogged after the others. The return to the fortress was shrouded in grim silence. As soon as they got back, the prince locked himself in his room, clearly too ashamed to face the others. Matteo couldn't blame him. Cowardice was a fearsome flaw in a prospective ruler, and though he fully understood why the prince wouldn't have wanted to make the dizzying climb all the way up to the summit, he also knew that if Prince Isaac wasn't able to conquer his fear, he had no future as an emperor. That night, as he delivered the prince's dinner, Prince Isaac stopped him from leaving and indicated he should sit down with a gesture. "You think I'm a coward, don't you?" the prince said as Matteo sat down on the couch across from him. "You know, you'd be right. I am a coward. I can't climb those stairs. But you know, in some ways, that's really just an excuse. Matteo, I appreciate everything you're doing for me. You've handled everything so well. You even risked your neck to save me. Twice. You do your best to think of everything and make everything easy. And you really do a good job. But I don't want to be the Emperor. I know I keep saying that, but I feel like nobody is listening. I feel like nobody is actually hearing me. But the truth is, I am a coward. I'm afraid of fighting with my siblings. I'm afraid of what will happen to my messed-up family if I have to mess it up even further. Do you know what happens to imperial families when a fight for the throne starts? Everybody dies, and the one person who doesn't sits alone on the throne, never able to trust anyone ever again. That's what my father went through. He killed his own brother to get the throne. Thinking back over what he knew about the current emperor's ascent to the throne, Matteo scratched his nose. The brother that Prince Isaac spoke of had first killed their 6 other siblings. Many consider the emperor's act of fratricide one of the greatest sacrifices he had ever made for the empire. But the prince's point stood, so he didn't say anything. Rubbing his forehead and leaving behind a smear of blue paint, the prince sighed and looked at the painting he had been working on. I really wish everybody would just leave me alone so that I could paint. I don't want the throne. I don't want power. And if I could snap my fingers and make them all go away, I would. Lifting his fingers to snap them, the prince saw the bit of blue paint and grimaced, realizing that it was now on his forehead. Leaning across the short table between them, Matteo handed over a napkin. "Thank you," the prince said, rubbing at his forehead. "This stuff can get everywhere if you're not careful." As the prince worked to clean his face, Matteo began to consider what the prince was saying in earnest. The truth was that he was guilty of exactly what the prince was accusing him of. He had listened to the prince say that he didn't want to be emperor, and on the surface, at least, he had acquiesced. And then he had immediately begun making plans to make the prince the emperor. In his thinking, the prince would eventually come around, would eventually grow to the point where he wanted to sit on the imperial throne. But it wasn't just that. Matteo was beginning to realize that he himself had ambitions, grand ambitions, that wouldn't be content serving the prince in a quiet, out-of-the-way manner somewhere in the countryside. There was a fire that burned in Matteo's heart, a fire entirely out of line with what his new master wanted. It brought the emperor's comments to mind, about how dangerous a servant like Matteo could be.
"Pride's a wicked thing, kid," Corvus cackled.
The crow spirit was perched atop the prince's painting. The ethereal chain connecting him and Matteo stretched taut. As much as Matteo wanted to dismiss Corvus's words, he knew the crow was right. It really was a matter of pride. As he grew into his own power, he wasn't content to simply be the servant of an imperial son who fled from the succession fight. And so, he had been doing his best to push the 5th prince in the direction he wanted him to go. A direction the 5th prince had no desire to travel. Finally getting the last bit of paint off of his forehead, the prince looked in the mirrored surface of the silver goblet he held, and nodded. There we go. I do try to keep from getting paint on my skin. It's always a pain to get off. What were we talking about? Oh, right. As the prince fell silent, Matteo stood up and bowed. It would seem that I owe you an apology, Your Highness. Taken aback, Prince Isaac blinked at Matteo, unsure where he was going. You have stated in no uncertain terms that you're not interested in pursuing the imperial throne, and yet I, in my foolishness, have been plotting that very thing on your behalf, trying to push you towards that goal. In doing so, I have overstepped my bounds and betrayed your trust. Don't say it like that, the prince said, shaking his head. It's not true. You haven't betrayed anything. In fact, I should thank you. You're only doing what my father wants for me. Regardless of what the Emperor wants, Matteo said firmly, my only concern should be what you want. If you are still willing to let me advise you, I will adjust my priorities and work towards a new goal, one that aligns with your desires. A slow smile spread across Prince Isaac's face, and he leaned forward. And what, tell me, do you think that is? The opportunity to paint, Your Highness? To travel the world and paint every beautiful thing you see? That is a worthy goal, the prince said, sitting back and looking over at his painting. Any ideas on how I might achieve it? While I have some preliminary thoughts that spring to mind, I'd like the opportunity to spend some time refinancing them, Your Highness, so that I can present you with a plan that is robust, fully developed, and highly likely to succeed." As Matteo talked, Prince Isaac's expression shifted, a sad smile appearing on his face. When he saw it, Matteo felt his heart clench.
"You know, Matteo, I sort of wish you wouldn't," the prince said quietly. "I know that you probably thought I was just trying to be friendly when I first met you, but I'm not looking for a servant. I'm looking for a friend."
There was a long and drawn-out silence, and then Matteo sighed, rubbing his forehead as he sat back down on the couch.
"Your Highness, I'm afraid to say I don't even know what that means."
Caught off guard, the prince peered at Matteo. "You don't know what it means?"
"I don't," Matteo admitted. "I didn't have friends growing up. When I was young, everyone around me was competition, and then it was just me and my master. After that, I was thrown into a training camp where I met Eric and Rose, and put through hell for 6 months. Then they pulled us apart, and I was essentially alone again for the next 2 years, completing my training. We had only gotten back together for a month before we were assigned to you."
"But aren't you friends with Rose and Eric?"
"I mean, yes, but—" Matteo hesitated for a moment, trying to verbalize how he felt in his heart. "But in a lot of ways, we're more like family. Going through near-death experiences together will do that to you."
"Well, we've been through some near-death experiences," the prince said, "though I guess it's mostly been me going through near-death experiences and you just being there to save me. But that should count, right?" Cracking a smile at the prince's convoluted logic, Matteo nodded.
"Yes, Your Highness, that should count."
"Okay, then first of all, please stop calling me Your Highness. Just call me Isaac. Do you know how few people call me Isaac? I mean, it's my name, for crying out loud, and nobody uses it."
"Of course you're Isaac," the prince interrupted, his expression fierce. "Of course, Isaac."
"See, not that hard. You just called me by my name." Sitting back, the prince sighed, as if a great burden had been lifted from him. "I knew we could be friends. Though that doesn't really help us in our current predicament, does it?"
"Which predicament?" Matteo asked, unable to follow the prince's thoughts.
"The predicament with the barbarians. I mean, we've blown our chance with Lord Aspar."
"We haven't, precisely," Matteo said. "The man who led us to the stairs said that Lord Aspar will return once more in a week, and that if you're interested you can meet him at the top. So we have another shot."
Grimacing, Prince Isaac shook his head, and Matteo smoothly switched gears.
"But in reality, if you're genuinely not interested in the imperial throne, then not going is the best course of action.
In fact, my recommendation would be to wait a week and then simply head back to the capital. That's the simplest and most direct way to indicate that you're not interested in fighting for the position of heir. It will expose you to a considerable amount of disdain, and probably some ridicule as well, both from the nobility and the people of the Empire. And it'll probably shame your father, but that's the most efficient way to get what you want. Ideally, you'd then want to do something else that makes your father mad, and engineer a way to get yourself banished to an overseas isle. There you can spend your days wandering around and painting. I've heard the Elven Empire's landscapes are beautiful." Taken aback by how bluntly Matteo was laying everything out, the prince didn't speak for a long minute.
"Is this how you talk to your friends? I mean, to Eric and Rose?" the prince asked.
"Yes." A smile bloomed on Prince Isaac's face, and he nodded happily. "I thought so. See, this is so much better. This is exactly what I'm looking for. I mean, I don't want people to make fun of me, or to be mocked, and I certainly don't want to bring dishonor to my father. But if you really think that's going to work, then maybe that's what we should do. We have a week, so let's think about it some more. I feel so much better. Thank you, Matteo." Jumping up from his seat, the prince strode over to the painting he was working on, his eyes turning to the landscape outside of the window as he picked up his brush. Sensing he had been dismissed, Matteo's lips twitched in annoyance. He had a feeling it would be difficult to get used to this new arrangement. When he entered the hallway, he found both Eric and Rose waiting for him.
"Is he okay?"
Rose asked.
"Yeah, he's fine,"
Matteo replied, though it's pretty clear he's not going to climb the stairs.
So we failed? Just like that? Eric asked, his brow furrowing in frustration. But he hasn't even tried. Hush, Rose said. If he doesn't want to do it, then it's not our place to tell him to start climbing. Eric clearly didn't agree, but he kept his mouth shut and just gave a curt nod. He really doesn't care about being emperor, Matteo said quietly. He just wants friends. I think he's lonely. He's second in line for the imperial throne. A little loneliness is hardly too great a price to pay, Eric snapped, unable to contain himself. We can talk about this later, Matteo said with a shake of his head. For now, let's just make sure we're performing our duties. Breathing in sharply, Eric held his breath for a moment and slowly released it, regaining his customary calm. I'm sorry, that was inappropriate. I'll try to do a better job of keeping myself under control. Believe me, I get it, Matteo said, rubbing his temple. I honestly don't know how to handle this situation either. Like you said, we redouble our efforts to do our duty, Rose said firmly, grabbing both boys by the shoulder. We're the closest thing he has to friends, and if he wants to be friends, then let's be friends. Seeing both Eric and Matteo give her a blank stare, Rose realized her error and groaned. You guys have never had friends before, have you? Sharing a glance, both Eric and Matteo pointed at each other and then simultaneously started chuckling. Rolling her eyes, Rose shoved them both down the hallway. Go about your business. I'm on duty here, and I want the hallway quiet. Yes, ma'am. Right away, ma'am, Eric said, snapping a sloppy salute. The next few days passed quietly, but Matteo could hear the whispers starting to circulate among the soldiers and the fortress's staff, rumors about the prince's cowardice. At first, Matteo wondered if someone who had gone with them had blabbed, but after thinking it through, he rejected the idea. It was more likely the fortress had spies among the barbarians, and had learned of the situation with the prince from that side. That was further reinforced by the fact that there didn't seem to be any details, just vague accusations of cowardice. Before he could track down the source of the rumors, however, his attention was drawn by another troubling development. He had made a habit of having Queen circle the area regularly, looking for any signs of enemies. He hadn't anticipated finding anything in particular, but twice she had reported noticing 2 individuals across the gorge watching the fort. By itself, that wasn't particularly worrisome. What made it troubling was the fact that every time Matteo tried to connect and observe them through Queen's eyes, they were nowhere to be found. That set off alarm bells in Matteo's head, and he asked Rose and Eric to be doubly cautious while they were on guard. Chapter 19. On the 3rd day, Matteo, having finally come up with a plan he thought was sufficient to meet the prince's needs, went to find Prince Isaac. For the last few days, the prince had taken to the northern wall overlooking the gorge to do his painting, because he said it gave him a better sense of the grandeur of the mountains to be out in the open air. Matteo couldn't blame him, of course, and didn't make a big deal out of it, since the fortress was relatively safe. The prince was painting the setting sun, muttering to himself as he tried to capture the mountains perfectly. Matteo waited quietly at the side, watching the prince paint, until finally, with a sigh, the prince put down his brush. The tricky thing, he said without turning his head, is that the sun goes down so fast, it becomes hard to capture the light correctly. There are really only a few minutes each day when you can paint it accurately, because the light has to be just right. Bright enough that it doesn't dull your paints, but low enough in the horizon that you capture the full vision. But that's okay, because there's always tomorrow, right? We'll leave it as is for now. Come, I'm sure you have something to talk to me about. Turning to Rose, who was nearby, the prince gestured to the picture. Would you mind helping me carry this back up to the room? I'd like to make some adjustments tonight before bringing it back out tomorrow evening. Of course you... Isaac. With Rose carrying the picture, Matteo carrying the easel, and the prince carrying all of his paints and paintbrushes, the 3 of them made their way back into the fortress and up toward the prince's room. As they got close, they heard raised voices from the hallway outside of the prince's room. Exchanging glances, Rose moved to the front, still carefully carrying the picture. Standing outside the prince's door was Eric, his arms crossed over his chest as he stared at the steward and one of the maids. The commander needs me to retrieve something from the room. What can you not understand about this? The steward snapped.
But Eric just shook his head, his smile never budging an inch. "And I'm telling you, you can't go in the prince's room without his permission. You could be the Empress herself, and I wouldn't let you in." "You little—" Just when it sounded like the steward was going to lose his temper, Matteo coughed, and the steward and maid both looked back, surprised. Exchanging glances, the steward quickly hurried toward the prince, only to be stopped by Rose and the painting, which took up almost the entirety of the hallway. It was covered in wet paint, and the steward was forced to stop before he ran into it. But Rose didn't stop, continuing to walk forward with a calm expression, forcing him to backpedal rapidly, nearly bumping into the maid who had followed him closely. Peering around her, the prince looked at the steward with considerable interest. "You're saying there's something in my room the commander is looking for?" "Yes, sir, your highness," the steward said, giving Rose an annoyed glare. After she had walked past the door, forcing them onto the other side of the hallway, Rose gestured with her head, and Eric opened the door for the prince. "Well, the two of you can come in," the prince said. "I'd be happy to help you find whatever it is you're looking for. Rose, would you mind putting that picture by the window?" "I'd be happy to," she said, not shifting from her position until Matteo had carried the easel into the room. Walking over to the couch, the prince sat down, Eric shadowing him. After setting up the easel, Matteo walked back around the couch, effectively swapping positions with Rose, as the steward and the maid with him walked in, shutting the door behind them. There was a long moment of silence as the steward and maid both looked around, looked at each other, and then looked at the prince. Matteo was standing off to the side, near the front door, only a bit more than an arm's length from the maid, and after seeing the painting in its place, Rose strode over to the other side, neatly sandwiching the steward and his companions between them. The prince, sensing something was going on, stayed quiet, as did everyone else, causing the awkward silence to continue to stretch. Finally, the steward, annoyed, shook his head and stepped forward. "Enough of this foolishness! That was as far as he got before he felt Rose's sword at his throat. The maid, just as startled as the steward, lifted her hand as if grasping something. But before she could, Matteo stepped forward and wrapped his fingers in hers, preventing her from completing the motion. At the same time, his dagger grazed her neck. The trace was light, enough to break the skin of a mortal, but rather than the thin, crimson line of blood he had intended, the blade left a faint, white mark. "Sarah and Meltoff, I presume? Or do you prefer to go by Meltoff and Sarah?" Matteo asked, causing both the steward and maid's eyes to swivel toward him. "If you know who we are, you'd best unhand us, because it means you know what we can do," Meltoff said, his gaze fierce. "I do have an idea of what you can do, which is why we absolutely cannot afford to release you," Matteo said, though he lowered his dagger, resheathing it behind his belt. "I'm pretty sure you could kill all of us if you wanted, but considering that would include yourselves, I get the sense you're not here to try and take our lives." He glanced at Rose, whose eyes narrowed slightly before she sheathed her sword and took a step back. Lifting his hand to his throat, where Rose's sword had left a thin red line, Meltoff gave her a long look. But she was staring past him at Matteo's hand, which was still over the top of Sarah's, their fingers entwined. Coughing lightly, Sarah looked down at her hand as well. "Are you going to keep holding my hand?" "I do feel safer this way," Matteo replied, "but so long as we're trusting each other, I guess I can let go." As he released her, she took a step back, clearly wanting some distance, and Matteo held up his hands. "I'm going to do you the good grace of assuming you're here to talk, though typically one doesn't come to visit another wearing a third person's face." "Sure, but typically one isn't forced to sneak into a heavily guarded fortress in the middle of nowhere in order to have a conversation," Meltoff said, his tone sharp. "Couldn't you have simply teleported in, or used one of your magic spells to fly down from the sky under cover of night?" Eric asked. "Or maybe you have a spell that'll allow you to transform into wind or mist and seep through the cracks. Are there spells like that? Because I'd really like a spell like that." "There are spells like that," Meltoff admitted, "but I don't have any of them, and so here we are, stuck wearing other people's faces until the spell fades." "How long will that be?" Prince Isaac asked. Meltoff turned and looked at Sarah, who quickly calculated. 6 hours, something like that. "So unfortunately, you're going to be stuck talking to whoever this guy is." Meltov said, gesturing to his face. That's the steward, a rather annoying man, the prince said, an amused smile on his face. Though I'm sure he was helpful in getting you into the keep. Tell me, what was your plan if you were to run into him? I mean, I must imagine that would be quite awkward. We won't, Meltov said. But enough about that. We're here to discuss other things. Let me guess, Matteo cut in, crossing his arms over his chest. The trolls you attacked us with. Only indirectly, Meltov snapped back. We're actually here to offer an olive branch, to make a formal introduction, and an invitation. An invitation you won't want to refuse. I don't know. Hearing you say that makes me want to refuse it already, Rose said, drawing out an exasperated sigh from Meltov. Can we cut it with the comments from the cheap seats? My temper is already short, and you're going to push me to do something I regret. Behind him, Sarah nodded emphatically. He's got a terrible temper, and does stuff he regrets all the time because of it, she said in a stage whisper. Spotting a protruding vein pulsing on Meltov's forehead as he turned to glare at his companion, Matteo coughed lightly. Ahem. We'll be quiet. The stage is all yours. For a point of reference, the prince interrupted, I don't actually know where the cheap seats are. I've only ever sat in the VIP seats. Then again, I'm pretty sure our theatre only has VIP seats. I mean, there may be 12 total, so they're all VIP, right? Or maybe they're all cheap. I mean, do you pay anything for them? Eric asked. No, I don't. That is a good point. By this time, Meltov looked like he was about to have a meltdown. So Matteo made a cutting motion, causing Rose to swallow whatever joke she was about to utter. My friends are not very serious sometimes, but I can assure you we are all interested in what you have to say, he said to Meltov in as calming a voice as he could muster. Yes, fine, as I said. We've come to offer an olive branch in the form of an invitation. You're part of the Seekers of Truth, right? Matteo asked. Reaching into his shirt, he retrieved the thin silver mask, which he held up. Ah, I see you've already unlocked the mask's functions. I have, though I haven't actually done anything with it. Sharing a glance with Sarah, Meltov produced a mask of his own, as did Sarah. Both of them put the mask on their faces, and immediately their presences began to dim, as if they were being erased from the world. If you've already unlocked the mask, then you have the qualifications to step into the world of the Seekers. We are an order of people who seek the truth of this world, Meltov said, lifting his hands, almost as if he was praying, to understand the very fabric of the world and uncover the hidden mysteries lost to time. We're treasure hunters, Sarah interrupted, who specialize in ruins, specifically ruins relating to magic, which, it seems, you already know something about. Taking a deep breath and visibly controlling his temper, Meltov took off his mask and turned to glare at Sarah. Yes, I was just getting to that part. Ignoring him, Sarah removed her mask as well. These are artifacts recovered from one such ruin. Their function is relatively self-explanatory, but the one feature you probably couldn't access were the groups. There are currently 300 groups. The Seekers of Truth, which we belong to, is a loose collection of treasure hunters. We're the ones who locate ruins and explore them, bringing the treasures they hide back to light. There's the Grey Veil, a group of crypt-crawling necromancers who dabble in the dark arts, curses, undeath, and the like. Though they're little more than a scourge that should be wiped from the face of the earth, they boast some powerful members. They also pay the best, Meltov said with a sneer. Giving a sharp nod, Sarah agreed. They do. Finally, there's the Order of Ebony, men and women who specialize in hunting monsters and gathering material from them. We can only issue an invitation to the Seekers, which is what we had intended to do from the very beginning, until that idiot Peric went and kidnapped His Highness here. Thankfully, that situation ended without any significant death, Meltov said, earning himself a glare from Sarah, which he completely ignored. Turning to stare at Matteo, he bowed slightly, just enough to show respect. If I'm correct, you are the only disciple of Avarak Solomon. Is that true? Though the others had heard Matteo talk about his master, he had never mentioned who it was, and Matteo couldn't help but feel a faint sense of pride when he saw Prince Isaac's eyes widen in astonishment. Then first, we owe you an apology.
We entered your master's study to look up some information. We had originally arrived in Darrenford to consult him, not realizing he had passed away. We tried to leave everything as it was, and didn't take a thing. After tracking you down, we were surprised to find you had returned to Darrenford, and our associate, the alchemist Peric, volunteered to invite you to our meeting. You can imagine our surprise when he showed up with someone else. Though Meltov's tone was completely respectful, and he showed not even a hint of falsehood, Mateo's memory was perfect, and he could recall with absolute clarity Meltov's callous comment about how Peric was to dispose of the prince, so he didn't fall for the act the Seeker was putting on. At the same time, he was wary about drawing his ire and inadvertently starting a fight in the close quarters of the prince's apartment. "I appreciate you telling me the truth," Mateo said calmly. "I take it the trolls were your work as well?" "They were," Meltov said, grimacing. "They are bound to an item, an ancient artifact I possess, that causes them to obey me perfectly. I instructed them to go and test your defenses. They weren't to kill anyone, but simply to test and see whether you were truly a worthy companion." Again Mateo refrained from calling out Meltov's blatant lie, and instead smiled. "And how did you find me?" "Considerably stronger than we anticipated," Meltov replied, a strange look flashing through his eyes. Sarah, seemingly tired of the way her companion talked in circles, stepped forward and made a hacking motion with her hand. "When you cast Fire Blast, we realized we'd made a mistake. We were not aware you were a magician. We meant no disrespect, but after doing some digging we realized you probably didn't have access to the Silver Mask network. Our goal in coming today is twofold. First, to make up for our error by inviting you to the network formally, and second, by requesting your help." Taking a brief moment to consider what she was saying, Mateo nodded. "I appreciate it, and I'd gladly accept your invitation to the network, so long as it doesn't come with any binding requirements. Second of all, can you explain your request before I say yes or no?" "Yes, we can," Meltov said. "However, everyone here has to agree never to speak of it. The secrets we are discussing are too precious to be spoken of casually." Chapter 20. Sensing Meltov was about to launch into another flowery tirade, Sarah quickly jumped in. "We think we've uncovered a ruin, but we need your help to pin down the exact location and potentially open it up." Gritting his teeth, Meltov gave a sharp nod. "Yes, what she said." "Well, the two of you should sit down. In fact, everybody should sit down," Prince Isaac said, jumping to his feet. "Why don't I make tea? I'll make tea, and I think I have some cookies, and we can have this discussion in a more comfortable way, rather than standing there awkwardly. You know, this is absolutely fascinating. I have never encountered anything like this in my life. I used to read books in the Imperial Library when my teachers weren't looking. Sometimes I would even put one book inside of another book and sneak them that way. And in those books the heroes constantly went on these amazing adventures. Ha! I'm babbling. I'm sorry. I'm just so excited. But tea. Sit down." Bombarded by the rush of words and Prince Isaac's rapid nodding, Sarah and Meltov found themselves nodding along and were soon sitting across from the prince. Rose didn't move from her position, remaining half a step behind them, and neither did Eric, while Mateo sat down on the couch next to the prince. Eric kept up a steady stream of small talk while he made the tea, and then, pouring it out, he passed everyone their cups, gestured to Sarah, and sat back, clearly excited to listen to whatever she had to say. Taking a sip of the tea, Sarah gathered her thoughts and began to explain why they had sought out Mateo. "We found a reference in an ancient book to a tower. Sorry, let me take a step back. Ruins have a number of different classifications, but primarily they're divided into two main categories, crypts and towers. Crypts are where the powerful dead are buried, and often treasures and knowledge are buried with them. Towers, on the other hand, are locations where an ancient group of people, known collectively as sorcerers, lived and worked. Towers contain tremendous amounts of knowledge, and occasionally powerful artifacts. As seekers of truth, we mainly look for towers.
Many of them have been lost to the ravages of time, but occasionally we'll find a tower left in pristine condition, sealed and protected by powerful magics. We found a reference to one such tower in an ancient book, and we know that it should be somewhere nearby, somewhere in these mountains. Unfortunately, we have no way of pinpointing the exact location, as it involves some codes we're not familiar with. We've been hunting this tower for years, painstakingly tracing down every single potential lead, which is what brought us to you. Or rather, your master. In an obscure footnote, in an obscure book, the master of a tower mentions consulting one Master Solomon about a spell, and we strongly believe that Master Solomon was the individual who controlled the tower we're hunting. And you believed that my master was his descendant? Matteo asked, his forehead furrowing. Exactly, Meltoff said, leaning forward and putting his cup down on the table. Our hope is that even if awareness of the tower wasn't passed down, you might have information that, unbeknownst to you, will help us pinpoint the exact location of this tower. And further, that as Master Solomon's only disciple, you might be able to help us crack some of the ciphers once we arrive. What Meltoff is talking about, Sarah said, are the enchantments that guard the doors of these towers. Typically, they only give way for individuals of a particular bloodline or lineage, and so you, having inherited Master Solomon's final will, now carry the key to Solomon's tower. Holding up his hand to ask them to pause, Matteo took a sip from his cup and shook his head. I'm afraid my master never mentioned anything about a tower. And even if this is true, you're asking me to make a lot of leaps of faith here. First, that my master is descended from some powerful magician. Not magician, Meltoff said, his eyes blazing. Sorcerer. I'm sorry, what's the difference? Sarah and I are magicians. You are a magician. Or at least you have the knack for it. We know a few spells at their base levels and know how to trigger artifacts, but we don't wield real magic. See? I told you, kid, Corvus said, rustling his feathers happily, producing the sound of 1,000 swords clashing. At least this guy has some self-awareness. So a sorcerer can cast higher-level magic? It's not just about casting higher-level magic. I mean, you cast Fire Blast, right? The fact that your master could teach you Fire Blast meant that he must have known about his history, his ancestor, and the feats they accomplished. The legends of sorcerers tell of how they could reshape the world with a wave of their hands, overturn nations with a glance. Sorcerers possessed the ultimate power. They are the goal that the seekers of truth desire to emulate. It wasn't hard to hear the fanaticism in Meltov's voice, and Matteo knew he had to proceed with caution. He was just thinking about how to tactfully decline the invitation in a way that wouldn't immediately start a fight, when Prince Isaac set his cup down on the table with a click. We'll do it. We'll help you. I mean, Matteo here will help you. However, there's something we want in return. Startled, Matteo looked over, his mouth opening and then closing when he saw the gleam in Prince Isaac's eyes. Sarah and Meltov shared a glance, and then turned their attention to the prince. And what is it you want in return? Nothing particularly difficult. I want that face-changing magic. How do you do that? Transform yourselves into somebody else. It's a spell series, Sarah said, called Being Theft. Do you have the spell scroll? Isaac asked, leaning forward eagerly. Matteo here will help you so long as you give us the spell scroll. Though Sarah didn't look particularly happy about it, she eventually nodded. Fine, we can make that trade. However, there are some things you should know. Among magicians, spell scrolls are considered taboo. We don't share information about them except at the most basic level. Telling you the name of the sequence is fine. Asking for more information than that is considered a grave insult and is enough to start a deadly feud. The only reason I'm agreeing to hand over the scroll is that it's not my core scroll. Additionally, it's damaged. I only have through level 3. The rest is not intact enough to use. That's okay, the prince assured her. I'm sure what you have is just fine. As he spoke, he held out his hand, and with a grimace, Sarah reached for her pouch, only to be stopped by Meltov. Hold on. How do we know after we give you the scroll that you're going to uphold your end of the bargain? I'm happy to swear an oath, Prince Isaac said. After all, Matteo works for me and has to do whatever I tell him. Right, Matteo? You are correct, Your Highness, Matteo said calmly. Rolling his eyes, Isaac shook his head. I said I'm going to do it, and so you can trust me. For matters like these, a simple word is not enough. Swear on the imperial throne, and maybe I'll believe you. Fine, Isaac said, his face the very picture of righteousness. Lifting his hand, he looked straight at Meltoff and enunciated every single word. I, Isaac Kell, swear that if I make this trade and yet fail to uphold my end of the bargain, sending Matteo to assist you in finding and opening Solomon's Tower, that I will never ascend to the position of Emperor. Matteo wasn't quite sure what Meltoff expected to happen. Maybe some thunder rumbling or a strike of lightning to indicate that the world itself had acknowledged Prince Isaac's oath. But none of that happened. Yet Meltoff seemed perfectly content, indicating that Sarah could present the spell scroll. Before he grabbed it, however, Isaac paused. You know, it suddenly strikes me, he said, turning his attention to Meltoff. She is giving up something very valuable. Shouldn't you give up an equivalent price? Seeing the prince sit back and cross his arms over his chest, Meltoff gritted his teeth. Fine. He, too, reached in his pouch and pulled out a small booklet made of beast skin. It's not a magic spell, but it's something that's just as valuable. A complete Stormcaller totem. Carefully controlling his expression, Matteo didn't allow his shock to show up on his face. The Stormcaller totem was, without question, significantly more valuable than the partial spell sequence that Sarah was offering, at least to him. Then again, he wasn't about to let Meltoff know that. It's not a spell, Prince Isaac said, glancing over at Matteo. Though it isn't quite the same as a magic spell, it would make a fantastic gift for Warlord Aspar, Matteo said softly. With a show of reluctance, Prince Isaac accepted both the being theft spell scroll and the totem. It was clear that he was resisting the urge to unroll the spell scroll right then and there. But thankfully, Sarah gave them an introduction. I've recorded some notes on it, she said, pulling out a small notebook and placing it on the table. Though I'd appreciate the notebook back, you're welcome to copy it. The first spell, the 0-ranked spell, is called Swap Faces, and it does, well, exactly that. You asked earlier about us running into our doppelgangers, Meltoff said rather smugly. It won't happen. The two individuals we took these faces from are currently unconscious, and will be for the next 10 hours or so, thanks to the knockout potion we fed them. By the time they wake up, they'll have their faces back, and we'll have ours. Perfect, Prince Isaac said. This is exactly what I was hoping. What about the other ones? You said that was just the first-level spell. No, 0 level, Sarah corrected. That's the most basic use of the spell. The first level is Transfer Memories, which allows an individual to implant their own memories into someone else. The second-level spell is called Subsume Mind, and, if cast, would allow an individual to completely absorb the mind and experiences of another person, learning every detail of their life. Finally, the third-level spell begins to delve into forbidden magic. It's entitled Becoming Another, and it makes the changes permanent. And can you do that? Eric asked, looking askance at Sarah. Can you consume people's minds? No, even the greatest magicians can only cast first-level magic, Sarah said with a shake of her head. Only sorcerers can cast magic of the second level and above. Do you mind if I ask why that is? Rose interjected, walking over to sit in a chair next to the couch Sarah and Meltoff were on. We're not precisely sure, Sarah said, sharing a glance with Meltoff, though we suspect it has something to do with the incantations. There might be something we simply are missing. I think it has to do with mana. As magicians, we use ambient mana to cast spells. Sorcerers had a way of storing mana inside of them, significantly reducing the burden of casting spells and allowing them to muster more mana in a short time frame. But really all of that is speculation. Though as seekers of truth, our hope is always that we will find a perfectly preserved tower that contains that knowledge. Which explains why you're so desperate to find this one, Matteo said, nodding. Well, as my lord has pledged my services, I'm happy to help you however I can. Good. In that case, Meltov's words were interrupted by a loud gurgle emanating from his stomach. "Why don't we start with something to eat?" Matteo said with a smile. "Oh, that would be great," Sarah replied. "We've been living on hardtack, which is absolutely disgusting. I would kill for a meal." Whatever Meltov had intended to say wilted under the intensity of Sarah's stare, and with a weak smile he nodded in agreement. "Rose, would you mind taking our new friends to freshen up? They still have a few hours before their counterparts wake up, and we should probably get them into their bed so nobody is the wiser. Eric, if you could fetch some food, that would be wonderful." "You got it, boss," Eric said. Rose, standing, nodded. "Sure. Why don't the two of you come with me? I'll show you where your rooms are, and we can figure out how we're going to make the switch." "The two of you can pretend to be my retainers. We'll say you were out scouting around," Prince Isaac said, getting into the story. "That way, nobody will question you being here." After the others had left and Isaac and Matteo were alone, the prince gave Matteo an apologetic look and held out both the scroll and the leather booklet to Matteo. "I'm sorry for doing that without asking you first, but I had just the most marvelous idea." "Let me guess," Matteo said dryly. "It involves face swap." "Swap faces. But yes." Shoving the Stormcaller booklet into Matteo's hand, the prince unrolled the scroll Sarah had given him, revealing the spell it contained. Unlike the Hellfire spell sequence, which was comprised of jagged, flame-like lines carrying the impression of heat, Being Theft was dizzyingly complex and made of dozens of thin lines that overlapped in an almost hypnotizing pattern. "Wow, that's a lot to look at," Isaac said, blinking and looking away, though it swam slightly before his eyes. Matteo didn't have nearly as much trouble with it, but he was less interested in the spell than his plan that the prince had concocted. "Isaac, what are you scheming?" "Ha! I knew you were not happy with me. You called me Your Highness, which you're not supposed to do, but now you just called me Isaac, so that's great. It means we're still friends." Handing the scroll over to Matteo, Isaac patted him on the shoulder. "What I want you to do is, in about a week, I want you to take my face. I want you to climb to the top of that mountain, because you're not going to be scared of those steps, I just know it, and I want you to negotiate with Warlord Aspar. In the meantime, I'll be there as your bodyguard, at least in appearance. Once you've finished the negotiation and come back down the mountain, we'll come back to the room, swap back, and we'll be fine. We'll have achieved the objective, and we can retreat to the capital with no one the wiser. That'll buy me time to paint, and we can come up with a better solution to this whole Emperor thing. Maybe I can pledge myself to my first brother. That way I won't have embarrassed my father, but will still indicate clearly my distaste for the throne. What do you think?" Chapter 21. "I think it's a plan that's fraught with potential risks," Matteo said, causing Isaac's face to fall. "But all in all, it's actually not that bad." A smile slowly returned to Isaac's face, and he threw himself down on the couch, kicking his feet up and putting his hands behind his head. "I knew you'd like it. It has just the sort of sneaky that would appeal to you." Matteo had to admit that Isaac was right. The prince, despite having not known him very long at all, had picked him perfectly. It was just the sort of plan Matteo liked. The biggest danger that he could see, though he wouldn't mention this to the prince, was that Prince Isaac might begin to suggest using this tactic on other occasions as well, and Matteo didn't know how he felt about becoming the prince's stand-in. "Before you get too excited, there's another problem," Matteo said. "Oh, and what's that? I'm sure we can come up with a solution." "Neither you nor I can cast this spell." "Oh, that's not a problem at all," Isaac said, swinging his feet down from the couch and sitting up. "My guess is that Meltov can't do it either, which means that Sarah must be able to apply it to people other than herself. If that's the case, then—" Isaac spread his hands as Matteo sighed. "That makes sense, and I'm slightly annoyed that you noticed that before I did." "Ha! Today is a great day," Isaac announced. "Not only did I come up with a great plan, but I proved I'm not an idiot." "I never thought you were an idiot," Matteo protested. "Sure, but sometimes you say things that make everybody around you feel like an idiot." "I'll try to do a better job of avoiding that in the future." Chuckling happily to himself, Isaac stood up and walked over to the painting, his eyes roaming across it. "You know what this needs? It needs more red. The sunset wasn't very red tonight, and I have a feeling it won't be tomorrow either. There's something about this elevation. Maybe the haze that just doesn't bring out the reds. You know, that's one of the real challenges about painting, Matteo. My artistic sensibility tells me that this would do much better with a deep crimson, a splash of blood stretching across the sky. But that's not what it really looked like, was it? Blinking, Matteo recalled the sunset, and the image of it appeared in his mind with picture-perfect accuracy. You're correct. There wasn't much red in tonight's sunset. Oh, well, life can't be as perfect as a picture. As it turned out, the help that Sarah and Meltov needed was in deciphering a large number of texts. After sneaking the unconscious steward and maid into their respective beds, Sarah and Meltov left the keep and then returned a few hours later, after their faces had changed back. They brought with them 2 mules, each pulling a heavy cart. The carts were full of chests, which in turn were full of books, papers, and scrolls, most of which were so old they were beginning to degrade. Taken aback by the sheer volume of literature, the prince asked for a room on the ground floor so they didn't have to carry the books up 5 flights of stairs. At first, the steward wasn't interested in complying, but after the prince turned on his royal charm and threatened the steward with a lifetime in prison, a storage room was cleared out. A couple tables were moved in, and the guards carried the 24 chests into the room. For the next 3 days, that was where Sarah, Meltov, and Matteo stayed, poring over manuscripts and cross-referencing details as Sarah and Meltov explained how they had come to deduce the approximate location of the tower. Occasionally, Matteo, after listening to Meltov's ranting for hours, would be tempted to simply tell them where the tower was, as he had figured it out early in the first day. The problem was, he hadn't figured it out based on the information they were giving him, but rather based on a number of the texts in his master's library. Now he was simply waiting for the appropriate places to bring up each piece of information so Sarah and Meltov could piece it together themselves. His opportunity came on the morning of the 4th day, when Sarah, in disgust, threw down the manuscript she had been studying for the last 5 hours. "I think we're on the wrong track," she said, rubbing her face. "We're looking for the 5th spine of Kargashar, but who knows what Kargashar even is? It could be a horse for all we know." "Or," Matteo said, scrunching up his forehead as if thinking very hard, "it could be a dragon." The other 2 looked at him strangely, but seeing his expression of intense concentration, they didn't say anything, and instead exchanged a silent glance. "Kargashar, I know that name. There's a myth. Kargashar was one of the dragons, the evil dragon slain by the hero Ibis in the 4th era, and the mountains. The mountains are called Dragon's Teeth, the ones down by Darrenfor. If the mountains are the dead dragon, then—" Jumping from her chair, Sarah rushed over to the table that held a map of the continent stretched out, her finger tracing along the mountains. "The 5th spine! If these are the teeth, here's the skull. The spines start on the neck of the dragon. Look, these mountains here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This would be the dragon's 5th spine." Sarah's finger trembled as she touched a tall, thin mountain that jutted up out of the earth like a sharp spike. "It's not that far from here," Matteo said quietly. "I'd estimate a week's travel, 3 or 4 days if you're pushing really hard."
"Well, what are we waiting for?" Meltov said. "Let's go. We'll gather our things. We'll leave in the morning."
Actually, it is morning," Matteo said, "and before we leave, there's something I need to do." 2 pairs of burning eyes swung toward him, but Matteo simply held up both hands. "I apologize. I'd love as much as you to rush to find the tower, but I don't have an option. My participation will have to wait until next week." Taking a deep breath, Meltov shook his head.
"We're too close. I don't think I can wait that long."
"I agree," Sarah said. "We will go ahead of you to scout out the location. If we find the tower, we'll let you know. You can make your way there next week in case we need your help opening the doors." "How will you let me know?" Matteo asked. As if anticipating the question, Meltov pulled a small stone from his pouch and handed it to Matteo.
"This is what they call a signaling stone."
Reaching into his pouch, he retrieved another. "Yours is currently blue, mine is currently red. By tapping on the stone 3 times, you can exchange the color." To demonstrate, Meltov held the stone in his hand and tapped 3 times, causing his stone to turn blue and Mateo's to transform into a bright red. Tap again and it changes back. If we find the tower, your stone will turn red. If we don't, it'll remain blue, and you should wait here until we return. We'll try another path. But I feel good about this one. It seems like everything is lining up. It does, Sarah said. Thank you. Meltov mumbled something under his breath and rolled up the map, shoving it into a case before rushing out of the room. Sarah was almost out the door when Mateo remembered that they were hoping to have her cast the Swap Faces spell on him and Isaac. Actually, wait, he said. After explaining the situation to her, she hesitated for a moment and then shook her head. Meltov might actually go crazy if we don't go. He's a little bit obsessed. I did notice that, Mateo said dryly. That's okay. I have a solution. Sarah's solution turned out to be something she called a rip scroll. She had copied the Swap Faces spell onto a piece of thin leather that shimmered with a faint glow, and given the leather scroll to the prince. Is that monster hide? The prince asked, intrigued. Yes, Sarah replied, looking at the rip scroll rather reluctantly. It's expensive stuff, so I don't like using them lightly. But this is how other people can cast the spell. All you have to do is tear it. Because of the natural magical properties of the monster hide, it gathers ambient mana all the time, which means there is no need to actively charge it. Once you do, it'll swap your face with the target you set in your mind. The effect will last for approximately 12 hours, give or take half an hour or so, depending on how fully charged the rip scroll was when you activate it. This is fascinating, Prince Isaac said, running his fingers lightly over the scroll. This is exactly what we need. Thank you. I really appreciate it. In fact, we don't even need your spell scroll since we have this. Shocked, Sarah stared at Prince Isaac as he pulled out the Being Theft spell scroll and handed it back to her. Here you go. As she took the scroll, Isaac looked at Meltov and gave him an apologetic smile. Unfortunately, we do need the Stormcaller talisman you gave us. We're going to give it as a gift, so you can't have it back. Having said what he wanted to say, Prince Isaac turned around and walked off, still clutching the Swap Faces talisman in his hands. His lips twitching, Meltov took a deep breath, nodded at Mateo, and held up the messaging stone. Pay close attention. As soon as you see it change, start heading our way. I will. The two of you be safe, Mateo said. With a creak, the gate opened, and soon Sarah and Meltov had disappeared down the path. They had elected to leave both of their mules behind in the keep stable, along with the now locked chests full of books and scrolls. Mateo wasn't particularly worried anyone would want to steal them. After all, individually they weren't worth a whole lot. Only when the information was carefully parsed out of them and combined together, along with a lot of other miscellaneous information, was it possible to track down the location of the ruins. Standing there for a moment to collect his thoughts, Mateo let out a long sigh, mentally preparing himself for the ordeal he was about to undergo. When the dawn of the appointed day arrived, Isaac was incredibly excited. It looked as if he had hardly slept, and after a quick breakfast, he had Rose and Eric step out of the room before carefully getting out the Swap Faces scroll. After staring at it one last time, he gestured for Mateo to come closer. Then, before his shaking hands could betray his nervousness, he tore the scroll in half. As the beast's skin ripped, Mateo felt a burst of spiritual energy being released into the air. A tingle assaulted him, forcing him to blink. When he opened his eyes, it looked as if he was staring into a mirror, his own face looking back at him in open-mouthed astonishment. Realizing his mouth was open as well, Mateo closed it and turned to find a mirror. It was completely disorienting to him to look in the mirror and see Prince Isaac's face staring back at him. But as he examined it carefully, he couldn't find a single flaw. Of course, just because he looked like Prince Isaac didn't mean his actions would match exactly, so Mateo was still nervous Warlord Aspar would discover something amiss. "This is amazing," Prince Isaac said, staring at his suddenly calloused hands. "Wow, I look, well, not quite as handsome, but cool." Rolling his eyes, Mateo picked up the leather book that contained the Stormcaller totem and flipped through it. This wasn't the first time he had looked through it, but he thought it would be a waste not to store the totem in his memory since they'd be giving it away. Walking to the door, he jerked his head. "Shall we?" "Oh, yes, right. Of course, Your Highness." The most bizarre part of the spell, as far as Matteo was concerned, was the fact that the prince's voice now sounded exactly like his, though hearing it from someone else made it sound strange and foreign to Matteo's ears. Walking over, the prince grabbed the door and pulled it open. Keeping his spine ramrod straight, he strode out into the hallway with what he undoubtedly assumed to be purpose, only to hear a chuckle from Eric. Raising an eyebrow, the prince looked at Eric. "What's so funny?" "You look like you're constipated, Your Highness." "Doesn't he? I think he is trying too hard." When Matteo appeared in the doorway and spoke, the others all turned and looked, and Rose shivered, stepping back. Eric, on the other hand, crouched slightly, his hand going to his dagger. "Wait." Looking back and forth between Matteo and the prince, Eric scratched his head. "Did you make the change yet?" "No." "Why?" Matteo asked, with the same sort of wide-eyed curiosity the prince's expression always carried. "Oh, this is going to mess me up," Eric said, shutting his eyes. "They changed," Rose said, her voice harsher than she probably intended it to be. Catching her tone, she took a deep breath. "I'm sorry, this is just a little bit odd. It'll take me a moment to get used to." "I think it's fantastic," the prince said, reaching up to pinch his dark hair. "Look at this! I'm like a completely different person. I mean, I know I'm Matteo, but it really is astonishing." "Well, we can't both act like this," Matteo said, mimicking the prince's actions and speech patterns perfectly. "Hey! How come you're so much better at this than I am?" Prince Isaac asked, his forehead furrowing. "You got the hand motions down and everything." "Photographic memory," Matteo replied, tapping his forehead. "Now, we really should go, otherwise we're going to be late. This only lasts for 12 hours, and we've got a 4-hour ride to get to the stairs." Setting off from the keep, they traversed the gorge, climbed the mountain, and eventually were stopped by the same barbarian who had met them the first time. If he noticed anything, he didn't give any indication. By the time the prince had fully assimilated to his role, remaining completely stoic at all times, Matteo had already instructed Prince Isaac on how to act when they met the barbarian. Seeing the prince in Matteo's body get down from his horse and say a few quiet words to the barbarian, while Matteo in the prince's body pretended to be rather nervous, left Rose's head spinning. Bringing them to the stairs, the barbarian gestured for the prince to ascend.
"The climb awaits, imperial son."
Chapter 22. A shiver ran down Matteo's spine, but he forced himself to remain still, giving the barbarian man a determined nod. Taking a deep breath, he turned to the others who had come with him. "Wish me luck," he said, and then began to walk up the steps one at a time. When he broke the trees, he caught sight of the view that had sent Isaac running back down the stairs in a panic, and his heart began to beat rapidly. The stairs appeared to end with a gap of 4 steps missing, while the ground plunged away, falling deep into the valley below. Matteo took a deep breath and, without giving himself time to think, leapt the gap. In truth, even for an iron-ranked duelist, crossing such a distance was hardly a challenge, but as Matteo's feet touched the stone steps, he couldn't help but feel a hint of panic. It was only after they proved solid that he was able to take a deep breath and relax. Beginning to climb every dozen or so steps, he would have to jump a gap, and occasionally he was forced to shimmy along a narrow section of the cliff to cross a gap too large to leap. Looking out over the wide expanse of the valley, Matteo caught sight of Highvale Keep, sitting up and across the gorge. Extending out behind Highvale Keep was a thick wall of mountain. Finding himself curious, Matteo turned and looked into the distance, trying to see if he could pick out the 5th spine where Sarah and Meltov were headed. They had only been traveling for a couple of days, so Matteo didn't expect to be notified for at least 3 more. But he found himself looking forward to it, hoping they did succeed in finding the tower. Of course, he was under no illusion they would wait for him, and fully expected them to try and breach the tower without him. Chances were exceedingly high that they would only let him know the tower was there if they found it impossible to breach on their own. Despite the fact that he could very well miss out on a treasure trove of knowledge and potentially even power, Matteo wasn't particularly worried.
If Master Avarak Solomon truly was a descendant of the sorcerer who built that tower, then there was no way they'd be able to enter it. In fact, Matteo wondered if even he would be able to enter. After all, his master had sealed his magic until he was 18, and had created even more seals on top of those, locking the truly powerful information behind multiple requirements. But right now, Matteo had other problems to worry about. So turning his attention back to the stairs, he continued his climb, steadily making his way up toward the summit. The staircase curled all the way around the mountain, and at one point, looking down, Matteo saw where his friends stood. They were hidden by trees, and he could spot where the stairs emerged, and knew that they weren't that far away. All in all, the climb wasn't particularly difficult, and Matteo found himself calming down considerably the higher he went. Finally, he reached the summit, and his heart started beating once more. A simple table made of the purest granite sat in the center of a circular platform perched on the very top of the mountain. Lounging on a stool was Aspar, whose dark eyes were now filled with considerable surprise. Putting down the cup in his hand, Aspar stood up and walked around the table. Matteo noticed he wasn't wearing any weapons, a clear sign of how comfortable he felt.
"I am surprised. I did not anticipate you succeeding. But then they say, a tiger father does not beget a dog son."
Though the climb hadn't been particularly arduous, Matteo found his heartbeats beating up, his breath coming in short gasps as Aspar's aura abruptly expanded, crashing down on him with the weight of a mountain. Any doubt Matteo may have had about Ghostblade's word that the warlord was gold-ranked immediately vanished. It was the same weight he had felt facing the Beastmaster during the training exercises, and that he subtly sensed from Orsic and the other commanders. Despite the instantaneous urge to kneel, Matteo maintained his posture, keeping his back straight and doing his best to catch a breath. The warlord's eyes narrowed, and he took another step forward, causing the pressure on Matteo to ratchet up. Matteo could feel his legs shaking, and knew that if the pressure got any stronger, he simply wouldn't be able to stand it. It wasn't a matter of will, but of the vast gulf of strength between them. Then, with a smile of genuine amusement, Aspar reached out and patted Matteo's shoulder, causing the intense pressure to vanish. The sudden release of the weight nearly made Matteo topple over as his body tried to adjust to the shifting conditions. Thankfully, Aspar's hand was there to steady him.
"You are brave, braver than many of our children. Come, sit down, imperial son, and let us speak."
Still holding on to Matteo's shoulder, Aspar turned and gestured to the table, where a stool was waiting for Matteo. The only thing on the table was a pitcher of wine and 2 glasses. After pushing Matteo into his seat, Aspar filled up Matteo's glass and set it in front of him, before carrying the jug back over to the other side of the table and setting it down next to his cup.
"Tell me, young one, what would you toast to?"
Almost mechanically, Matteo picked up the goblet, his mind whirling. This was another test. He knew that from the way Aspar stared at him with rampant curiosity. Lifting the glass, Matteo wet his lips and then slowly pushed himself to his feet, buying a precious few seconds. "A toast to—" He was about to say us, when a thought wormed its way into his mind, and he quickly changed direction. "To our people, to the prosperity of the tribes, and the immortality of the Empire." Aspar watched him from across the table with an impassive expression, and for a moment Matteo wondered if he had failed. If Aspar didn't raise his glass and join him in the toast, it would be clear that the two of them had no alignment. And if they weren't aligned, there was no way the proud barbarian would make a deal. Then a ghost of a smile appeared on Aspar's face, and he stood up, lifting his glass into the sky.
"A good toast. To the immortality of the Empire. I like that. To the prosperity of the 5 tribes, and to the glory of those who lead them."
The last line was delivered with something akin to a smirk, and then Aspar drank deeply. Matteo, not knowing what was in his glass, didn't dare to be quite so exuberant. But after tasting the liquid and realizing it was just regular wine, not even particularly good wine at that, he drained his glass and set it down on the table. Aspar let out a great sigh and flopped back down on his stool. How much do you know about the tribes, imperial son?
Not as much as I should, Matteo replied as he sat down.
Oh, and why do you say that?
There is an adage in war. First, know yourself. Second, know your enemy.
Then are we enemies?
Shaking his head, Matteo played with the stem of his glass. At the moment, we're still figuring it out. But either way, whichever side of the adage we're on, I should understand the tribes better.
There's wisdom in that, Aspar said. We have a similar saying. Know why the fox burrows where he burrows. A good hunter will understand his prey so well he can predict their next move, though occasionally you run across prey that doesn't move like normal.
Aspar's gaze was intense. Matteo couldn't help but swallow. It was clear that the warlord was talking about him, and for a moment Matteo worried that the ruse he and Prince Isaac had pulled had been seen through. Not wanting to give anything away, he remained silent as Aspar chuckled.
I'm curious about you, imperial son. Curious about the environment you grew up in, and how it shaped you into the warrior you are today.
In truth, it's not very exciting, Matteo said, shaking his head. I grew up in the Emperor's palace, hemmed in on all sides, my every need taken care of. Never given a chance to prove myself, never given a chance to spread my wings.
And this is your chance?
Aspar's eyebrows rose as he leaned forward.
You know my people have another saying, that what the wounded bird needs is to fly. The sky heals the bird as the water heals the fish. People were not made to live in such tightly packed spaces. You Imperials hem yourselves in from the world, separating yourselves with your great walls, building towering stone tombs to live out your days. It's bad for the soul.
Leaning back, Aspar tapped his chest and then gestured to the wide-open expanse around him.
What a warrior needs is space.
Taking a moment to look around him at the wide-open sky that stretched for miles in every direction, Matteo drew in a breath of the cool, sweet air and nodded. It certainly does something good for the soul. But you speak as if you've seen the imperial capital.
Because I have. After all, I need to understand why the fox digs his burrow.
His smile took on a faintly savage air, and he chuckled.
So tell me, imperial son, what is it that was so important you were willing to ascend to the heavens to talk to me about?
Matteo didn't respond immediately. Instead, he breathed in deeply, focusing his mind and bringing himself to a place of absolute calm. He didn't get the sense from Aspar that the barbarian was opposed to cooperation. In fact, their conversation had been downright pleasant so far. But he wasn't confident that was going to remain the case, and wanted to be ready for every possibility. With his current identity as son of the Emperor, Matteo wasn't particularly worried for his safety. After all, if Aspar killed him here, he had no doubt that the entire might of the Imperial Empire would fall on the barbarians with such ferocity that nothing would be left. But there were plenty of other terrible outcomes besides death. Aspar didn't rush him, and even had an appreciative look as he poured another glass of wine and waited for Matteo to speak. "I wish to secure your services," Matteo finally said, looking straight across the table at Aspar.
Has nobody told you that the tribes do not act as mercenaries?
Not a mercenary, Matteo said firmly. A vassal. Despite how high up they were, the air was merely cool, in part due to the lack of clouds between them and the sun overhead. Yet now it was as if the bitterest north wind blew over the mountain, and the temperature plunged into the abyss. Matteo knew it was only an illusion, of course. What he was feeling was the intense bloodlust Aspar was exuding, and his own body's natural reaction to it. Normally, such a drastic shift in the atmosphere would have reduced somewhat of Matteo's strength to a quivering mess. But Matteo simply sat in place, stock still, allowing his body to shiver as he maintained a locked gaze with the warlord across the table. After a moment, A hint of surprise rose in Aspar's eyes, and the bloodlust he exuded faded slightly. Matteo, of course, had a secret weapon. During his baptism of blood, he had stepped onto a battlefield with such an intense, murderous aura that it made Aspar's killing intent feel like less than a spring breeze. Realizing that Matteo wasn't going to cow, Aspar smiled and leaned across the table, tapping the stone surface with his finger.
"Tell me why you think I would ever take such an offer," Aspar demanded. "Tell me why I wouldn't throw you from the top of this peak right now. You surely can't think I'm so afraid of your emperor that you'll be safe, or is your courage not your own? Is there someone else you're relying on?"
As he spoke, Aspar looked around, as if searching for a hidden guard. Matteo shook his head. "I'm alone, and you very well could throw me from the top of the peak, but I believe I can answer your question as well. The actions you have shown over the last few years have given the Empire the impression that you are eager to seize power, eager to expand your lands, to gather warriors and crush those who might oppose you. The Empire would gladly leash a powerful tiger like yourself. I, however, don't agree. I believe something different, that you are not looking for conquest, but instead are looking for peace. Peace that will not come if my siblings sit on the imperial throne. My first brother would make a strong emperor, and would undoubtedly grow the empire just as his majesty has. The second prince seeks power at any cost, and would likewise attempt to grow the borders of the empire, destroying all those who stand in his way. The third princess, while similar to the first prince, is even more battle-hungry, and eager to prove herself her brother's match. The fourth princess hides claws behind a smiling face, and is more ruthless than any of her siblings. Even as the words came out of his mouth, Matteo found himself surprised that he had just spilled his true thoughts about the imperial children. Seeing him fall silent, Aspar's eyes narrowed slightly.
"And what of you, imperial son? What sort of ruler will you be?"
It took Matteo a moment to answer, and when he did, it was with a self-deprecating laugh. "A tyrant," he said finally, his eyes rising to meet Aspar's intense gaze. "A tyrant who would rule with an iron fist, enforcing peace in every corner of my empire."
"Ha! It takes courage to admit one's true character," Aspar said, sitting back with an amused smile, his murderous aura fading away. "I must say that there is nothing like seeing a person face to face for understanding them. The reports I have on the fifth prince give no indication you had such a strong nature, or such a tyrannical bent. They say you're soft, weak, a painter who simply wishes to retreat from the world. So you'll forgive me that your request of fealty caused such a strong reaction. But you still haven't given me a good reason that I should take you up on your offer. Binding myself to the weakest of the imperial children seems like a foolish move. If I was going to pick somebody, wouldn't it be the first prince?"
Chapter 23. Thinking for a moment, Matteo shook his head. "No. If you were to pledge yourself to the first prince, the chances of the other imperial children doing their utmost to destroy you is practically guaranteed. I, however, am not a threat, which means that they won't even bother. On the surface, it will look like we simply came to an agreement to restart trade, and when they finally discover that we are working together, it will be too late."
"That assumes you make it to the throne."
"Even if I don't, even if the throne falls to one of my siblings, I can simply pledge myself to them, and you, in turn, will benefit by proxy."
"You asked me to take on a risky bet with no assurances," Aspar said, shaking his head. "Only a fool would agree."
Thinking for a moment, Matteo pulled out the leather booklet he had gotten from Meltov and slid it across the table. "A present for you, the first, hopefully, of many."
"If you were going to bring something for me, you should have brought a weapon," Aspar said, glancing at the book disdainfully.
"I did," Matteo replied, gesturing for Aspar to pick it up. He spoke with such certainty that the warlord raised an eyebrow and flipped the book open, shock coloring his features as he realized what it was.
How did you? Matteo shook his head ever so slightly, and Aspar's words cut off. With growing excitement, the warlord flipped through the other pages. Is this complete?
It is. And it's yours, Matteo said, regardless of whether you agree to what I'm requesting. Aspar clenched his jaw, seeming to wrestle over some internal struggle, and Matteo simply waited, watching the warlord calmly. One of the most important skills Master Avarak Solomon had taught Matteo was the ability to read people, to understand based on their actions and the words they said and left unsaid what they valued most. Barbarians typically had a rather savage reputation, and they could be quite savage, in battle especially, but Matteo knew that honor was their primary code. They revered independence as sacred, which was what made his request for Aspar's fealty so dangerous. It had been balanced, of course, by the barbarian's appreciation for directness and courage, and the bet had paid off. He hadn't, in fact, been thrown from the mountain-top immediately. Now he could sense Aspar was wrestling with a different sort of problem. Because of their fierce independence, barbarians didn't believe in taking from others without recompense. The one exception to this, of course, was in raiding, but even that had strict ceremonial rules. Rules that, if broken, would cause the barbarian to become a pariah. Though Aspar could take the gift Matteo was offering and still deny Matteo's requests, it would become a black mark on his conscience, a stain impossible to remove. After a long period of silence, Aspar shut the book and pushed it toward Matteo.
I cannot take this.
Matteo smiled softly, noticing that Aspar's hand had not left the cover of the book. Take this as a meeting gift, Matteo said, a sign of my goodwill. Though such a statement made absolute sense from an imperial's point of view, Aspar's face twitched, his lips turning down in a grimace.
A meeting gift should be some choice fruit, Aspar said, not this. A talisman like this is enough to cause the eradication of a dozen clans. It's enough to throw the barbarian lands into turmoil and bloodshed for 100 years.
Only if other people know about it, Matteo said with a shrug. It's also enough to ensure that you are the next high shaman. Instead of 100 years of bloodshed, you could have 100 years of peace.
By binding myself to the Empire, Aspar snapped, what does the Emperor want in exchange for this?
The Emperor doesn't even know about it, Matteo said with a shrug. This is my gift. Hissing through his clenched teeth, Aspar shook his head again.
I cannot.
Holding up his hands, as if to concede, Matteo spoke softly, forcing Aspar to lean forward slightly to hear him. I understand I am putting you in a difficult position, so let us change the request. Give me 10 years. 10 years in which to prove myself. If I become an emperor worth following, you will pledge yourself to me. If I don't, then it's my loss. During these 10 years, however, we will resume regular trade between our people.
There's already regular trade between the Empire and the tribes, Aspar said, interrupting Matteo.
I'm not talking about trade between the Empire and the tribes. I'm talking about trade between the Empire and you. You'll establish a permanent outpost in imperial land, a place where hunters and herdsmen from the tribes can bring their goods and meet with merchants. You'll establish it on one of the primary roads, ensuring there is free access, and you and your warriors will provide the security for it.
Will the Empire let us settle on their lands?
Aspar asked with an incredulous look. Yes, Matteo nodded firmly. If an imperial son signs the order, then it will stand. Besides, I plan on giving the other imperial children special trade dispensations. Aspar sat back with a bark of laughter, his hand still casually resting on the storm-collared talisman booklet.
They say you're a rabbit, frightened and timid. To me, you sound a lot more like a wolf. Interesting. I must admit that I am intrigued. But I won't make a decision now. Only a fool chooses immediately when there is time. I must confer with my chieftains to see if they would be willing to follow me in such a plan.
With one last reluctant look at the booklet, he slid it across the table toward Matteo.
If I choose to accept your offer, you can give it to me then. In the meantime, guard it well."
The leather book came to a stop in front of Matteo, but he didn't pick it up. Aspar was setting a trap for him. If he took the booklet back, there was a chance Aspar would do as he said and return to claim it with a pledge of fealty. But it was more likely he would take the opportunity to simply attack Matteo and seize it for himself after Matteo returned to the fort. Aspar hadn't been exaggerating when he said that a talisman like this could cause a storm of blood among the tribes. The ability to control the weather was considered the most powerful of the talismans, and by revealing it, Matteo had put both of them in a tricky situation. Still, for all Matteo cared, the booklet could sit on top of the mountain and rot. So he got up from his stool and dipped his head toward Aspar in a show of respect. "I'll wait 2 weeks, and then I will return to the capital. Thank you for hearing me out." Without glancing at the Stormcaller talisman, Matteo turned and walked away, heading for the stairs. He half expected Aspar to call out to him, but the warlord didn't say a word, simply watching Matteo walk to the steps. It only took Matteo half as long to get down the staircase as it had to climb up it, and when he arrived he found everyone he had left waiting nearby. The barbarian with a scarred cheek regarded Matteo with undisguised curiosity, but ultimately didn't say anything as he led them back to their horses. A couple of times Prince Isaac, who was still disguised as Matteo, started to speak up, but Matteo shook his head, indicating they would talk later. It wasn't until they had traveled a few miles from the mountain and were down in the gorge that Matteo finally satisfied the prince's curiosity. 2 weeks, Matteo said, holding up 2 fingers. He'll let us know if he agrees in 2 weeks. Agrees to what? Prince Isaac asked. What is he agreeing to? I started with a request for fealty, Matteo said quietly, fully intending him to reject it, which he did. From there we backed down to the establishment of a trading post and a 10-year assessment agreement. But what if at the end of 10 years he decides you'd be a good emperor? Isaac asked, worry creeping into his eyes. If I spend all my time painting, he won't, Matteo said firmly. He's more likely to enjoy running the trade post so much that he establishes others. We can talk about it more once we're back at the keep. Right. Of course, Prince Isaac said. The rest of the trip passed in silence, but when they made it to the keep, they found a considerable amount of commotion. Seeing a large number of soldiers with unknown heraldry, Matteo and Prince Isaac exchanged confused glances. Someone had arrived at the keep, but who it was, they had no idea. After dismounting, they headed inside, where they were met by the steward. For a moment, Matteo felt a bit of cognitive dissonance as he mistook the man for Meltov. Thankfully, before he said something that embarrassed himself, he remembered Meltov was miles away in the mountains, hunting for the sorcerer's tower. Ah, Your Highness, there you are. You have a visitor, a very special guest, who I'm sure you'll be pleased to see. Lady Lucita has arrived. Freezing, Matteo put on his best smile while shooting a glance at the real Prince Isaac, who was staring at the steward in open-mouthed shock. Ah, how exciting, Matteo said. Shall I take you to her? Give me a moment to freshen up, Matteo said, gesturing to his dusty clothes. It wouldn't do to see her in this condition. But, Your Highness, I'm sure she... Holding up his hand to forestall anything further from the steward, Matteo reached out and grabbed the prince's shoulder firmly. Let's go, he said in a firm voice, causing Prince Isaac to jump. Huh? Oh, yes. Yes, let's. As if fleeing, the two of them ran upstairs, Eric and Rose following close behind. When they arrived at the prince's apartments, they stepped in through the door, and Matteo turned to Prince Isaac. Who? His words were interrupted by a delighted shout. Brother! Wincing, Matteo slowly turned his head and saw a woman in her mid-20s, dressed in an exquisite gown. She had large, expressive blue eyes that carried a good deal of mirth. It's been so long, she said, her skirt rustling as she swept toward him, completely ignoring the actual prince. She wrapped her arms around Matteo and pulled him in for a hug, which he returned lightly, all the while shooting panicked glances at Prince Isaac, who was frantically trying to sign something, with no success. As Lucita started to pull back, Matteo tightened his hold on her and signaled with his eyes to Rose. She grabbed Prince Isaac, pulled him back a few steps, and began to have a whispered conversation.
Realizing he had held the hug too long, Matteo let Lucita go and stepped back, giving her his best smile.
"I'm surprised to see you," he said. "What brings you here?"
"Well, let me tell you about it," she said, taking his hand and leading him to the couch. "I'm sure it doesn't come as a surprise. I'm probably the last person you would expect to see in such an out-of-the-way place. But I wanted to come and support you. I heard about what was happening, this dreadful test the Emperor is giving, and I thought it would be encouraging if I came to show my support."
"Of course," Matteo said, his eyes darting toward Rose.
Having figured out the situation from a conversation with Prince Isaac, Rose quickly related to Matteo using hand signs. Though he only caught about half of it, since he had to keep looking back at Lucita, there was enough information that Matteo could piece together what was going on. Lucita was Prince Isaac's older sister. How exactly, Matteo wasn't sure, as she didn't seem to be one of the imperial children.
"Did you come all the way from the capital?" Matteo asked, earning himself an odd look.
"No, I came from the Western Shore."
"Well, of course," Matteo said without hesitation. "I meant to ask, did you pass through the capital on your way here?"
"Oh, right, yes, I did. And I know it was rather impulsive of me, but just the thought of my brother being all alone in the wilderness made me want to cry. So I packed my bags and set off. I must say it was quite a boring journey, though we were attacked by bandits twice. Security's getting pretty dismal these days."
"I'm sorry to hear that, but I'm glad you're okay."
"Oh, yes, the Windblade mercenaries really are excellent at their work. Feeling a faint tingle of spiritual energy around his face, Matteo surged to his feet, startling Lucita quite badly. "Well, I want to catch up, but before that, let me get changed. Matteo, come assist me. In the meantime, Rose, do your best to entertain Lady Lucita." Even as he spoke, Matteo was turning away and hurrying toward the dressing room. With a start, Prince Isaac rushed after him, a rather panicked expression on his face. As Lucita rose and started to turn to look after them, she found her hands grasped by Rose, who looked at her with wide, adoring eyes.
"Lady Lucita, I am Rose, one of Prince Isaac's aides. I've heard so much about you, and I'm so excited to meet you. The prince has spoken fondly of you. Often."
Rose had a firm grip on Lucita's elbow, making it impossible for her to turn, and Lucita was practically pushed back into her seat as Rose sat down next to her.
"I hope you don't mind if I ask some questions,"
Rose said as the door closed behind Matteo and Prince Isaac with a click. "Oh, man, that was close," Prince Isaac said as his features began to twist, transforming back into his own. Letting out the breath he was holding, Matteo nodded. "It was. Let's hope she didn't see anything." Reaching up to touch his now blonde hair, Prince Isaac grinned. "But you have to admit that was pretty fun." Fun wasn't quite the word Matteo would have chosen, but he simply smiled and assisted the prince in changing his outfit. As he changed his own clothes, he gestured with his chin toward the door.
"Who is Lucita?"
"Ah, yeah, she's my half-sister, sort of. My mother adopted her before she met the Emperor. My family is complicated, but she's not related to me by blood, which is why she's not part of the imperial lineage." Chapter 24. Shrugging into his shirt, Matteo glanced at Prince Isaac in the mirror. "What's your relationship like? Just so I know how to handle her." "It's fine," Prince Isaac said, adjusting his crown. "She's always been kind to me. She's about 10 years older, so we never really got into fights. Honestly, I'm surprised to see her. This is the first time I've seen her in years. She moved to the Western Shore and has been living there since my mother passed away. Apart from a letter once a year, we've had no contact." "So it's suspicious that she's here?" Matteo asked. "Well, I don't know. Again, I'm not quite sure how normal families work, but it is quite a long journey for her to make." "She may be trying to ingratiate herself with you, hoping you'll become emperor," Matteo said, buttoning his coat. "Possibly, but I'm not sure she's that scheming." Shrugging his shoulders, Prince Isaac ran his hands through his hair, flashing a smile in the mirror, and then walked out into the room. Lucita had a rather glassy look on her face and was watching as Rose stood a few feet away, executing punches while maintaining a constant stream of chatter. "Ah, so I see you've met Rose," Prince Isaac said as he came over to the couch. Shaken from her daze,
Lucita turned and looked at Prince Isaac with a mixture of awe and horror.
"She is quite, lively."
"She is. It's one of the things I like about her," Prince Isaac said, walking around the couch and sitting down next to his sister. Released from her duty, Rose let out a soft sigh of relief and walked over to where Matteo was standing.
"I don't think I've ever been so embarrassed in my life," she muttered under her breath.
"All for a good cause," Matteo replied, patting her on the back. That earned him an eye roll, but he didn't let it bother him, and instead went to arrange for some food from the kitchen. That night, as he was settling down to begin his meditations, he caught sight of the messaging stone Meltov had given him. He had been checking it multiple times every day, and every time it was a solid blue color. Now, however, as his eyes landed on it, he saw it had shifted into a bright crimson, indicating that Sarah and Meltov had located the tower. Picking up the stone, Matteo considered it impassively for a moment. In truth, he hadn't expected them to alert him for at least another week. The fact that they had sent a sign so soon meant they were probably completely stumped, unable to even enter the tower. Closing his eyes to think for a moment, he carefully put the stone back down and picked up the bottle of troll bone marrow that had been sitting next to it. "Are you going to go?" Corvus asked, nodding at the red stone. "That'll depend on the prince. But yes, I think so. We don't expect to hear back from Aspar for at least 2 weeks, and even when we do, that'll be up to the prince. Besides, his sister just arrived, and he'll probably want to spend some time with her. That should give me a couple of days to make it to the tower and back." "What about the prince? Your primary mission is to keep him secured." "Rose and Eric will be enough for that. They know not to leave him alone." Taking a deep breath and fortifying his courage, Matteo swallowed a gulp of the bone marrow and then quickly capped the bottle before the pain started. Jumping up off his bed, he contorted his body into the twisted form Corvus had shown him and began chanting the Iron Blood mantra in his mind. The exercise was little more than torture, yet Matteo kept at it, his concentration unwavering even as his body shook and pain rolled through him in fierce waves. He could feel the effect of the troll's blood fading, growing fainter and fainter with each use. But far from discouraging him, it made him want to practice all the more, as he knew that when the troll's blood was entirely ineffective, his transformation would be complete. What effect it would have, he wasn't precisely sure, but already he could feel the endless vitality the troll's blood contained seeping through his body, causing his root card to grow even more effective. He lasted for a full 12 rotations, and almost made it through the 13th, before his mind collapsed and he fell to the ground unconscious. A few minutes later, Matteo blearily opened his eyes and crawled to the bath. After washing himself off, he staggered to his bed and fell into a deep sleep, not waking until Eric shook his shoulder. Opening his eyes, instantly alert, Matteo looked up at Eric. Not seeing the sign for crisis, Matteo allowed himself to relax, and Matteo sat up in bed as Eric gestured to the red stone. "I take it you'll be heading out." It was currently 4:30 in the morning, and Eric was coming off of his guard shift. "Yes, I'll talk to the prince this morning after breakfast." "Who you taking with you?" Though Eric didn't ask directly, it was clear he wanted to go. But Matteo shook his head. "Nobody. We can't afford to relax our guard, and honestly, I shouldn't even be going. But the prince gave his word, so we need to keep it." Though Eric wasn't happy with that answer, he nodded, and then went to bed while Matteo took his place guarding the prince. After breakfast, Matteo brought the stone to Prince Isaac, explaining that Sarah and Meltov had likely found the tower and were waiting for him there. "That's fine, you can go," Prince Isaac said. "In fact, I wish I could, but with Lucita here, it'd probably be best for me to stay." Relieved that he didn't have to convince the prince not to plunge into a so-called adventure, Matteo bowed. "I should only be gone for 5 days, a week at the very most. When I return, if we've been able to breach the tower and it's not too dangerous, maybe we could take a trip then." "Oh, that's a great idea," Prince Isaac said, his eyes lighting up. "I'd love to do that. In the meantime, I'll stay here, just in case Aspar comes to give us his answer. Speaking of which, we never got a chance to talk about it. What do you think? Do you think he's going to agree?" Closing his eyes and recalling how the conversation had ended, Matteo shook his head. "I think we have a chance of success, but it's probably only
30%? Well, that's sad, Prince Isaac said, crossing his arms over his chest and pouting. I thought it was a great plan. It was a good plan, but things are always more complicated than they seem. Aspar has chieftains under him, chieftains who would have to be willing to take the deal too. Can't he just order them to do what he wants? Prince Isaac asked. No, warlords and barbarian chieftains are not like the nobles of the Empire. They don't have absolute rights of control over the people under them. How fascinating. Though he wanted to continue the conversation, Prince Isaac was interrupted by a knock at the door, and Lucita poking her head in. Ah, there you are. I expected you to have breakfast with the commander, so I was surprised when you weren't there. He said you like to eat up in your room, though, so I came to join you. I hope you don't mind. Of course not. Please come in, Prince Isaac said magnanimously, waving for her to enter. Matteo, I'll see you when you get back. Thank you, Your Highness, Matteo said, bowing and taking a step back. As he passed by Lucita, he caught a sharp look in her eyes, but didn't have time to consider what it meant before the door had shut behind him. Rose, who was standing out in the hallway, gave him a half-smile and grabbed his shoulder. Come back safe, okay? I will, Matteo said with a smile. It'll just be a week. He had already packed all of his gear, and so, after getting a horse from the stable, he left through the gate and trotted down the road. Once he was out of sight of the fortress, he whistled long and sharp, and heard an answering cry up ahead. Queen was perched on a branch of a tree that overlooked the path, and as Matteo rode under it, she fluttered down to land on his shoulder. It was still early enough that the mountains were shrouded in mist, but Matteo had a good sense of where he was headed, and after continuing down the road for a few miles, he turned off, avoiding the path that would take him down into the gorge, and instead setting out across the rocky terrain that led deeper into the mountains. As he rode, he couldn't help but recall Aspar's comment that the best thing for a person was to be out in the open wilds. There was something to it, and he felt his spirit lifting as he observed the steep mountains around him. It was as if his concerns and cares were slowly discarded on the path behind him, leaving him in a state of peace.
"Are you really going to turn over the tower to the Seekers?"
Corvus' squawk shattered the peace. With an annoying sigh, Matteo shook his head. I don't know. We'll have to wait and find out once we get there.
You realize they're going to try to kill you?
Maybe they won't. That earned a scoff from Corvus.
They just want you to open the door, and once you've done that, you'll be of no use to them. I'd expect a lightning bolt in the back.
Hopefully it won't come to that, Matteo said. But your warning is duly noted. Before that, though, I have to get there safely. Matteo wasn't just saying that. The mountains were full of wild animals, and if rumors were to be believed, monsters as well. That was to say nothing of the barbarian tribes that roamed the lands. The further away from the valleys he got, the more likely he was to run into a wild tribe. Then there were bandits to worry about as well. Men on the run from the law who eked out a meager living on the steep slopes of the mountain range. As a lone traveler, Matteo would be an easy target. With that in mind, Matteo unslung his bow from his shoulder and held it in front of him as he guided his horse across the rough terrain. As much as possible, he tried to stay out of the deep gorges, skirting around them while also staying off the ridges. Anything that lived out in the mountains, creature or man alike, knew better than to silhouette themselves against the sky. Matteo, though he didn't believe he'd be able to dodge all trouble, wanted to make it as hard as possible to spot him. Unfortunately, his premonition of danger proved accurate, and as the sun was beginning to set on the first day, Matteo heard a faint click, the subtle sound of metal striking stone. It was soft, but enough to set off alarm bells in Matteo's head. Immediately he pulled his horse to a stop and dismounted, and not a moment too soon as the sharp, heavy twang of a crossbow string shattered the air. It was followed by a hiss as a crossbow bolt sailed over his horse's back, flying a further 100 feet before rattling off of the stones that dotted the ground. Behind his horse, Matteo crouched, peeking out underneath it, and caught sight of a bit of movement up in a nest of boulders. If there was one bandit, there would undoubtedly be others. Rather than risk a shot, Matteo slapped his horse's haunches, causing the startled creature to lunge forward. With a tight grip on the saddle, Matteo was pulled along.
But after about 20 feet he dropped to the ground, letting his horse continue running as he nocked an arrow. Sure enough, another bandit, also holding a crossbow, rose from the nest of rocks, presenting Matteo with a perfect shot. The bandit was half turned toward him, but was looking at the running horse, and he completely failed to notice the arrow until it had punched a hole through his neck. As he fell with a gurgle, the other bandits let out yells and jumped out of their hiding places, rushing down the hill toward Matteo. Glancing over his shoulder as he nocked another arrow, Matteo scanned the rest of the hill, but didn't see any good hiding spots. They were on a slope, and Matteo didn't expect bandits to be hiding lower down, but just wanted to be sure. Before he looked back, he released the second arrow, catching the bandit who fired the first shot in the shoulder. With another curse, the bandit dropped his crossbow and clutched at the arrow, even as 2 more bandits closed in on Matteo. Unhurriedly, Matteo jumped backward, seeming to float in the air for a moment before gravity took hold of him. It put him just out of reach of a slashing saber, and then his arrow, fired at point-blank range, buried itself in the bandit's sternum, bowling him over. The last bandit, who was wielding a spear that had seen better days, tried to stab Matteo, but with a casual sweep of his bow, Matteo snapped the spear. The bow he was wielding was masterwork, made of incredibly tough metal that was practically unbreakable, and it served as a perfect makeshift staff as he jabbed it forward, nailing the bandit in the solar plexus and knocking the wind right out of him. Sagging backward, the bandit barely had time to process that the end of his spear was gone before Matteo's 4th arrow found its place in his eye, ending his life instantly. There was still one bandit alive, who had just tugged the arrow out of his shoulder. With a whimper of pain, he discarded the arrow and turned to run, only to find Matteo standing over him. Not interested in whatever the bandit had to say, Matteo killed him with a stab from the broken end of the spear he had picked up. It didn't take long to retrieve his arrows, and after a quick search of the bodies, Matteo found himself a dozen silver richer. His horse had trotted off about 300 yards, so Matteo began to jog toward it. Chapter 25. He was about halfway there when he saw his horse stiffen, its hackles raising as its ears began to swivel. At the same time, Matteo felt an impending sense of doom wash over him, as if some great beast was right behind him. Glancing over his shoulder, he saw that was, in fact, the case. A massive snake, at least 40 feet long, with a head the size of a wash basin, was coiled around a few of the boulders where the bandits had just been lurking, its glittering eyes fixed on Matteo as its tongue darted in and out of its mouth, tasting the air. Matteo didn't slow down, but he didn't speed up either, not wanting to give the monster a reason to chase. His horse was trembling in place, and as soon as Matteo reached it, he hopped up into the saddle and spurred it onward, causing it to take off with a start that made the snake sit up higher. Matteo held his breath as he nocked an arrow, just in case the snake came after them. His hope that it would be content with the 4 bandit corpses was fulfilled, however, and as he finally fell outside of arrow range, he saw its head dip, picking up one of the dead bandits and swallowing it down whole. "Well, that's kind of terrifying," he muttered, slowly relaxing his bow.
"And that's probably one of the least dangerous things in the mountain," Corvus said with a grating chuckle.
"Maybe bringing a horse was a bad idea," Matteo replied, stroking his horse's neck in an effort to calm the trembling beast down. Resolving to try and maintain a lower profile, Matteo slowed his travel down and did his best to hide his movements while having Queen and Corvus scout ahead. The next day passed uneventfully. But on the morning of the 3rd, he spotted a barbarian village tucked into a little hollow in the mountain he was traversing. The path he was on would take him right past the village, but to go around, Matteo would have to double back, losing almost half a day to cross on the other side of the mountain. After thinking it over, he jumped down from his horse, pulled off his pack, strapped it to his back, and then walked toward the village, leading his horse by the reins. In reality, Matteo was probably faster on foot. Mainly, he had brought the horse to carry some extra supplies for Sarah and Meltov. Since it was only another day to the location they suspected the tower to be, he figured he could carry them by himself, and since he wouldn't need the horse on the way back, he thought he might be able to trade it. As he got close to the village, 3 brawny barbarian warriors came out to meet him, and Matteo could see another 4, armed with the short javelins the barbarians favored, hanging out behind them.
"Hold! You're trespassing on our land."
"Not trespassing," Matteo said, shaking his head. "Just passing through." but I wanted to see if you would be open to trade."
"You look like a hunter," one of the men replied, pointing at Mateo's bow. "These are our hunting grounds. No one else is allowed to hunt."
"I haven't been hunting," Mateo replied. "Like I said, I'm just passing through and wanted to trade."
"How do we know you're not hiding game in your packs?" the barbarian said, stepping forward. "Open them up that we might look."
Knowing that agreeing to their demands would be a sign of weakness, Mateo shook his head for the third time. "The only way you're getting a look in my pack is if I take your head and store it in there." Far from being offended, his aggressive statement caused the other two barbarians to let out shouts of laughter. Even the man who had been speaking grinned and slapped his chest in greeting.
"Welcome. We are the Sheephorn tribe. Come, let us see what you have for trade."
With calm and confident steps, Mateo followed the three men into the village. The one who had invited him introduced himself as Pull and declared himself the chief. When they reached the center of the village, Mateo saw dozens of curious villagers staring at him, but he paid them no mind and squatted down with Pull in the open space that served as both the village center and the market. After accepting Pull's offer of wine, which came in a leather drinking skin, Mateo gestured to his horse and got out the silver he had looted from the bandits. "3 things for trade," he said. "First, the location of a giant serpent. Second, the horse and all of its gear. Third, silver." Thinking for a moment, Pull gestured to the side and whispered something in the ear of one of his men. After a while, Mateo saw a young woman walking over, carrying a set of javelins.
"If this serpent is one we do not know about, we'll exchange with a map of our hunting grounds, that you might safely exit them as quickly as possible,"
Pull said with a smile, causing Mateo to chuckle.
"For the horse, I'll trade my favorite set of throwing spears, blessed to never miss. And for the silver, my daughter, Mika."
Caught completely off guard, Mateo only realized that Pull had been joking when the chieftain and all of the surrounding men burst into laughter. Mika, seemingly used to the joke, just stared at Mateo curiously, not an ounce of bashfulness in her gaze. With a wry smile, Mateo shook his head. "Your daughter is worth much more than this silver, but unfortunately I don't have any more money." He picked up the bag of silver and tucked it back into his pocket. "The horse for the spears is a good trade." As for the location of the serpent, using his finger he traced a rough map in the dirt, marking the location where he had been ambushed and then where the serpent had eaten the bandits. Seeing Pull frown, Mateo knew that the information was news to the chieftain.
"If it is the beast I'm thinking of, its territory should be further south," Pull said, shaking his head. "That's along our trade route, so this information is very welcome. I'll tell the warriors to be more careful."
Reaching into his robe, Pull retrieved a hide map, which he spread out for Mateo to take a look at. It only took a few seconds for Mateo to memorize the map in its entirety, and it showed a considerable amount of the terrain around this mountain, including the majority of the 5th spine, which was the next mountain over. After looking for a couple more minutes, Mateo nodded and traced a path away from the village with his finger. "Thank you. This is the route I'll take, though I'll be passing back through in a few days."
"Maybe you'll be interested in my daughter then," Pull said with a wide grin, offering Mateo another drink.
This time Mateo didn't fall for it, and after taking another sip, he handed the wineskin back to the chieftain. "Does your village have a shaman?" he asked. After regarding him through narrowed eyes for a moment, Pull nodded. "Would I be able to speak with him or her? I seek wisdom." Again Pull hesitated for a moment, and then stood up.
"Come."
After scooping up the spears and leaving his horse behind, Mateo followed Pull and Mika through the village to a large tent adorned with the skulls and feathers of various creatures. Stopping outside of the tent, Pull indicated with his eyes, and Mika went inside. There was a quiet conversation, too muffled for Mateo to hear, and then a short woman, who looked exactly like Mika, though 2 decades older, came out.
"Bruna, my dearest love, golden sparrow of my heart, this imperial seeks wisdom."
Ignoring her husband's obvious flattery, Bruna looked Mateo over, a faint crease appearing between her eyes, and then indicated the tent.
"Come in, and tell me what you seek."
His face lighting up, Poole started to walk toward the tent flap, but Bruna stopped him with a hand on his chest.
"Not you, oaf. Him."
Though she spoke harshly, there was a certain softness about her gaze that made it clear she didn't actually mean harm. With a silly smile, Poole nodded.
"Of course, my sweet apple."
With an annoyed grunt, she turned away. But Matteo caught the faintest of blushes gracing her cheekbone as she disappeared into the tent.
"Well, you shouldn't keep her waiting,"
Poole said, and then, turning, walked off, his head held high. Stepping into the tent was like stepping into another world. For a moment, Matteo wondered if it was actually bigger on the inside than it was on the outside. The tent was divided into multiple rooms, but the main space was packed full of all sorts of strange objects, most of them made from natural materials like wood, bone, or woven fiber. In the center of the tent, on a large, thick carpet, was a round stool, nearly 3 feet across, making it look like a small platform. It was here that Bruna sat down, cross-legged, her composure restored, gesturing for Matteo to come closer. She waited until he stood in front of her before speaking.
"And what sort of wisdom does an imperial look for from among the tribes?"
"I wish to learn about talismans," Matteo said. That earned a bark of laughter from Bruna, who shook her head and dismissed him with a wave.
"Then you can return to where you were. No amount of asking is going to help you understand the magics of our people. Those without the soul of the world cannot form talismans, and your people have abandoned the world for so long, the spirits have forsaken you."
Matteo was thinking about how to respond when Corvus spread his wings wide and fluttered from Matteo's shoulder to land on the mounted skull of a deer with a massive rack.
"You should introduce her to Queen, kid. Though on second thought, it might give her a heart attack, and then you'll have to kill everybody in the village to get away."
Figuring it was, in fact, the best way to proceed, Matteo closed his eyes and commanded Queen to come to him. Bruna, unsure what Matteo was doing, simply watched him, her eyes bright and hard as she waited to see what sort of argument he would come up with. Matteo, sensing Queen worming her way underneath the tent, held out his finger, causing Bruna to jump in surprise as Queen fluttered her powerful wings, flying up from the ground to land on Matteo's hand. Opening his eyes, Matteo smiled as he stroked Queen's head. "They don't seem to have abandoned us entirely, or at least they haven't abandoned me," Matteo said. Bruna caught the implication immediately, and hissing through her clenched teeth, she leaned forward until she had nearly toppled from her stool, her eyes fixed on Queen. When the crow glanced back at her, she hissed again and recoiled.
"You're a beast, master."
Matteo didn't deny it, nodding as he put Queen on his shoulder.
"I am." How is that possible? Only those who have contracted to the spirits can become talisman holders."
Resisting the urge to glance at Corvus, who was cackling like mad, Matteo bowed his head slightly. "I have formed a contract with the spirit, and as a result have been able to etch the Beastmaster talisman on my soul." Hopping up from her stool, Bruna circled Matteo, looking at him as one might look at a prize animal.
"You are how old?"
"Almost 17, Matteo replied, causing Bruna to hiss again.
"And with a full talisman? Terrifying."
Though she didn't say exactly what was terrifying, Matteo could guess. Typically, shaman didn't gain their first talisman until they were at least silver-ranked, and considering he was young for someone in the bronze rank, his age must have come as quite a shock.
"So, what is it you want from me?"
Bruna asked, sitting back down on her stool.
"I'm not sure what wisdom an old woman like myself can give to a genius like you."
"I seek more knowledge about talismans," Matteo said. "I know very little about them and would learn."
"And what will you give in exchange?"
Matteo thought for a moment, and then reached for the pouch of silver coins in his pocket.
Bruna shook her head. "I don't want your money. Imperial coins have their value, but the wisdom we are talking about is priceless."
"Then what do you want?" Matteo asked.
"I want to see your spirit. I want to see what sort of spirit would be willing to sign a contract with an imperial." Corvus, is that possible?
Oh, it's possible, though she might not enjoy the experience, Corvus said.
Though he didn't trust the gleam in Corvus's eyes, Matteo bowed toward Bruna. My spirit is willing. Freezing, Bruna stared at Matteo, an ugly expression flitting across her face.
Your spirit is here, she hissed.
Like,
here? In this tent?
Yes. Peeking around surreptitiously, Bruna quickly agreed.
Fine. I'll share what I know about talismans, and in exchange, you'll reveal your spirit to me. Come, sit, and hear my wisdom.
Stepping forward, Matteo sat cross-legged in front of Bruna, who placed her hands on her thighs, and began to speak in an almost sing-song voice. She recited a legend that Matteo quickly realized was the history of her people. According to her story, the first tribes to wander into the mountains suffered terribly until one day a spirit of the earth appeared to one of them, offering to give them shelter. The desperate barbarian agreed, and the first talisman was created. It granted the first shaman tremendous power that allowed her to do everything, from controlling beasts to ordering the weather. It granted her the ability to run further and faster, to find hidden paths through the mountains, to speak with insects. It gave her supernatural senses and the strength and speed of powerful animals. All these, in addition to hundreds of other powers. Over time, other tribes, seeing her strength, came to her, begging for her aid. And in her mercy, she granted her powers to different people, passing off each power to a different tribe. This lasted until she had given away her last power, at which point she died, and the tribes were left to fend for themselves.
Regardless of whether this story is true or not, Bruna said after finishing her recitation, the truth is that every tribe has a talisman that they pass down, with 3 exceptions. First is the power of the Storm Caller. The tribe that originally held this power is no more. They led an invasion of the Empire in ages past and suffered a crushing defeat. Their entire tribe was wiped out. The Storm-Caller talisman was thus lost.
Chapter 26. Wait, Matteo said, holding up his hand. I thought the High Shaman had the Stormcaller talisman.
A common misconception. He uses the Rain Dancer staff, Bruna said with a shrug, an artifact that produces the same effect, but his talisman is that of the leopard, giving him increased speed and stealth. The second talisman is that of the Beastmaster. Beastmasters like yourself do not belong to any tribe. Instead, they form a loose association. Are you sure you don't know any of these?
I swear I don't, Matteo said, placing his hand on his heart.
Well, anyway, Beastmasters can be hired by the various tribes and are generally given positions as elders. In order to become a Beastmaster, normally you would apprentice yourself to one of the current Beastmasters, and they would train you. The final talisman was called Earth Shaker, a talisman that allowed the bearer to cause earthquakes with a stomp of their foot. That talisman was destroyed when the last bearer of it attempted to conquer the rest of the tribes and was struck down for his impertinence. The destruction he caused was so great that an oath was sworn that should anyone practice that talisman again, they would become the enemy of all people.
Can I ask about your talisman?
Of course, Bruna said. It's not a secret. The Sheephorn tribe is an offshoot of the Great Horn tribe, which is in turn an offshoot of the Mountain Bull tribe. We practice the talisman of the Mountain Bull tribe. Mountain Bull's strength.
Hopping down from her stool, Bruna walked over to the side of the tent, rummaged around, and produced a chunk of granite slightly bigger than her fist. With a faint grunt, she squeezed, and the stone shattered, transforming into gravel.
I am a shaman, but I'm not a talisman warrior, so what you just saw was the weakest version of the Mountain Bull's strength talisman. The talisman warriors can do the same thing with steel,
making them fearsome foes on the battlefield. She brushed the shards of stone from her hand and walked back to the stool. "And before you ask," she said as she settled down, "no, I can't give you the talisman. In order to get access to it, you would have to join the Mountain Bull tribe, swearing an oath at their ancestral shrine and binding yourself to them for the rest of your life." "Is that true for all tribes?" Matteo asked. "I mean, are all talismans restricted like that, apart from the 3 you mentioned?" "No. Some tribes don't care at all, and so long as you pay them enough, they'll let anybody look at their talisman," Bruna said, an expression of disdain flashing across her face. "But for the most part, those talismans are worthless. Now, I have shared my wisdom with you. It's your turn to uphold your end of the bargain." Suddenly feeling rather nervous, Matteo wiped his palms on his pants and slowly stood up. "So how do we do this, Corvus?" "Just relax, kid. I'll take it from here." Corvus flew to Matteo's head, and the queen, who was on Matteo's shoulder, suddenly quailed, her head dipping and her wings spreading out as if she was trying to get as close to the ground as possible. Her tail flared as she bowed low, and then the world shook as Corvus's wings spread. There was a subtle sound of clanging iron, the screams of soldiers, and a hot wind, fresh with a scent of blood, rolled through the tent. In an instant, Matteo was enveloped by the battlefields he had seen during his blood baptism. In front of him, Bruna sat cross-legged, her eyes wide with a deep horror. Matteo, realizing that she was staring straight at him, glanced down and saw that his body was covered in broken black armor, so drenched in blood that it dripped from him. He didn't need to turn around to know that Corvus was behind him. But unlike before, this time, Corvus was massive, with wings so big they seemed to stretch endlessly in either direction. He towered above them, his beak so high Matteo had to strain his neck back to see it. Feeling very small, Matteo was about to speak when Bruna let out a choked cry, and her eyes rolled back in her head. "Enough, Corvus," Matteo said, and with a cackle that sounded like the roar of 2 armies clashing, the vision faded, and they were once again in the tent. Bruna sagged, her body tilted to the side, tumbling from her stool. Matteo caught her just before she hit the ground and carefully laid her down. A quick check of her vitals indicated that she was fine, so Matteo backed up a few steps and sat down, waiting for her to come back to her senses. When she did, she sat up with a jerk, hissing between her clenched teeth when she caught sight of Matteo. I've never seen a spirit like that," she finally stammered. What is it?" Though Corvus looked smug, he clearly didn't plan on answering the question, leaving Matteo to shrug. "Honestly, I'm not quite sure either." Bruna was in no shape to keep talking, and so, after making sure she was genuinely okay, Matteo thanked her for the information she had shared and left. After waving goodbye to Pull, who was playing with his new horse, Matteo strapped the spears he had traded for to his back and jogged out of the village, heading northwest toward the 5th spine. Thanks to the map Pull had shown him, he had a fairly concrete sense of the path he would need to take. Over the next 3 hours he made good time, covering close to 20 miles. One of Matteo's greatest advantages of his route card was the exceptional amount of energy it generated in him, constantly refreshing his endurance. Combined with the troll's blood he had been consuming, Matteo felt as if he had a spring of endless energy gushing from his heart and filling his limbs. Every time he started to get tired, the fatigue would simply fade away with a couple of breaths, allowing him to continue running. Of course, he knew that his energy levels weren't actually endless, and that eventually even his card would fail him. But so long as he rested on occasion, Matteo felt like he could go for days. He had been hoping, during his talk with Bruna, to get a glimpse of the talisman she wielded, but it was clear that that wasn't going to be a possibility. It made sense that the tribes kept their talismans tightly controlled, so it didn't bother him too much. Besides, he had already memorized the Stormcaller talisman, which was likely the most powerful talisman he could possibly want. The only question was how he was going to be able to inscribe it on his soul. There was always the option of waiting until he was silver or gold ranked. By that point, he should have enough reserves of spiritual energy to inscribe the talisman in one go. The other option was to hunt down another sacred hollow, finding concentrated spiritual energy in enough quantity that he could repeat the process he had used for the Beastmaster talisman. Rather than stopping for the night, as he had been doing, Matteo continued on his way, keeping a steady pace even as the sun sank down below the mountain and the path was cast in shadow. Corvus flew overhead as Matteo ran along the mountainside, keeping an eye out for any threats. Just after midnight, he called down to Matteo. "You're almost there, kid. There's a big structure up ahead." It didn't take long for the tower to come into view. A large black cylinder planted firmly on the side of the mountain, well over 100 feet wide at the base, the tower was made of 3 distinct sections, each smaller than the section under it. The black stone, which didn't look native to the region, gave it a subdued, solemn appearance. Matteo slowed to a walk as he stared at it. It was a strange sight, as if some massive hand had simply dropped the 3 sections of the tower on top of a mountain, stacking them up like a child might with blocks. As he got closer, Matteo caught sight of a faint glow of a campfire and headed toward it. There, he found Sarah and Meltov, wrapped in blankets, talking quietly. "Sorry it took me so long," Matteo said as he jogged up to the fire. Startled, Meltov jumped to his feet, lifting his hands, but then seemed to recognize Matteo, and with a relieved sigh plopped back down.
"Welcome,"
Sarah said.
"Is it just you, or did you bring anybody else?"
"Just me." Unslinging his pack from his back, Matteo rummaged through it and pulled out a few packs of food. "I brought you some supplies. I know you're not excited about hardtack, but it's just about the only thing that'll keep," he said with a smile, handing over the packages to Sarah.
"We appreciate it. Hunting has been pretty slim. There's no animals around the tower."
"I'm surprised that more people haven't spotted this place," Matteo said, looking up at the massive tower and then around at the empty landscape. "I mean, it's visible from quite a distance." "It wasn't," Meltov said with a hollow laugh. "In fact, if you had come yesterday, you know what you would have seen. Nothing. Nothing except that stupid boundary stone." Looking in the direction Meltov was pointing, Matteo saw a stone about the size of a full-grown man. It appeared perfectly ordinary, though it was slightly strange that it simply stood upright in the middle of an otherwise empty grass field. Boundary stone? There was an enchantment that hid the tower from view. It's deactivated right now, but it took us some time to figure it out.
"You mind if I go check it out?" "You should wait until it's light. You won't be able to see the enchantment in the dark," Sarah said, picking up a piece of hardtack with a glum expression.
"Well, now that you're here, you can keep watch. I'm going to bed," Meltov said, yawning. Without another word, he flopped over and was soon snoring, leaving Sarah and Matteo to talk.
"We almost missed this place. If we hadn't been so sure that it was our location, we would have. The boundary stone was well concealed. It was actually buried, with only the top poking up. If Meltov hadn't tripped over the thing, we probably wouldn't have found it at all. But he got so angry after stubbing his toe that he tried to blow it up. The backlash nearly killed him, but thanks to his lightning disrupting the flow of spiritual energy, I caught a glimpse of the tower and realized what was going on."
"Is that why he's so grumpy?" Matteo asked, raising his eyebrows.
"Yes. He nearly fried himself, though it serves him right with that temper of his."
"I take it you didn't manage to get inside?"
"No. Without the boundary down, we couldn't approach. We were running out of ideas, so we just decided to alert you. But yesterday I realized that we could reroute the flow of spiritual energy, which we've done. When you go over there tomorrow, you'll see there's a hole. As long as the stone isn't in the hole, the enchantment won't function, allowing us to access the tower. As soon as it's put back, though, you'll see it'll just disappear as if there's nothing there." As she spoke, Sarah's eyes gleamed with excitement. "It's amazing. This is real magic, not the piddly spells that we play with, but true, genuine sorcery right at our fingertips." Looking up at the tower, she sighed. "But I need some sleep. Like Meltov, I've been up for the last 5 days straight."
"No problem. I'll keep watch," Matteo said. After saying good night, Sarah moved a bit further away from the fire and settled down to sleep, leaving Matteo to tend to the flames.
He saw a stack of sticks nearby, and when the fire began to burn down, he would toss one or two of them on. It was clear to him that Sarah and Meltov, though they were working together, didn't trust each other, which was why neither of them had slept, and also explained why they had called him. Even now it was unlikely they were genuinely sleeping. But after being up for 5 days, they needed rest, so their best option was to have him, a more neutral third party, keep watch.
"What do you think, kid?" Corvus asked, gesturing with a wing up toward the tower. "Does it fill you with awe?"
"Honestly, no," Matteo said, shaking his head. "Though I am curious what we'll find inside."
"But what if it contains unimaginable power? Power that will allow you to change the world?"
"I already have the power to change the world," Matteo replied calmly. "You know, I've been thinking a lot about what Master Solomon was trying to do. With me, I mean. Tell me, Corvus, is this thing that I see normal? Is this how people typically access their cards?"
"Yes."
"What about the links? Are they normal?" Corvus didn't answer, and after a moment, Matteo sighed. "You know, it's interesting how all of the different power systems are divided. In the Empire, you have the card system. In Norshire, the barbarians have their talismans. The elves in the Western Isles have beast magic. And I'm sure there are other types of magic floating around. And then there are the magicians with their spell sequences. But at the end of the day, they're all the same, aren't they? Just different ways of accessing power. I mean, look at me. I'm this bizarre amalgamation. I have the card system, but I'm also contracted to a spirit, two things which, according to what Bruno was saying, should be mutually exclusive. On top of that, you are teaching me to absorb and refine troll blood. Then there's this hellfire spell sequence, which I've learned."
"So, what are you trying to say, kid?"
"I don't know. It's just that, sure, what's in that tower might be interesting, but my master already set me on the path of truth. I don't need shortcuts. I don't need to suddenly discover power that will change the world. I just need to keep going, and it'll be at my fingertips." Pausing for a moment, Matteo suddenly chuckled. "I just need to survive, and I'll be the most dangerous man on the battlefield." Chapter 27. Though Matteo couldn't spend the evening reciting the Iron Blood mantra, he still meditated, focusing on refining the chain connecting him and Corvus. This had been his regular practice, and he tried to do it every day without fail. He could feel himself inching closer and closer to the completion of the 5th link. According to his estimation, he would need 6 links completely revealed in order to rank up again. But the further he went down the chain, the slower his progress was. Though that was frustrating, he tried not to let it bother him. It was still faster than most of the people around him, though that was true for Eric and Rose, who seemed to be shooting through the bronze rank as if they were being chased. Rose especially was naturally gifted as a duelist, and Matteo felt like he could feel her getting stronger on a daily basis. By the time the sun peeked up over the horizon, he had made a good amount of progress, and both Sarah and Meltov were up and ready to go. They ate a quick breakfast, and then took Matteo over to the boundary stone to show him how it worked. Gripping the stone tightly, Meltov lifted it a few inches off the ground, walked to the hole, and dropped it in. At first, nothing happened, and then there was a loud hum, and the boundary stone pulsed with spiritual energy. That pulse rolled over the landscape, and as Matteo turned around, he saw the entire tower simply vanish. It started from the base, disappearing from reality in a shimmering wave until it was completely gone. "So it just hides it from view?" Matteo said. "I mean, that's astonishing."
"No, what's astonishing is it's actually gone. Go over there, check it out."
Not quite believing Meltov's words, Matteo jogged over to where the massive stone tower should have been. He could remember the exact place the wall should have started, but when he reached out his hand, hit nothing but empty air. Shock filled his face as he continued walking through what should have been the thick stone wall and into the tower itself. He continued walking until he had reached the center of where the tower had stood. As he turned around, he saw Meltov grin and pull the boundary stone out. Matteo's heart lurched, but a second later he found himself standing on the other side of Meltov. staring as the tower rematerialized behind the grinning magician.
Like I said, Sarah chuckled. Real sorcery.
Putting the boundary stone down, Meltoff brushed off his hands and gestured to it.
You should take a look. There's got to be an easier way of handling it than lifting it in and out of the hole.
The stone was relatively smooth, though when Matteo ran his fingers over it, he quickly realized that, like his master's tomb, it too was covered in tiny, intricate carvings. The carvings didn't extend to every inch of its surface, however, and Matteo spent a considerable amount of time feeling it.
If you're trying to map the enchantment, there's no need, Sarah said. We've already done it. Look.
Jogging back to the camp, she returned with a large piece of cloth, which she laid out. It appeared as if they had wrapped the cloth around the stone and then carefully taken a rubbing, producing a relatively clean copy of the entire enchantment. After looking at it for a while, though, Matteo didn't see anything useful, so he shrugged.
It all looks like gibberish to me. Well, join the club, Meltoff said. This is pretty much how we feel about everything we encounter in these kinds of ruins. But now that you're here, we should get to the main event. Let's see if we can get the door open.
Following Meltoff and Sarah around the tower, they came to a large doorway with two massive double doors, completely covered in ornate reliefs. The reliefs didn't seem to be anything in particular, mostly books, flowers, stars, and other esoteric symbols. Matteo had no doubt there were enchantments hidden inside, especially when Meltoff reached out, grabbed the handle of one of the doors, and tugged without being able to budge it. Though the door didn't move, a ripple of spiritual energy passed across it, revealing thin channels where the power passed.
"Why don't you try?" Meltoff said, taking a step back and gesturing for Matteo to give it a shot.
"Sure." Suddenly feeling rather nervous, Matteo took a step forward. If he tried to open the door and it didn't work, he wondered if Meltoff was going to be able to handle it. The man seemed rather unstable, and from the eagerness in his gaze, it was clear that he was anticipating success. Sarah, at least, seemed a bit more stable. Taking a deep breath, Matteo touched the door and tugged lightly. Once again there was a ripple of spiritual energy, and the doors didn't move. With his heart sinking, Matteo took a step back and turned, his guard rising when he caught sight of the panicked fury in Meltov's eyes. Hoping to defuse the situation, he lifted his hand, about to say something, when there was a rumbling sound, causing him to freeze. Seeing the fury drain out of Meltov's face and be replaced with ecstatic joy, Matteo slowly turned his head and saw the doors inching open. They moved with a solemn grace, but rather than swinging in or out as Matteo had anticipated, they simply spread apart, sliding back into the thick stone wall of the tower. "It worked," Sarah said, her voice barely a whisper. "It actually worked." No one moved until the doors stopped opening. They were spread just enough for two grown men to walk in side by side, and what lay beyond them was impossible to tell. The tower appeared to be filled with a gloomy darkness, but Meltoff was prepared. Reaching into his pouch, he pulled out a light stone and carefully rolled it in through the gap. There was a room on the other side, empty as far as the light stone's rays could reach.
"What do you think?" Meltoff asked Sarah.
"Should we go in?" "I think we have to," Sarah said. "We've come this far."
"Is it going to be dangerous?" Matteo asked, noticing how nervous both of them seemed.
"No idea. Sometimes the towers are completely empty, nothing in them. This could be one of those. Other times, everything's easy. Loot, but no traps," Meltoff said, his eyes fixed on the room beyond the door.
"But other times," Sarah said, "it's nothing but traps. Monsters, magical death traps, mechanical guardians. There's no way to tell until we actually go in." Matteo took a slight step back, growing wary, but Meltoff grabbed his arm.
"You can't leave. Not until we're in the tower and have made sure there are no more locked doors. Besides, since you opened the door, the tower's automated defenses probably won't attack you. Our best chance, our safest chance, is if you're with us."
It was clear that Meltoff wasn't going to take no for an answer, and when Matteo glanced at Sarah, she nodded her head, an unapologetic look in her eyes. "I'm sorry, Matteo, but Meltoff is right. We can't afford for you to leave now."
"That doesn't sound like the agreement we made." Forget the agreement, Meltov snapped. We're making a new agreement right now. You come in with us willingly, or you can die. Smiling slightly, Matteo shrugged. Well, I'd rather not die. So I guess that means I can only go in, right? The answer was enough to satisfy Meltov, who nodded and gestured toward the opening. Don't you need gear? Things like that? No, we have everything we need on us. Now get going. Looking at Sarah again, who was watching him with a hard gaze, Matteo smiled again and walked in through the doors as if he were strolling into his own home. He didn't feel nearly as relaxed as he was letting on, but he also figured trying to fight his way out of the situation was a sure death sentence. He was more likely to be able to survive in the chaos of whatever happened inside, and if there was no chaos, all the better. By now it was clear. Meltov and Sarah would have to kill him to keep the secrets of what they found safe, but they couldn't kill him until they were sure the tower wasn't going to attack them. Walking into the open room, Matteo looked around, finding himself in a generously sized entry hall. There were pillars running the length of it, 20 on each side, and between the pillars were various sculptures showing heroic-looking figures. Some of them wielded blades, others staves, and the occasional statue held a more esoteric weapon, a whip, a pair of daggers, even a javelin. There seemed to be nothing else in the hall except for a large staircase at the end and doors leading to the right and the left. There were no light sources or anything else, and Matteo stopped by the lightstone, turning around and shrugging. Big hallway. Some statues, that's it. There are stairs at the end and stairs to the right and the left. Stay there and don't move, Meltov barked, and then ever so carefully he stepped in through the door, immediately stopping and looking around warily. Matteo did as he was told, remaining in place until the magician had assured himself there was no danger. He walked closer, still looking around, and picked up the lightstone as Sarah entered behind him. "What do you think?" Meltov asked, looking between the stairs and the two doors. "I think the real treasure will be upstairs," Sarah replied. "That's the direction we should head. The real stuff is always at the top." "You heard her, kid. Get moving." Matteo just nodded and headed for the stairs, maintaining his calm gait. The further into the hall he got, the more unsettled he became. When he arrived at the stairs and lifted his foot to step onto the first one, the hairs on the back of his head stood straight up. Ever so carefully he put his foot back down on the ground. Noticing his hesitation, Meltov prodded him in the back. "What are you doing? Get going!" "I don't think it's a good idea," Matteo said. "There's just something telling me the stairs are not a good idea." "Maybe you don't understand the position you're in," Meltov snarled. But Sarah put a hand on his shoulder. "Hold on. There's no harm in checking the doors first." "Fine. Then let's go check the doors." Breathing a secret sigh of relief, though he had no idea what danger he had just dodged, Matteo led the way over and tried the right door and then the left door, finding both of them locked. Pushing him aside, Meltov attempted to open them using a variety of different methods. Nothing worked. The doors remained completely sealed shut. Even when he got angry and kicked them full force, they didn't budge, and he only succeeded in bruising his foot. Hobbling slightly, he glared at the doors, and then at Matteo. "I guess the stairs are our only option. So start climbing." Swallowing, Matteo nodded, and this time, ignoring the sense of dread that shrouded him, he placed his foot on the first step. Then, with only the briefest hesitation, he walked up the staircase. He made it to the third step before a grinding noise caused him to freeze. The sound ceased almost immediately, but it left all three of them on edge. "What was that?" Meltov asked, his eyes darting around as he tried to see what was going on. "I don't know," Sarah snapped. "I can't see in this gloom." For a full 2 minutes they remained still, the only sound Meltov's heavy breathing. When nothing materialized to attack them, Meltov gestured for Matteo to continue climbing. Ever so carefully, Matteo took another step, and once again there was a grinding noise, this time slightly closer. Instead of stopping, however, Matteo simply kept going, step after step, until Meltov screamed at him to stop. "What are you doing? Stop moving! What is that noise?" Realizing that Meltov had completely lost it, Matteo didn't stop, and with a lunge he made it to the first landing.
Though it seemed rather foolish, Matteo had carefully calculated the range of Meltov's lightning spell. Of course, he didn't know whether Sarah had something longer range, but if he had to guess, he doubted whether she even had a combat spell. With a roar of rage, Meltov saw Matteo move and barked out a sharp phrase, thrusting his hand up the stairs toward Matteo. Just as Matteo had anticipated, lightning pulled in Meltov's palm and then blasted outward, completely filling the stairs with jumping arcs. What Matteo didn't anticipate was the sharp click from the stairs and the wave of spiritual energy that burst outward, completely crushing the lightning and dispersing the effect of Meltov's spell. With a surprised shout, he tumbled backward, rolling head over heels as the backlash slammed into him. Sarah, who had been a few steps away and hadn't been casting a spell, was spared, but her mouth opened in horror as she saw Meltov come to a stop at the feet of a large white marble statue holding a two-handed broadsword. So disoriented that he didn't realize what was going on, Meltov tried to scramble to his feet. At the last moment he sensed the danger, and prompted by Sarah's scream, he dove to the side as the large marble broadsword ripped through the air and glanced off the ground where he had just been crouched, sending sparks flying. Matteo, standing at the first landing, had a better view than either of the others, and could only swallow when he saw 24 statues arrayed in a loose formation behind them. They were barely visible in the dim light, and Matteo's heart pounded in his chest as he saw them begin to move forward. Though none of the statues seemed particularly strong, there was something incredibly eerie about them, and Matteo knew for a fact that he didn't want to be in their way when they started to move. With each step they took, tremors raced through the floor, a testament to how heavy they were, and judging by the way the warrior statue had moved, even if his sword hadn't managed to cut Meltov, the sheer force of it would have broken the magician in half.
Now might be a good time to leave, kid.
Chapter 28. Matteo had never agreed more with Corvus, and his eyes darted from side to side as he tried to figure out a way out. Meltov had just leapt to his feet and was preparing to throw another blast of lightning when Sarah pulled out a short, bright blue rod and leveled it at the warrior statue. She barked a word, and there was a crackle as a fist made of pure blue force materialized and slammed into the statue, causing it to stagger backward, cracks radiating through it. As it straightened, pieces of stone began to fall, but it still took an unhesitating step toward her. "They're only bronze-ranked," she yelled to Meltov, and readied her rod for another attack. Bronze rank or not, Matteo wasn't interested in sticking around to find out how the fight ended, and sprinting forward, he leapt toward the wall. Running along the top of the pillars was a small lip, only 6 inches wide, where they met the wall, and it was this Matteo was placing his hopes on. As he reached the wall, he burst forward, using the surface of the wall to change directions as he ran along it. He made it 4 steps before he slipped. But even then he didn't give up, grabbing the edge with his hand as he fell, and swinging himself forward to grab onto a pillar, intending to slide down it. As soon as he touched the pillar, the statues on either side that had still not gotten down from their pedestals suddenly turned their heads and looked at him, nearly scaring him to death. Realizing that if he scrambled down the pillar he'd waste too much time, Matteo simply leapt across the gap and grabbed onto the next pillar, his hands clamping tightly to either side. This woke another statue, but Matteo was entirely too focused to care. 3 more times he leapt. 3 more times he managed to grab hold of the pillar, but on the 4th his hand slipped and he fell 15 feet to the ground. Gritting his teeth, he tucked into a roll, grunting as his shoulder slammed into the ground. It wasn't the worst fall he'd taken by a long shot, though, and within a moment he had sprung up and was sprinting as fast as he possibly could toward the doorway. He heard shouts behind him, but there was a whole army of statues between him and the magicians. As he slipped out of the door, he grabbed the handle and yanked, trying to pull it closed. He had no idea if it would succeed or not, but that wasn't his main concern. Ignoring the situation inside, he turned and ran at full speed toward the boundary stone, his lungs heaving as he poured every bit of his strength into his sprint. When he reached the boundary stone, he slid to a stop, grabbed the bottom of it, and shoved it into the hole. With a click, the boundary stone fell into place, and for a long second nothing seemed to happen. Then there was a shimmer, a wave of spiritual energy, and when he rolled over to take a look, Matteo saw the tower vanishing. In truth, he had no idea whether or not activating the boundary would trap the magicians inside, but it was the best answer he had at the moment.
"Wasn't that fun?"
Corvus said with a cackle, flying down to land on Matteo's knee as he lay in the grass, his breath coming in gasps.
"You'd better be careful, though, kid.
They've got that staff, remember, so they could very well jump out of there.
I'm hoping they won't be able to, Matteo replied. I'm hoping the boundary will prevent it.
And if it doesn't?
Then I'm dead, Matteo said with a shrug. Within less than a minute, the energy he expended had begun to return, and Matteo crawled to his feet and jogged to the camp, quickly loading up his pack. If they could escape, Matteo thought it best to not be around. So after taking everything that looked usable and fit in his pack, he bundled up everything else, heaved it onto his shoulder, and took off at a steady trudge. A few miles from the tower, he abandoned the rest of the camping supplies, tossing them down a steep hill into a gorge before glancing over his shoulder to check if the tower had rematerialized. It was still gone, and with a sigh of relief he began to jog down the mountain. His hope was to complete the trip back to the keep in only 2 days, and he was planning on running through the night. Occasionally he would slow to a walk and shove down some hardtack. He made good time, and passed by the barbarian village before the sun set on the first day. A couple of them saw him and called out, but he just waved and continued running down the path. Though he was moving quickly, he kept alert for danger and had both Queen and Corvus scouting for him.
You realize this means you're not going to be able to explore the tower, right?
Corvus said early on the second morning.
You're potentially missing the answers to all your questions.
I told you, Matteo said. I'm already on the path, and as long as I keep moving, I'll get there. I'm in no rush. My master wanted me to wait till I'm 18, so I'm going to trust him and wait till I'm 18.
You have an awful lot of trust in a dead man who threw you into a death camp.
I'm alive, aren't I? Matteo said. Besides, my master was much too good of a chess player to simply put me there without a plan in place. I mean, look how I ended up with Eric and Rose, the two most competent people in the camp.
You're giving him a lot of credit for something that happened after he was dead.
He wasn't, though. He was alive for at least a month after I was sent to the camp, because that's how long it took Vurs to return to the capital, which means that during those early days of the camp, when I was still being assigned, my master could have been pulling the strings. Besides, it's not like I can't go back to the tower. And when I do, I'll either be strong enough myself, or I'll be able to bring enough strength with me that it won't matter. Yes, the magicians are powerful, but they're not immortal. We've already proven that. Corvus lapsed into silence, and Matteo kept running. He was genuinely curious about the limits of his route card, and despite the fact that he occasionally had to slow to a walk and shove some food in his mouth, he was rather surprised to find that even after 2 days of running, he hadn't found it. The only problem was that it was boring, incredibly monotonous, and Matteo found that he had trouble keeping his mind from wandering. Knowing that a wandering mind was liable to get him killed, Matteo instead started trying something he had often thought about but never attempted: meditating as he moved. The trick to it was that if he meditated fully, Matteo wouldn't have enough awareness to see where he was going, so he had to maintain surface-level awareness while also focusing on the chain. His first attempts ended in absolute failure, but Matteo knew he didn't have anything to do for the next day and a half, so he simply kept trying. After almost 10 hours, he finally succeeded, but only managed to maintain it for about a minute before his concentration collapsed and he tripped over a root, nearly tumbling down the side of a mountain. Clinging to a tree that had been close enough to stop his fall, Matteo laughed, pulled himself back onto the path, and began to try again. Ignoring the occasionally snarky comment from Corvus, who was flying overhead, Matteo kept the chain stretched out in front of him to make it easier and continued to jog forward, once again splitting his attention. Slowly but surely, he got the knack of it. By the time he got back to the spot where he had been ambushed by the bandits, Matteo felt as if he was able to both meditate and move relatively well. Of course, he wasn't foolish enough to stay distracted while moving through a giant serpent's territory, so he ended his moving meditation, drew his bow, nocked an arrow, and began to move quietly forward, his senses fully opened. He didn't take the same exact path he had been on before, but instead skirted down the mountain almost 100 feet. Of course, it was possible that the serpent would camp out lower down, but almost every animal instinctively understood that ambushes from above were more effective. Sure enough, Matteo heard an angry hiss, and looking up the side of the mountain past the path, he saw the serpent's head rising from the nest of boulders where it had devoured the bandits. It was clearly angry, but Matteo wasn't about to stick around to find out why.
He took off running, moving as fast as he could, sending gravel and small stones tumbling down the mountain. The serpent, hissing again, swung its tail, slamming it into one of the boulders, which began to roll sideways along the slope. As it bounced along, it picked up speed, but Matteo, realizing it wouldn't intersect with him, maintained his pace. He was holding his bow in hand and had an arrow nocked, but he didn't draw it. If at all possible, he wanted to avoid angering the serpent further, and putting an iron arrow in its eye would only guarantee that it would take up the chase. Unfortunately, the snake seemed quite a bit more interested in Matteo than he had hoped, and it began to slither down the slope toward him, its eyes fixed on him as it descended. Matteo was about to turn and draw his bow when a loud caw rang out overhead. It was Queen, voicing her displeasure. To Matteo's surprise, the serpent actually hesitated, its head bobbing up and down as it turned to try and find the source of the noise. Queen let out another caw, this one louder still, and as she circled, her wings cast a faint shadow upon the ground. As the shadow passed over the snake's head, it hissed, and to Matteo's complete shock, turned around, slithering back up the mountain and into the nest of boulders so quickly it left a dozen scales behind on the sharp rocks. Realizing that there must be some sort of hole the serpent had dug, Matteo slowed to a jog, looking up at Queen appreciatively. Despite the fact that the serpent was much bigger than Queen, it had still retreated, a clear indication of just how dangerous the iron-winged crows could be. Still, Matteo was surprised that with only a single crow, the snake had been scared off. After all, it must have been the undisputed king of its territory. Treading back up to the path, Matteo slowed down to a walk, reaching into his pack to find something to reward Queen with. It was then he heard the rustle, and glanced up, saw a dozen black birds perched in a tree down the path, staring at him with beady eyes. There was a flutter of wings, and Queen flew down and landed on his shoulder, chirping proudly. With a laugh, Matteo fed her a bit of biscuit, which she gulped down with relish. "Good job," Matteo said, scratching her under the chin. As he continued down the path, he saw another tree whose branches were laden with dark crows, and then another after it, and yet a third still.
What makes the iron-winged crow so dangerous is not the power of the individual, Corvus said. It's a lesson you would do well to take to heart. Sure, Queen isn't that big compared to a giant serpent, but understand this, Matteo. Iron-winged crows never fight fair.
Remembering the sight of the bandit who had been devoured whole by a flock of iron-winged crows during his first posting, Matteo nodded. "I'll take it to heart." With the crows watching on, Matteo broke into a jog, resuming his journey, and at noon the next day he arrived back at Highvale Keep. He had been running for almost 3 days straight, with short breaks of walking, but surprisingly he didn't feel too bad. After a day and a half of practice, he'd found some success in moving meditation attempts and been able to replenish some energy even as he expended it jogging. Between his route card and the energy provided by his meditation, Matteo felt as if he wouldn't have any trouble continuing on. He was excited to tell Rose and Eric about his discovery and to see whether they could replicate it. But when he arrived at the keep, it was clear that there were other things that required his attention. He was met in the yard by Captain Palmer, who had a grim look on his face. "What's going on?" Matteo asked as they walked toward the keep.
There have been some nasty reports floating around, Palmer said, keeping his voice low. More villages being raided. In the last 2 days, 3 have been burnt to the ground. The commander is furious and has declared that he's going to launch an assault on the barbarians.
"Him and what army?" Matteo asked. The look Palmer gave him told him everything that he needed to know. When Matteo entered the keep, he found Prince Isaac in the great hall, arguing with the commander about that very subject. "I'm not giving you my soldiers for this utterly foolish and misguided plan," the prince snapped as Matteo walked in. "Matteo, you're back. Tell this idiot we're not going to allow him to take our troops and throw them away on lunacy." Matteo swept the room with his gaze, trying to figure out what was going on. He saw Lucita, sitting on a chair nearby, her eyes cast down at her hands in her lap. Commander Dominic was standing at the center of the great hall, dressed in his golden armor, an arrogant expression on his face. Eric and Rose were both standing nearby, close enough that they could step in to protect the prince if necessary, but far enough away that it didn't look like they were babysitting him. "Hello, Your Highness," Matteo said, bowing. "I'm glad to report a successful trip. I'm afraid that I'm a little bit behind the times, though, and don't know what's going on. Would it be possible for you to fill me in?"
"I can fill you in," Commander Dominic said, his lips twisting into a sneer. "The barbarians have been attacking our people, destroying our villages, and ever since the prince here went to talk to Aspar, they've only increased their attacks. It is our responsibility to protect the people of the Empire, and we will do that by crushing these barbarians where they stand. We are mounting an attack, and as commander of this fortress, I am requisitioning all troops who are present."
Chapter 29. The air in the great hall was tense, but Matteo pretended everything was okay. Catching sight of Lucita again, he gestured to her. "Am I correct in saying that you were going to be requisitioning Lady Lucita's troops as well?" Commander Dominic's sneer intensified.
"Of course not. The Imperial army doesn't mix with mercenaries."
"Matteo, tell this fool that attacking 2,000 barbarians with 200 men is sheer idiocy." "I was under the impression there were 500 men stationed at this fortress," Matteo said, glancing at the prince and then back at Commander Dominic.
"There are, but 300 of them are out on patrol, guarding the border."
"Then I take it you're recalling them to prepare for the assault and give the barbarians a sense of what's coming?"
"No. Our success will rely on the element of surprise. They'll never expect it, never see it coming, and we will ride them down like the dogs they are."
"He's never seen a barbarian fight, has he?" Eric asked Rose, half under his breath. Ignoring the remark, Commander Dominic placed his hand on his sword.
"I am the commander of this keep, and you will submit to my authority."
"No, we won't," Matteo replied, shaking his head calmly. "If you'd like to ride to your death, that's your own responsibility. But I sincerely implore you to reconsider the plan, Commander Dominic. Not only do the barbarians have 2,000 battle-hardened warriors, but that is their camp. Their families are there, which will make them fight all the harder. Attacking them now will simply create a grudge that will undo all of our work."
"What work? You haven't done a thing ever since you came to this fortress. Apart from meeting with that warlord a couple of times, you've done nothing, and our people have paid the price. 3 more villages burned to the ground in the last 24 hours, 4 more in the week before that. Something must be done, and if you refuse to step up to your duty, I will be forced to take action myself."
Turning on his heel, the commander stormed out of the room as Prince Isaac ground his teeth audibly. "Shall we retreat to your room and talk about this?" Matteo asked. The anger drained out of the prince, and with a despondent sigh, he nodded. Lucita stood up and walked over to him, holding onto his arm lightly as Prince Isaac headed toward the stairs. "Eric, can you fetch Lucy for me?" Matteo said. "Rose, stick with the prince. I need to check on some things." Heading for the command room, Matteo greeted Captain Charles and asked to see all of the information on the villages that had been burned. With a heavy expression, Captain Charles got out a stack of papers.
"I just finished writing the last report," he said, his tone grim. "It's bad. Normally when the barbarians raid, they come in, kill a few people, take all the stuff, and then leave. But these attacks, they're vicious. They kill everything that moves, burn the entire village to the ground. According to the scouts, they even hunted down villagers who weren't at the village to kill them."
"Thank you," Matteo said, taking the stack of reports and quickly leafing through it. Once he had glanced at all of them, he went back and began to read them one by one. They weren't long, and by the time Lucy arrived, he had finished. Gesturing for her to walk with him, Matteo began to head toward the prince's room. "Lucy, I need you to deploy a net. We need to understand what's happening with these villages. Get our scouts there and do an assessment. Take some of the Bloodwing with you. I need to understand how these people died." "Are we tracking the tribe that did it?" Lucy asked, a hard look about her eyes. Stopping in the middle of the hallway, Matteo turned and looked at her, and then shook his head. "Pretend you don't know who did it. Pretend you're walking into this completely fresh. I want an absolute assessment, your best guess as to what happened, and I need it fast. 2 days at the most. Most of the villages are within a day's ride, so get there as fast as possible, and then get back just as quickly. I have a feeling that this situation is going to turn into a powder keg really soon, and we can't afford that. The prince's future is riding on it." Lucy's lips twitched, but she held back whatever she was going to say and instead saluted. Watching as she left, Matteo sighed and rubbed his forehead. "What a mess, Eric."
"Yeah, boss."
"Get a group together and get us eyes on the barbarians. I want to know who's in and out of their camp, but do it without spooking them."
"That's what I'm good at,"
Eric said, patting Matteo reassuringly on the shoulder. As Matteo got close to the prince's apartment, he heard raised voices, and when he stepped inside, he saw Prince Isaac pacing back and forth, practically shouting, "He should be court-martialed! How dare he not listen to me!"
"Well, he is the commander of the fortress," Lucita said quietly. "He's only doing what he thinks is right."
"He's a buffoon," Prince Isaac snapped back. "He's going to get all of these men killed. For what? Nothing. The barbarians respect strength, sure, but how would you react if someone attacked the camp where your family lived?"
"That's true."
Lucita's voice was placating, and she seemed to be trying to reason with Isaac, but everything she said only seemed to stir the pot further, and Matteo could tell from the growing storm on Rose's face that she could tell as well. "I'm sorry to interrupt, Prince Isaac, but I have a couple things to report." Throwing himself down on the couch, Isaac nodded. "Well, go ahead. Hopefully it's good news." Seeing Matteo's eyes flick toward Lucita, the prince just waved his hand, his expression irritable. "She's my sister. Just get on with it." "Of course," Matteo said, bowing slightly. "We've deployed scouts to try and understand the situation better. Part of the challenge is we don't have much information. Eric is leading a team to check what the barbarians are doing, while Lucy and some of the others are double-checking the reports about the villages." "Why do we need to do that?" Prince Isaac asked, leaning forward. "I'm sure they're just like the one we saw." "Possibly, but possibly not. Acting on false information is just as bad as acting on no information at all." "Are you doubting the integrity of the imperial military?" Lucita asked sharply. "Of course not, Lady Lucita, but it's always better to double-check." Sounds suspicious to me," Lucita said, pursing her lips. Giving his sister an odd look, Prince Isaac waved his hand. "The problem is that even if we find out what's happening, that's not going to stop Vesid from gathering his men and marching out of the gate." "That's true, sir, which is why I'm, with your permission, of course, going to take the opportunity to have our men do a readiness check to ensure that we're ready to either defend or move, as the situation warrants it." "That's fine. Go ahead," the prince said, "though it would be better if you could figure out a way to keep that pompous fool here." Matteo didn't reply. Instead, he bowed and left the room. As the door shut behind him, he heard Lucita's voice saying something, no doubt unkind about him, but he didn't let it bother him as he headed down to find Palmer. He found the commander watching as the keep's soldiers were getting geared up. "What do you think?" Matteo asked, stopping next to Palmer.
"I think it's a bad situation. I think these men are about to die,"
Palmer said, his voice completely calm.
"And even if they manage to do some damage, which they won't, the barbarians are not ones to take it lying down. We're going to have to retreat."
"You don't think we can hold the fort?
Against a gold-ranked commander and 2,000 of his best troops?
No, I don't," Palmer said bluntly. "We might be able to put up a stiff fight, take half of them down with us, but even the Iron Crow army couldn't fight at odds of 20-1 and walk out alive." "Well, never say never," Matteo replied. "But yes, I admit it. Defending the fortress will be a tall order." Palmer looked as if he wanted to say something else, but was hesitating, so Matteo simply waited until the large man scratched his beard.
"Sir."
"Yes?"
"I don't know if I should say this, but my gut is telling me we've been mixed up in some sort of plot. I know I normally just swing my axe, but enough time in this business and you can smell a scheme from a dozen miles away. And this is a right holy stench."
Palmer gestured to everything around them.
"I think somebody set a death trap, and we walked right into it."
"It is starting to feel like that," Matteo said. "But all we can do is our best. I want you to put the men through a readiness check, food, equipment, the lot. We need to be ready for any eventuality, which means holding up here until reinforcements arrive, or striking out across the mountains.
Not back into the Empire?
Ideally, that would be the best option, Matteo said, closing his eyes as he recalled the terrain they had traveled through on the way to the keep. But if we're able to, then whoever set this trap wasn't doing their job. There's a spot not far from here where we can turn off the main road. It'll send us deeper into the mountains, but that's better than the alternative. Get the check done and then report to me. I want men standing by at all times, and everybody else resting as much as possible.
Yes, sir.
Matteo's heart was calm, though his mind was not. He could feel the situation starting to spiral out of control, but rather than grow flustered, he grew even calmer. Walking up to the wall, he greeted the guards on duty and let out a whistle that echoed over the castle. There was an answering caw, and Queen dropped down out of the sky, fluttering her wings as she landed on the parapet. With a grin, Matteo got out a piece of biscuit for her and then stroked her feathers. At the same time, he focused on their connection, trying to communicate his will.
I need to know what's going on. I need to know if there are enemies coming.
Hopping from one foot to another, Queen tilted her head this way and that, and then, after a soft chirp, she took off into the air.
This is always the part that's frustrating, kid. The calm before the storm. But it's also the part where heroes are made. Remember the stratagems. The general who makes the most calculations wins. So make your calculations. But be ready for everything to change, because on the battlefield, nothing is truly predictable.
Matteo spent a few more minutes looking out over the landscape before returning to the prince's room. There, he found Prince Isaac painting furiously. A stack of discarded canvases lay beside him, and Rose stood at the door, her forehead furrowed.
"How is it?" she asked.
"Pretty tense, but fine. The men are doing their check, and we're going to be as ready as we can be," Matteo replied, watching as the prince slapped paint aggressively onto the canvas. "What's bothering you?" The question caught Rose off guard, and she shook her head.
"Nothing."
At the same time, she used her body to block the prince's view in case he turned around. She sighed.
"Something's wrong with Lucita. She keeps fanning the flames."
Nodding to show he had gotten the message, Matteo squeezed Rose's shoulder and walked into the room. "We're performing the readiness check, Isaac, and we'll let you know as things develop. We should be in good shape." Lowering his brush, Isaac turned to look at Matteo, his eyes faintly puffy and streaked with red. Sniffing, Prince Isaac wiped his nose on his sleeve. "I'm fortunate to have you. All of you. You don't understand how stressful things have been over the last few days. I can't do it."
"Can't do what?"
Matteo asked, walking closer.
"Just all of this. I can't do it."
Reaching out, Matteo grabbed Isaac's shoulders, forcing the prince to look him in the face.
"You can,"
Matteo said, his voice shot through with certainty. "You absolutely can. We're going to get through this, and you're going to come out even better than before. Isaac, you have to do this." Looking like he was about to burst into tears, Prince Isaac bit his lip and nodded. "You're right. I can do this. I will do this." Releasing the prince, Matteo stepped back. "Just wait for my word. We'll get through it." The prince turned back to his painting as Matteo left the room. Strangely, his greatest worry wasn't that they would find themselves in a precarious position. He had been in plenty of precarious positions and always managed to squeeze by. Rather, his greatest fear was that the prince's courage would completely desert him, and that Isaac would order them into a dead end without realizing it. Unfortunately, the news he received the next day didn't make things any better. He was in the command room, poring over maps of the local terrain, when he heard a pound of footsteps, and Palmer burst into the room.
"Sir, some of Lucy's scouts are back. They have a preliminary report."
The tone of Palmer's voice caused Matteo's heart to clench, and he left the maps where they were, jumping up to rush out into the yard. There he saw 3 of the Dark-Wing soldiers who had gone with Lucy and her team. 2 had gotten down from their horses, but the 3rd was slumped over in his saddle, 2 conspicuous arrows sticking out of his back. The other soldiers were carefully trying to get him down without causing any damage. "Where are the healers?" Matteo asked, reaching for his pouch.
"He's been fed a potion, sir. one of the Dark-Wing soldiers said. "He's stable, but we have to get the arrows out as fast as possible."
What happened?
We were on the way back with a preliminary report. Well, the captain continued on to examine more sites, but we were ambushed on the way back. Soldiers in dark armor with no markings.
Shooting Imperial-issue arrows?
Matteo asked, pointing at the distinctive fletching on the arrows sticking out of the other soldier's back. "We don't want to speculate, sir. But they rode like Imperials, too."
Chapter 30. Taking a deep breath to stabilize his surging emotions, Matteo nodded and held out his hand, accepting the report. It was penned in Lucy's hand, and as Matteo read, his expression hardened.
"And is this certain?" Matteo asked. "Did you confirm this as well?"
Sharing a glance, the two Dark-Wing soldiers both nodded.
"Yes, sir, we did. That's why we came back so quickly."
"Okay, thank you. Keep this under wraps."
Glancing at the parade grounds, where piles of equipment had been set up to get ready for Captain Dominic's suicidal attack, Matteo gritted his teeth and headed back into the keep with Palmer following behind him. They went up to the prince's apartments, where Rose was standing guard, and when she saw him coming, her face fell.
"Oh, no," she said. "What is it?"
Wordlessly, Matteo handed her the report.
"I'm going to go speak to the prince."
As she got to the end of it, Rose's fingers clenched, causing the report to crinkle.
"Matteo,"
she said, her voice grim.
"I know, but it gets worse.
Our men were attacked on the way back, which means that Lucy's probably in danger." Rose looked at Palmer, who shook his head slightly, his expression much more placid than Matteo had anticipated.
"She's a big girl. We all knew what we were getting into. She'll be able to take care of herself."
Whether he was saying the words for his own comfort or for the sake of Matteo and Rose wasn't evident, but all Matteo could do was pat him on the shoulder and then enter the prince's room. Prince Isaac was still painting, though this time the picture he was working on was much more cheerful than the mess he had been making the night before. When he heard the door, he turned and looked over his shoulder, and seeing Matteo, gestured for him to come over. "I know now is not the time for art appreciation, but tell me what you think of this." The picture was of a sunrise, splashes of color spread across the sky behind the mountains, with a few rays of light trickling through a gap between them to illuminate a small creek in the foreground.
"It's beautiful,"
Matteo said, taking a long moment to look at it. "It is, but it's not right. I'm not sure what it is. It feels like everything I've been painting has been off. Anyway, I'm sure you came here to talk to me about something, not to listen to me prattle about painting. Have there been any developments?" "Unfortunately, yes," Matteo said, handing the now crumpled report to the prince. "Our scouts, who went to double-check the villages, they bring back disturbing news. And even worse, they were attacked on the way." "Attacked? By who?" "We're not sure, but there's a strong chance that it was whoever killed everyone in those villages." Startled, the prince skimmed the report, his eyes widening in shock. "Matteo, this says the villages were destroyed by Imperial troops. There's no way that's possible." "Our scouts are the best, sir, and I mean the best. There's nobody more adept in the art of death. And so if they say that the villagers were killed by straight blades, they were killed by straight blades. There was no sign of a single javelin or javelin wound, which is the primary ranged weapon the barbarians use. Clubs are another favorite, but they found no evidence of blunt force trauma. It was all spears, swords, and arrows. Imperial weapons. Even more damning, every single arrow was retrieved, which means that the place wasn't torched until after everybody was dead, which also explains the placement of the bodies. After people were killed, they were dragged near enough to the structures that their bodies would burn as well. We're looking at a massacre, but not one committed by barbarians." "What about bandits?" "Too organized. Plus bandits don't wear uniform metal boots. There was only one set of tread. Why would an Imperial unit attack and kill innocent villagers? We don't have a complete picture yet, so I don't want to speak out of turn. But if one of your siblings wanted you to die here on this trip without anyone knowing they had a hand in it, the most effective method would be to provoke a barbarian attack while at the same time cutting off your escape route." "You mean they're waiting to kill us if we try to retreat?" Matteo didn't reply. He didn't have to. The fact that the scouts had been attacked trying to make it back to the keep was evidence enough. "But you'd need a sizable army in order to wipe out the villages. None of my siblings have that many troops." Sir, there are less than 200 of the 500 soldiers stationed here present. It is entirely out of protocol for 300 imperial troops to be gone on patrol for more than a few days at a time. In fact, except in times of imminent conflict, patrol sizes shouldn't exceed 10, and even then they should be no more than 20. But wait, this doesn't make sense, Isaac said, rubbing his forehead. It doesn't make sense at all. The troops assigned to this fortress are under Duke Argent's control. But Vesid, the commander? He's a crony of my second brother. There's no way this would make sense unless— The prince's face paled as he drew the thought to its logical conclusion. Unless there was more than one person in on it. Matteo felt a pang pierce his heart as Prince Isaac's expression fell. If there were any plausible explanation, he would have suggested it. But at the moment, all evidence pointed to the second prince and fourth princess working together to eliminate their little brother. For someone like Prince Isaac, who desperately wanted his family to be a normal family, it was devastating, and the pain he felt was clearly visible in his eyes. To his credit, he took a moment to stabilize himself, and then gave Matteo a firm nod. From now on, we will assume that you are correct until proven otherwise. Tell me what I need to do. Caught off guard, Matteo wasn't quite sure how to respond, but the prince just flashed a sad smile and gestured toward the picture. Matteo, I know how to paint. I am not versed in war, politics, or anything else for that matter. I can barely wield a sword, despite Umbria's jokes. You are adept at all of those things. I'll follow your lead until we are safe again. Thank you for your trust, Matteo said, standing up and bowing. I'll do my best to ensure that we all return safely. I know, which is why I am entrusting you with it. Prince Isaac stood up with a look of false cheer and patted Matteo's shoulder. But until you have something for me to do, I'm just going to get back to painting so I don't get in the way. Before that, would you mind packing? Flinching, the prince looked at Matteo, his eyebrows rising. Is it that bad? I'm afraid so. It didn't take the prince long to put a pack together, though he insisted on rolling up a few canvases and packing a set of paint. It's my emergency paint, he said, and this is an emergency, exactly what it is for. Though Matteo didn't think it wise to carry any extra weight, it wouldn't be the prince himself carrying it, and he figured they could throw it away later if things became desperate. With the prince's bag ready to go, Matteo stepped outside and asked Rose to do the same. She packed for Eric and him as well, and not long after, Matteo was informed that Commander Dominic was about to set out. When Matteo arrived at the parade ground, he saw Vesid Dominic decked out in his golden armor astride a massive white horse. The commander cut a dashing figure and exuded a powerful, silver-ranked aura. Yet Matteo couldn't help but cringe. The troops, though wearing matching armor and armed with spears and shields, were even more of a headache. Their gear was worn sloppily, and their ranks were crooked. Yet Vesid seemed blind to all of this. His voice thundered over the fortress as he tried to motivate them. Today, brave soldiers, we march to punish the foe. Barbarians have crept over our borders, sacked our towns, killed our citizens, and we will not stand for it. Today we march to strike at the very heart of the barbarian horde. We will pay them back, blow for blow, shedding 10 drops of their blood for every one of ours they have shed. Today we will strike a blow so fierce that it will be spoken of for generations, studied in the martial academy. To war! There were a few scattered cheers, and a couple of the soldiers lifted their spears, but the effect wasn't nearly what Commander Dominic wanted. His eyes flashed with fury, and he was about to speak out again when he caught sight of Matteo watching him from the steps of the keep. Swallowing whatever he was about to say, Commander Dominic pulled his crimson cape around himself and jerked his horse around. Seeing him start to leave, one of the captains gave the order to march, and the army began to file their way out of the keep. It's a shame. Glancing to his right, Matteo saw Captain Charles standing there. What's a shame? That's 200 men we'll never see again, the captain said. 200 men, dead because of a fool. Why didn't you stop him? Looking at Matteo like he was the fool, Captain Charles just laughed and walked back into the keep. There were only a dozen soldiers left, apart from Mateo's men and the Windblade mercenaries who had come with Lucita, Captain Charles, and 11 men who were old or wounded, making them unable to fight. After the army was out of sight, a stillness fell over the keep, shrouding everything in a faint sense of dread. The soldiers and servants who were still there moved quietly and quickly about their business, heads down, not daring to look up, as if they might see sudden destruction descending upon them. Mateo redoubled his study of the maps, forming contingency after contingency in his mind. He knew that when they needed to act, they would have to act immediately and with absolute certainty. There would be no time to determine the right course of action. He needed to have a rock-solid plan, able to deal with every possible scenario. As time passed and the sun finally set, Mateo put down his pen and sighed. In front of him were a dozen pages filled with writing, a brief he'd prepared to give to Palmer and Rose in case something happened to him. Standing, he stretched, and then walked out to the parade ground, intending to get some fresh air on the wall. As he stepped off the stairs onto the hard-packed dirt, he felt the faintest tremor. A second later he felt it again, and he let out a 2-tone whistle and began sprinting for the wall. The southern gate, which blocked the road to the Empire, was currently closed, but after sprinting up onto the wall and peering into the darkness, he shouted down to the men standing there, "The gate! Now!" A couple of the guards, hearing him shout, looked at each other, unsure what to do. But before they could protest, they were shoved out of the way by Palmer, who threw aside the bar, gripped the 2 doors, and with a loud shout pulled them open, creating a gap just big enough for himself to stand in. Half a dozen tiger-winged soldiers rushed forward, grabbed the doors, and wrestled them open the rest of the way. As he marched to the wall, Mateo's voice was firm, his words clipped, and they rang clearly in the night. Within 30 seconds, 9 dark-winged soldiers stood beside him, bows drawn, along with 6 blood-winged soldiers who carried poison-tipped bows on their heavy crossbows. The faint vibration grew louder, and then, in the darkness, the soldiers caught sight of the flash of metal armor atop horses, running as if their lives depended on it. It only took Mateo a few seconds to determine who they were. "That's Lucy. Those are our troops. They're being chased. Get ready to block the enemy."
"Squad 3, take the other side," Palmer barked, stepping out of the doorway to make sure the horses had plenty of room to pass.
Hoisting his axe, he strode to the side of the road, pressed himself up against the mountain as he waited. Seeing what he was planning on doing, Mateo tapped 2 of the dark-winged soldiers on the shoulders. "Grab some ropes. Be ready to haul them up."
"Yes, sir. Got it."
The 2 raced off, quickly returning with 4 long coils of rope, which they tied to the parapets and held at the ready. Lucy and her unit were getting closer and closer, as were the troops chasing them. Thankfully, the Iron Wing Army's horses were a bit better, and there was a gap of almost 100 feet between the 2 groups. Of course, for a galloping horse, 100 feet wasn't that far of a distance, but it was enough to make shooting bows or crossbows from the back of a galloping horse with any accuracy next to impossible. Mateo didn't have his bow on him, so he grabbed one from the rack as he ran up to the wall, and now, drawing an arrow, he tested the pull, grimaced, and then drew the bow to its full draw. "Take aim. Target the back row." A chorus of "Yes, sirs!" echoed as everyone acknowledged his order, and Mateo, standing stock still, waited for the right moment. The cool breeze flickered past him as a drop of sweat rolled from his temple down his cheek. He didn't move an inch, even as the group chasing began to indiscriminately loose their arrows, hoping for a lucky hit. Then, in one big jumble of horses and men, Lucy and her troops arrived, thundering through the gate. "Fire!" Mateo's shout was accompanied by the twang of his string, which was immediately echoed by the others. Like an angry storm of wasps, the arrows and crossbow bolts shot down, piercing into the chasing soldiers, killing men and horses and throwing the chasing group into disarray. At the same time, Palmer surged forward, lifting his axe as he roared for the gate to be closed. A big man, Palmer seemed even larger when he swung his 6-foot-long axe, and as Mateo watched, it ripped through the lead horse, decapitating the poor creature and cutting straight through its rider. With that sweep, Palmer slammed forward, his armored shoulder crashing into another horse and throwing it and its rider to the side, where they immediately tangled up 3 more horses. Chapter 31. The other tiger-wing soldiers who were outside the gate with Palmer rushed forward, planting spears against the ground and bracing themselves, breaking the right side of the charge even as Palmer broke the left. The unfortunate soldiers in the center were squashed as the two sides collapsed, and the entire charge turned into shambles in an instant. Ever since they had shot off their first arrows, the archers around Matteo had stopped, raining arrow after arrow down on the confusing melee below. With a booming sound, the gates shut, and Matteo heard the bar slot into place. "Toss the ropes!" As the ropes began to descend, Palmer called to the second squad, and as if they had practiced it 1,000 times, all 4 men turned and sprinted toward the gate. They grabbed the ropes and began to climb hand over hand, even as the soldiers on top of the wall pulled them up. Within a dozen seconds they had slipped over the parapet and hunkered down behind it as a wave of arrows fired from those further back clattered off the wall. His eyes narrowing as he listened to the hiss of arrows, Matteo suddenly stood up, catching an arrow out of mid-air. In one smooth motion he knocked it on his bow and fired it back, nailing the dumbfounded archer in the eye. Seeing the man fall, the other archers were startled and stopped firing, which gave the archers on top of the wall the chance to stand up and fill them full of arrows. "Don't let them breach the gate," Matteo said, patting the soldier next to him on the shoulder. "We've got plenty of arrows, so you don't have to worry about sparing them." With Palmer by his side, he made his way down the stairs and hurried to where Lucy was waiting. When she saw Matteo, she gave a quick salute. Her arm was bandaged, and it was clear from the way she was favoring one leg that she had been wounded there as well. "Give me a report," Matteo said, his eyes running over the other soldiers.
"It's as we suspected, sir. The villages are being eliminated by the army out there. After sending back the initial report, we tracked them down, found their camp, and confirmed they are Duke Arjun's men. We wanted to try and get a copy of their orders, but they have 4 silver-ranked captains with them. We were able to get this."
Seeing her hold out a badge, Matteo stepped forward and saw a bronze-colored shield with Duke Arjun's insignia on it. "I see. What's the casualty report?"
3 dead, sir,"
Lucy said. It was clear she was trying to be as calm as possible, but Matteo could hear the pain leaking through her voice.
"They volunteered to distract the enemy, to keep them from surrounding us, sir. They're why we made it back."
"Their sacrifice will be remembered," Matteo said quietly, "and avenged. Go take care of your men and your horses."
"Thank you, sir."
As she turned away to go back to her squad, Matteo saw Commander Palmer looking after her. "Go ahead," he said, but the commander shook his head.
"No, sir. Not while we're in the middle of a fight."
Just then they heard a horn sound, and Matteo smiled. "Sounds like that's the end of it. They're retreating."
"Thank you, sir,"
Palmer said, dropping his stoic facade and turning to rush after his wife. Though the attackers had failed to achieve their objective, they were still well disciplined. As they retreated, they dragged their dead with them, making it impossible for the defenders to get a solid ID on any of them. They'd been dressed in dark-colored armor, covered with a black tabard, and wore bandanas under their helmets, covering their noses and mouths to completely hide their identities. Of course, there was no way Matteo would believe they were bandits. They moved with military precision, attacked with military-issue weapons, and even their horn patterns for issuing commands matched the Imperial armies. Once things had calmed down, Matteo headed upstairs to let the prince know what was going on. He had just finished explaining the situation when there was a knock on the door and Lucita came into the room. With her was the commander of the Windblade mercenaries, a sallow-faced man who had a perpetually bitter expression on his face. His name was Carrick, and Matteo had found him quite reticent. Now he looked spooked, and after glancing at Matteo a couple of times, he nudged Lady Lucita forward. With a helpless sigh, she addressed Isaac.
"Captain Carrick is suggesting we retreat from the fortress. He said he doesn't think Commander Dominic's attack is going to go well, and that the first place the barbarians will retaliate is here. Now, with bandits on the loose, he thinks it would be better to retreat."
Instead of answering, Isaac looked at Matteo, which caused Lucita to grow angry.
"Why do you always look at him? He's not in charge. You're in charge. Isaac, you're the Prince of the Empire. You can make your own decisions. You know, this is why—"
Lucita caught herself as Isaac turned and gave her a stormy look.
I'm sorry. I'm under a lot of pressure, and I'm sorry."
Forcibly calming herself down, Lucita walked over and took her brother's hand.
I want you to be safe. Come with me. We can retreat rather than staying here in this doomed place."
It was clear that Isaac was tempted, but after a long moment of hesitation, he shook his head. "No, I'm not going to go," he said. "I'm going to stay here until Matteo says it's time to leave. As the Prince of the Empire, it's my duty to hold the line, and until Matteo says we should go, I'm staying." Lucita's face slowly grew pale, and her grip tightened around Isaac's hand. "Fine," she snapped. "Then stay here." She made a pushing motion, shoving Isaac back, causing him to stumble over the couch. Matteo lunged forward, grabbing the prince to steady him as Rose drew her sword and stepped between the siblings. At the same time, Carrick drew his sword as well, grabbing Lucita and pulling her back. "Calm down, everybody! Calm down!" Isaac shouted, his face red with anger. "We don't need to fight. Lucita, I'm sorry. I'm not going back with you." "Then we'll leave ourselves," Lucita said, storming toward the door. Gripping the handle, she paused and turned back, her eyes blazing with a strange light. "Goodbye, brother." Wrenching open the door, she swept through and slammed it behind her, right in Carrick's face. The room fell silent as Carrick turned, looked at everyone, and scratched his nose. Then, with a shrug, he opened the door, walked out, and closed it quietly behind him. Prince Isaac collapsed onto the couch, a low chuckle escaping his lips as he stared down at his hands. Noticing they looked rather red, Rose came over and sat down next to him. "Do they hurt?" she asked softly. "Not as much as my heart does," the prince said. He was silent for a long moment, and then, looking up, he flashed a rather cheerful smile at Matteo. "What do you think? Was that the right move?" "Yes, though I'm sorry it had to come at such a cost." "Don't worry about it," the prince said. "Like I said, I'm following your directions, and until you give me the nod, I'm staying right here." "The nod will probably come sooner than I'd like," Matteo replied, "but we have enough food and water to hold out here for quite a while, unless the barbarians come, of course. Rose, stay with Isaac. I'm going to go and make sure Lucita and the Windblade mercenaries get off safely." It took less than an hour for the mercenaries to organize themselves and leave the fortress. It was clear from the speed that they packed that this wasn't their first time fleeing from a prospective battlefield. As for Lucita, she entered the carriage she had come in and didn't once look out the window. Matteo had no idea whether they would be ambushed by the imperial soldiers masquerading as bandits on the road, and frankly, he didn't much care. Captain Carrick knew the situation perfectly well and had still made the call to abandon the fort. So as far as Matteo was concerned, he was entitled to whatever outcome he got. Still, for the prince's sake, Matteo wished Lucita a smooth journey under his breath. The night passed calmly, though at midnight Matteo found himself staring out the window toward the gorge. He couldn't see the barbarian camp from here, but he knew this was around when Commander Dominic was supposed to attack. Unfortunately, it was a 6-hour trip, which meant that no reports would come till morning. With nothing better to do, Matteo went to his room, swallowed some troll marrow, and began to recite the Iron Blood mantra until he passed out. The next morning he rose early, intending to do some more planning, but that was interrupted by Palmer and a trembling older man dressed in an apron. Sensing something had gone wrong, Matteo leaned back in his chair and gestured for Palmer to speak.
"Morning, sir. Unfortunately, I can't say it's very good. This is Frepp. Frepp is the cook here at the fortress, and has a report to make. It's the food, sir. All the food. It's ruined."
Taking a deep breath, Matteo leaned forward, fixed Frepp with a piercing gaze, and asked him to repeat himself. Trembling, Frepp nodded his head so hard Matteo was afraid it would come off. "The food is ruined, sir. Someone sowed it with lye." "All of the food?" "Well, there are a couple sausages. Everything else is no good, poisoned or mixed with spoiled food, so it's gone bad. It's all inedible." "What about our supplies?" Matteo asked Palmer.
"We've got 3 carts, but that's only going to feed our troops for a few days at most," Palmer said, spreading his large hands. "We've got nothing."
"And the water in the well?" Matteo asked, closing his eyes and pinching the bridge of his nose. "Have you checked that?" Looking like he had been struck, Palmer rushed out of the room. Matteo, seeing that the cook was still nodding at him, waved for the man to go. He had been hoping to be able to weather the storm in the fortress, but that slim chance was now gone, even if the water was still good, though Matteo was certain it wasn't. Taking a moment to think, he quickly packed up all of the maps and anything else of value. If they had to abandon the fort, he wasn't going to do it empty-handed. By the time he left the command room, Captain Charles was hurrying over. "Sir, what's going on?" "All of our food has been rendered inedible," Matteo said calmly. "Likely the water as well." Just then, Palmer burst back into the hallway, moving so fast he had to brace himself against the wall.
"Sir, the well has been poisoned."
Matteo looked at Captain Charles and gestured toward Palmer. As I was saying, at this point the amount of food we have won't sustain us for more than a couple days, maybe a week on the tightest of rations. We can't afford to stay. Get everybody ready. We're going to move out. The fortress rapidly transformed into a busy hive as the soldiers rushed around, getting themselves ready to march. Matteo headed up to the prince's room, and when he got there, he saw Rose standing outside the door. "Is he not up?" Matteo asked, glancing out the window at the sun. Normally the prince was up by the sunrise, in large part due to his obsession with painting it, so it was unusual for him to sleep so long. Seeing Rose shake her head, Matteo's sinking feeling grew, and he walked to the prince's bedroom door, knocking loudly. When there was no response, he knocked again, and then opened it. The prince lay in his bed as if sleeping, but there was something about the stillness of his body, the shallowness of his breathing, that caused Matteo to panic. "Rose, get a healer, now!" Rushing over, Matteo checked over the prince quickly, sighing in relief when he detected a pulse. It was weak, however, and it only took a glance from Matteo to see why. Blackish-green lines traced their way up the inside of Prince Isaac's arm, following his veins, and at the base of his hand was a red welt where something had pierced his skin. The prince had been poisoned. With every moment that passed, Matteo felt like screaming as the memory of Lucita grabbing the prince's hands the day before played through his mind over and over again. There was a part of him, an irrational, murderous part, that wanted to chase her down and tear her apart, but he forced himself to remain by the prince's side, waiting until Rose brought one of the Iron Wing army healers. "Get him on his back. Don't elevate his feet." As he spoke, the healer opened her pouch and sorted through, pulling out a vial of pale green liquid. "This is a universal antidote. It should do something. A healing potion will only excite the poison. After we feed him this, I'll try bleeding him and see if it works." With Matteo's help, she fed the prince the antidote and made a small incision just below the welt. The blood that dripped out carried a blackish-green tint and released an acrid smell as it splashed into the silver pan. After watching for a minute, the healer shook her head and quickly pinched the cut shut. "It's not going to work. I don't know what kind of poison this is, but it's uncommonly tenacious. We need to get him back to the Imperial City as fast as possible, or at the very least to one of our hospitals." Closing his eyes, Matteo thought for a moment, and then nodded. "We can take him through the mountains. Blackrock Fortress." Taken aback, the healer looked at Matteo. "Do you know how to get there?" "No, but I'll figure it out," Matteo said, his voice grim. "Make room in the carts and make sure we have stretchers. We're going to need to move fast." "Matteo, what about Eric?" Rose asked, her voice strained. "We'll leave a message for him, but we just don't have time," Matteo said. "If we head south into the Empire, we'll be walking right into their trap. The only good thing about this situation is that, because our food supply was poisoned, we're moving out before the barbarians hit us." Chapter 32. Matteo could feel a deep and burning anger beginning to kindle in his chest as he and Rose carefully picked up the prince and fastened him securely to Rose's back. Anger at the situation. Anger at Lucita. Most of all, anger at himself. When they got down to the yard, the Stone Mountain Battalion was ready to move, and thanks to advance warning from the healer who had rushed down, they had a spot for Prince Isaac in one of the carts. Dashing off a quick note, Matteo whistled, and when Queen swooped down, he tied it to her leg. "Get that to Eric," he said, "and don't be seen." Cocking her head, she looked at him for a moment, nodded, and took off, rapidly vanishing into the sky. "Open the gates. Let's go." The path that Matteo had traced out was similar to the route he had taken to Solomon's Tower, but the magic tower was the last thing on Matteo's mind as the troops made their way down the road and then turned off into the wilderness. They would have to abandon the carts after the first day, but Matteo wanted to make as much time as possible while they could. They had just gotten to the turnoff when there was a shout behind him, and Matteo turned his horse around, spurring it to the back of the convoy. There he saw Eric, along with the men who had joined him to stake out the barbarians. They had arrived on foot, and Eric grabbed one of the extra horses, swinging up onto it and riding up to where Matteo was. "Disaster," he said. "Unmitigated disaster. Commander Dominic wasn't as dumb as we thought.
The majority of those soldiers, they weren't soldiers at all. As soon as they got close, they shed their armor and snuck into the enemy camp, as if they'd done it 1,000 times. By the time the barbarians knew they were there, a quarter of the camp was already on fire. Then the rest of the soldiers made a heroic charge. They all died almost instantly, of course.
And the commander? What of Dominic?
Pushed his armor off on one of the captains and slipped away before the fight even began. The barbarians are massing for war. Aspar is calling in reinforcements.
Is there an advance force on the way to the fort? Matteo asked.
Yes, they're about 3 hours behind us.
Groaning, Matteo closed his eyes and leaned his head back, rubbing the back of his neck. It'd be really nice to have some good news for a change. If they're only 3 hours behind, then that means we need to speed up. They'll be on our trail soon. When they find the fort is empty, there's no way they won't be able to track us. Get everybody moving.
How's the prince? Eric asked as they rode toward the front of the battalion.
He was poisoned by his sister? I didn't catch it, and now he's on death's door. Eric was silent for a long moment, and then he reached out and touched Matteo's arm lightly.
I'm sorry.
What precisely he was sorry for, Matteo wasn't sure, but surprisingly the gesture did make him feel a little bit better. With the barbarians closing in fast, there was no time for dawdling. After hearing the order, the soldiers broke into a jog, intending to gain as much distance as they could while they had the advantage of the carts. There was no question in anyone's mind that the barbarians would move faster than them. Not only did they wear less armor, but their weapons were made of lighter material, and they were used to traveling by foot. The only advantage the battalion had was that they were all iron-ranked duelists at the minimum, which meant they could move considerably faster for longer distances than most mortals. Knowing that they had to take advantage of that while they were on flat ground, Matteo pushed them to move as fast as they could, even going so far as to activate Iru's resonance. Unfortunately, the distance it covered wasn't large enough to encapsulate the entirety of the battalion, so Matteo jogged along at the back, leaving his horse for someone else. The biggest problem was that Captain Charles and the dozen remaining soldiers, along with all of the fortress's staff, had tagged along. Initially, Matteo hadn't thought much of it, but now he had to squash the temptation to simply abandon them, leaving them to their fate. He may have been able to do it had he not known the barbarians were behind them, but now it was practically guaranteed that they would die if they were left to their own devices. Grouped together with Matteo, and impressed with the need to move as quickly as they possibly could, they were barely able to keep up. But Matteo knew full well it was not going to be a long-term solution. Occasionally, someone would start to lag behind, and Matteo would order the soldiers to pick them up, taking turns carrying them as they raced through the mountains. All day they ran, until Matteo saw the exhaustion starting to set in, even on the faces of the toughest of his soldiers. By this point, every single one of the servants had to be carried, doubling the burden of most of the soldiers, who were already wearing heavy armor and carrying both weapons and their packs. Though they would have been lighter had they discarded their armor and packs, Matteo knew it wasn't worth it. Regardless of how fast they moved, the barbarians would catch up, and when that happened, the armor could mean the difference between life and death for every single one of his soldiers. When he saw Palmer jogging back to him, Matteo knew they couldn't push any further.
What are you thinking, boss?
Palmer asked, a hint of breathlessness in his voice. We should probably stop and make camp. We'll rest for 2 hours, and then we'll pick up and go again, at a slower pace. We're almost to where we will be dropping the wagons, so let's start to prepare to spread the load.
You got it,
Palmer said, saluting. As he passed the word along the line, the tired soldiers stumbled to a stop and dumped their packs on the ground. Almost mechanically, they began opening their bags to retrieve food, but none of them sat down. After moving for so long, sitting down would mean risking not being able to get back up. Instead, the soldiers walked back and forth a little bit to keep their legs from cramping. After making sure the servants were settled, Matteo jogged up the line to where the prince was resting. He had yet to wake up, and Matteo was beginning to wonder if he ever would. When he got there, the healer was checking him over. "What's the situation?" Matteo asked, his voice barely a whisper. "It's getting worse," Rose said. "That poison is vicious." Hearing them talk, the healer stood up and jumped out of the cart, gesturing for Matteo to follow. They walked toward a small fire that had just been started, where water was being heated up. As she crouched down next to the fire, the healer sighed. "I wish I could do more, but the only thing keeping him alive is the fact that he's an iron-ranked duelist. If he was mortal, he would have been dead within minutes." "And we don't know what it is?" "I'm sorry, sir. I've never seen anything like it. Pulling out a vial, the healer handed it to Matteo. Inside was a bit of blackish-green blood that had dripped from Isaac's arm. "It's not like anything I've seen before. Normally poisons, even after they dissolve into a bloodstream, have some sort of separation. Instead, it's as if the poison is simply converting his blood into more poison. In a strange way, it's more like a corruption, a curse than a poison. But I know that's silly. Curses don't exist." Slowly, Matteo's brow furrowed as he stared at the vial. When he looked up, he saw Rose watching him, her eyes bright. "How much longer would you say he has?" Matteo asked quietly. 4 days, at the most. I'm really sorry, sir." "It's not your fault. Chances are this is something beyond either of us," Matteo said with a sigh, slipping the vial into his pocket. "Rose, get Eric. We're going to have a change of plans." Though he had originally intended to deduce the location of Black Rock Fortress and bring Prince Isaac there, Matteo had known from the beginning that it was a fool's errand. It would take at least 3 weeks to traverse the mountains to get anywhere close to the fortress's location, and with only a few days to live, there was only one other possibility. Unfortunately, that possibility was more likely to end in Matteo and his feathers' deaths, to say nothing of the prince's, than it was to succeed. Yet Matteo knew that if he didn't try, if he didn't give it his full effort, he'd never be able to live with himself. By the time Eric arrived, Palmer, Lucy, and Ghostblade had arrived as well. "I'm afraid we're going to have to change our plan," Matteo said. "Prince Isaac only has a few days to live, and we're too far away from anyone who can heal him. There is one possibility I know of, a long shot that's liable to get us killed, but we're going to take it." "You can't be serious," Eric said, his eyes narrowing as he stared at Matteo. "Eric, it's the only way." "Those two are crazy." Seeing that Palmer and the other captains didn't know what they were talking about, Matteo rubbed his forehead. "Do you remember those two, scouts who showed up at the fort? They're not scouts. They're magicians, individuals who use supernatural powers. Magic. This poison is something we've never seen before. Our only hope is that they have a solution." With an incredulous laugh, Eric shook his head. "And remind me, Matteo, where did you last see them?" "In a tower 3 days' journey from here. A tower that you trapped them in after abandoning them to find a bunch of living statues." "Yes, but hear me out," Matteo said, holding up his hands. Then he realized he didn't know what to say, so with a sigh he put his hands down, defeated. "They're still our best option," Rose said. "And you said there's a shaman close by? Maybe we could start with her." "Right, Bruna," Matteo said. "We'll start there, and if that doesn't work, I'll go find the magicians."
"You've got guts of brass, kid. I'll give you that," Corvus said from Matteo's shoulder. "But what are you going to do with this lot?"
Before Matteo could answer the question, Ghostblade stepped forward and saluted.
"Me and my men would be more than happy to provide a distraction for you, sir." "You can count us in, too," Palmer added, and Lucy nodded firmly in agreement. "We'll start heading south, crossing over the gorge. We can stop and set an ambush there. We'll cut them down until they stop coming."
"No," Matteo said firmly, "we can't do that. That'll only add to this conflict. I want you to follow the path that I show you. Eventually it'll lead you to the tower. By that point, we'll have resolved the prince's situation, one way or another, and we'll make a decision from there. In the worst-case scenario, there may be a way for us to survive this. But I'm not sure. We'll have to see when we arrive. If the barbarians catch up, you'll have to fight a running battle, but try to keep everybody alive. We want as few casualties as possible. We're going to go now. You can follow when you've rested."
"Yes, sir,"
Palmer said, saluting. "Rose, help me get the prince onto my back. Eric, can you grab our bags? Slim them down as much as possible. We're going to have to travel fast." With Rose's help, Matteo tied the prince onto his back, fastening him securely to keep him from bouncing too much as Matteo ran. Rose had offered to carry him, but Matteo knew that his ability to run was better than the others, and besides, he wanted Rose free in case there was a fight. "Oh, that reminds me," he said, turning to Palmer and the others and getting out his map. "Right around here, there's a giant serpent, 40 feet long, head the size of a wash basin. I saw it eat a man in a gulp, or at least the corpse of a man. It seems aggressive. There isn't really a good way around. There won't be a lot of time, so just be on your guard. The locals didn't seem to know it was there, though, so you might be able to use it to your advantage. Eric jogged over with 3 packs, all much smaller than normal. I ditched the blankets, except for one, and got rid of most of the clothes, too. Catching sight of a rolled-up piece of canvas stuffed in the top of one of the bags, Matteo frowned and pointed at it. "What?" Eric said defensively. "He might want to paint, once he's feeling better." "He will want to paint when he's feeling better," Matteo said with a firm nod. "Good call." Slipping his arms through the pack to hold it against his chest, Matteo gave Palmer and the captains a nod, turned, and jogged off, Rose and Eric following close behind. After a few dozen feet, Matteo activated Iru's resonance again, and immediately both Rose and Eric's steps grew lighter. Iru's resonance didn't affect Matteo himself, but it made both of his companions faster and stronger, which would allow them to keep up better on this long-distance sprint. Knowing he would need every ounce of energy he could muster, Matteo handed the map over to Eric, asked him to take the lead, and then began to practice his running meditation. His feet slapped against the path in a steady cadence, and he found it easy enough to follow Eric's footsteps. Slowly but surely, Matteo began to fall into a trance, his mind entering a half-awake state as he drew in trace amounts of spiritual energy with every breath, focusing on infusing them into the chain in front of him. Across the mountains they ran, until, with a start, Matteo felt Eric slow down and come to a stop. Shocked from his running meditation, Matteo looked up and realized they had crossed 2 whole mountains, and that the gray of dawn was starting to rise over the horizon. "The snake's up ahead," Eric said rather breathlessly, "but we need to take a rest." Chapter 33. At first, Matteo was confused because he felt fine, but when he turned around he saw that Rose was gasping. Her face, slick with sweat, was red, and she had hair stuck to her cheek. Rather than complain, however, she just walked back and forth, trying to cool down as her breathing slowly returned to normal. Eric looked to be in a little bit better shape after the run, but was clearly exhausted as well. Checking where they were on the map, Matteo nodded. "We made great time. As long as we keep up this pace, we'll get there with at least a day to spare." "Matteo, we can't keep up this pace," Rose said. "At least I can't. If you want to go on ahead, I can follow." Gritting his teeth, Matteo held up his hands. "No. I'm sorry. My apologies. I'm just feeling rushed. If we're going to make it through this, we need to stick together. Chances are those 2 magicians will want to kill me if they see me, so there's not much use in me going on alone. Just give me an hour or 2, and then we can go." Nodding, Matteo carefully unbound the prince and laid him on the ground, using a pack for a pillow and wrapping him in the blanket. Rose found a rock to lean against, holding her sword to her chest. Her head drooped, and she was asleep almost instantly, a clear testament to her exhaustion. "I'll take the first and second watch," Matteo said. "You get some sleep." Eric looked at Matteo, long and hard, and then shook his head. "I can sleep in a little bit. First, I want you to tell me what it was you were doing. It almost felt like you were meditating." "I was," Matteo said. "Since you were leading the way, I was able to practice my meditation." "You can meditate while you move? I thought you had to do it while you sat still," Eric said, his eyes growing wide. "No, you just have to be able to concentrate. I split my focus, maintaining some situational awareness, while also doing my visualization." "You're a madman," Eric said, patting Matteo on the shoulder. "So that's why it's so much fun to follow you around." "Moving meditation, huh? I might have to learn how to do this." Sitting down, Eric began to meditate himself, though he only lasted around 20 minutes before he fell asleep. Double-checking on the prince, Matteo saw that the poison had advanced again and sighed. It seemed to be moving slower the closer it got to the prince's chest, but every time Matteo looked, it had made progress. Getting out his weapons, Matteo sat down next to the prince and began to clean them, slowly and methodically, to ensure that all of his blades had sharp edges and that his arrows were straight and true. After 4 hours of sleep, both Rose and Eric woke up and helped Matteo tie the prince back onto his back. They took off again, this time moving a bit slower to ensure they could maintain the pace all day. What Matteo soon realized was that Rose wasn't bad at running. In fact, she would put the mass majority of bronze-ranked duelists to shame. The problem was that when he incorporated his moving meditation, Matteo simply didn't run out of energy. He tried to explain how he was doing it, but after hearing him, Rose reacted much the same way that Eric had, shaking her head and muttering under her breath about geniuses. Matteo didn't feel like a genius. If he was a genius, then why hadn't he accounted for Lucita's betrayal? As he replayed the scene over again in his head, Matteo realized that the prince had known. Why Prince Isaac hadn't said anything, Matteo wasn't sure. All he would have had to do was show the wound, and Matteo would have cut down Lucita where she stood to seize the antidote. He knew there was no use spitting on it, but he found it impossible to keep the thoughts away. By mid-morning, they had entered the stretch of road where the giant serpent lurked, but rather than try to go around, Eric swapped with Rose and she led them through. Matteo was in such a foul mood that he almost wished the snake would attack, but whether it sensed the murderous aura radiating off of the group or it was simply not hungry, the snake never made an appearance. After they had passed through its territory, Eric took point once again, chuckling at Matteo's expression as he passed him. "You almost look sad that the giant serpent didn't attack us." That brought a half-smile to Matteo's lips, and he shook his head. "I'm grateful, I really am. But I do admit that I feel like killing something. Don't we all, Matteo? Don't we all?" On his first trip, Matteo hadn't encountered any danger over this stretch of road, but Matteo and his friends didn't lower their guard as they traced his steps once again. Each night they rested for 4 hours, and they arrived at the barbarians' village on the afternoon of the third day. Paul and his warriors saw them coming a distance off and strode out to greet them. They seemed particularly interested in Rose, and even Paul glanced over a few extra times before greeting Matteo. "You look to be in a hurry. You're always running here and there." "I like to go places quick," Matteo said. "Speaking of which, is Bruna in? A friend is sick, poisoned with something we don't recognize. I'd like to ask her to take a look at him." "And here I thought you grew 2 heads," Paul said, grinning. "Come, I'll take you to her." Despite his seemingly lackadaisical attitude, Paul led them through the village at a swift trot, and when they arrived at Bruna's tent, he shouted for her to come out. "Bruna! We have a man poisoned." The flap lifted and Bruna strode out, a glint appearing in her eyes when she saw Matteo and his friends. "Bring him in. Lay him down, carefully. I said carefully. Go get me hot water, and then clear out, all of you. I said all of you." The last line was delivered to Eric, who stood by the prince, a pleasant smile fixed to his face, clearly not intending to move. Matteo touched Eric's shoulder lightly. "Come on. She won't harm him." "Let's hope not," Eric said, his smile widening very slightly. "If she does, everybody's going to have a bad day." The threat in his voice was unmistakable, and Matteo practically pushed him out of the tent. "I'm sorry, please, just examine our friend." "I will, but tell that young man to watch his mouth." Bowing, Matteo stepped back out of the tent, and then sighed as he straightened. "Let's hope she can do something for him." "If anyone can, my Bruna can. She's an expert. In poisons, that is. People used to make fun of her for it. Imagine a mountain bull talisman holder who uses poisons." "You said they used to?" Eric asked, raising his eyebrows. "Why don't they any more?" "Because they all got diarrhea so bad they had to spend nearly a week over the pit. They stank to high heaven when they came back. Since then, nobody makes fun of her for anything." "Certainly an effective strategy," Rose said. "One I'll have to remember." Feigning fear, Eric shuffled away from Rose, causing Paul to laugh. Shooting a glance at Matteo, he jerked a thumb toward the tent. "Your friend looks to be in a bad way. What happened?" "He was cursed." Turning, Matteo looked at Bruna, who had just opened the flap to her tent. "It's not poison. I finished examining him. You can come in. I'm afraid to say there's not much that I can do. I can make him lucid for his remaining hours, but that's about it." "How long does he have?" "A day, if he's lucky. The curse was transmitted from an artifact to him through his wound. Are you familiar with corpse poison?" "No," Matteo said, shaking his head. "Corpse poison isn't actually a poison at all. Instead, it's the gathered remnants of individuals murdered, or people who died with tremendous regret. When those sorts of corpses are gathered together and placed in a tomb, that resentment ferments, and after a time it attaches itself to objects. Most of the time we see this with grave robbers, who have broken into the wrong tomb and brought out some of the treasure that they found."
Often, after a little while, they'll be found dead, killed by the resentment carried in the items.
And these items, can they be used multiple times? Eric asked. Like, say, if I were to make a dagger. Shooting Eric a disgusted look, Bruna shook her head. No, though many have tried such a thing. After the curse is passed on, the resentment fades.
What about a ring with a green gem? Or a heavy gold bracelet? Matteo asked, closing his eyes as he recalled the jewelry Lucita had been wearing her last night at the fortress. Actually, it should be the ring. That's the only piece she hadn't worn previously.
It could be, Bruna said with a shrug. It could be anything. Again, I'm sorry, but there simply isn't a cure for corpse poison.
Thank you. We appreciate you at least trying, Rose said. Matteo, unsure if he'd been able to find his voice, simply nodded. For a moment the tent was silent, and then Bruna stood up and fetched a sprig of what looked like holly.
There is a potion I can make, one that will grant him lucidity, waking him from his slumber.
Will it accelerate the spread of the poison?
No, it won't.
Are there any side effects?
Yes, but none you'll have to worry about.
I bet it makes you impotent, Eric asked with a laugh. When Bruna didn't laugh, his face fell.
It does?
Wow, that's terrible.
Or would be, if it wasn't going to die, Bruna said matter-of-factly. I'll prepare the mixture. If you wish to speak with him, simply place it in his mouth, and within a few minutes he should wake.
Is it something we can take with us? Matteo asked. We have one more option we can try before we give up completely.
Your efforts are commendable. And yes, I'll prepare it now, and you can take it with you.
Half an hour later they stood outside Bruna's tent, with the prince once again secured to Matteo's back.
Thank you,
he said, bowing to Bruna. We genuinely do appreciate your efforts.
I just wish I could have done more, Bruna said with a sad smile. I'll pray for the spirits to receive your friend's soul well.
After leaving the village, Matteo led the way at a rapid pace toward the fifth spire. He genuinely didn't know what he was going to find. It was possible that the magicians had broken out, and their trip would be entirely in vain. It was also possible that they were still trapped inside the tower, and that they would try and kill Matteo as soon as he and his friends entered. Either way, Matteo knew he had to give it a shot. The hours were counting down, and there was no time for cowardice. As they ran up the mountain, Matteo saw Eric growing more and more confused.
I thought you said there was a tower up here, he said.
There is, Matteo replied. Just wait. I'll show you. Reaching the summit, they paused for a moment to catch their breath, and then Matteo brought them to where the boundary stone was located.
Matteo? Why is there a giant stone in a hole? Eric asked, staring down at the boundary stone.
Still slightly out of breath, Matteo waved his hand. Don't worry about it. Just get it out. Put it over here.
Okay.
Eric reached down and grabbed the stone.
Hey, Rose, give me a hand with this.
With a nod, she crouched as well, and the two of them dragged the stone out. Feeling the now familiar whoosh of energy, Matteo turned and pointed, and a second later the massive black stone tower materialized right in front of his friend's eyes.
You can't be serious, Eric said, his eyes practically popping out of his head.
I can be and am. This is called sorcery, and in ages past it was all over the continent, Matteo said quietly. I don't know how it works, but when this boundary stone is in place, the entire tower ceases to exist. When it's moved, the tower comes back. Remember how I said I trapped the magicians?
You blinked them out of existence?
Rose said, her voice full of wonder as she stared up at the massive black edifice. Something like that. Let's hope they're still where I left them. Leading the way to the tower, Matteo brought Rose and Eric around to the front, where the two doors were. Trying to calm his trembling hands, Matteo grabbed one of the door handles and tugged, and just as before, after a few seconds' pause, the door opened up. Inside the room was dark, save for a faint glimmer of light in the distance. Bracing himself for an attack, Matteo stepped inside, but the attack never came. When he saw it was safe, he gestured for the others to enter as well, and then looked around. He had forgotten how dark it was in the tower, so he fumbled for his pouch. We need a light. As soon as Matteo spoke, a soft glow filled the room,
causing the gloom to vanish and revealing an astonishing sight. The once beautiful marble floor was marred and melted. Chunks of stone and blackened scorch marks were everywhere, and over 2/3 of the once beautiful statues were destroyed, their bodies scattered across the floor. At the far end of the room, leaning against the stairs, was a familiar figure, and with his heart sinking, Matteo rushed over. Even before he got close, he knew Sarah was dead. She had suffered a heavy slash to her chest that continued down to her stomach. It appeared as if she had been trying to hold in her intestines when she died of blood loss, as evidenced by the half-open health potion next to her.
"What about Meltov? Where is he?" Matteo asked, half-frantic.
"By the door on the right," Eric said quietly, pointing toward a charred lump on the ground. "Or at least, what's left of him." All the strength drained from Matteo, and with a groan he stumbled back. Thankfully Rose was there to catch him, and after she helped him put the prince down on the ground, Matteo sat down on the stairs, putting his head in his hands. Chapter 34. As soon as Matteo's butt touched the stairs, a faint grinding sound echoed through the room. 2 of the statues that still remained began to descend from their pedestals. Eric and Rose exchanged glances, their eyes darting between the statues and each other. Matteo, however, ignored them entirely. Another grinding sound filled the room, and 2 more statues descended from their pedestals. Still, Matteo didn't move. Boss?" Eric asked, his voice filled with uncertainty. "Do you want to do something about this?" Matteo's only response to Eric's words was to slowly look up and gaze blankly at the statues. Once again a grinding noise sounded, and a 3rd pair of statues began to climb down.
"I think it's the stairs," Eric said helpfully. "I think you being on the stairs is making them mad."
Rose, looking back at Matteo, frowned. She stepped forward and grabbed him by the collar, hauling him to his feet.
"Get yourself together," she snapped. "Now is not the time for self-pity."
Matteo wanted to snap back, to yell at her, push her away. But he also knew that she was right. All of the statues were bronze-ranked, which meant that he and the others were in for a terrible fight. Since he was no longer on the stairs, the statues stopped descending from their pedestals. But there were still 6 of them, advancing toward Matteo and his friends with firm steps. Watching one of the statues step on the cracked remains of its former companion, Matteo winced as the marble shattered into even smaller fragments. The fragments scattered across the floor, and a fine cloud of dust rose into the air.
"So I've never been trained on how to kill a statue," Eric said, taking a nervous step backward, "and I'm not sure my daggers are going to do much against them. I mean, they're not really made to cut marble. Is there a way to deactivate them? Matteo, maybe you could tell them to go back to their places, like you did with the lights."
"Lights?" Matteo asked, feeling like his brain was moving at the speed of a snail. "What lights?"
"You know how you said, light, and all of a sudden the lights turned on."
Eric's words hit Matteo like a solid blow, and for half a second he froze. He had been so preoccupied with the prince and finding the magicians that he hadn't even realized what he had done. He doubted that it would work with the statues, but considering their only other option was to grind them into dust, he took a deep breath, stepped forward, and pointed imperiously at the closest statue. "Stand down." The statue froze immediately, lowering the staff that it had raised over its head. For a long second it remained there, staring down at Matteo as faint waves of spiritual energy pulsed through it. Then, with ponderous steps, it turned around and made its way back to the pedestal it had originally stood on. The other statues began to make their way back as well, and after climbing up onto their pedestals, there was a faint grinding noise, and each of them froze solid, returning to their original poses. Matteo was just as surprised as his friends that it had actually worked, and he couldn't help but stare at his finger.
I don't know what's more bizarre,"
Eric said, putting away his daggers and scratching his chin.
"The fact that this whole tower can just cease to exist by putting a stone in a hole, or the fact that it listens to your commands." "What did you say the name of this tower was?"
Rose asked, her eyes closed and her forehead furrowed.
"You said it was the Solomon's Tower, right? Any relation to Avarak Solomon, your master?"
"I don't know," Matteo muttered, his face pale. "I don't know." This time, when he sat down on the stairs, there was no grinding noise, no statues descending from their pedestals to try and kill him. Both Eric and Rose came over to join him. When Eric sat down gingerly, and there was no response from the statues, he sighed and leaned back, resting his elbows on the step above.
What an absolute fever dream! Unfortunately, it's not a dream, Rose said, glancing down at the prince, who was lying at their feet. What are we going to do?
At this point, Matteo had practically given up all hope. The curse was continuing to spread, and the only people who might know something about it were dead. There was the possibility, of course, that a cure existed, but where he would find information on it he had no idea. Burying his head in his hands, he felt Rose's hand on his back and had to bite his lip to keep from crying. There was a rattle as the chain binding him and Corvus shifted, and the spirit crow, who had been observing everything from a nearby pillar, flew down and landed in front of him.
"You can take a minute, kid, but no more than that. You've still got work to do."
"What work?" Matteo asked, his voice filled with despair. "Isaac is going to die, and we'll have failed to protect him, and failed our oath."
"Use your head, kid. You've got an entire tower full of magical knowledge above you, and you're sitting down here, moping, as if there are no options."
Corvus's words passed through Matteo like an electric shock, and he sat bolt upright, startling Rose. "That's right. We're in a magical tower. There's got to be a library. Rose, you take the prince. Eric, check the magicians' bodies. I don't want to leave a single thing behind. Let's see if we can open the tower up further. There might be information on the curse that we can use, something that can slow it down." The other two sprang into motion immediately, and Matteo scrambled up the stairs, using his hands and his feet until he got to the first landing. Climbing up 2 more flights of stairs, he came to a simple doorway, which he reached out to touch. It had no handle, but as his fingers got close, there was a subdued click, and after a second, the door began to grind open, much like the front door had. "It's open," he yelled. "Come on up." Rose was the first one up the stairs, carefully carrying the prince, and Eric soon came bounding up behind her, holding a bag stuffed full of assorted things he had looted from the corpses. Matteo took a deep breath and stepped into a long hallway. He was pretty sure they were in the second section of the tower, which was smaller than the base level and was comprised of 3 floors. Walking down the hall, he spotted a spiral staircase at the center. There were dozens of rooms off to the right and left, and looking at them nervously, Eric turned to Matteo. "Are we going to be able to search the whole place? There must be hundreds of rooms." "The library should be at the top," Matteo said, remembering what Sarah and Meltov had said. "The most valuable things are at the top. If there's one thing I know about magic users, it's that knowledge is what they consider most important." Ignoring the rooms, Matteo continued to lead the group forward. As excited as he was to get to the center of the tower, he was also cautious. The magical defenses of the tower were no joke, and he could only assume that as they got further in, they would get stronger. Yet despite his caution, he found nothing. No magical traps, no living statues. When he arrived at the central staircase, he looked up and saw that it rose for hundreds of feet. Occasionally, there was a small bridge passing off of it, extending to a nearby floor. But otherwise, it simply rose straight up into the air until it disappeared into a hole at the top of the tower. Taking a deep breath, he stepped foot onto the staircase and felt a faint wave of spiritual energy run through him. When the hair on the back of his neck started to prickle again, he quickly looked around and shouted, "Stand down! Defenses off!" Though he felt quite foolish doing it, the sense of danger faded, and he heaved a sigh of relief. "Did that do anything?" Eric asked, clutching his daggers nervously. "I think so," Matteo said.
"Only one way to find out,"
Rose replied, pushing Matteo lightly in the back. Gathering his courage, Matteo began to walk up the steps, and when nothing popped out to try and kill them, he accelerated, climbing round and round the spiral staircase. Rose and Eric followed close behind, and they were soon taking steps 2 at a time. About halfway up, Eric started to lag. "This is worse than running hill sprints," he said, referencing the brutal physical training they had been put through in the training camp. "It is, but we have to keep going. Time matters." Matteo said through clenched teeth, ignoring the burning pain in his thighs. It seemed as if the stairs rose forever, but eventually they made it to the top and emerged into a small chamber that appeared to be a waiting room. There were 2 comfortable couches and a few chairs, along with a small table, upon which sat a stack of books. Rushing over, Matteo flipped through them. His forehead furrowed as he realized they were books about the cultures of foreign lands, complete with sketches and amusing anecdotes. They didn't seem to have any particular value, apart from perhaps the intellectual amusement of the reader. So he left them where they were, and turned his attention to the double doors that led further into the tower. Unlike the stone doors below, these were made of a translucent green crystal. Once again, when Matteo stepped close, there was a soft click, and they spread apart, as if welcoming him in.
"That's what I'm talking about," Eric said, when he caught sight of the massive library beyond the doors.
Stepping into the room, Matteo looked around, certain they were now in the topmost portion of the tower. It was a 3-story library with soaring walkways that led between balconies that ringed the room. The walls were made up of thick wooden shelves carved with ornate symbols that matched the reliefs he had seen on the doors below. Every inch of the bookshelves was packed with manuscripts, and for a moment Matteo could only stare in stunned silence. There was a small desk near the door, with a chair tipped over behind it and a smattering of papers scattered across its top. When he looked straight up, he saw a platform with what appeared to be another desk, though from his current angle he couldn't see it well. At the very top was another set of stairs that led even further up, no doubt going to the roof of the tower.
Find a place to make the prince comfortable. There should be an organization system. If we can crack it, we can try to find information on this corpse poison, Matteo said, heading for the desk in front of them. If his master truly was a descendant of whoever had occupied this tower, Matteo was certain that there would be a clear organization system. And sure enough, he found a small ledger buried in one of the drawers that gave him what he was looking for. To Eric, who was looking over his shoulder, it appeared to be filled with tiny symbols and random numbers. But Matteo ran his fingers down the columns as if they were clear as day, and after flipping through a few pages, he lifted his head and looked around.
"2nd floor, 5th row on the north side. There." The fingers stabbed through the air, pointing up toward a bookshelf on the 2nd floor. "That's where it should be." Practically sprinting up the stairs that led to the 2nd-story balcony, Matteo rushed to the bookshelf with Eric hot on his heels. As soon as they got there, Eric let out a groan.
"What is this?" he said, staring at the largely blank spines of books that were tightly packed.
"It's the same system my master uses. The symbols on the bottom convey the tiles. All of these books are hand-copied. None are original, which means they probably include notes as well, which is good for us." As he spoke, Matteo ran his finger across the books, looking for anything that might jump out. When he spotted a book on crypts, his eyes lit up and he pulled it out, handing it to Eric. "Check this while I keep looking." He soon found 4 more related books, but his excitement was dampened by Eric's frustrated sigh.
"Matteo, I can't read this. What language is this? I've never seen it."
Taking the book from Eric, Matteo opened it up and froze when he saw a strange, angular script he had never encountered before.
"No,"
he muttered.
"No.
Flipping through the other books, his heart dropped as he saw that they were written in the same unknown script, rendering them impossible to read. For a long moment, Matteo didn't move, as he stared glassy-eyed at the incomprehensible symbols.
"I'm sorry, kid," Corvus croaked from the railing. I'm sorry."
Ever so slowly, Matteo closed the book and slipped it back onto the shelf. Rose, who hadn't heard them talking, ran up the stairs, eager to ask if they had found a solution, but stopped when she saw Matteo's deliberate movements and empty expression. Picking up the other books, which had fallen to the ground, Matteo put them back on the shelf, only for Matteo to shake his head and reorder them, making sure they were in the right sequence. His mind was blank, completely empty. He had no new ideas, no schemes, no thoughts for the future. Instead, there was only the crushing reality that the prince was going to die. This was the first time Matteo had allowed himself to face the truth squarely, and it left him hollow. Closing his eyes, he leaned forward, resting his head against the spines of the books as he took a moment to compose himself.
Matteo.
Hearing Rose's voice, Matteo straightened, took a deep breath, and opened his eyes. It's no good, Rose. Whatever language these books are written in, I don't know it. It's a code I've never seen before.
What if there's a key? A way to decipher it, Rose said. Maybe at the desks?
There isn't. This sort of script is shorthand, just like my master's. The only person who knows how to read it is the person who wrote it, and anybody they directly trained. But every generation changes the script, making it unique to themselves to ensure their legacy passes on. My master once told me that I'd have to develop my own as well, using his as a base. I don't know how many generations back this goes, but it's completely different from what I learned. I could probably figure it out eventually, but that would take weeks, and— Matteo's voice trailed off as Eric finished his sentence for him. We don't have weeks. Chapter 35. No, Matteo said sadly, we don't. We have less than 10 hours. Eric, do you still have the prince's painting things? Unsure what Matteo was thinking, Eric nodded and gestured down to the floor below them. Yes, they're in the bag. Good. You know, there are worse places to die, Matteo said, looking around. In fact, I can't think of a better one. I can, Corvus muttered. Better to die on the battlefield, your blade soaked with your enemy's blood, than amidst a bunch of stuffy old books. Ignoring the crow, Matteo took a small packet of leaves from his pouch. Let's get some hot water boiling. The least we can do is try to make the end of the prince's life comfortable. With somber steps, they headed back down to the first floor of the library, where the prince was lying on the ground. They had made him as comfortable as possible, but it was clear from the furrows between Isaac's eyes that his deep sleep was an uncomfortable one. Looking around, Eric scratched his head. Are you sure it's okay to start a fire in here? What if the tower thinks we're attacking it? It was a good question, and Matteo didn't know the answer. He also didn't particularly care. Just find a spot where you're not going to burn the books and keep it small, he said. We just need a cup of water. It's not supposed to be taken in boiling water, Rose said. We're supposed to put it in cold water, let it sit for 10 minutes, and then put the pack of leaves in Isaac's mouth. Staring blankly at Rose for a second, Matteo blinked as his mind sorted through his memories, soon finding the instructions Bruna had given. You're right, I'm sorry. I'm a little bit scattered. It's okay, Matteo. I know this is hard. Pouring out a cup of water, they placed the packet in it, and then sat down, silently waiting for it to be ready. So when the prince dies, Eric said after a few minutes, are we going to die too? Eventually everybody dies, Matteo said, but Eric shook his head. No, I mean, we were bound by an oath that we would die before the prince. Does that mean we're, actually going to die? I don't think so, Rose said. I mean, I've never heard of anything like that. It was just an oath. People break oaths all the time. Sure, I get that. I've broken my own share, Eric said. But considering the fact that we're sitting in an ancient library, in a magical tower that just appeared out of nowhere and has statues that can come to life, I don't know. It just got me wondering. What if the oath wasn't just an oath? What if the Empire has magic? And what if he actually bound our souls, so that when the prince dies, we'll die? Then I guess we're all dead, huh? Matteo said, a smile slipping across his lips. Like I said, everybody dies eventually. But I don't want to die, Eric said, rather exasperated. Chuckling, Rose patted him on the shoulder. Well, I don't either. But if I'm going to, this isn't a bad way to go. Getting to see such an amazing sight, getting to be with my friends, there are a lot worse ways that it could happen. Turning his gaze up toward the ceiling, Matteo nodded. It's true. There are a lot worse ways. But you know, it might be nice to go see the sky before it happens. Or doesn't. They fell into silence again as Matteo reached for the cup of water. The package of leaves had been soaked through, and pulling it out, he opened the prince's mouth and slipped it in, placing it on the prince's tongue. Almost immediately it began to melt, transforming into vapor. The prince's body trembled, and he suddenly took a deep breath, sucking all of the vapor into his lungs. Almost immediately Prince Isaac's eyes opened, and he looked around in surprise. "I'm alive?" The words he whispered sent a chill down Matteo's spine, but he tried to control himself as he helped the prince sit up. "What happened? How am I still alive?" Matteo didn't know what to say, and for a few seconds he just stared at the prince. Then, with a groan, he took the prince's hand, lifting it to show the red wound on his wrist and the black veins that traced their way up his arm. "I'm sorry, Your Highness. We weren't able to save you." Staring at his arm for a second, the prince, who seemed strangely calm, raised his eyebrows. "What happened?" "You were poisoned, Your Highness. I told you to call me Isaac, Matteo. None of this Your Highness stuff. And yes, I know. It was Lucita. She poisoned me, with the same thing that killed my mother." Prince Isaac's voice was completely calm, devoid of any emotion, and carried a faint detachment, as if he wasn't connected to the events in any way, shape, or form. "I knew as soon as she pricked me. Whether she was the one who killed my mother, I don't know. But I knew as soon as I felt the sting that I was going to die. I thought it would happen overnight, but it seems you've figured out a way to delay it." Blinking, the prince reached up and touched his chest. "Though you haven't solved it. I don't blame you, you know. Corpse poison has no cure." Looking around at the ornate library with a gaze full of curiosity, Prince Isaac gestured. "This is an interesting place. Let me guess, it's the tower Matteo and the magicians found." "It is," Rose said gravely. "In seeking a cure, we've brought you here. Unfortunately." As her voice trailed off, the prince laughed lightly. "You don't have to worry, Rose. I told you, there is no cure for corpse poison. Believe me, if there was, my father would have found it. This is an astounding sight to see, though. It rivals even the Imperial Library. Tell me, have you found anything interesting?" "Only a language we can't read," Eric said glumly. "We're in a giant library with not a single useful book." "Oh, I'm sure they're useful, and I'm sure, given enough time, Matteo here will be able to figure them out." "But there is no time, Isaac," Matteo said. "How long do I have?" Isaac asked, glancing down at the wound on his wrist. "Maybe half a day." The prince closed his eyes for a moment and then smiled. "Good. More than enough time to paint. Tell me, what time of day is it?" "Approaching evening," Matteo replied. "Even better," the prince said. "I can catch one last sunset, if it's okay with you. As a last request, would you take me to where I can see the sunset? I assume you've brought my paints?" "See," Eric said, his voice radiating brittle cheerfulness. "I told you he'd want them." Helping the prince up, Matteo gestured with his head for Eric to bring the paints, and between him and Rose, they helped the prince climb the stairs. For someone who had been unconscious for the last 3 days, the prince was surprisingly spry, and his mood was astoundingly cheerful. He cracked jokes, teased them, and generally kept up a steady stream of conversation as they descended to the staircase at the top of the library. Just as Matteo had suspected, it led up to the roof of the tower, an observation area with a low wall that ran around it. There was a small pergola with a single chair, standing out to the east, and as Eric set up the canvas and got out the paints, Matteo turned the chair to face the west, so the prince could see the sunset. Estimating they still had about 45 minutes until the sun would start to sink below the horizon, Matteo picked up the canvas as Rose helped the prince into the chair. They hadn't brought an easel, so Matteo held the canvas steady and crouched down in front of the prince. Isaac found this quite amusing and asked Eric to help him open his pots of paint. As he scanned over them, a faint frown appeared on his face for the first time since he had woken up. "There's no red. Where's the red?" Taken aback, Eric looked through the pots quickly and then searched the bag. I'm sorry, sir. I must have missed it when I was transferring the paint to this bag." A look of genuine concern flickered across the prince's face, but he quickly sighed and then shook his head, his frown transforming into a smile. "Well, you know, sometimes that's life. You want red paint, but there's no red to be found." Turning to gaze at the horizon, Isaac sat for a moment, his expression peaceful, and then gesturing to Rose and Eric, he smiled sweetly at them. "You two have been wonderful. Thank you so much for your care of me. I've appreciated it greatly. If it's okay, though, I'd like to spend some moments alone with Matteo. This is going to be my last work, so I'd like it to be a surprise. I'll show it to you when I'm done. Matteo, you can't peek, okay?" "I understand," Matteo said, dipping his head down behind the canvas. "I won't look." "Good. I'll see the two of you in a little while." Bowing, Rose and Eric made their way down the stairs, leaving the prince and Matteo alone on the rooftop. "You know," Prince Isaac said, dipping his brush in the paint, "this isn't how I imagined my life ending, painting a picture on the roof of an ancient sorcerer's tower. Not what I envisioned. But it's really not so bad. The view is magnificent, and the weather is great. Imagine how dismal it would be if it was storming." "You're right. The view is astounding," Matteo said, looking around as he held the canvas steady. He could feel the prince's brush dabbing paint here and there, and his heart felt as if it was cracking. "You know, I was telling the truth, Matteo. I really do appreciate Rose and Eric. Both of them have served me well. They've been more than just servants. They've humoured me, encouraged me, done their best to make me laugh. Eric's particularly funny, you know. He's got quite a bit of charm. And Rose, well, she's—" The prince paused to dab more paint on the canvas. "Well, she's lovely. She's like a sunset, or maybe a sunrise." There was a note of wistfulness in his words, a hint of longing for a future that would never be. "But, you know, she only has eyes for you," the prince continued, his voice as serene as a gentle wind. "Make sure you treat her well, and do not ever betray her trust. Otherwise I'll come back from the grave and haunt you." Matteo didn't trust his voice, so he just nodded, even though the prince couldn't see it. As the minutes slipped past, Matteo could feel the warm sun inching lower on his back, until it hovered right above the horizon, framed by two tall mountains. "A fitting sight," the prince said, a strange vigor filling his voice as he pointed his brush over the canvas toward the sun. "You know, Matteo, you should take up painting. It's very good for the soul. It helps bring perspective, allows you to see the world in new ways. There are all sorts of kinds of painting, of course. There are two main schools of thought. Realism, which is where a painter will try to capture the image exactly. This is the most popular style, the one favored by the elite of the capital. Then there is Impressionism, where the feeling of the scene is more important than the precision of the image. This is a style favored by elves, who believe that the world is ever-changing and that capturing an exact likeness is a waste of time. I must admit I do prefer the Impressionist style myself, but having grown up in the capital, all of my paintings teachers insisted that I learn realism. It can be exhausting to try and capture the world exactly as it is, and there's something harsh about it. The unflinching grindstone of reality, pressing down on you, forcing you to face inevitable truths. Tell me, Matteo, do you believe in fate? Caught off guard by the sudden switch of topics, Matteo didn't know how to answer. The prince, unperturbed, continued, I don't believe in fate. Honestly, I don't believe in much of anything, but the last few months have allowed me to see a new side of life, a side that I find I like a lot better. You know, it's strange. Every day in the palace I expected to die, like my mother. She was in the prime of life. She was pregnant. I was going to have a little sister. Then one day she fell ill, and within 24 hours she was dead, killed by corpse poison. I'm fairly certain now that Lucita did it. But I know her well enough to know that it wasn't under her own power or prompting. She's too much of a coward. If I had to guess, I'd say one of my siblings got to her, using her as a blade. Though the prince spoke lightly, Matteo knew that an immense pain must be hidden behind his words. Matteo felt himself beginning to boil once again with anger. The sun had now dipped halfway below the horizon, shedding crimson light that dyed everything around them in a hint of bloody red.
"I need red paint," the prince said, his voice sounding lost.
Peeking up over the canvas, Matteo saw the prince's gaze had grown dim, and he was staring down at his palette of colors blankly. His brush was grasped loosely in his hand, and a sort of confusion seemed to have taken hold of him. Catching sight of a thin tendril of black, rising above the prince's collar like a root stretching toward his jaw, Matteo reached for his dagger. Drawing it, he flipped it around and gripped the handle with his teeth, running his palm along the blade to carve a gash. As blood began to well in his palm, Matteo clenched his fist and stretched it over the prince's palate, spilling drops of blood like glittering rubies down to mix with the paints. Chapter 36. The bright red caught the prince's attention, and clarity returned once more.
"Ah, red,"
the prince said, dabbing his brush into the blood. Biting down on the dagger so hard he could feel teeth marks forming on the handle, Matteo squeezed his hand to seal the wound as the prince's brush once again began to sweep over the canvas. The prince's breath was growing more labored, and Matteo could tell that his final moments had come. Keeping his promise not to look at the picture, Matteo watched the prince etching his last moments into his memory with particular care. As the last rays of the evening sun vanished, replaced by cool blues, the prince finally finished. With a laugh, he sat back, his brush slipping from his fingers and clattering against the ground, smearing crimson blood on the marble floor.
"Matteo."
"Yes, Isaac."
"Matteo, did you know that the finest canvases are made from monster skins? The troll you killed has been providing me with the canvases I've been using to paint. There's something about them that really enhances the picture. Here, I want you to be the first to see this."
Reaching out, the prince took the painting he had just finished from Matteo, and then gestured for Matteo to take a few steps back.
"It can only be appreciated from a little bit of a distance," he said, "to get the full effect."
Backing up a couple of steps, Matteo was too distracted to notice the strange glint in the prince's eyes. Taking one last look at the now empty horizon, the prince smiled and turned the picture around, revealing a complex, almost hypnotic web of lines, formed of a brilliant rainbow of colors. It was so unexpected Matteo froze for a second as his brain tried to make sense of what he was seeing. Then realization dawned.
"Isaac, no!"
Lifting his hand to try and stop the prince, Matteo could only watch as the prince gripped the top of the painting, smiled widely, and tore it in half. A wave of spiritual energy slammed into Matteo, driving him backward, sending him crashing into the wall. As the painting tore, Isaac's body shook, and a storm of power erupted around him. There was an answering crack of thunder, and the relatively clear sky began to darken as clouds roiled, rapidly growing to cover the sky. Matteo, hardly able to keep up with what was happening, struggled to get to his feet, but fierce wind buffeted him, pushing him down even as Isaac floated up into the air. The prince was deathly pale, but his eyes were bright and clear.
"Matteo."
His voice was a whisper on the wind that cut through Matteo's body, reaching his very soul.
"Don't blame my father. As for the rest of them, they can burn."
"Isaac!" Matteo's shout was drowned out by the howling wind as the storm above them continued to gather. Isaac's body, held aloft by the intense waves of spiritual energy, crackled and began to turn translucent. What's happening?" Matteo asked Corvus, desperately trying to claw his way to his feet.
"He's burning himself, using his soul as fuel."
"No, Isaac, stop!" No matter how Matteo shouted, there was nothing he could do, and he was forced to watch as Isaac threw his head back and screamed, a visceral cry of pure, absolute pain. The cry was cut off as a crack of thunder roared overhead, and Isaac's body began to disintegrate, inch by inch. Starting from his limbs, the prince transformed into nothingness as the spell he had painted onto his canvas activated, tearing his soul apart in the process. Thick strands of spiritual energy boiled the air as the first level of the spell activated, forcing Mateo's features into new lines. He felt like a piece of clay as his bones shifted and his flesh was stretched and squeezed. This wasn't the first time Mateo had undergone the swap faces spell, but it felt weightier, more comprehensive than the last time, and this time the change wasn't just restricted to his face. The rest of his body transformed as well, as his body was reshaped into Prince Isaac's form. No sooner had the feeling of being squeezed started to fade, when another torrent of spiritual energy slammed into Mateo, this one carrying the effect of the second set of enhancements, transfer memories. Encapsulated within this spiritual energy was a lifeline of memories, Isaac's memories. But it wasn't just the surface-level memories, the things that Isaac could actively recall. Contained in the stream of spiritual energy were all of Isaac's memories, including much that had been stored away in his deep subconscious. Millions of images, thousands of scenes, all flashed through Mateo's mind, fusing into his memory as if they had originally belonged to him. But this time, Mateo knew what was going on, and as much as he wanted to resist it, he was helpless. Waves of spiritual energy buffeted his body with ever-increasing vigor, and he could feel himself changing against his will. Then the next spell of the sequence flared to life, and Subsume Mind triggered. Unlike transfer memories, Subsume Mind rushed through Mateo's mind and sank deep into his body, imprinting every one of Isaac's experiences into Mateo's flesh. Every cut, every bruise, every bit of physical contact, Isaac's impulses, his cravings, his hopes and dreams, every feeling of anger, sadness, joy, and laughter, all of what made the prince who he was, became Mateo's in one furious, soul-shaking rush. And finally, as the storm of spiritual energy began to subside, one last spell activated. Drawn at the edges of the painting in Mateo's crimson blood, the third-level spell of the Being Theft sequence triggered. There was no grand rush of memories or experiences this time, and Mateo felt no cataclysmic shift in his body. Instead, it was a simple, thin thread of spiritual energy that wove around Mateo, binding the changes into his soul with a perfect finality. He had experienced changing into the prince once before, but this time it was different. Isaac hadn't just painted the spell construct of swap faces, but instead had meticulously copied the entire sequence. There was the 0-level spell, swap faces, at the core of the picture. Around it, the first-level spell, transfer memories. Then around that, the second-level spell, subsume mind. And finally, painted in crimson-red blood at the very edges of the painting, the third-level spell, become another, which would make the change permanent. By the time Mateo crumpled to the ground, the entirety of the sequence had fired off, and Mateo was forever changed. Hearing the commotion and Prince Isaac's scream, Rose and Eric came bounding up the stairs, but by the time they arrived, everything was finished. Seeing Mateo crumpled by the wall, Rose rushed over. "Mateo, where's the prince?" As she touched his shoulder, Mateo looked up, and Rose shuddered and stepped back. Mateo? Mateo, what happened? Up above them, the clouds boiled, and another crack of thunder sounded, accompanied by a bolt of lightning that split the night sky in two, lighting everything in sharp relief. Thick raindrops began falling around them, pelting the stone rooftop and soaking Mateo, Rose, and Eric. The prince. Isaac. Mateo couldn't bring himself to say it, but one look at the torn painting and the symbol inscribed on it told Rose and Eric all they needed to know. "I couldn't stop him," Mateo said, his voice breaking. I tried." "Mateo, it's okay." Rose reached out, no hesitation in her motion as she grabbed his shoulder and pulled him into a hug. "Mateo, it's okay." Unable to stop himself, Mateo wept, his tears mixing with the rain as he cried great sobs. Eric, his face hard as flint, crouched by the painting even as drops of water splattered against the paint, destroying the pattern. And Rose, holding Matteo tight, gazed into the distance, clear drops running from the corners of her eyes and down her cheeks. For 5 long minutes, in the midst of the storm, as thunder raged overhead and lightning strikes illuminated them with sharp cracks, they mourned. And then Matteo felt a tug on the chain that bound him to Corvus.
"You've taken your moment, kid, and now it's time to face reality."
The crow's words were hard and harsh, and Matteo wanted to scream at him to go away. But Corvus tugged the chain again.
"Stand up and make good use of the prince's sacrifice. You'll never get another chance like this."
"What are you talking about?" Matteo snapped, causing Rose, who was still hugging him, to jolt in surprise. Realizing that she thought he was talking to her, Matteo pushed himself back and shook his head. "Sorry, I was talking to my idiot spirit."
"You're the idiot, kid. This is the lament of the world, a storm jam-packed with spiritual energy, the spirit's tribute to the death of the imperial sun. There will never be a better time for you to inscribe the Stormcaller talisman."
"How could I even think about trying to grow stronger off of Isaac's death?" Matteo snapped, only to feel Corvus tug the chain so hard that he stumbled forward.
"Snap out of it, kid. You can mourn Isaac later. He's given you 2 gifts you don't deserve. Take them, and then use them. Don't forget his last words to you."
There was a crack of thunder, followed by a bolt of lightning so bright it inverted the world, throwing Corvus into sharp relief. His wings opened, and he launched himself into the air as Matteo's eyes followed him into the sky. He heard Corvus's voice echoing in his head like the roar of 1,000,000 troops.
"Your emperor has given you an order. Carry it out."
His heart pounding in his chest, Matteo pushed aside the storm that raged in his mind, spread his arms, and embraced the storm that raged around him. He hadn't been paying attention before, but as he concentrated, he could feel the intense waves of spiritual energy carried by the winds and rain. It soaked him, enveloping him, and roared through him. Standing still as a stone statue, Matteo lifted his head and roared back, sharpening his focus to the utmost as he began to drag the energy into his body. This wasn't his first time inscribing a talisman, and though the Stormcaller talisman was more complex than the Beastmaster talisman, Matteo was older, his mind sharper, and his will more focused. He had fully expected the intensity of the spiritual energy to begin degrading his body, just as it had when he absorbed the pool of energy in a sacred hollow. Yet instead he found Corvus's words, as usual, had been absolutely right. The energy of the storm seemed eager to form the talisman, and it surged into him without harming him in the least. Every new breath brought new waves of spiritual energy into his body, and the further he progressed in carving the talisman, the easier it became, until a vortex of energy had formed around him, sinking into his body. His blond hair fluttered, and his bright blue eyes crackled with a faint hint of lightning as he absorbed more and more of the storm's power. There was a clinking sound that reverberated through Matteo's body, and the 6th link he had been meticulously polishing gleamed, binding itself to the now completed talisman. With one last peal of thunder, the storm began to wane, and Matteo felt the talisman snap into focus, its lines perfectly clear. It spun around his root card, as if looking for a place to settle, and then there was a faint clink, as Matteo's link attached it across from the Beastmaster talisman. Too exhausted to even think about examining it, Matteo crumpled to the ground with a groan. He felt hands catch his head right before he slammed into the marble, and could only smile weakly at Eric, who had grabbed him. Matteo, Rose, and Eric sat in silence on the roof of Solomon's Tower, as the storm faded away just as fast as it had come. Matteo suspected, though he didn't know for sure, that the storm would have lasted much longer had he not absorbed it into the Stormcaller totem, but he was too tired to really care. It was dark, and as the clouds peeled back, they revealed glimmering stars that dotted every inch of the sky above. "When I was little, my uncle would tell me that people who die, people we love, they become stars," Rose said, reaching up toward the sky as if she might grasp the glittering stars in her palm. "I never believed him, but it is a nice thought." Chuckling, Eric looked up at the stars. "That is a fun idea. My sister told me they were actually gems that had been pasted up in the sky, and that if I grew tall enough, I'd be able to get them down for her." There was a pregnant silence, and then Eric poked Matteo in the shoulder. "What about you? What did you think stars were when you were a kid?" "Suns. Very far away," Matteo said in a bland voice. "Before I was 6, I didn't worry about what the stars were. I was more concerned with what I was going to eat next. After my master found me, he taught me astronomy. You know, there are some powerful telescopes in Darrenfor that will allow you to look at stars more closely. They appear the same as the sun, just exceptionally far away." Matteo's matter-of-fact recitation sent both Rose and Eric into peals of laughter. When they finally calmed down, Rose lay down next to Matteo and took his hand, holding it tightly in hers. "So what are you going to do? Now that... What are we going to do?" Matteo said firmly. "And the answer is, I don't know. We need to talk about it." "What's there to talk about?" Eric asked, flopping himself down on Matteo's other side. He looked at Matteo's hand, then smirked and laced his fingers together behind his head. "The prince gave you his face. What he wants is clear." Drawing his dagger, Matteo used the reflective surface to examine his features. Fair-skinned and handsome, with a strong jawline and an uncanny resemblance to the Emperor. Bright, piercing blue eyes and brownish-blonde hair with strong eyebrows. Matteo couldn't help but admit Isaac Kell had been quite handsome. He was quite handsome. You know, that image looked a lot more complicated than the swap faces spell, Rose said. How long is this going to last? Forever? Forever, Matteo replied with a sigh. Is there any way to get your own face back? I can't imagine it would be comfortable to live as somebody else for the rest of your life. No, Matteo said, his voice filled with certainty. The prince took it to the grave. Ha! What a nasty move, Eric said, though you have to admire his dedication. He sure pulled one over on all of us. But it's not just his face, Matteo said quietly. I have his memories, too. The second level of the being theft spell sequence is transfer memories. He gave me a lifetime, his lifetime of memories, not just a few of them. Every feeling, every thought, all of it. It's going to take me some time to sort through. Right now my mind feels like it's a mess, like a storm just blew through it. Which it did, Rose said, squeezing Matteo's hand. What was that thing you did there at the end? Stormcaller talisman. You condensed another talisman? Eric said, laughing. Of course you did. Sitting up, he stared at Matteo and Rose for a long moment, and then a wide grin of genuine happiness spread across his face. All right, so here's what we're going to do. Matteo, you're now His Highness Isaac Kell. Now don't interrupt me, just listen. We didn't manage to save the prince, so we're going to do the next best thing and cement his legacy. You are Isaac Kell, and you will be the next in line for the throne. Matteo Solomon died here at this tower, protecting the prince against the plots of his enemies. In honor of his sacrifice, Isaac will hunt down and exact justice on every single person who plotted against him. History books will record the name of Isaac Cassius Matteo Solomon Kell as the greatest ruler the Empire has ever known. Shaking his head, Matteo opened his mouth to speak, but hadn't got a word out before Rose propped herself up on her elbow and covered his mouth with her hand. No, Matteo. Normally we let you make the decisions, but Eric is right. We need to honor Isaac's last wish, and this was clearly it. He wouldn't have gone to such great lengths to set you up this way if he didn't intend for you to walk this path. Realizing he had no way out, Matteo nodded. Fine. Jumping to her feet, Rose reached down and grasped Matteo's hand, helping him up. In that case, Your Highness, let's figure out what comes next. We need a plan. Chapter 37. With a wry smile, Matteo walked to the edge of the roof, looking out over the mountains. The soft moonlight and the glimmering stars illuminated everything well enough that he could see for miles. and in the far distance he spotted the faint light of Paul and Bruna's village. "Unfortunately, before we can make any real plans, we have to get out of the situation we're in. Remember, we're still between a rock and a hard place. We need to meet up with Palmer and the others. Hopefully, they've been able to avoid getting tangled up with the barbarians. Then we need to try and see if we can meet Aspar and broker peace. If we can't, then—" Matteo trailed off and shook his head. "There's no use thinking about it. We'll deal with things as they come. For now, let's get downstairs and get changed, and then decide what we're going to do." "Yes, Your Highness," Eric said with a bow, Rose mimicking him. With a grimace, Matteo waved his hand and walked glumly down the stairs into the library, his friends laughing as they followed after him. By the next morning, Matteo had largely accepted his transformation, mostly because there was nothing he could do about it, but also because it felt absolutely natural, as if he had always been a person with two sets of memories and experiences. At first, he had held on to a sliver of hope that he might be able to reverse the spell, but the more closely he examined his body, the more he realized he had well and truly changed. The magic had melded his old body and Isaac's together, binding them inseparably and transforming them into a new person. When he realized that, the first thing he did was find the Being Theft spell scroll and burn it. Eric looked at him askance, but Matteo shook his head and fed it to the flames. "It's too dangerous to leave," he said. "I'm sure this isn't the original, but the fewer copies there are, the better. If I had to guess, this is one of those dark magics the magician spoke of." "You mean from that crypt organization?" "Yes, the Grey Veil. Which reminds me, we should have 2 more masks," Matteo said, looking at the bag where Sarah and Meltov's items had been gathered. "The 2 of you should be able to use them, which will allow all of us to join the Silver Mask Network. We'll worry about that later, though. Right now, we need to go and meet up with Commander Palmer and the troops." "What about the tower?" "We'll leave it alone," Matteo said, looking around at the library. "We'll have to come back. For now, we'll reset the boundary stone and bury it." With their plans set, they moved swiftly, gathering everything of value that they could and then leaving the tower. After shutting the door, they moved the boundary stone back into the hole that covered it up, doing their best to disguise its location. Staring at the empty field where the tower previously stood, Eric shook his head. "I just can't get over it. I mean, how it just vanishes." "I would be curious to figure out how it works," Matteo agreed. "But it's enough that it does, at least for the moment. Let's go." As they jogged along, Matteo took the opportunity to examine a couple of the items they had retrieved from the 2 magicians. Unfortunately, the staff Meltov had used to teleport was nowhere to be found, making Matteo wonder if Meltov had lost it. He did find the blue rod that Sarah had used, and sensed that it still contained a bit of spiritual energy. She had drained it dry in her fight, but as it was exposed to the air, it slowly gathered spiritual energy, as if recharging. He had seen her use it to throw an ethereal blue fist strong enough to crack the marble statues. But how he was supposed to use it precisely, Matteo wasn't sure. There were a couple of other interesting items, including a special compass that not only showed the cardinal directions, but also had an additional red line that pointed unerringly in the direction Matteo and the others were headed. It shifted ever so slightly as they moved, but Matteo had no idea what the line indicated, so he put it away as well. There were a number of other odds and ends that they had collected, but all of them would require further study. So Matteo put them aside and focused on the other problem that was occupying his mind. His name. Name: Isaac Cassius Matteo Solomon Kell. Race: human. Status: Iron Wing. Rank: bronze. Root: Heart of Iron. Iron ++. Active: Iru's Resonance. Iron +. Active: Dulled Presence. Iron ++. Passive: Iron Physique. Iron ++. Passive. Links: 6. Heart of Iron. Iron. Increase your recovery ability for each other iron-ranked card slotted. Iru's Resonance. Iron. Each ally within 10 feet of you gains a marginal increase in strength and speed. Iron Physique. Iron. Increase your body's toughness. Dulled Presence. Iron. You naturally blend in with your surroundings, making yourself harder to see. Talismans. Beastmaster. Storm Caller. As much as he thought of himself as Matteo, he also thought of himself as Isaac, thanks to the memories that had been forcefully shoved into his head. Even stranger, the change was reflected in his status. Isaac Cassius Matteo Solomon Kell was a mouthful, but it had been the name Eric had used, and Matteo instinctively knew it fit. "What are you thinking about?" Rose asked, running alongside Matteo down the mountain toward the barbarian village. "My name," Matteo admitted. "I think I have to start going by Isaac." "It's not a bad thing, is it?" Eric asked. "I mean, the name does come with some perks." "Might take me a bit to adjust," Matteo said. "It's not as easy as just pretending to be somebody else." "Isaac's a good name," Rose said. "And besides, it'll help us too. It's rather disconcerting to keep calling you Matteo when your face is so handsome? Ugly?" Matteo and Eric spoke at the same time, and then looked at each other and laughed. "I was going to say odd. But yes," Rose said, joining in their laughter. "The whole situation is ridiculous," Matteo said, "but there's nothing we can do about it except move forward, so that's what we're going to do." Hearing the cry of a crow overhead, Matteo smiled and sped up, activating Iru's resonance to allow the others to keep up. With every step he took, Matteo felt as if he was shedding weight, burdens that had tied him down in his life as the prince, hidden fears and hurts that had burdened him as Matteo. The truth was he was neither Matteo Solomon nor Isaac Kell. Both of them were little more than shadows, specters of his past, and dwelling on their experiences would do him no good. As they ran down the mountain, Matteo focused on his Beastmaster totem, checking his connection with Queen. He had sent her to scout ahead, and she had detected a large group of people. Hoping that it was the Stone Mountain Battalion, Matteo asked the others to pause and closed his eyes, crouching in the middle of the path. He peeked through Queen's eyes. She was circling high above the barbarian village, and outside of it, Matteo could see a tense standoff taking place. Paul, holding a set of javelins, stood with the village's 15 warriors, facing off against the battered-looking soldiers of the battalion. Matteo's heart fell, as he only counted 35 of the 60 that should have been there. Captain Charles and all of the keep's servants were huddled together behind the Stone Mountain Battalion soldiers, and it looked as if a fight was going to break out at any moment. Issuing Queen a command, Matteo opened his eyes and quickly explained the situation to Rose and Eric. "We've got to get to the village as fast as possible. I'm going to go on ahead. Follow as you can." Tossing his pack to Rose, Matteo took off running, sprinting down the mountain as fast as his legs would carry him. As much as he wished he could use running meditation at this moment so he wouldn't arrive exhausted, he couldn't run at full speed and keep his meditation active, so he was forced to just draw on his own strength. By the time he had made it off the mountain, his breath was coming in great gasps, but he continued to run, pushing his body as hard as possible. Corvus flew overhead, gliding silently through the trees, his body sometimes passing through a trunk or branch, strangely silent. In fact, he had been silent for the last day, ever since Matteo had successfully bound the Stormcaller talisman to his soul. Though he was curious what was on the bird's spirit's mind, Matteo knew that Corvus would bring it up if it was important, so he focused on solving the problem right in front of him. He was exhausted when he finally reached the village, after an hour and a half of a nearly full-out sprint. But as he slowed to a jog, he felt his root card kicking in, sending him tendrils of energy into his limbs to refresh them. He was gratified to see that his message had been received. Though Paul still had his spear drawn, and the warriors of the village were still standing around, the soldiers had all taken a seat, resting as they waited for Matteo to arrive. Still some distance away, Matteo suddenly realized a problem. Paul knew Matteo, and the only time he had seen Isaac was when he was about to die. If Isaac showed up acting all familiar, the barbarian would undoubtedly be suspicious. Furthermore, the soldiers of the Iron Wing army owed allegiance to Matteo, and though Matteo served Isaac, they'd be unlikely to take his orders as smoothly now that he was wearing Isaac's face. Unsure what else to do, Matteo pulled out his silver mask and fixed it on his face to hide his new features. This was the first time he had used it since he had been invited to the Silver Mask Network, and he was happy to see that in addition to the Seekers of Truth group being unlocked, there were a couple more options that gave him more flexibility with the mask. Finding a way to turn off the form masking function, Matteo toggled it and felt the confusing aura that surrounded him begin to fade. As he jogged up to the village, Paul stepped out to greet him, looking at him with no small amount of suspicion. Matteo whistled, and Queen, who had been resting on a nearby tree, flew down, landing on his shoulder. Seeing her bump her head against his, Paul relaxed slightly, though he still kept a tight grip on his spear. "Are these your men?" he asked, gesturing to the seated soldiers.
"They are," Matteo said.
Looking over the group, he noticed that neither Commander Palmer nor any of the captains were there. He spotted a sergeant, but there were no officers present, causing him to grow worried.
"Report!"
The sergeant, who appeared to be the highest-ranked, non-commissioned officer present, jumped to his feet, but hesitated slightly, not recognizing Matteo's voice.
"Attention!"
Matteo snapped.
"Bow!"
Almost on instinct, the sergeant straightened and then dipped his body. As soon as he did, his eyes widened in realization, and he quickly straightened and delivered his report.
"We were attacked by enemies around 6 miles back. The commander split us and ordered us to escort the civilians toward the tower. We were hoping to resupply here, but things got a little tense. We tried to de-escalate, and when Queen showed up, we were able to explain the situation."
"All right. There's no need to continue on," Matteo said with a wave of his hand. "Rose and Eric will be arriving soon. Stay here until they come, and then begin making your way back to the place where you were ambushed. I'll head there now and provide reinforcements."
"Please allow some of us to go with you, sir," the sergeant said. "We shouldn't need more than 5 soldiers to guard the civilians, which means the rest of us can come and reinforce the commander."
Turning to Pull, Matteo gestured to the group of civilians.
"Would you be willing to host them in your camp just for a little while?"
Pull frowned and looked as if he was about to turn Matteo down. Before he could speak, however, a voice came from behind him.
"Yes, we'll host them for as long as you need."
It was Bruna, and Mika with her. Turning to look at his wife, Pull looked like he wanted to argue, but she gave a sharp nod, and with a sigh he turned back to Matteo and agreed.
"Fine, they can stay, but you'll have to pay for the food they eat and the tents they take up."
"Agreed. We'll settle accounts once I come back. Sergeant, organize your men and let's go."
"Yes, sir," the sergeant said, snapping a salute.
Within minutes, he had selected the men who would stay behind, and the rest of the soldiers formed up. Rather curious as to why Bruna had agreed, Matteo asked her.
"We don't care so much about imperial coins, but imperial favor, that's another thing," she said with a sly smile.
Surprised by her insight, Matteo wanted to say something, but just then the sergeant came over and announced that the men were ready to go. Bruna dipped her head in a bow, which Matteo returned. Turning, he glanced over the soldiers, nodded to the sergeant, and broke into a run, maintaining a steady pace as the soldiers fell in behind him. Activating Iru's resonance, he gauged how quickly they'd be able to cover the next 6 miles when Corvus, who was still flying overhead, suddenly spoke.
"You're in for a bloody battle. More than one. So now's the time to learn how to use the powers of the Iron Crow."
Corvus's voice was more subdued than normal, carrying a hard edge, as if the crow was doing his best to suppress his bloodlust. The longer Matteo had been with Corvus, the more clearly he had been able to feel the bird's blood-soaked nature. The memory of Bruna's reaction when Corvus had revealed himself was still fresh in Matteo's mind, and he was beginning to get an inkling of what sort of spirit Corvus truly was. The last time he had asked Corvus about the Iron Crow's abilities, Corvus had told him he would figure it out on his own. So asking the sergeant to lead the way, Matteo fell into a steady run behind him, keeping only the barest awareness of where he was going, while the rest of his mind sank into himself, searching for the method to activate the Iron Crow's powers. He knew that it had to do with a tattoo in his back, and that the backs of each and every one of the Iron Wing soldiers contained a similar tattoo. What exactly the connection between them was, he wasn't sure, but he felt that with enough exploration, he would be able to find it. As he concentrated, falling deeper and deeper into himself, Matteo began to sense it. A faint outline, the color of iron, that lurked behind his root card. It hovered there in the darkness, silent and unresponsive as Matteo tried to interact with it. With each breath he breathed in, spiritual energy filtered through his lungs into the chain that bound him and Corvus, refining the 7th link little by little. Chapter 38. As the miles began to roll by, Matteo found himself stumped. There didn't seem to be any way to interact with the inert symbol. He tried infusing it with spiritual energy, the same way he infused the chain. It didn't work. The spiritual energy simply passed through the symbol as if it weren't there. He tried tracing it, much as he had created the 2 talismans, but that didn't work either. The symbol was already fully formed and remained completely inert. He was just growing frustrated when Corvus flapped his wings, rising higher and causing the chain in front of him to rattle. With a start, Matteo looked at his heart card again, this time zooming out slightly to take in the whole thing. There, hovering in the center of his status, was his root card, with a link connected to the top 2 corners. Those links were in turn connected to his 2 talismans, the Beastmaster talisman and the Stormcaller talisman. Hovering underneath the root card were 4 more cards, each one connected by an iron chain, and a glimmer of an idea began to take root in Matteo's mind. His 5 iron-ranked cards were linked together, forming his deck. His 2 talismans were linked as well, though they weren't part of his deck. Instead, they were connected directly to his soul. And it was from his soul that Matteo fed them spiritual energy.
"Sir,"
Matteo's thoughts were interrupted by the sergeant. "We're about half a mile out. It sounds like there's a fight going." Slowing to a stop next to the sergeant, Matteo concentrated and soon heard a clash of weapons and the shout of fighting soldiers in the distance. "Give me one moment," he said, and quickly sat down. In order to activate the Iron Crow, he needed to link it to his soul. However, his 7th link wasn't even close to being completed, which meant he couldn't use that method. But Matteo was certain that he didn't need it. Why he was certain he wasn't sure, though the vague recollection of the Crimson Warrior in broken armor he had met during his baptism of blood kept flashing in his mind. Exhaling a deep breath, Matteo concentrated on the vague symbol of the Iron Crow and then reached out with his soul to envelop it. There was a moment of resistance, a moment of burning pain as parts of Matteo's soul tried to reject the Iron Crow. But he persisted, determined to walk the path in front of him. There was a bloody flash, and Matteo felt as if his entire body was illuminated with a crimson light. In the next moment, the pain faded, and Matteo saw that his soul had taken on a new shape. Before, it had been a dark, amorphous blob that held his root card, an auxiliary deck. But now it had transformed, taking on the shape of the Iron Crow, with his root card set in the center of the crow's chest, gleaming with a soft gold light. Both of its wing slots were filled, one with Iru's resonance and the other with dulled presence, also gleaming a soft gold. Only one of the crow's leg slots was taken, filled with his Iron Physique card, while the other remained conspicuously empty. The 2 talismans had transformed as well. The Beastmaster talisman was now branded on the forehead of the crow, pulsing with a blood-red light as its tail, etched with a strange script, crackled like lightning. As the crow finished forming, its eyes opened, and it let out a sharp caw. Matteo felt the sound radiate out of him, traveling to each and every soldier around him, causing their symbols to resonate. As Matteo stood up, a pair of ethereal wings formed behind him. "Forward." The command was quiet, practically whispered, but every single soldier immediately sprang into action. It was as if the command had been planted deep in their hearts. With supernatural swiftness, the entire group sprinted across the mountainous landscape, heading for the fight in the distance. Matteo felt light, as if the wings behind him might allow him to take off, soaring into the sky. He could sense each of the soldiers under his command, and every single one of them thrummed with power, though most of them were only iron-ranked. The power they exuded was much closer to the bronze rank, and combined with Iru's resonance, they covered the last half-mile in less than a minute. As they broke onto the battlefield, Matteo saw the rest of the Iron Wing army in a defensive formation, blocking close to 200 barbarians. The Iron Wing's front line was engaged in fierce hand-to-hand combat, fighting with reckless abandon as the healers tried to get the wounded back on their feet. Commander Palmer stood front and center, wielding his 6-foot axe in one hand while skillfully blocking attacks with a spear in his other. His wife Lucy was behind him, using a crossbow with lethal precision, every shot killing or wounding an enemy. Facing off against Palmer were 4 silver-ranked barbarians, armed with a variety of weapons, who were skillfully keeping him contained, preventing him from rushing out to take some of the pressure off of the front line. There were 2 other silver-ranked barbarians tangled in a fierce fight with Ghostblade, who wielded a pair of flexible silver swords that danced like serpents, attacking from tricky angles and stifling his opponent's movements. Though all of the silver-ranked barbarians were occupied, the Iron Wing army was still vastly outnumbered, and Matteo counted at least 10 dead or critically wounded. Yet as he approached, the Iron Wing forces seemed to transform. Fresh vigor surged through them, their strength and speed increasing, and a supernatural vitality granting them renewed energy. A soldier who was barely defending against repeated attacks from a barbarian wielding an axe suddenly slapped the axe aside and sank his sword deep into his opponent's chest before ripping it free and charging the barbarian's startled companions. Another soldier, who had just suffered a gash on his cheek, let out a roar and, completely disregarding the wound, lunged forward, wrapping one hand around his opponent's throat as he pummeled him in the face with the hilt of his short sword. The barbarian fell quickly, his skull crushed, and as the Iron Wing soldier turned away, searching for a new opponent, the wound on his cheek had already stopped bleeding. All across the battlefield similar scenes were playing out. The Iron Wing soldiers, who were fighting fiercely but on their last legs, gained strength and endurance as the tattoos on their backs activated, sending power pulsing through them. The impact was the greatest on Ghostblade, who suddenly jumped back, his grim expression transforming into a bloodthirsty grin. The two barbarians he was fighting, not wanting to let him escape, surged forward, but he evaded their attacks, and his body blurred, appearing to drift straight through one of his opponents. The other barbarian turned around and stabbed with the javelin he held, only for his weapon to pass through Ghostblade's form without landing. Too late he realized he had struck an after-image, and then Ghostblade's sword found his throat. Reappearing a few steps away, Ghostblade staggered, spitting up a mouthful of blood, clearly weakened from his all-out attack. Yet even though he stood in the midst of the battlefield, surrounded by danger on all sides, he laughed, revealing blood-stained teeth that caused the barbarians around him to back up, intimidated by his savage appearance. Ghostblade and Palmer felt their tattoos activate as well, and with a roar, Palmer called out for his men to press forward. The Iron Wing soldiers responded immediately, doing their best to push back the barbarians, keeping them on the back foot. Now right behind the Iron Wing lines, Matteo commanded his soldiers to split, sending them around the flanks to hit the barbarians from both sides, while he leapt into the air, clearing the Iron Wing line. The ethereal wings extending from his back made him look like he was flying, wielding his unbreakable masterwork sword in one hand and holding his masterwork bow in the other. He slammed into one of the silver-ranked barbarians, driving the man back even further. Though he had no illusion that he'd be able to actually fight the man one-on-one, Matteo was relying on the surge in the Iron Wing's strength to intimidate him. Just as he anticipated, the barbarian quickly retreated, trying to get a better sense of what was going on. But even as he did, there was a low twang, and a crossbow bolt flashed toward his leg, forcing him to block with his weapon. That allowed Matteo, who had already begun to draw his arrow, to fire a rapid shot at point-blank range that slammed into the barbarian's rib cage, punching between two ribs to sink deep into the man's gut. The other three silver-ranked barbarians, pushed back by Palmer's wild swings, saw their companion get injured and quickly began to retreat as well. That left the barbarian lines in chaos, and when Matteo's reinforcements hit them from the sides, it turned into a full rout. "Chase 10 steps," Matteo said calmly. Though not a single person could hear him over the dim of the battlefield, the order was disseminated through the tattoo. Yelling out in triumph, the Iron Wing soldiers pressed hard, chasing their opponents for exactly 10 steps. That was just enough to cause the barbarians, who were already retreating, to rout completely. And as they turned to run, Matteo commanded the Iron Wing soldiers back into formation. Retreat. Retreat 100 steps, and form a shield wall. Like a tide retreating after stretching up onto the sand, the Iron Wing soldiers pulled back, carrying their dead and wounded with them. The barbarians were still running, frantically spreading into the forest, which bought the Iron Wing force enough time to regroup. Matteo was still wearing the silver mask, but as they formed their lines, Palmer saluted him. "Lord Iron Crow, you came at the right time. We couldn't have held for much longer." "Don't be too excited yet. The battle's not over," Matteo said, his eyes scanning the forest where the barbarians had vanished. "We'll regroup with the others and then decide on our next plan. Give me a brief of what you experienced since I left." If Palmer noticed anything out of the ordinary, he didn't display it as he began to fill Matteo in on what had happened. "The barbarians caught up with us 2 days after you left, and we've been fighting a retreating battle since then. At first it was only a few groups, bands of 20 men, but then on the 4th day they ceased their attack completely,
gathered en masse and assaulted our position. We sent the others ahead, hoping they would make it to the tower you spoke of.
They didn't get there, Matteo said, shaking his head, but they made it to the barbarian village. We've left the civilians with the barbarians, and the remaining 5 soldiers will be coming back, along with Rose and Eric, to meet up with us.
And the prince? Palmer asked, his voice grim.
Knowing he would have to face it sooner or later, Matteo closed his eyes and then reached for his mask. As he pulled the silver mask from his face, revealing himself, Palmer drew in a sharp breath. Still, Matteo hesitated, knowing that he was about to cross a point of no return. Closing his eyes for a moment, he sighed and turned to address the soldiers, all of whom were staring at him, some in confusion, some in shock. "Matteo Solomon is dead," Matteo said, his voice carrying a deep sorrow. "But in death he passed his power to me. In light of his sacrifice, I shall be henceforth known as Isaac Cassius Matteo Solomon Kell, the 5th Prince of the Empire of Kell, and the Iron Crow of the Iron Wing Army." As he spoke, Matteo's words seared themselves into the hearts of each soldier present. One by one they bowed before him. With each bow he felt his soul tremble, knowing they had accepted his absolute authority. The truth was more complicated than what he had just said, but there was no lie in it. Before he died, the prince had triggered the 3rd-level spell of the being theft sequence, Subsume Mind. In doing so, he and Matteo had genuinely switched places. Simultaneously, the prince had burned his very soul to activate the sorcery, forever erasing himself from the world.
"I'm sorry, Your Highness," Palmer said quietly. "You lost a good subordinate."
"Friend," Matteo corrected. "I lost a friend, and the ones who caused it will not go unpunished. Gather what gear you can, and we'll meet up with the others. We have a long and hard fight before us, but we will emerge victorious." Placing the mask back on his face, Matteo gestured for Lucy to follow him as Palmer organized the men for their retreat. "Contact the Iron Wing army. I want all forces within a week's march to make haste to gather here. Use whatever means you deem necessary to convince them." Though Matteo spoke quietly, Lucy couldn't help but shiver as she heard the edge in his voice. "While you're gathering the troops, we will meet with Aspar and convince him to call off his attack on the Empire." "Yes, Your Highness." Matteo found it surprisingly easy to accept that address, which he hadn't anticipated, but it just proved to him once again that he had truly, completely assimilated Isaac's memories and experiences. Lucy left to quickly arrange for her task as Matteo rejoined the main group, and they began retreating toward the barbarian village. They had gone a little over 2 miles when they met Eric, Rose, and the 5 soldiers they'd left behind. Along with them were Pul, Bruna, 10 warriors from the village, and Mika, Pul and Bruna's daughter. "I insisted on coming with us," Eric said, jerking a thumb at the barbarian warriors. "Something about fighting on our side."
"Yes," Pul said, putting his hands on his hips as he regarded Matteo with a wide grin. "Your soldiers explained the situation, and so we would come and see justice done."
"And ally ourselves with the winning side," Bruna said, elbowing her husband, "though you'll need somebody to open negotiations with Aspar. Specifically, you'll need a shaman. The only way he'll meet you at this point is on the field of battle, but I can propose a temporary truce so that we can talk. While the actual negotiations will be up to you, by sacred right, they must give us a chance to negotiate." "Then I will owe you again," Matteo said, bowing to Bruna. Chapter 39.
"What's a few favors between friends?" Pul said, laughing heartily. "Come, let's go meet this Aspar I've heard so much about."
Walking up to Matteo, he threw his arm over Matteo's shoulder and pulled him along, proceeding down the path with big strides. Both Palmer and Eric twitched, clearly unhappy with the big barbarian grabbing Matteo, but he waved his hand for them to stand down. Soon the entire force was under way. When they passed through the battlefield, the barbarian dead were still scattered about. The barbarians had lost over 50 fighters, and vultures and coyotes had already begun preying on the carcasses. Pul ran a dispassionate eye over them and shook his head.
"May they be better warriors in their next life."
Bruna, on the other hand, seemed more concerned with them, though she didn't suggest that they stop and bury them. Instead, she performed a short prayer, requesting that the great spirits take them in, and then hurried to catch up with the army that had continued on without her. As they traveled, Matteo soon discovered that Poole was not the simple-minded village chief he had originally assumed. Full of fascinating information about the landscape they traveled through, Poole was clearly familiar with the mountains. He seemed to have endless stamina, and his large strides ate up space, allowing him to travel quickly. He walked so fast that Matteo often had to break into a slight jog to keep up with him. Additionally, the path they traveled seemed smooth and even, unlike the rocky, hard track Matteo had taken multiple times through this area. It wasn't until Matteo caught a faint fluctuation of spiritual energy at Palmer's feet, and then saw him find a small game path that led through one of the most treacherous stretches, that he realized what was going on. After following the barbarian chieftain along the path, they paused to wait for the rest of the army to catch up, and Matteo glanced at Palmer. "You have a talisman, don't you? One related to travel?"
"I was wondering if you would notice," Poole said, grinning. "Land walk grants me an easy path wherever I go."
"That sounds awfully convenient."
"Oh, it is. You wouldn't believe it, but it's considered one of the most dangerous totems among the tribes."
"I would believe it," Matteo said, turning to look at the army that was filling along the hidden game trail Poole had found. "I imagine it would contribute significantly to your ability to raid and retreat. In fact, if I had to guess, I'd say that a tribe full of landwalkers probably wouldn't have too many friends." Poole's grin took on a slightly predatory air as he reached up to touch the handle of one of the javelins slung to his back.
"Who needs friends when you have a good weapon? But you're right, my people aren't exactly welcomed among the tribes. It's why we live all the way out here in the middle of nowhere."
"Then it makes me doubly thankful you're willing to risk exposure for me," Matteo said. With a laugh, Poole shook his head and pointed at his daughter Mika, who was making her way along the path in front of Bruna.
"Not for you. For my daughter."
He didn't explain himself any further, as most of the army had gathered by that point, and after patting Matteo on the shoulder, he set off, leading the way forward through the wilderness again. What had been a 3-day, all-out sprint somehow only took 2 days of hard marching, leaving no doubt in Matteo's mind why other tribes wouldn't like Poole and his landwalker talisman. It was honestly ridiculous. In fact, after experiencing it for himself, Matteo was strongly considering trying to recruit the barbarian to the Iron Wing army. Doing so would break tradition, as only those who had gone through the death camps were supposed to be allowed into the Iron Wing army. But Matteo didn't care about tradition if it meant his forces could move twice as fast as anyone else's. They had to slow down when they got closer to the fort. After making camp on a mountain 20 miles away, Matteo deployed scouts to try and get a good sense of what was going on. They came back a few hours later with troubling news.
"The barbarians are continuing to mass," Eric said. "There must be close to 4,000 of them, and it looks like more are streaming in all the time."
"What about the fort?"
"It's been taken over by Duke Argent's soldiers, though they're still dressed in their black armor. We're not sure if they're planning on resisting or they're simply using it as a place to hide, hoping the barbarians would pass them by." Picking at the log he sat on, Matteo closed his eyes to think for a moment.
"The worst-case scenario," he said, "would be that the barbarians don't attack the fortress and instead simply drive straight into the northern reaches of the Empire. A force of that size will require the full attention of one of the dukes, or a suppression force from the capital. But it'll take weeks for a suppression force to arrive, and neither of the dukes have enough troops to even dent Aspar's force. If he breaches the Empire, he'll probably divide his forces into dozens of smaller armies. Reports suggest that he typically employs hit-and-run tactics, so there's no reason to think he'll do anything else here. He'll lock the Empire down, having them chase small bands of barbarians while he sets up ambushes and sacks towns. It'll take 6 months or more for the Empire to respond in force, and even when they do, the barbarians can simply retreat back through the gorge and disappear into the mountains. Unless friendly forces control the keep, there's no good way to stop Aspar's forces from running the Empire ragged, and I'm sure he knows it too."
"What are the chances that he's working with whoever set up the attack on us?" Rose asked. "My guess is that they're not working together directly, but rather indirectly. But I'm also guessing that the attack on the barbarians' camp wasn't part of the deal, but was intended to genuinely rile them up and draw their wrath."
"Well, they succeeded," Ghostblade said. "The barbarians are ready for war." That means we have two objectives. First, we have to take the fort so we can control the gorge. Second, we need to negotiate with Aspar and convince him not to go through with the attack. Paul, who was crouched nearby listening, stood up and patted himself on the chest. My men and I are ready to help, though we won't fight against the other tribes. Thinking for a moment, Matteo nodded. In that case, can you take a group of my soldiers, one of the Darkwing Feathers, and find them a path over the mountain? We need to be able to get into the back of the fortress. Eric, you said there are secret tunnels, right? Thinking for a moment, Eric nodded. Yes, though I never found them. That's fine. Paul, I need you to find the other end of those tunnels. Cross to the other side of the mountain and try to get into the fortress. If your ability works the way I think it does, it should naturally lead you to the secret tunnels. We'll use them to infiltrate the fortress and attack from the inside. Is that wise? Bruna said. The report says they have 300 men. And we have 50 iron wings, Palmer said with a firm nod. The odds should be about fair. After seeing Paul and the Darkwing feather off, Matteo began to seriously consider how he was going to convince Aspar not to launch an attack on the Empire. In all actuality, he had no confidence he'd be successful, and he knew that approaching Aspar directly was tantamount to suicide. It wouldn't be difficult at all for the gold-ranked barbarian to kill him and his friends. Picking up a stick, he idly poked at the fire, glad that no one could see his glum expression underneath the silver mask. The problem was that if he had time, there were all sorts of ways he could solve the problem. He could invite some of the gold-ranked commanders from the Iron Wing army and use force to dissuade Aspar. He could look into the Silver Mask network and recruit magicians to come and eliminate the threat. He could return to the capital, use his position to raise an army of mercenaries, and meet the barbarian in pitched battle. The problem was, there was no time. Aspar would march within the week, and even if he managed to control Highvale Keep, there was no way for him to actually hold it against the barbarian force. The only true path forward would be to take the keep from Duke Arjun's men, and then, once it was held securely, negotiate with Aspar, delaying him until reinforcements could arrive. Matteo didn't like plans that required a few key and ultimately uncontrollable variables to fall his way, which meant he had to figure out how to get some extra edges. He wasn't expecting anyone back until the morning, so Matteo informed Palmer he was going to step out for a little while. Though the commander didn't appear very keen, he didn't contradict Matteo either. But when Matteo arrived at the edge of camp, he saw Rose and Eric both waiting for him. Rose handed him his bow, and Eric held out a quiver of arrows. "What's going on?" Matteo asked. "Is there an issue?" "No, Your Highness," Rose said, her expression composed. Realizing what was going on, Matteo slung his bow over his shoulder and attached the quiver to his belt. "I'm just going for a short stroll. You don't need to accompany me." "I'm sorry, Your Highness," Rose said, though this time she smiled. "We all know this isn't necessary," Matteo said quietly. Eric just grunted. "Your Highness cannot be without a guard, especially in the wilderness. Too many chances of an accident happening." "Guys, what are you doing?" Sharing a glance, Rose and Eric appeared to have some sort of secret conversation. Rose lost out, and with a sigh she took Matteo's arm. "Your Highness, we're doing what we need to. We're your guards, so you need to let us guard you." Matteo knew she was right, of course, but he still didn't like it. And for the first time since he had been assigned to the 5th Prince, he realized just how annoying being royalty was. "This is going to be the rest of my life, isn't it?" "Yup," Eric said with a grin. "Though there are some options. For example, you could hire another guard. Then we could take turns hanging out with you, which does make me think it's a pretty reliable way to get friends. After all, we just don't have a choice. And believe me, you're the kind of guy that needs friends." Catching Rose's glare, Eric winked and transitioned smoothly. "But another option, if that one doesn't suit your fancy, would be to just marry Rose here. That way the two of you can hang out all the time, and I'd be free to go and do more interesting things." Matteo didn't think much of Eric's quips. He was used to them by now, but feeling Rose tighten her grip on his arm, he figured she didn't like it. "Enough," he said, flicking Eric on the forehead. With a hiss, Eric crouched, rubbing the red welt that had appeared. "Ow! Your fingers are like steel! What are you, some sort of body-strengthening martial artist?" "Iron physique," Matteo said, patting his arm.
If the two of you are going to come with me, that's fine, but I need you to give me some space. I need to be able to think." "Where are we going?" Eric asked, bouncing up. "Are we going to sneak into the fort? Maybe take down the leader?" Shaking his head as Eric pantomimed cutting someone's throat, Matteo looked out toward the mountain that overlooked the gorge. "No. We're doing some scouting, seeing where we'll be able to set traps, stop the barbarian army if it comes to that, and maybe recruiting some friends." "Friends? Do you know people in the mountains?" "Not yet," Matteo said, his eyes flashing with a faint red light. "But I plan to soon." Leaving the safety of the camp at a swift trot, Matteo led the way up the mountain. As frivolous as Eric could be, he knew better than to act as a distraction once they were actually out on the mission. And he moved in absolute silence behind Matteo, always staying within a few steps, but making no more noise than a wraith. Rose wasn't quite as stealthy, but she tried her best not to be a distraction as she followed from a bit further back. As for Matteo, he was completely immersed in his thoughts as they climbed up the mountain, until they broke over the top of the ridge and the gorge and valley beyond spread out below him. It was a clear night, the air crisp and the moon bright. Keeping low to avoid being silhouetted, though that wasn't nearly as much of a problem at night, Matteo found a rock to settle down on and crouched on top of it, his eyes scanning over the terrain in front of him as he matched it up with the maps he had studied. In fact, he was already familiar with the terrain as he had passed through it multiple times, first to Aspar's camp down in the long valley, and then also to the peak where he and Aspar had met. Currently it was across from him, separated by a distance of at least a dozen miles, and Matteo could just faintly make it out in the darkness, though he couldn't see any details. Down in the valley he could see the glittering lights of the barbarian camp. The camp itself had been damaged badly in the fire after Commander Dominic's attack, and that area was still dark. But now there were many more fires, though these were for cooking, spread out along the edges of the barbarian camp. Doing some quick calculations, Matteo sighed. "I'd be surprised if there are any less than 5,000 of them down there," he said to Rose, who sat on the boulder beside him, hugging her knees to her chest. Glancing around, Matteo didn't see Eric, though he guessed his friend was still nearby. "How can you tell?" Rose asked. "At a standard camp, you're going to find 6 men to a cooking pot." Matteo held up his thumb and squinted slightly. "You count the number of fires in one area, and then estimate the number of areas for total volume. Barbarians could have as many as 10 to a fire, which means that we're more likely dealing with 6,000. 6,000 barbarians, gathered from tribes across the mountains. It's a fight we can't win. At least, not if we're going to fight directly." Chapter 40. Turning his attention away from the camp, Matteo resumed his silent study of the terrain, his eyes carefully searching the gorge. Legend had it that the gorge was not naturally formed, but instead was the result of a fight between an ancient king and a powerful barbarian. In the legend, the king, intending to enslave the barbarians, used his armies to pile up dirt between the mountains, completely hemming the barbarians in before diverting rivers into the area to flood the barbarians out. Yet the barbarians were not to be underestimated, and a hero rose up among them. Summoning the power of the spirits, he used a powerful spear strike to blast a hole through the king's wall, causing the water that had been trapped in the valley to flood outward, washing away the enemy in one swift blow. Of course, it was just a story, and it was much more likely that the deep gorge had been formed by countless years of rain, and the now shallow river that snaked its way along the bottom. In truth, that river was much more of a stream, and often barely a trickle, providing an easy route for a large number of troops to pass in and out of the mountains. For the barbarians, climbing over the mountains wasn't particularly difficult, but to move an entire army would be impossible, as the supply lines couldn't be maintained without the gorge. It would be one thing if Aspar was sending his troops into the Empire to raid and then retreat, but if he wanted to mount an actual campaign, he would need to establish official supply lines or face his troops starving before they could achieve anything significant. The gorge had steep sides, close to 100 feet tall in some places, and smooth enough that climbing up the sides would be an impossibility. Spotting a number of large rocks along the lip of the gorge, Mateo's eyes narrowed. From what he understood, these were a fail-safe measure of the Empire's, massive stones that, in the case of an emergency, could be knocked loose and sent tumbling down into the gorge below. A boulder falling 100 feet was liable to shatter, and if it did, its shards would transform into the most lethal of weapons. These could be used in a pinch, but once they fell, much of the Imperial army's threat would be nullified. The gorge itself was almost a mile long, and Mateo didn't have nearly enough men or arrows to actually transform it into a death trap. That didn't mean, of course, that he wasn't without options, and as he continued to examine the gorge, an idea began to take root. A few minutes later he heard a rustle overhead, the soft sound of wings in the night. Glancing up, he saw a large crow flying down toward him. Holding out his hand, he smiled as Queen landed on his finger. The bird turned her head sideways, regarding Mateo with considerable curiosity. He was still wearing his silver mask, but she seemed to be able to tell he was different. Crows were naturally intelligent, and Queen was even more intelligent than normal. Not only was she iron-ranked herself, but her bond with him increased her intellect considerably. He could feel that she had been getting stronger, as hints of spiritual energy filtered through their connection and were infused into her body. Reaching for his pouch, Mateo realized he didn't have any biscuits left. Just when he was going to apologize, he saw Rose stretch out her hand, holding a cracker. Queen looked at the cracker with interest, but then gazed suspiciously at Rose, drawing a chuckle out of Mateo. "You can take it. She's a friend." Glancing at Mateo, then back at Rose, Queen bobbed her head and gobbled the cracker down, with a lot more delicacy than a crow should have been able to manage. "I need you to do me a favor," Mateo said. "I need you to go and find your friends, as many of them as you can get. Gather them together. Hide them on the mountain above the forest. I need you to wait there. Try to stay out of sight as much as possible, but be ready to attack, or at least provide a distraction." Queen considered Mateo for a moment, as if deciphering what he had said. Then she chirped twice, bobbed her head, and took off, her powerful wings lifting her rapidly into the air until she disappeared in the darkness.
"Why do I have a feeling she's going to go overboard?" Rose asked.
"I hope she does," Eric said, materializing next to them. "I hope she brings so many crows that the entire mountain is covered in them. Wouldn't that be a sight? Probably scare the enemy right out of the fortress."
"Probably not," Mateo said. "They'll just go inside. Come on, we've got a few friends to make, and then we'll head back to camp." Mateo spent the rest of the night hunting down a few small birds and 2 foxes, capturing each alive and branding them. He had been hoping to find wolves, but the sizable military presence down in the valley kept the area free of major predators. Mateo was also tempted to try and bind the giant snake, but they hadn't seen it on their trip back, and so he left it alone. Even if he had managed to subdue it, he knew that sending it up against an entire army of barbarians was just consigning it to die. The birds he deployed to watch the keep, while the foxes were sent to keep track of the barbarians, to alert him once they began to move. After finishing all of his tasks, Mateo and the others went back to camp, where he caught a few hours of sleep. The next morning, he was just finishing breakfast when one of the Blackwing agents he had deployed with Pull rushed into the camp. After a whispered conversation with Palmer, the commander came over, quite excited.
"Sir, they found it. A cave with an entrance just large enough for a man in armor to squeeze through."
"And did they confirm it was actually the entrance?"
"Yes, though they didn't get too deep, for fear of alerting somebody."
"All right. In that case, let's get ready to take High Vale Keep. We'll move out this afternoon." After days of waiting around, everyone was eager to get into action, and Mateo quickly came up with a plan. Normally, when infiltrating a keep through a secret tunnel, a small group would be sent in, just enough people to fight their way to the gate and throw it open, allowing a larger army to stream in through the bigger entrance. That would prevent the enemy from blocking the soldiers in a narrow passageway and rendering them useless. Unfortunately, High Vale Keep was impossible to approach without being seen. There were clear lines of sight down both the northern and southern roads from the tops of the gates, and the keep couldn't be approached from the east or the west, which meant that if they wanted to attack without first alerting the enemy, then going in through the secret tunnel was the only way.
"The nice thing about this," Palmer said when Matteo explained the plan, "is that it's easier to fight your way out of a building than it is to fight your way into it, especially a building like the Keep."
"That is a silver lining, I guess," Eric said with a laugh.
"The soldiers will be largely occupied," Matteo said, eyeing the crude map of the Keep that Eric had sketched out. "But, Eric, you need to work on your mapping skills. This is abysmal."
"It's not so bad," Eric said, rolling his eyes.
Matteo glanced at the map again, flipped it over, picked up his quill, and quickly drew a perfectly proportional version of the map Eric had sketched out. Rose burst into laughter, and even Palmer and Ghostblade chuckled as Eric muttered some unkind things under his breath. "We don't know exactly where the secret entrances will lead, but we'll have to strike fast and hard, which means no prisoners. Kill anyone who moves on your way in. Do you understand?"
"Is that really okay?"
Rose asked, her brow furrowing. "After all, they're Imperial soldiers, Duke Arjan's men." "They're not," Matteo replied, his voice hard as steel. "They're bandits who have taken over an Imperial military fortress, a crime punishable by death."
"I understand what you're saying,"
Rose said. "But what if they identify themselves?"
"Just don't let them," Eric said with a smile, patting Rose on the shoulder. "You'd be surprised at how much trouble can be avoided that way."
Matteo could understand Rose's position, and in truth, if there were any way to resolve this peacefully, he would want to do it. He had no desire to eliminate Imperial soldiers, but not only had they tried to kill his men, they had now occupied the fort and showed no sign of changing back into their official uniforms. So long as they maintained the charade, he would treat them as they wished, as bandits. "Once we're inside, Palmer, I need you to secure the south gate. Ghostblade the north gate. Rose, you're going to be responsible for holding the passage. Eric, you and your squads will be cleaning up the upper floors. I'll lead the men in the main assault. Understood?"
"Yes, sir."
"Yes, Your Highness."
"Got it." Listening to the chorus of yeses, Matteo reflected that this was, in a way, his first real military operation, at least as Prince Isaac. He still found it hard to think of himself as the prince, but the habits formed of memory were hard to break. Like most royal children, Prince Isaac possessed the unshakable assumption that everyone would do his will, and Matteo had inherited that. Of course, he had also inherited some of the prince's other traits, like a certain softness of heart, the desire for everyone to just get along. Those, in turn, were balanced by the pragmatic and rather ruthless nature Matteo originally possessed. Curiously, he found that the deeper he delved into Isaac's memories, the stronger that streak of ruthlessness became. The prince, having grown up in the palace, observed the world around him through a particular lens, a particularly rose-colored lens. Matteo, on the other hand, recalling each and every one of those memories with the detachment of a cynical bystander, found himself interpreting them differently than the prince had. The prince had seen a cold and lonely home, occasionally punctuated by periods of happiness and warmth. Matteo saw a cold and dangerous pit full of vipers masking their venom through social niceties. Dismissing the memories that had begun to run unbidden through his head, Matteo refocused on the matter at hand. He couldn't afford to be distracted. They had a keep to take. Leaving only a few soldiers behind to guard the camp, Matteo and the others gathered their gear and began the trek at noon. Bruna insisted on accompanying them, along with the barbarians and Mika, who tagged along at the back. Since Matteo hadn't accounted for them in the plan, he asked Bruna to stay by his side, which she readily agreed to. As they trotted through the woods, heading around the mountain to where Poole was waiting for them with the other two members of the Darkwing Feather, Matteo found himself glancing over at Bruna a few times. She carried a mace over her shoulder, but it was unlike any mace Matteo had ever seen. The metal shaft was only 3 feet long, which wasn't in and of itself that strange. What was strange was the watermelon-sized stone bolted to the end of it. The mace must have weighed at least 150 pounds, but she carried it in one hand as if it weighed nothing, giving Matteo a new appreciation for the mountain bull's strength talisman. Mika ran along quietly at her mother's side. Once Bruna, catching Matteo glancing at her, chuckled and moved a few steps closer.
"You don't have to worry about her in a fight. She's moon-touched," Bruna said.
"If I knew what that meant, I'd be less worried, I'm sure," Matteo replied, causing Bruna to chuckle.
"You'll see. Just try to make sure your men don't attack her. That wouldn't be good."
Running a few more steps, Matteo tried to recall what he knew about the term moon-touched. He pulled up a blank, but Corvus enlightened him after flying around Mika a couple of times.
The imperial term is were, as in were-wolf.
She's a lycanthrope, Matteo asked, recalling Princess Umbria's half-wolf, half-human bodyguard. He took another glance at Mika. A few inches under 6 foot, she had a slim build and wore rather loose-fitting robes. Her expression was one of lively curiosity, and the 2 braids that ran down her back, bouncing along as she followed her mother closely, gave her a sort of childlike air.
The moon-touched are a bit different. They're touched by the spirit of the moon, which grants them the ability to transform. Their were form is bigger, faster, stronger, and has higher regeneration. But they easily go battle-mad, attacking anything that looks at them crossways, Corvus explained.
You sound like you have some experience with them, Matteo said.
That's because the Iron Wing army was responsible for wiping out a moon-touched tribe a long time ago. It's ancient history now, but it is rather ironic to be fighting alongside one now.
Resolving to keep an eye on Mika, Matteo asked Corvus to check their position and then focused on running. When they arrived, the sun was just starting to drop toward the horizon, and Matteo ordered them to rest. They wouldn't move until it was actually dark, as he wanted to make his attack at around 1 in the morning. While the soldiers were resting their feet and getting their dinner ready, Matteo headed to where Pool waited, higher up on the mountain. He found the barbarian sitting outside a small crack in the rock. From just about every angle, the crack looked as if it was no more than a few inches deep, merely a gash formed in the side of the hill. Only by stepping into it was it possible to see that it actually extended a full 4 feet, before widening out into a much larger cave. The 2 dark-winged soldiers who were with Pool jumped to their feet and bowed when they saw Matteo.
"Thanks for your hard work. Go ahead and head down to the camp and grab some food," Matteo said.
"Thank you, sir," they replied. After they had left, Matteo nodded at Pool. "Thank you as well. Without you, it would have been impossible to find this place."
"You know," Pool said, "I've never heard of anybody using my ability like this. It certainly opens up some interesting possibilities."
Chapter 41. Glancing at Pool, Matteo sensed that the barbarian chieftain had something more to say, so he took a seat next to him, looking out over the impressive view.
"From what I hear, you're not particularly welcome in the Empire. Is that true?" Pool asked.
"It is," Matteo said, "though only among some people. Most of the people in the Empire don't know who I am, don't care one bit about me, and they won't until I become emperor, and then I'll become the most important person in everybody's life." Matteo chuckled and shook his head. "It's all a bit foolish, really."
"Have you ever considered not becoming emperor?"
Pool asked. Unsure where Pool was going with this line of thinking, Matteo waited for him to continue.
"It's just you seem like a fine young man. Wouldn't your life be better if you just stepped away from it all? You could come and live with us."
"In your village?"
"Out in the middle of nowhere," Pool suggested, letting out a bellowing laugh.
He slapped Matteo on the shoulder good-naturedly.
"No, I'm sure you've guessed, but we're leaving the village. It's time for my family to rejoin society. We'll establish a new tribe, carve out a place among the peaks, seize a home for ourselves."
"Doing that might make you some enemies," Matteo warned.
"Ah, that is what a javelin is for. My daughter Mika, she's around your age. I know that I made a joke about it before, but I do think she could make you a good wife. More importantly, you would make her a good husband. What do you say?"
"As flattering as that offer is, I'm afraid I have to pass. But I do have a counter-offer, if you're interested," Matteo replied. Losing his smile, Pool shook his head.
"I know what your counter-offer is, and the answer is no. This is my land. These are my people."
Shooting a glance at Pool from the corner of his eyes, Matteo tilted his head to the side. "Even if they don't think so?"
"Yes, even if they don't think so."
"Well, I don't intend to convince you by force," Matteo said, "but I do think you should give it due consideration. You would be right at home in the Iron Wing army. But even if that wasn't something you were interested in, I'm sure there are other ways we can cooperate."
You are kind, but I don't think you know what you offer, Poole said. Our village isn't a normal village.
Oh, I'm aware, Matteo replied. First of all, the sheephorn tribe doesn't exist. Second of all, subordinate tribes don't get to have subordinate tribes. Third, your tents bore no insignia. Fourth, you and your daughter are not related by blood, and she isn't related to your wife either. Fifth, a talisman-bearing shaman of the Mountain Bull tribe shouldn't be married to a talisman warrior, especially one from a tribe that was wiped out, and they certainly shouldn't be the parents of a moon-touched. The longer Matteo spoke, the wider Poole's grin became. It is a rather strange set of circumstances, isn't it? But I'm afraid you're right. We're a family of misfits, outcasts, threats, banded together to survive. But we won't be that way for long. Do you intend to seek refuge under Aspar? Matteo asked. The question caused the air to chill slightly, and Poole reached up to touch the handle of one of his javelins. Matteo didn't respond, simply remaining still as he stared out over the side of the mountain. If I say yes, will your friend bury his blade in my neck? Poole asked, all signs of mirth gone from his voice. No, Matteo said. Though if you draw your javelin he will, and if not him, then me. So long as you don't intend to betray us, I don't care who you seek refuge under. But I should mention that I fully intend to draw Aspar to my side as well. So if you were to join me directly, it would put you on the same level as him, rather than a level below. Chuckling, Poole let go of the javelin and leaned back against the mountain, crossing his arms across his chest. You're either mad, or you've got a heart of iron. I can't decide which. I'm iron through and through, Matteo said, smiling at his own joke, and probably a bit mad as well. When it was finally time to enter the secret passage, the soldiers slipped one by one through the crack, squeezing themselves in and then lining up in the larger passage inside the mountain. It appeared to be a naturally formed cave system, but Matteo could see evidence that someone had widened the passage, made the floor a bit flatter, and created a winding path that led deeper in. The sun had gone down hours ago, and the cave was pitch black, though Poole, who was leading the way, didn't seem to need the light. Palmer handed out a few glowstones, placing them out along the line so that everyone could see where they were going. Following close behind Poole, they wound deep into the mountain, trekking silently through the twisting caves. Occasionally they would come to an area that was quite treacherous, and more than once they would have gotten stumped if not for Poole's guidance. The cave system was a natural labyrinth, and they would often be walking along a relatively flat area, only to come to a plunging drop that sank hundreds of feet into the earth. When they did, Poole would stop for a moment, and then, after looking around, usually lead them to some small pathway, barely a few feet wide, hidden nearby that would allow them to cross the gap and continue on. The path was so convoluted that Matteo wasn't sure how useful it would actually be as an escape route. After all, if the people escaping didn't know the route perfectly, they were just as liable to die trying to escape as they were to enemy blades. Glancing back at the troops who followed them, Matteo found himself appreciating how well trained they were. The troops had wrapped their weapons in their cloaks to keep them from clinking, and despite wearing heavy armor, they moved in relative silence. Not a word was spoken, and every single one seemed alert and ready to fight, even though they were still probably an hour from the fortress. Despite the fact that the natural tunnel system burrowed straight through the mountain, the route they were forced to take wound all around, up and down, and the path occasionally diverted to the side, taking them around in large loops rather than straight through. Matteo estimated they had covered a good 3 miles before Poole paused and indicated that they were close to the entrance. "We're not far now," he said quietly as Matteo caught up with him. "I can tell we're getting close to our destination. The path should be relatively straight from here on out." Glancing around, Matteo saw what Poole meant. What had been a natural cavern had now transformed into a square tunnel, clearly dug out by hand. There were a couple heavy timbers propping up this roof, to ensure there wasn't a cave-in, and Matteo even caught sight of the end of a pick that had broken off during the excavation. There was still no light in the tunnel, so holding a glowstone aloft, Matteo crept forward, hoping to get a sense of where in the fortress they might be. A few 100 feet further into the tunnel, he came across a heavy set of iron doors that had been left ajar.
They were designed to be locked, but only from the inside, no doubt acting as a barrier to keep those chasing from entering the cave system. Slipping through the gap, Matteo found himself in a stone chamber, hewn from the same hard granite that formed the fortress walls. The room he was in was filled with boxes and crates, stacked high against the walls, and there were signs that people had been in the room recently. Curious, Matteo got out his dagger and pried the lid of a crate open, peeking inside. In amongst the straw he saw gleaming chainmail, and as he lifted the lid higher he caught sight of a blue tabard bearing Duke Argen's insignia. After thinking for a moment, Matteo looked around for an exit, spotting a section of the stone wall that appeared designed to swing outward. He had no doubt that it was hidden from the outside, but from this side it was quite apparent. "Corvus, can you peek outside and tell me where we are?" With a nod, Corvus launched himself from Matteo's shoulder, winging his way straight through the wall. Watching him fly into solid stone made Matteo wince, but he knew it wouldn't hurt the spirit girl one bit. Crouching down next to the crate he had opened, Matteo concentrated on the chain connecting him and Corvus, creeping along it until he could see out of Corvus's eyes. It only took him a moment to realize they were in the hallway near the keep's kitchens. There were 4 storerooms near the kitchen, and this appeared to be a 5th that had been sealed off and transformed into a hidden room. Recalling Corvus, Matteo mentally reviewed their location and realized that as an escape route, this position was ideal. Not only was it separated from the front entrance, but there were servant stairs that led from the kitchen up to the top floors, allowing the servants to bring food and other necessities up to the keep's rooms without having to pass through the main hall. While that meant that anyone who needed to escape while the keep was under assault would have an easy way to get down to the tunnel, it also meant that once their force breached the castle, they'd be able to spread out quickly and quietly, launching an assault throughout the keep simultaneously without having to fight their way up each set of stairs. Closing the crate he had opened, Matteo considered for a moment. He had given the order that everyone in the keep was to be killed, under the assumption that they were all bandits. Yet now he had proof that the soldiers were Duke Argen's men, and once again the conundrum boiled up in him. The part of him that he had inherited from Isaac pushed him to try and think of another way to resolve the situation, to talk with the enemy commander before attacking. But the Matteo part of him simply scoffed at that idea, calling it naive and foolish. Torn down the middle, Matteo tried to put his emotions aside and calmly assess the best move. He knew that he had left the others for too long, and that if he waited much longer, someone was going to come and try to find him. So as he continued to wrestle with a decision, Matteo crept back out into the secret passage. Halfway down he met Eric and Rose, both of whom were advancing with grim expressions on their face. "Your Highness, you can't just go off on your own," Rose whispered, her tone fierce. "I know, I'm sorry. I meant to just peek out there, but I got a little bit distracted. I did figure out where we are, though," Matteo said, gesturing for them to follow him back to the rest of the group. Gathering the leaders together, he held a quick, whispered conversation, explaining their location and making some slight adjustments to their plan. Originally, he had anticipated rushing out of the secret tunnel and immediately launching an assault. Now, however, there was an opportunity, a chance to infiltrate the keep from top to bottom without alerting any of their enemies. The key would be to take the kitchen. Normally, doing so would cause all sorts of chaos, but because it was currently around 2 a.m, there should only be 2 footmen up watching the fire, and the chances that one or both of them were sleeping was fairly high. Of course, there would be a night patrol as well, but as long as they proceeded with caution, Matteo wasn't worried about raising an alarm. "We'll send a small group first. Everybody else will set up in the storage room and tunnel, waiting for the signal. Once the all-clear is given, we'll spread out, moving to the different floors, and then we'll move in. Any questions?" The plan was straightforward enough that everyone shook their heads, and after taking a deep breath, Matteo nodded firmly. "My orders from before stand. Eliminate everybody in the fortress who's not a civilian." Though Matteo would have happily volunteered to be part of the first group out, he knew there were others better suited for the job. 3 Bloodwing Feathers, led by Ghostblade and accompanied by Eric, were the first to leave the secret storeroom, slipping out through the hidden store doorway and shutting it behind them to avoid it being seen if a patrol happened to walk past. Matteo followed them with Corvus. Paying close attention, they crept silently down the hall toward the kitchens. The passage was dark, but a bit of light spilled from the kitchen fire out into the hallway, giving them more than enough light to see. Ghostblade led the way, with Eric a step behind him and the other members of the Bloodwing following silently. Matteo had never seen the Bloodwing in action, but it was clear from their practiced movements that this sort of infiltration was practically second nature. At each doorway they paused slightly, listening for anyone inside, and then slipped past. They already knew that each room they were passing was a storeroom, but still they double-checked to avoid any surprises. When they arrived at the kitchen, Ghostblade held up a hand and made a motion. The feather at the back of the group peeled off, creeping around to the front, keeping themselves low. When they got to the doorway, however, they did something completely unexpected. On quiet feet, they climbed up on top of their companions and then continued onto the wall, their hands and feet sticking to the stone as they carefully made their way up the wall, onto the roof, and across the doorway, like 3 large lizards. Matteo had never seen anyone move like that, and could only wonder if Eric knew how to do it as well. He didn't seem particularly surprised, so Matteo could only assume that it was a standard part of the Bloodwing training. Sensing his feelings, Corvus cackled.
"They are assassins, kid."
Chapter 42. A moment later, Ghostblade proved that beyond a shadow of a doubt. Shifting to the doorway, he carefully eased his head around so that he could see a portion of the room without revealing himself. At the same time, the leader of the Feather who had crossed the doorway did the same, checking out the other side of the room. There was a quick, signed conversation that identified 3 visible people, 2 guards who were sitting at a table near the fire, and a footman who was working on prepping food for breakfast. Ghostblade reached back and tapped Eric on the shoulder, passing instructions along, and Eric did the same, continuing to pass the instructions down the line. Once the last person in line had been informed, they nodded, and then re-signed the instructions, passing them back up the line to ensure there was no confusion. Once Eric signed the instructions to Ghostblade, he nodded firmly and slipped into the room, his form a blur. Eric moved behind him, quickly and quietly. The 2 guards were sitting at the table, one half-turned toward the door, while the footman was facing away, chopping vegetables. The guard that was half-turned toward the door caught a flicker of movement from the corner of his eye and turned to look, his eyes going wide as he saw the assassins streaming in. The cup in his hand dropped, clattering to the table, which caused his companion to look up. Before either of them could say anything, however, Ghostblade and Eric had arrived. Eric's movements were swift and practiced, and it was obvious he had executed these same motions hundreds, if not thousands, of times. One hand rose to cover a guard's mouth as he pressed close to the guard's back, using his weight to keep the man from rising to his feet. At the same time, his dagger plunged into the man's side, stabbing in through a gap in the guard's armor just behind his armpit. Normally covered, the gap only appeared because of the way Eric twisted the man's neck. Unable to escape Eric's strong grip, the guard's heart was pierced almost instantly, and with a shocked look on his face, he died. The other guard, the one who had seen them coming in, didn't manage to get a sound out before Ghostblade had snapped his neck, masking the crack with the clatter of the goblet on the table. Hearing the sound, the footman glanced over his shoulder to see what had happened, only to find himself seized, his mouth covered, and the air driven from his lungs by a solid blow to his solar plexus. Within a few seconds he had been brought to the floor and bound securely, leaving him completely disoriented. One of the Bloodwing assassins looked up and signaled to Ghostblade, making a slitting motion across his neck, but Ghostblade shook his head and signed that they should just keep the footman quiet. Acknowledging the order, the assassin picked the tied-up footman up, slung him over his shoulder, and took him to the back of the kitchen, where he was set down in the corner and warned not to make a sound. With the kitchen secured, Ghostblade instructed the 2 Bloodwing feathers to spread out, securing the hallway and the staircase that led up to the upper floors. Eric hurried back to the hidden door and carefully knocked twice. At Matteo's nod, Rose opened the door and the troops began to file out, remaining as quiet as they possibly could. Any concern that Matteo may have had about the barbarians was assuaged. They seemed to know exactly what to do, and they moved as silently as any of his troops. Poole, who led them, wore a rather sinister smile and seemed as adept as any of the Bloodwing soldiers at this sort of thing.
"We've secured the passage, sir,"
Ghostblade reported in a whisper when Matteo entered the kitchen. "Good.
deploy our troops." According to their plan, Matteo, Rose, and Eric, along with 2 tiger wing feathers, would go to the top floor and then work their way down. While there had been some protest about Matteo's involvement, he had overridden it sternly. Just because he had been transformed into the prince didn't mean he was about to sit back and let others do his dirty work for him. It took almost 10 minutes to get everyone in place, and the entire time Matteo half expected an alarm to sound. But fortune favored them, and everyone was able to get into position without causing a stir. When they arrived at the top floor, Matteo ordered everyone to rest for 2 minutes, recovering their stamina after climbing up 5 floors, and then gave the signal, which was quietly passed down the stairwell. Eric went first, opening the door and peeking down the hallway. There, standing in front of the top-floor suite, was a guard dressed in black armor with a bandana over his face. He stood at attention, and when the door swung open, he glanced over in surprise. As soon as he saw the guard, Matteo patted Eric on the shoulder, and Eric took off down the hall, running in a strange, bent-over posture that kept him low to the ground and would allow him to attack from below. The guard, jerking around, opened his mouth to yell, but there was a dull twang and a quiet hiss, and Matteo's bolt, fired from a hand crossbow, punched straight through the guard's mouth, coming to a stop with a thud against the back of his helmet. Gurgling, the guard started to drop as strength fled from his body, but Eric was already there to catch him, preventing his armor from clattering against the passage floor. Matteo signaled for the others to advance, and they quickly moved down the hall as Eric shifted the guard out of the way. The suite where the prince had stayed was the only thing on this floor, and Matteo had half expected to find it empty. The fact that there was a guard standing outside told him otherwise. Putting an ear to the door, Rose listened for a moment, and then signaled for 2, maybe 3. Matteo nodded and sent Corvus through the door, asking him to confirm how many people were inside.
"There are 2, and one of them is our good friend, Commander Dominic."
Closing his eyes, Matteo traced the chain and looked around through Corvus's vision, spotting Commander Dominic sitting on the couch, his feet propped up on the table. Across from him, standing at the windows and looking out over the nighttime landscape, was a powerfully built soldier with graying hair and a scar that had taken the majority of one ear. As soon as he saw him, Matteo took a deep breath and realized that their plans would have to change. Edgar Bovec was a swordsman of great renown, one of Duke Argen's closest associates. He was a former mercenary leader who had joined the Duke on a more permanent basis. Known for being absolutely ruthless, both with his enemies and his own men, he was expected to handle the majority of the Duke's dirty work, the tasks unfit for the light of day. Seeing him immediately clarified some of what was going on. Matteo had been wondering what sort of imperial soldier would consent to slaughtering a village of imperial citizens, but if they were Bovec's men, it made absolute sense. What was really troubling, however, was that Bovec was rumored to be a gold-ranked duelist. Careful not to make any noise, Matteo signaled to Rose for immediate retreat. She hesitated for a moment, clearly wanting to ask why, but then confirmed and quietly backed away from the door. Seeing her pulling back, Eric started to ask what was going on, but Matteo shook his head, signaling again for immediate retreat. When he signed gold rank, Eric's face paled slightly, and he started pulling back as well. It took them a full, nerve-wracking minute to make it down the hall, and the entire time Matteo could feel sweat dripping down his neck. There was absolutely no way they'd be able to take over the rest of the fortress without alerting Bovec, and sure enough, they had just reached the back stairs when the faint sound of clashing weapons and screams of pain rose up from the floor below. Freezing for a moment, Matteo quickly grabbed the door and pulled it shut, shoving one of the tiger-wing soldiers out of the way. The click of the door was masked by a loud bang as Bovec threw open the door to the suite and caught sight of the dead guard. "There are intruders!" he thundered and rushed down the hall, moving so quickly he didn't even leave an afterimage. Commander Dominic, still holding his glass of wine, stood dumbly in the doorway of the suite, staring in shock at the dead guard, and then, swearing under his breath, rushed back to grab his sword. Though the commander was silver-ranked, Matteo wasn't about to let him go, and quickly came up with a plan. "The 3 of you, head downstairs," he said to the tiger-wing soldiers who had come with them. "Inform the commanders that we have a gold-ranked opponent, Edgar Bovec, the Tearing Sword. We will take care of Vessid Dominic." The 3 soldiers nodded and sprinted down the stairs, even as louder shouts erupted from the floor below them, where Bovec had engaged the Iron Wing soldiers.
Gritting his teeth, Matteo activated both Iru's resonance and his Iron Crow wings, hoping that the boost would at least buy the soldiers a little bit of time. Once they were gone, he, Rose, and Eric rushed out into the hallway once again, startling Commander Dominic, who had just stepped back through the door, his longsword in hand. Startled to see the three of them, the commander quickly recovered, a sneer spreading across his face. "So, you've come back to die, huh? Your prince is dead. You should have continued running while you had a chance." Matteo was in the center of the hallway, a step in front of Eric and Rose, and he advanced steadily until he was approximately 15 feet from the commander. He was still wearing his silver mask and knew that the commander had mistaken him for Matteo. Reaching up, he pulled the mask from his face, a grim smile on his lips as he watched Commander Dominic jump in surprise. "What? You're supposed to be dead." "I'm not," Matteo said with a shrug, "but you soon will be." Rose and Eric moved at exactly the same time, darting around Matteo and rushing down the hall. Rose was a step ahead, her sword in one hand and a long dagger in the other as she barreled straight toward the commander, while Eric kept pace a step behind. Stunned at seeing the prince's face, Commander Dominic barely got his sword up in time, blocking Rose's stab. She followed it up with a second stab from her dagger, even as she skillfully maneuvered her blade for a downward slash. Despite his shock, the commander was a silver-ranked duelist and reacted with uncanny speed, managing to deflect both attacks with a single movement. His sneer returned, and he lifted his sword to cut straight through Rose. But rather than mustering her defenses, Rose took a step to the side and attacked again. There was no way her blade would reach the commander before his blade cut her in half, and yet there wasn't an ounce of fear in her gaze. Sensing a hint of danger from the other side, Commander Dominic shifted his body backward and abandoned his attack, drawing his sword across his chest to block the two rapid stabs of Eric's daggers. Borrowing the momentum of the commander's shift, Eric ran up the wall, jumping off of it with a twist to land on the commander's other side. Though he had managed to block Eric's sneak attack, Commander Dominic was now exposed to Rose's, and he was forced to step back. Though Rose's dagger missed, her sword cut through the commander's shirt, landing a shallow gash on his shoulder. With a hiss of pain, he lifted his sword and hacked down at her. The attack came too swiftly for Rose to dodge, but there was a sharp clang, and the commander's blade was deflected by a crossbow bolt fired from down the hall. At the same time, Eric attacked again, targeting Vesid's hip and shoulder. With a roar, the commander spun out of the way, trying to bring his sword around in a wide sweep to take Eric's head, but the passage was too narrow, and he quickly found that no matter how he moved, he was always being attacked. The fight was fast-paced and dangerous, and more than once Eric and Rose were nearly wounded. But at the last second, one of Matteo's crossbow bolts would slam into the commander's weapon, forcefully diverting it, keeping them safe. The team's strategy was simple but effective, maintaining a constant pressure that forced Commander Dominic onto the back foot. The commander's card set seemed to be relatively standard, but Matteo and his friends knew better than to rely on appearances, and even though they appeared to be fighting all out, they kept a close eye on the commander, waiting for him to try something tricky. That moment came when the commander, whose shirt was in tatters and whose body was covered in a dozen fine cuts, finally let out a loud roar and abandoned all defenses, charging straight for Rose. A faint silver wind surrounded him, blocking both Matteo's crossbow bolt and Eric's daggers, and Matteo recognized the skill as wind armor, a powerful card that would grant its user complete immunity from attacks for a few seconds. With a triumphant bellow, Commander Dominic brought down his sword on Rose's, hammering it like a mace rather than a blade. Because the wind barrier covered his sword as well, he couldn't actually cut. But that didn't matter, as the force he had used drove Rose to her knee. Her hand trembled as she tried to keep a grip on her sword, and Commander Dominic, with a sneer, lifted his sword again to slam down on her. Rose didn't wait for him to strike, and simply abandoned her weapon and dove forward, scrambling through his legs. The move was completely unexpected, and having lost his target, he hesitated for a brief moment. That was just enough time for Rose to roll over on her back and kick upward, her foot slamming into Commander Dominic's groin. The commander winced, his legs coming together instinctively, only to realize that he wasn't actually in pain. His wind barrier had completely blocked the attack, but that wince had bought the team a few extra seconds, and even as Commander Dominic recovered and turned around, Matteo was charging. Chapter 43. Firing his hand crossbow, he discarded the weapon, pulled out his sword, and launched an attack. At the same time, Rose scrambled away, barely dodging Commander Dominic's stomp, which cracked and slammed into the stone floor, sending out a spider web of cracks. Eric attacked as well, but the commander simply ignored them as he chased after Rose. Now behind the commander, Matteo lowered his shoulder and lunged, slamming into the commander as his shoulder met the barrier that surrounded him. It shuddered as Commander Dominic was hit, and Matteo bounced off. "Eric, now!" he shouted. Eric had already launched his attack. Though it appeared as if it was about to hit the wind barrier, he still activated one of his abilities. A greenish glow covered his dagger. Just before it was deflected, the wind barrier flickered and faded. Eric's attack punched through Dominic's shirt and stabbed into his shoulder. The blade only made it an inch before the commander jerked aside. A roar of pain filled the hallway. Vesid had lifted his sword to strike at Rose, but now he turned, hacking at Eric, who was still in midair and unable to dodge. Just before the sword cut through Eric, there was a poof of inky darkness. His sword slammed into the wall, sending sparks flying. Eric appeared a dozen feet away, his face white and his breath coming in gasps. "I'll kill you!" Commander Dominic roared. Yet even as he tried to charge at Eric, his body faltered as the poison from Eric's skill flowed through him. By this time Rose had gotten to her feet. Though she didn't have her sword, she still charged in, her eyes blazing with a desire to fight. Her feet flickered, transforming into tiger paws. She suddenly sped up as her agility improved a step further. Dodging a wild slash, she slammed a palm into Commander Dominic's arm, forcing his weapon aside. Then she landed a rapid flurry of punches on his chest. Normally, he wouldn't have even blinked, but the poison that Eric had hit him with disrupted the flow of spiritual energy in his body, slowing his reaction time and causing his strength to plunge. As her fists landed, a faint crimson glow began to build on them. With every punch, it grew stronger, transforming into a bloody light that tore at the commander's chest. Backpedaling, Commander Dominic tried to escape, but she chased after him. Her hands transformed into tiger paws that raked bloody wound after bloody wound across his chest. Driven backward, the commander failed to react in time as Matteo lunged forward, stabbing his sword through the commander's back. At the last second, Commander Dominic twisted, and Matteo's sword barely missed his heart. But it wasn't enough. Eric rushed forward and leapt over Rose. Using her shoulder as a springboard, he attacked from above. The commander tried to lunge out of the way, causing Eric's first attack to miss, but the second dagger he buried in the commander's neck. With a gurgle, Vesid Dominic collapsed to the ground. The commander's lips moved, a dribble of blood leaking out as he tried to speak, but Matteo stepped forward and brought his sword down in a swift arc, cutting his head from his body. With Vesid dead, Matteo took quick stock of the situation. Both Eric and Rose looked exhausted, which made sense, considering they had just borne the brunt of the fight. Both of them had used their active skills, which would require a little bit of time before they could be used again. Rose's sword was badly deformed from the heavy blow she had blocked. Hooking the commander's sword with his toe, Matteo flipped it up into the air and caught it. He presented it, hilt first, to Rose. "We don't have time to rest. We've got to go down and join the others." Taking the sword, Rose gave him a firm nod, though Matteo could sense the question in her gaze. Though they had managed to kill Vesid Dominic, slaying a silver-ranked duelist, and not even a particularly powerful one at that, had taken every ounce of their strength while fighting on terrain that favored them. Had they not been in the narrow hallway, which hampered the commander's wide swings, he would have been able to leverage his speed and strength to their fullest extent. Without being able to trap him as they had, the fight very well could have gone a different way. And even if they had managed to gain the upper hand, it would have been easy for Dominic to retreat. Down below was a gold-ranked duelist, who, from the sound of it, was cutting his way through their army like a reaper in a field of wheat. Matteo wanted to say that he had a plan. He wanted to assure her that everything would be okay, and that they would come out victorious. But the reality was, he had no idea whether or not they'd survive the night. "We need to get him outside," he said finally. "That's our only option. Hopefully the others have retreated. We'll take the back stairs and try to regroup with them." Nodding, Rose led the way, gripping her sword tightly to try and stop the trembling in her arm. Over the course of the fight, Matteo had felt at least 6 soldiers die, their deaths communicated to him through a trembling in the ethereal wings that stretched out behind him, and he had a sinking feeling that there would be many others. By the time they got down to the bottom floor, at least 10 more soldiers had died. Matteo was ashen-faced as he met with Commander Palmer, Ghostblade, and the barbarians in the great hall.
"Sir, I'm glad you're safe," Palmer said, rushing over to greet Matteo.
"We killed Commander Dominic," Matteo said,
"but the tearing blade is on his way down."
"I heard. The men are buying as much time as possible. Will we retreat?"
"No," Matteo said. "Even if we do, he'll just chase us down, and fighting in the cave system would be suicide. We have a chance, though. I'll be honest, it's a long shot."
"Some chance is better than no chance," Ghostblade said, his voice hoarse as he clutched his daggers to his chest.
"Then we need to take the yard as fast as possible. My main concern is the soldiers on the wall. If they have bows, we're going to be sitting ducks walking into the parade ground."
"We can help with that," Paul said, hoisting his bloody javelin. "Mika, you take one side, I'll take the other."
The quiet and unassuming girl, who had been standing beside her mother, nodded and began walking toward the door. He was about to say something when the words froze in Matteo's throat. He saw her body start to shift, rapidly growing in height as heavy muscles grew under her skin. Short, silvery fur sprouted from her body. By the time she reached the door, Mika bore no resemblance to the quiet and curious young woman she had been barely 30 seconds earlier. 7.5 feet tall, a stooped back thick with muscle, and arms long enough to brush against the ground that ended in claws the size of Matteo's head, she appeared as a strange mix between a bat, a wolf, and a human, if that human was a giant. Turning her head, she let out a soft chirp, and Poole jogged over to join her. The Iron Wing soldiers who were guarding the door quickly backed up. Holding his javelin in one hand, he opened the door and stepped through. There was a shout, and a few arrows flew over, fired from the wall where the soldiers were watching the entrance to the keep. With a casual sweep of his javelin, he swatted them away. Then he looked at the black-armored soldiers gathered in the parade ground.
"A good night to die, huh?"
he said with his wide grin as Mika stepped out of the door behind him. The soldiers ignored Poole completely, their eyes fixed on Mika. She straightened up, standing a full 9 feet tall, threw back her head, and let out a shriek that filled the night. Everyone who heard it shivered. The soldiers nearest her wailed as the powerful sound blasted their eardrums. Even Poole winced, covering his ears as the shriek echoed. Watching from inside, Matteo saw Mika crouch. Her arms spread slightly, revealing membranes that stretched between her ribs and her triceps. With a leap, she vanished, heading for the keep's wall. Poole shook his head to clear his ringing ears and hurled his javelin. A moment later, there was a pop, and it appeared back in his hand. He let out a bellowing laugh.
"Palmer," Matteo commanded.
"Yes, sir."
"Clear the courtyard."
At Matteo's command, Palmer ordered the Iron Wing soldiers to charge. They began to pour through the doorway of the keep, rushing out to face off against the enemy.
"Call for a strategic retreat of those upstairs," Matteo said, beginning to stride toward the door. "We want as few casualties as possible."
Bowing slightly, Ghostblade rushed off to coordinate the retreat. Matteo gritted his teeth as he felt another 2 soldiers fall. Of the original 55 who had come with him to assault the castle, there were now less than 40 left, and more were dying with every moment that passed. By the time Matteo strode out into the yard, Eric and Rose flanking him on either side, the fight was well and truly underway. The Iron Wing soldiers attacked ferociously, their abilities empowered by both Iru's resonance and the Iron Wing formation. Skilled in their own right, the black-armored soldiers quickly collapsed as their lines were breached, and the battle turned into a deadly melee. The majority of Duke Argyn's soldiers weren't duelists, giving the Iron Crow army an absolute advantage. In only a few minutes the courtyard had been seized. Up on the wall, Poole had been slaying archers with unerring accuracy, every single throw of his javelin resulting in a death. But the real star was Mika, who had made it to the wall in a single leap and proceeded to rip through the black-armored soldiers, cutting armor and flesh alike with savage swings of her sharp claws. Despite her hulking size, her agility was uncanny, and even the soldiers who managed to attack found her casually dodging their arrows and spears. She was at least silver rank, though Matteo could only imagine how strong she would be as she continued to grow. By the time the fight was winding down in the courtyard, she had completely cleared the walls. After letting out another loud shriek, she turned her crimson eyes on the soldiers below. Tilting her bat-like head to the side, she crouched, issuing a soft, chirping sound as she scanned the iron-wing soldiers. Matteo could see a sort of frenzy building in her as her muscles began to tense, getting ready to leap. "Mika!" Bruna's loud shout shocked Mika from her bloodlust, and the young woman let out another chirp before turning and vanishing over the wall. "Where's she going?" Matteo asked. "To hunt. She won't come back until she's sated her thirst," Bruna said, a grim note to her voice. Matteo didn't ask whether she'd be hunting animals or people, in part because it wasn't his business, but mostly because there were other problems to worry about. Specifically, the gold-ranked duelist was about to emerge from the keep. The last few fights were winding down in the courtyard, and Matteo did a quick head count. All of the barbarians were still alive, gathered around Bruna and Poole. Of the Ironwing troops, there were now only 30, though Matteo could sense Ghostblade and a few others retreating as quickly as possible through the great hall. A moment later, they burst through the door, bloody and battered, and stumbled to a stop in front of Matteo. The door behind them shattered, and out of the mangled opening strode Edgar Bovek, the gold-ranked duelist Matteo had seen upstairs. A flash of fury raced across Bovek's face as he caught sight of the bodies of his men scattered around the yard. As his gaze passed over the Iron-Wing soldiers, they flinched and stepped back, unable to bear the weight. And when it arrived at Matteo, it settled on him like a ton of stone. Matteo had donned his silver mask again, but it was clear from the way everyone gathered around him, he was the leader.
"Who are you?"
Bovek asked, sensing something despite the mask. Since there was no need to hide it anymore, Matteo removed the silver mask, causing Bovek to stiffen and the barbarians to give him strange looks. Slipping the mask into his coat, Matteo lifted his sword and pointed it at Bovek. "Stand down. Submit yourself to the Empire, and there might be a chance you make it out of this alive."
"A chance?" Bovek said with a savage laugh. "Oh, I'll make it out of this alive. That is guaranteed, though the same can't be said for you, any of you. You've killed my men, and by doing so consigned yourself to death. But it's strange. How are you still alive?"
"Why shouldn't I be alive?" Matteo asked, raising his eyebrows.
"You were poisoned, with corpse poison, and there's no cure. Wait, where's the other one? You should have another guard."
After looking around, Bovek's eyes widened slightly, and he seemed to come to a realization. Though Matteo was sure it was a misconception, he didn't bother to correct it.
"That fool Lucita killed your guard, didn't she?" "A body double." You're about the same size, but no matter. I'll finish her job."
"The Duke won't be able to hide his rebellion," Matteo said as Edgar Bovek took a step forward. The gold-ranked duelist stopped, and then laughed.
"The Emperor won't fight out anything. The barbarians are going to be wiping this fort out anyways, and by the time the Imperials take it back, there won't be any sign of what took place here."
Though it was faint, Matteo saw a hint of disdain flicker through Bovek's eyes when he mentioned the Duke, and something clicked into place. The Duke doesn't know, does he? He's not rebelling at all. It's Titania.
"How very astute,"
Bovek said, lifting his sword and resting it on his shoulder.
"It's unfortunate that you couldn't foresee your death."
"But not just Titania," Matteo continued, as if he hadn't been interrupted. "This is Prince Petrum's plot as well. That's why Dominic was here." Chapter 44. This time Bovek showed a trace of genuine admiration.
"No harm in telling you, I guess. But yes, your siblings decided you would be better as a memory than as a competitor. You can go your own way knowing that the Empire is in good hands. Now no more stalling. It's time to end this."
Taking another step forward, Bovek lifted his sword in front of his body. With a hum, his aura exploded outward, filling the yard with an oppressive force that caused many of the Iron Wing soldiers to collapse to the ground, their bodies unable to handle the strain. Though Matteo managed to stand under the weight of it, that was all he could do. Sweat began to bead on his skin as he tried desperately to retreat.
"It's always amusing to me," Bovek said as he slowly walked down the stairs, his sword swinging from side to side, "how ants like you think you'll be able to fight against me. Because that's what you are. Ants. Pathetic creatures I can crush with no effort at all."
Matteo wasn't the only one struggling against the pressure, but other than Pull, Palmer, and Ghostblade, no one else was able to move either. The 3 silver-ranked fighters gathered in front of Matteo, staring warily at Bovek as he continued to get closer. Stopping 20 feet away, Bovek laughed.
"Well, look at that. A few ants who think they might be able to do something. Shall we test it out?"
Matteo couldn't move, but that didn't mean he was entirely helpless. Focusing on his talismans, Matteo began to pour spiritual energy into the Stormcaller talisman, and felt the world answering his call. Clouds began to rapidly gather overhead, shrouding the stars and swiftly sweeping over the moon, causing the night to grow darker. The change was so abrupt that Bovek paused and looked up, frowning when he saw the rain clouds rolling in. Then came the wind, wet with the promise of rain, carrying a faint stinging sensation as it began to whip around them. Though it was a genuine storm, there was something unnatural about it, and Bovek actually took a step back as a peal of thunder rang out overhead. At the same time, another sound emerged, a loud, harsh caw. If that had been it, no one would have paid it any attention. But then it was echoed, and echoed again, and again, and again. The air filled with a harsh chorus of raucous laughter, causing everyone, Matteo included, to shiver. Whirling around, Bovek looked up and saw a sight that left him stunned. Perched on the roof of the fortress was a large iron-wing crow, who stared down at him with a glittering red eye. A perfectly timed bolt of lightning arced behind her, revealing hundreds more crows lining the roof of the keep. But it also revealed something else, something even more terrifying. Tens of thousands of other crows on the mountain behind the keep, packed so tightly the mountain was black with them. The sight sent a shiver down Bovek's spine, and he took a small step back. Though a gold-ranked duelist had nothing to fear from even hundreds of crows, no matter how strong they were, the endless sea of crows on the mountain was another matter. With a sharp caw, Queen spread her wings, and the crows behind her began to lift off the mountain in waves. There were so many of them that as they circled over the fortress, they formed a solid sea of feathers that writhed and undulated.
"They're on our side, right?"
Eric whispered to Matteo. I hope so," he replied, swallowing hard.
"I told you she was going to go overboard," Rose said. "I told you."
Matteo was so shocked by the development that the storm above began to fade away as he failed to control the Stormcaller talisman. He had sent Queen out to get some friends, hoping to be able to at least provide a distraction. Instead, she had returned with what appeared to be every single crow in the mountain, a sight that was genuinely terrifying to behold.
Corvus? Did you have something to do with this?"
"Don't look at me, kid," Corvus said with a grating laugh. "But you gotta admit, it's a pretty sight."
Glaring down at Edgar Bovek, Queen tilted her head to the side and let out another harsh caw, as if asking him whether he really wanted to stay and fight. With an ugly expression, the gold-ranked duelist looked up at the crows in the sky, whose sheer number was impossible to count, looked back at Queen, and then shot a glance over his shoulder at Matteo. Clicking his tongue, he flicked his sword, shaking the blood from it, and sheathed it, his aura fading.
"Fine. I'll retreat," he said,
his voice loud as his gaze swept the mountains, clearly looking for the beastmaster who had called the massive crow horde.
"You can count yourself fortunate, Your Highness," he said to Matteo.
Executing a half-bow, he straightened and suddenly smiled, the scar on his head making him look quite sinister.
"This outcome will be more interesting anyways. I look forward to seeing your struggle."
Turning, he leapt, easily reaching the wall of the keep, and then vanished over it, rapidly retreating. Queen let out another caw and took to the air, joining the teeming mass of iron-winged crows in the air as Matteo let out a gasp and sagged. Although Bovek's aura had impacted everyone, the majority of it had been focused on Matteo, and he had barely been able to hold on. Now that it was gone, weakness flooded his body. But thankfully, Eric and Rose were there to grab him and keep him up. "Steady," Rose said quietly as Matteo leaned into her. The fight was over, and with Edgar Bovek's retreat, the keep was theirs. There was plenty still left to do, of course, and as Matteo looked over the remnants of the Iron-Wing soldiers, his heart ached. Now wasn't the time for mourning, however, and as his route card worked, he was able to straighten up and stand on his own feet. "Commander Palmer, organize the men to secure the keep. Ghostblade, do a full sweep to ensure that nobody is hiding. Secure the bodies of our soldiers. Once the keep is secured, we'll rest, and then meet for breakfast."
"Yes, sir," Commander Palmer said, saluting.
Completely exhausted, Matteo went back into the keep and caught a couple hours of sleep. Using the Stormcaller talisman, though he didn't actually end up needing it, had left him drained. So drained, he could barely keep his eyes open. By the time he woke the next morning, breakfast was being served, and the aftermath of the fight had been cleaned up. The bodies of the enemy soldiers were gathered and burned, while what was left of the Iron Wing soldiers who had died had been gathered for burial. True to his name, Bovek had been ruthless, tearing the soldiers he faced apart, and in some cases it was impossible to tell who the dead soldier was. The sight of their corpses lined up and covered with cloth caused fury to bubble up in Matteo's heart, but he suppressed it, knowing there was nothing he could do. After breakfast, Palmer and Bruna met with Matteo to talk through the next steps of their plan. The seizure of the fortress hadn't gone as smoothly as Matteo hoped, but running into a gold-ranked duelist hadn't been part of the plan either. The fact that any of them had made it out alive was nothing short of a miracle, and Matteo planned on rewarding Queen with as much meat as she could eat when she returned. He had no idea how she had convinced so many Iron-Wing crows to show up, and what was even more terrifying was that she had convinced them to follow Matteo's orders to a letter. A group of crows that big shouldn't have been able to remain absolutely silent, and yet there had been no sign of them before Queen had revealed herself, leaving Matteo just as surprised as everyone else. Matteo met Palmer and Bruna in the command room, which he had taken over as his office. Looking up from his map as they entered, he gestured to the two chairs, asking them to sit down. "We're halfway there," Matteo said, "but the steepest hill is in front of us. Though we've managed to take control of the keep, we simply don't have a large enough force to hold it. Unless Lucy returns with reinforcements, we'll have no choice but to retreat once the barbarians start moving. They're starting to show signs of mobilizing, which means in the next day or two we're going to have to decide whether we stay to face them or abandon the fort. At this point, I don't want to risk everybody's lives. We've already had enough deaths."
"But, Your Highness, if we retreat, the Emperor won't be happy."
"I'd rather risk an unhappy emperor than death," Matteo said calmly. "But you're right. Our goal is to negotiate with Aspar, or remove him as a threat. Any ideas for how we can do that would be appreciated. Bruna, didn't you say that you have a way to get me a conversation with him?"
"I do," Bruna said, "though it might be a bit tricky."
"What do you mean?"
"As a shaman, I'm the keeper of the secret rites. One of those rites is called the voice of the weak. It's what you Imperials would call a parley. We can claim, as the weaker party, a chance to make our case."
Sensing there was more to it from the way Bruna's eyes shifted, Matteo frowned and leaned forward. "And?"
"And if the aggressor, which in this case would be Aspar, doesn't agree to the terms you lay out, then you are honor-bound to face him in single combat."
"I'm sorry, what? Did you say I have to face him in single combat?"
"Yes.
Bruna said, looking rather abashed. Effectively, the ritual is you saying that you shouldn't be held back by the weakness of your tribe, or bullied by the strength of his, and so, relying on your own individual ability, you face him directly.
Preposterous, Palmer said, slapping the table so hard that it jumped.
Lifting his hand to stop Palmer from speaking, Matteo regarded Bruna for a moment, and then shook his head. I'm not sure if you know this, but I'm in the bronze rank. Aspar is gold ranked. Wouldn't it just be a repeat performance of what we just experienced yesterday, except this time ending with me dead? Not necessarily, Bruna said. If you could present terms he'll actually accept, then you wouldn't have to fight at all. Rather amused, Matteo shook his head. No, that's not going to work. Then I'm afraid I can't help, Bruna said, sitting back and crossing her arms over her chest. If you show up at the camp as they're gearing up for war, they'll kill you, plain and simple. You won't even get the chance to speak. Then we'll have to come up with another solution, Matteo said. Palmer, give me some time to think about it. After Bruna and Palmer left, Matteo sat alone in the command center, staring blankly at the map on the table in front of him, his mind searching for an answer. He was confident that if he could just get a chance to talk with Aspar, he would be able to work something out. The problem was that Bruna was right. Aspar had no real motivation to even give him a chance to speak. His army was gearing up for war, and from the looks of it, the barbarians were eager for blood. There was no news from Lucy, which meant Matteo wouldn't be getting reinforcements, making staying in the fortress suicidal. Matteo had no desire to condemn those under him to death, so he was becoming more and more certain that a retreat was in order. At the same time, there was something about it that stuck in his throat. Prince Isaac had entrusted him with doing what the prince could not, and yet here Matteo was, falling at the very first hurdle. Suddenly feeling stifled by the walls around him, Matteo stood up and walked out of the command room. Eric, who was in the hall outside, fell in step with him, following quietly a few feet away. Matteo didn't stop until he had left the keep and climbed up onto the wall overlooking the gorge. There he leaned against the parapet, his eyes sweeping the horizon. The sun was warm, and the mountain air fresh, carrying just the barest hint of moisture, no doubt from the very brief storm the night before. The beautiful scenery brought a smile unbidden to Matteo's lips, and straightening up, he suddenly felt the urge to paint. "Eric," he called. "Yes, Your Highness." "Could you get me my painting supplies?" Matteo asked, just as surprised at the words coming out of his mouth as Eric was. Of course, Your Highness." Hearing the hesitancy in Eric's voice, Matteo turned and shrugged. "I don't know either. I just feel like painting." The magic that had transformed Matteo into Prince Isaac was wondrous and beyond his comprehension, but the urge to paint seemed to be instinctive, primeval even, rising out of the depths of his soul as he scanned the magnificent scenery. Jogging off, Eric spoke to a couple of the soldiers, and soon an easel, a fresh canvas, and a box with a variety of different colors had been placed on the wall in front of Matteo. Looking at the blank canvas, and then down at the colors, Matteo scratched his head. He had never painted before, though he figured with Prince Isaac's memories and experiences, it shouldn't be too hard for him to pick up. Indeed, as soon as he picked up a brush, it felt as if it belonged in his hand, and he dabbed a bit of paint onto the end. For the next 2 hours, Matteo painted a sense of peace, filling him with each stroke that landed on the canvas. When he finally finished, he let out a contented sigh, and then, looking at the painting, slowly frowned. Behind him, Eric was trying not to laugh, though the occasional giggle wormed its way out of his mouth. Turning to Eric, Matteo gestured to the painting. "Why is it so ugly?" Chapter 45. Finally unable to hold it in, Eric doubled over. When he had gotten it out and gathered himself, he stood up, wiping tears from his eyes. Matteo's painting was, put plainly, bad. The mountains were crooked, and the colors were amateurish at best. He had tried, in a flight of fancy, to add some iron-winged crows, but they looked more like a kid's crayon drawing than an expertly painted flock. Their wings were different sizes, and their feet and claws were entirely too big. One of them had a massive head, and another seemed to be cross-eyed.
"What is that?" Rose asked as she climbed up onto the wall. "You didn't paint that, did you?"
Crossing his arms over his chest, Matteo nodded grimly. "Unfortunately, I did. Strange. While I was painting it, I felt like it was perfect. But now that I step back and take a look, it's rather abominable, isn't it?"
"That's a good word for it," Rose said. "But you should keep it. I bet it'll be priceless once you're emperor."
That sent Eric into another fit of laughter, and even drew an amused smile from Matteo. "I'm sure that it will be." Joining Rose by the wall, he looked toward the barbarian camp and sighed. "Unfortunately, I think we're going to have to retreat. Didn't you have a plan for using the gorge to stop them?" Rose asked, remembering their conversation a few nights earlier on the mountain. "Yes, but we barely had enough men with 60, and we certainly don't now," Matteo said. "Even if it works, we'd probably all be dead." Falling silent, he continued to look out over the wall, until he felt Rose's hand touch his shoulder. She didn't say a word, but she didn't need to. Matteo felt a lump rise in his throat, and he sighed. "I wish he was still here." His voice was barely a whisper as Eric moved up to stand next to him. "And not just because him being gone means we failed. I miss watching him paint. I miss how awkward he was, and the jokes he tried to make."
"I miss him too,"
Rose said. Turning around and leaning his elbows on the parapet, Eric glanced at Matteo and Rose, no sign of the smile that was normally affixed to his face. "Isaac was a good boss. Would have made a great emperor. He was an even better friend. I think we can all agree on that. But he's also not gone." The certainty with which Eric spoke caused Matteo to look up. Eric's smile slowly returned, and he reached out and tapped Matteo on the chest. "He's here." Then he tapped Matteo on the forehead. "And ear. In fact, he's practically plastered all over you. You're literally never going to be able to get rid of him. Yeah, it's sad that he died, and it's weird how this all turned out, but I don't know. It's sort of like he's still here." Straightening up, Eric turned around, looked up at the mountain where Matteo had once climbed to meet Aspar, and pointed. He didn't speak, and after Matteo traced his finger toward the peak, he put his hand down, shrugged, and walked off.
"What was that about?"
Rose said, staring after Eric, half angry.
"That's not a way to console somebody."
Matteo, on the other hand, was standing stock still, his eyes flicking this way and that as he stared at the mountain Eric had pointed at. What Eric had intended he had no idea, but strangely his friend's words resonated with him. In one sense, Isaac was gone forever, with not even a body left to be buried. In another, Eric was right. Isaac wasn't gone, and would stay right next to him for the rest of his life. Even more importantly, seeing Eric point to the mountain had brought a ray of clarity into Matteo's mind, and as he stood there, a plan quickly began to form. It wasn't perfect, wasn't even good, really, but it was a path forward, a path Matteo had been unable to grasp before, but now was laid out before him as clear as day. Turning to Rose, he pulled her into a hug and patted her on the back. "Thank you," he said. "Keep the painting somewhere safe. Like you said, it's going to be worth a fortune someday."
Okay?"
Matteo let Rose go and rushed down the stairs, leaving her staring after him in stunned silence. For the next few hours, Matteo was busy. First, he had to solidify the plan, which he did by writing it out step by step. It wasn't long, but it was partly its simplicity that would give it a chance of success. After reviewing it, he gathered everyone together and presented it. The next 3 hours were used in striking down all the objections, and there were plenty. But Matteo was firm and stood his ground, carefully explaining his reasoning and countering all of the objections. Only Eric didn't argue, though at one point he did raise his hand.
"For the record," he said, "this is not what I meant when I pointed up at the mountain. But as far as plans go, it does sound pretty reasonable to me."
"Eric," Rose said, glaring at him, "you shouldn't be encouraging him."
"Look," Eric said, raising his hands defensively, "it's pretty clear that this is the only chance we have to come out of this successful. And if we do, His Highness will be one step closer to his goal. If we retreat, it's like taking 10 steps back."
"It's not worth the risk," Rose said.
"Not that much of a risk. That's what I'm telling you," Matteo interjected. "Besides, if it really comes down to it, I should be able to keep myself alive and escape." Taking a deep breath to try and maintain her temper, Rose looked across the table at Matteo.
"Your Highness, going alone to meet with a gold-ranked enemy warlord is not a smart idea."
"He's not an enemy. At least, not yet. Sure, he might want to catch and kill the people who raided his camp. Sure, he might be raising an army to come in and exact retribution to the Empire, but he hasn't actually done it, which means we have a chance. A slim chance, but a chance. Rose, this is the only way." Defeated, Rose looked across the table at Matteo, the worry in her eyes evident.
"Can't you at least take me along?" she said in a small voice.
Matteo found it surprisingly hard to resist her gaze, and nearly caved on the spot. He didn't know if it was his own feelings or the lingering attachment Prince Isaac had for her, but he closed his eyes, suppressed the urge, and shook his head. "No, I need you here, ready to lead everyone in retreat, if something were to happen. Not," he quickly held up his hand to stop her from speaking, "that anything is going to happen. Sure, the plan isn't foolproof, but what plan is? This is our best shot, and this is what we're going to do." His tone was absolutely certain and brooked no argument, and one by one everyone around the table agreed. The plan was straightforward, and Matteo found no reason to delay. Mounting his horse, he, Bruna, Pull, and the rest of the warriors from their tribe, including Mika, who had reappeared that morning, left the fortress, riding down the road and turning into the gorge. After making their way down to the bottom of the gorge, Matteo split off, heading for the mountain peak where he had met with Aspar before. He only got about 20 feet before Pull called out to him. Reining in his horse, Matteo turned in his saddle as Pull lifted his hand. "I've been thinking about it, and conferring with my wife. If you make it back alive, I'll take your deal." Rather surprised, Matteo's eyebrows rose. "What made you change your mind?" he asked. With a wry smile, Pull jerked a thumb at Bruna, who nodded with a self-satisfied smile. "I told him that if he didn't take you up on it, he would go down in history as the most foolish man to have ever walked the mountains, that they would sing stories of how the world fell at his feet and he chose to step over it like it was a pile of dung. That—" "Enough, enough," Pull interrupted, waving his hands. "He gets the picture. Do you see what I have to live with? I love it." With a bellowing laugh, he waved to Matteo and strode off toward the barbarian camp. The other barbarians hurried after him, though Mika dropped a quick curtsy before she left. "They're an odd bunch," Matteo said, resting his hands on the pommel of his saddle as he watched them go. "Odd is an understatement," Corvus replied with a cackle. "Then again, compared to you, they're completely normal. You know, kid, I'm starting to regret that I had never met your master. Because if he truly did set you on this path, if he truly did manipulate fate to bring you to this place, then he may just have been the greatest sorcerer who ever lived." A small smile rose on Matteo's lips as he tapped his horse's side, urging it on up the path. "I don't know if he was the greatest sorcerer, but he was certainly the greatest master, and the smartest man I've ever met. Impossibly good at chess, and he knew everything." It took Matteo another 2 hours to reach the stairs that led up to the peak, and when he got there, he found someone waiting for him. The same thin barbarian with a scarred cheek who was sitting on the rock next to the white marble stairs that curled up around the mountain to the peak. "I wondered if you'd come back," the barbarian said, not bothering to get up.
Swinging down from his horse, Matteo tied the reins to a tree branch and then approached the stairs, stopping in front of the seated barbarian man. He bowed, causing the barbarian to blink in surprise.
"What's that for?"
"Respect," Matteo said, turning his gaze to the stairway that rose up through the trees and then disappeared as it began to curve around the mountain. The straightforwardness of Matteo's words caused the barbarian to laugh. "Why would the imperial son feel the need to give me any respect?" Sensing the humor in the man's words, Matteo turned to face him head-on. Though he was only 16, he was tall, close to 6 foot, and his shoulders were broad, packed tight with muscle. His physique wasn't exactly the same as the prince's, and after merging, Matteo had gotten an inch or two taller. Yet despite that, as he faced the middle-aged man sitting on the rock, he felt as if he were absolutely dwarfed. For a moment, Matteo didn't answer, and then, with a sly smile, he shrugged. You never know when a random person you meet on the side of the road might actually be a supreme leader or a powerful shaman, maybe both. With a laugh, the man stood up and waved his hand. The motion was accompanied by a faint sound of thunder and the smell of wind heavy with rain. The ring he wore flashed and transformed into a staff 6 feet tall with a jagged crystal stone that swirled with dark blue light. I am Tufa. With that simple introduction, the high shaman of the barbarian tribes bowed. I hope the imperial son will forgive me my deception. Returning the bow, Matteo shook his head. I'm the one who needs to be forgiven for not recognizing you before. Then we'll leave it at that, Tufa said with a wave of his hand. Do you come seeking me or Aspar? In truth, I didn't know you were here until I just saw you, Matteo admitted. I came seeking Aspar. You certainly don't lack courage, then. You may ascend. Thank you, Matteo said. On turning to the stairs, he began to climb. He kept a steady pace, and it wasn't long before he stood on top of the mountain. A glance at the table showed that the Stormcaller booklet was still there in exactly the same place that he had left it. When he saw it, his heart fell slightly, and he couldn't help but feel disappointed. What was about to come would have been much easier had Aspar taken it. Taking his seat, he placed the bag that he carried at his side and waited in silence. An hour passed, and then another, but Matteo didn't move. The wind started to cool as the sun began to set, and still Matteo didn't move. It wasn't until the sun was halfway behind the mountains that there was a faint whoosh in the air, and Aspar arrived. He strode to the table, his gaze hard as he stared straight at Matteo. Standing, Matteo bowed, placed the bag on the table, and opened it up, revealing Commander Dominic's head. Though the bodies of the others have been burned, those who attacked you have been punished, Matteo said. I understand that that alone will not quench your fury. Aspar's gaze softened ever so slightly when he saw Commander Dominic's head, but then it hardened again, and the full weight of his aura fell on Matteo. And what would you give me, imperial son, that could stay my hand? Taking a deep breath, Matteo could feel the intense pressure crushing down on him, but rather than crumble, he faced it head-on, his gaze clear as he stared back at the barbarian warlord and spoke clearly. The world. This